300 years ago, the catastrophic day changed the fate of Blue Star. According to national data, over half of the citizens have awakened special abilities, embarking on a journey to fight against the phantom beasts. Those who awaken can enter specialized academies to learn and even have the opportunity to become researchers or renowned phantom hunters. Even the ordinary high school in Jean City has eagerly awaited the awakening day. In the classroom, the teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle was delivering an impassioned speech, his thick glasses suddenly reflecting a cold glint as the chalk in his hand flew like a bullet towards the back door. Suyi, this is the 22nd time you've been late this month. Ouch! The student by the back door was hit precisely and let out a yelp. Instantly, a handsome young boy peeked out from behind the student, coughing dryly as he greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Wang. There are still 8 days left." Suyi muttered under his breath as he helped his disgruntled deskmate, Wang Peng, back to his seat. "Those 8 days are weekends." Mr. Wang's voice rose in frustration. "And the school gate locks automatically after 8. How on earth did you sneak in?" "Unexpectedly," Suyi casually replied. "Oh, the electronic gate? I left a back door during the IT class presentation." "You hacked into the school server?" Mr. Wang was about to explode when another teacher came in to remind them of the assembly. Trying to keep his cool so as not to disrupt the important Awakening Day ceremony, he held back his anger. At the end of the line, Wang Peng gave Suyi a thumbs up. "You're amazing, Su. You even dared to hack the school server." Yawning, Suyi explained, "The school uses basic firewalls, similar to how things worked in the past. By the way, I also saw in the server that the principal sent." As they arrived at the auditorium, several teachers in suits quieted the noisy crowd. Wang Peng whispered, "I heard even Longxia Academy is here. If someone awakens in a level ability, these prestigious schools will definitely compete for them. An S level could make them fight on the spot, and an S level could have them begging to enroll. As for the legendary SS level." These words made Suyi ponder deeply. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed the extraordinary nature of this world. 300 years ago, the invasion of phantom demons unleashed phantom beasts, slaughtering millions in a single day. It wasn't until the Dragon Kingdom produced the Kunlun realm powerhouse Taodai that the phantom demons were severely wounded. Now, with phantom demons occupying 70% of Blue Star, they remain a constant threat, and only 5 major countries survive. "Su, why do you think we have to wait until we're 18 to be tested?" Wang Peng suddenly asked. Suyi was about to reveal the government data and the secrets of wealthy families awakening early when the announcement sounded. "Next, Suyi from Class 4, Grade 12, please proceed backstage for the ability test." Suyi followed several teachers into a small room backstage at the auditorium. Inside, a man in work attire stood upright, with a name tag reading Wang Ji hanging from his chest. This government official was responsible for conducting the Awakening Day ability test for high school students. Suyi expertly took out his ID and handed it to Wang Ji. The latter quickly inserted the card into a verification machine, confirmed it, and returned it. Wang Ji then activated the recorder on his chest, a necessary procedure to prevent any disturbances from those dissatisfied with their awakening results. "Suyi, are you ready to hear the explanation of the classification levels?" Wang Ji formally asked. Suyi nodded in agreement. Clearing his throat, Wang Ji began his explanation. "In the 300 years since the Day of Calamity, awakened individuals have emerged on Blue Star. After generations of scientific research, we've categorized awakening abilities into several levels, from the highest SSS level to the lowest D level." He detailed the characteristics of each level. D level, the most basic, comprising nearly 60%, mostly auxiliary abilities with combat power slightly above average. C level, possesses basic combat capabilities, but may have significant side effects. B level, elites among the awakened, strong combat abilities with certain drawbacks. A level, considered geniuses, eligible for direct entry into advanced awakening academies, with potential to become void hunters. S level, 9 million geniuses, with nearly perfect abilities and special effects. SS level, a Onsenatacade prodigy in the Dragon Nation, possessing 2 powerful special effects. SSS level, legendary abilities, extremely rare. Wang Ji's concise explanation laid the theoretical foundation for Su Ye's upcoming awakening test. According to government-released data, there have only been 3 individuals with awakened SS-level abilities on the entire blue planet to date. Wang Ji, with a serious demeanor, explained the classification of abilities to Su Yi, before relaxing his expression and patting him on the shoulder. But Wang Ji's tone suddenly became passionate. "I'm telling you this not to make you think that the levels of abilities are insurmountable. While powerful abilities are indeed strong, they also require the awakening individual's own cultivation. Even a D-level ability, with proper training, can potentially defeat an S-level ability." Wang Ji's words came out rapidly, like a machine gun, yet each word was clearly heard by Su Yi. This was the effect of his D-level ability, rapid speech, which allowed him to convey a large amount of information in just 10 seconds. "So, don't underestimate yourself," Wang Ji continued. Even if you awaken a level ability, you should strive to cultivate it and contribute to the fight against the void beasts in the future. And even if you don't successfully awaken an ability, by going to a regular university and becoming a researcher, you can still make a contribution. Despite Wang Ji's encouraging words, Suyi remained unresponsive. He stood there with vacant eyes, his face showing exhaustion and disinterest, as if he had no interest in the upcoming ability test. Wang Ji was taken aback. In his experience, he had never seen a student so indifferent on awakening day. High school seniors are typically full of enthusiasm, having been conditioned to anticipate and value this day for years. Suye's reaction was indeed unusual. Blinking in surprise, Wang Ji decided not to dwell on it and continued with the awakening ceremony. He solemnly took out a fist-sized light blue stone from his pocket and handed it to Suyi. This is an ability stone, Wang Ji explained. Hold it with both hands and focus your attention on it to test your ability. Suyi took the ability stone and immediately felt a cool sensation, as if his entire heart had calmed down. He held the stone with both hands, and his mind seemed to be drawn into it. Soon, the stone emitted a faint white glow, enveloping his entire body. Oh, Wang Ji smiled slightly. A wisp of smoke emerged from the ability stone, forming a line of text in the air. Congratulations, Suyi, Wang Ji said, pointing to the words above. You have successfully awakened an ability. Even though it's a level ability, you now qualify to enter the Awakener Academy. Suyi looked up and saw a few words appear in the air. Level ability, repair hand. Wang Ji explained. This is an ability to repair objects using energy. Although it doesn't have direct combat capabilities, it has promising development potential. Seeing his level ability, Suyi raised an eyebrow and showed a peculiar expression. Just then, the ability stone in his hand suddenly flickered with a faint red light. Sensing something unusual, Suyi quickly withdrew his left hand, holding the stone only with his right hand, and returned it to Wang Ji. Once the stone lost contact with both hands, the red light immediately vanished. Due to Suyi's hand covering it, Wang Ji did not notice this anomaly. Suyi briefly thanked Wang Ji and then turned to leave the small room. As he pushed open the door, he happened to see Wang Peng emerging from another room. Excitedly, Wang Peng approached Suyi. Hey bro, how did it go? Did you awaken an ability? I just awakened a clever ability. That's quite rare in our school. Suyi was a bit surprised that Wang Peng had awakened a clever ability. As one of his few friends at school, Suyi managed to smile and calmly replied, I also awakened, but it was just a level ability. Level ability? Before Wang Peng could respond, a loud, angry shout erupted from behind them. Suyi, you bastard, I finally found you. Prepare to meet your doom. Suyi deftly sidestepped, and a figure lunged towards him like a soccer goalie, ultimately landing face first on the ground in front of him. Suyi and Wang Peng looked down to see a burly student climbing to his feet. The boy, standing at least 6 feet tall, wore the same school uniform as them, his face a mix of anger and pain. As he rubbed his face, he glared at them with a vengeful glint in his eyes. Suyi scrutinized the unfamiliar face, then turned to Wang Peng in confusion. Who is this guy? A friend of yours? Wang Peng's mouth twitched slightly as he whispered. Yi, have you forgotten? This is Liao Wei from class 3 next door. Last week, you kicked him into a well, and it took him 3 hours to climb out. Oh, it's him, Suyi said, finally remembering the incident. Liao Wei listened to their unrestrained whispers, his eyes widening in disbelief, though he held back his fury. With a snort, he straightened up and declared, I've just awakened a level ability, one of the best in the entire school. He clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with excitement. If you apologize to me now, I might let it slide. But if you don't. Before Liao Wei could finish, he realized Suyi and Wang Peng had already walked 10 meters away, paying him no mind. His one-sided conversation made him seem like a ridiculous clown. Stop right there, Liao Wei shouted, enraged, as he quickly caught up and blocked their path. Suyi rubbed his nose in exasperation and turned to Wang Peng. This guy is persistent. Do you remember why I kicked him into the well? Wang Peng promptly replied. He's one of Tang Xiaowan's suitors. Ever since you publicly saved Tang Xiaowan with a princess carry last week, her diehard fans have made you their top target. Damn, she's such a troublesome woman, Suyi muttered, looking pained. He recalled that morning last week. As usual, he was late and sneaked into school through the side gate to avoid the gatekeeper. The school was holding a flag-raising ceremony, with all the students gathered on the playground. As the top student and acknowledged school beauty, Tang Xiaowan was the flag raiser on the platform. Suyi entered right behind the platform. At that moment, the railing and floor beneath Tang Xiaowan suddenly gave way. She fell, and Suyi, directly below, caught her in a princess carry. Trying to quietly slip back to class, Suyi unintentionally became the center of attention. Rumors quickly spread that he had orchestrated the scene by damaging the floor. Not only was he scolded by Mr. Wang for being late, but he also became the primary target of Tang Xiaowan's fervent fan club, making him a public enemy. The assassination rankings are quite shocking. The first place goes to Su Ye's arms that carried Tang Xiaowan, and the second to his deep eyes. The other parts of his body are also listed, ranked according to their level of intimacy with Tang Xiaowan. Standing before Su Yi now is Liao Wei, one of Tang Xiaowan's many admirers. Last week after school, Liao Wei attempted to confront Su Yi, only to fall into Su Ye's trap and get kicked into an inconspicuous well hole. He struggled in the dark, damp well for 3 whole hours before climbing out, utterly disheveled. This experience left Liao Wei with a grudge against Su Yi, and now he is glaring with fiery eyes, shouting furiously. Su Yi, last week's incident isn't over between us. Clenching his fists, Liao Wei continued his provocation. Since you've become an awakened too, let's settle this as awakened. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, I'll challenge you. I hope you won't back down. To everyone's surprise, Su Yi and Wang Peng responded with unexpected calm. They seemed accustomed to such scenes, exchanged a knowing glance, sighed simultaneously, and then nonchalantly walked past Liao Wei, heading out of the auditorium. As they brushed past Liao Wei, Wang Peng suddenly stopped, turned to face him, and with a hint of sympathy in his eyes, said earnestly, "If I remember correctly, Liao Wei, you transferred to our school just 2 months ago, right?" Wang Peng gently placed a hand on Liao Wei's shoulder and continued, "Have you ever wondered why, among Tang Xiaowan's numerous fans, only you dared to block Su Yi? And why the place you chose to confront him just happened to have an uncovered well?" Hearing this, Liao Wei tensed involuntarily and turned to Wang Peng in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" With a meaningful smile, Wang Peng lowered his voice and said, "Our school has an organization called the Su Elimination Alliance, with nearly 200 students involved, and its influence spans 3 neighboring schools." He lightly patted Liao Wei's shoulder. "I hope you don't become one of them." With that, Wang Peng jogged to catch up with Su Yi. The two walked side by side and soon disappeared through the auditorium doors. The Su Elimination Alliance. Liao Wei stood frozen, watching them leave. A chill ran up his spine as he muttered to himself. What kind of organization is that? After the ability tests concluded, students gradually left the school. Tomorrow is a rest day, and the school will prepare for the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow based on all the students' awakening records. A grand ceremony will be held for those who have successfully awakened. Su Yi and Wang Peng left the school, exchanged a few words, and then parted ways, as their homes were in different directions. Su Yi skillfully boarded a bus and soon arrived home. He lived in an old residential area. Since crossing into this world 3 years ago, he has lived here. Interestingly, his parents in this world mysteriously disappeared a month before his arrival. Su Yi opened the door, changed into slippers, and went straight to his bedroom. Carefully, he closed the door, shut the windows, and drew the curtains, completely isolating the room from the outside world. Only then did he sit at his desk and gently pull open the left drawer. From the depths of the drawer, Su Yi took out a pale blue stone and placed it gently on the desk. If Wang Ji, who was responsible for the ability test today, were present, he would recognize it as the very stone used to test students' abilities. However, the stone in Su Ye's hand was several times larger than Wang Ji's, resembling a bowling ball, intricately carved with patterns and emitting a soft blue glow. Su Yi gently caressed the stone with both hands and closed his eyes in concentration. Soon, the stone turned white, displaying the level ability he awakened today, Repair Hand. However, Su Yi remained calm, maintaining his posture and waiting for what came next. 3 seconds later, a strange transformation occurred. The originally milky white stone was suddenly tinged with red, instantly turning crimson and radiating a dazzling blood-red light. The vivid red glow filled the entire bedroom as if the space had become a sea of blood. The ability stone, made from special materials, would glow differently based on the ability level. The glaring red represented an ability level of SSS. The ability stone in Su Ye's hand didn't emit any smoke or display the name of the ability. He gazed at this unique stone, recalling the journey of his discovery. He had found this ability stone among his parents' belongings. Unlike the standard version issued by the government, it lacked an embedded chip and couldn't connect to the database. 3 years ago, at the age of just 14, Su Yi discovered this ability stone. He still remembered the warmth it emitted in his palm and the dazzling red glow it gave off, signaling the awakening of an extremely rare SS-level ability. However, no matter how he searched the government database or gathered various materials, he couldn't determine the specific name or function of his ability. Su Yi sighed softly and returned the ability stone to the drawer. He closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the energy flow within him. During today's Awakening Day ceremony, he successfully awakened a level ability called Repair Hand. This simple ability could repair non-living objects, although the effect varied depending on the material. What puzzled Su Yi even more was that he finally confirmed he was an exceptionally rare dual ability awakener. In the depths of his consciousness, the effects of 2 distinctly different abilities gradually emerged. Suddenly, Su Yi opened his eyes, a wry smile appearing on his face. No wonder I couldn't perceive the effects of that SS-level ability before. He murmured, his tone filled with helplessness and a hint of frustration. His mind raced, reviewing the results of his investigation. Dual ability awakeners, an existence with an incredibly low probability of occurrence. They awaken two abilities on awakening day, typically complementary, but their levels can vary greatly. Despite this, Suyi didn't reveal his SS-level ability to Wang Ji. His expression turned serious as he realized the complex situation he might face. Possessing such a rare combination of abilities would undoubtedly draw attention and covetousness from all sides. Suyi took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner turmoil. He knew that in the days to come, he needed to be even more cautious in hiding his true strength while continuing to explore the mysteries and potential of these two abilities. Whatever challenges awaited him ahead, Suyi was ready to face them. Suyi reached for a pencil on the desk, applying a bit of pressure with his fingers, and with a sharp crack, the pencil snapped in half. Holding one of the broken pieces, a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he murmured, "If I remember correctly, the flow of energy should be." Before he could finish speaking, a faint white glow appeared in his palm. This glow seemed to possess a life of its own, quickly enveloping the broken pencil. To Su Ye's astonishment, a slender, milky white line of light extended from the fractured end, precisely reconnecting with the other half of the pencil. In the blink of an eye, the two halves were seamlessly rejoined, as if they had never been apart. Su Yi carefully picked up the pencil, inspecting every inch of its surface. Remarkably, it appeared flawless, with no trace of its previous break. To further test his ability, Su Yi snapped the pencil once more. This time, he boldly opened the window and tossed one half far into the night. Only after the piece disappeared from view did he turn his attention back to the remaining half in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi channeled his internal energy once again. The familiar white glow enveloped the broken pencil, and astonishingly, the pencil began to regenerate at a visible pace, soon returning to its complete form. The energy consumption has increased, Su Yi mused. Does it reconstruct the shape using energy when no spare parts are around? He gently placed the pencil back on the corner of the desk, resisting the urge to delve deeper into his research. At that moment, another mysterious ability within him captured his attention, an unprecedented SS-level ability, not found in any government database. Sensing the unique effects of this ability, Su Yi decided to name it himself. SS-level ability survival of the fittest. This SS-level ability came with 3 special effects, which Su Yi began to understand. Effect 1, evolution. By consuming special materials, he could permanently upgrade his abilities. Effect 2, transcendence. Temporarily boost the level of a random ability, returning to its original state after one use. Effect 3, prodigy. Upon meeting certain conditions, he could randomly acquire a new ability, though limited to level abilities. These concepts crystallized in Su Ye's mind as he perceived them, though many conditions remained unclear. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a true SS-level ability. Su Yi finally understood why it wasn't until the day of awakening, after acquiring the repair hand ability, that he could sense this SS-level power. It seemed tailor-made for the dual abilities. However, the limitation that survival of the fittest could only comprehend and pair with level abilities left Su Yi somewhat frustrated. Despite its immense potential for growth, its current practicality was even less than some level abilities. It lacked any active effects, relying entirely on Su Ye's existing level abilities. Most level abilities lacked direct combat prowess, and even with level enhancements, their effectiveness in battle was uncertain. Yet Su Yi didn't dwell on this for long. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his internal energy, aiming to activate the survival of the fittest ability. Although he was still inexperienced in energy manipulation and couldn't accurately perceive the conditions for triggering effects 1 and 3, he decided to attempt the second effect, transcendence. Target, repair hand. Su Yi silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a faint red glow flashed across his palm. Simultaneously, a clear concept surged into his mind. Transcendence successful. Level ability, repair hand. Level randomly increased to SS level, reverting after one use. A gleam of excitement appeared in Su Ye's eyes as he anticipated the changes to come. A strange sensation surged through Su Ye's body, as if countless tiny electric currents were coursing through him. He sensed a profound transformation in his repairing hand. Although he couldn't precisely grasp the new effects, Su Yi intuitively felt that this ability could no longer be simply called repairing hand. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Even using this ability on an ordinary pencil might lead to astonishing changes. Su Yi recalled the information he had previously learned. As one's level increases, abilities become more powerful, with reduced consumption and enhanced effects. He speculated that the repairing hand, forcibly upgraded to SSS level, might have received similar enhancements. Su Ye's eyes sparkled, and his heart raced. An exciting thought emerged. Could the current repairing hand possess the ability to transform ordinary objects into treasures? Eager to test it, Suyi immediately got up and quickly walked out of the room. He headed straight to the small storeroom where miscellaneous items were kept, his gaze fixed on the small, hollow attic above. He swiftly climbed the ladder and, bending over, searched through the dust, soon finding an ancient-looking box. This box held special significance. It was a relic left by his parents in this world. As archaeologists, his parents disappeared 3 years ago after triggering a mechanism during a large-scale exploration of ruins. By the time Suyi crossed into this world, his parents had been missing for several months, but they had left behind many belongings. Suyi carefully opened the box. Inside, apart from archaeological tools, there was only a damaged ancient pot. This palm-sized pot appeared to be made of bronze, covered in intricate patterns, but was heavily damaged, as if struck by a heavy object. When Suyi discovered this pot 3 years ago, he sensed it was extraordinary and had preserved it carefully ever since. He solemnly cradled the ancient pot and returned to his bedroom. A label on the back of the pot, in his parents' handwriting, read, "Jili pot." Suyi gently stroked the Jili pot, a thought arising in his mind. What would happen if he used the upgraded repairing hand on this ancient artifact? Suyi understood well that the ability's extraordinary effect couldn't be used recklessly. After upgrading to SSS level, the repairing hand couldn't be used again in a short time. This singular opportunity made the choice of the experimental object crucial. The Jili pot was the most valuable item in his home. Even just restoring it could fetch a good price. Without further hesitation, Suyi smiled and placed his right hand on the pot's damaged body, activating the repairing hand. Instantly, a brilliant red light burst from his palm. A surge of red light flowed like a tide, enveloping the entire body of the Jili vessel in an instant. Inside its damaged structure, a sudden wave of unsettling energy erupted, only to vanish as quickly as it came, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole, disappearing straight into the vessel's opening. Under this dazzling glow, the Jili vessel embarked on a miraculous self-repairing process. The broken parts of the vessel seemed to reverse through time, with the missing sections regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bronze body swiftly restored itself, and even a finely crafted bronze stopper appeared out of nowhere, sealing the opening seamlessly. This astonishing repair lasted only 30 seconds. Then, the red light surrounding the vessel dissipated abruptly, revealing a renewed Jili vessel. It sat quietly on the table, resembling an ancient bronze artifact freshly unearthed, with nothing outwardly remarkable about its appearance. However, this brief repair process had drained Suyi of all his strength. The red glow in his palm quickly faded, and his ability level plummeted back to grade. A sudden wave of weakness hit him, causing his body to slide uncontrollably from the chair, landing heavily on the floor. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes, as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him utterly powerless. Not only that, but his mind also felt foggy, his entire being as weak as if he hadn't eaten for days. Just like that, it drained all my energy and left me so weak. Suyi struggled to lift his hand, using the edge of the table to shakily return to his seat. His eyes were still filled with astonishment. What exactly did I repair? Could it be the legendary treasure mentioned in the government files? Meanwhile, on a dimly lit street in the old district of Jean City, a girl in a JK skirt strolled leisurely. She chewed bubblegum as she walked unhurriedly through the night, her long legs moving smoothly. The flickering streetlights stretched her shadow, and all around was silent. Soon, the girl reached the end of a narrow alley, facing a towering wall with seemingly no way forward. This should be the place, she murmured, casually spitting out her gum. As it flew out, she snapped her fingers, and the gum gently exploded in midair, vanishing into nothingness. She unbuttoned her collar slightly and pulled out a phone from her chest. I should have known not to wear this outfit for a mission without a bag. No pockets at all. It's such a hassle, she muttered in frustration, quickly checking the map on her phone before tucking it back. After stretching, she pressed the earpiece already in her ear. Reporting in, Senior. I'm in position. Confirmed. The others have been waiting for you. Hurry up, came the reply through the earpiece. Got it. She elongated her response, then crouched down, pulling a yellow talisman from the edge of her over-thinny sock. She slapped the talisman onto the wall before her, then raised her thumb, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. But it didn't last long. She gritted her teeth and gently bit her fingertip. A drop of crimson blood welled up from the wound, and with a grimace, she pressed her thumb onto the talisman. Instantly, an inexplicable aura surged from the talisman, shooting straight into the sky. Having completed her task, she gazed up at the night sky and murmured, "The legendary treasure, the mirrored world. Is it really as magical as Senior says?" The moment the girl affixed the talisman, for mysterious forces simultaneously surged from the four corners of the old district. These invisible energies rose like pillars of light, converging in the sky and eventually forming a square, transparent barrier that enveloped the entire area. Thus, the mirror world unfolded. A stern voice came through the girl's earpiece. The phantom beast is confirmed to be in this area. Find it quickly and complete the mission. Once spotted, notify me immediately. Do not engage it alone. This phantom beast is stronger than an ordinary rock realm creature, and you are not yet its match. Meanwhile, several figures flitted ghost-like through the area, searching for any trace of the phantom beast. In stark contrast, in a simple apartment, Su Yi was frowning at the 9-leaf vessel in his hand. What exactly is the use of this? He murmured, his fingers continuously rubbing the palm-sized bronze artifact. After a brief rest, Su Yi had regained some strength. He began to meticulously examine the newly restored 9-leaf vessel, attempting to discern its specific effects. However, no matter how he manipulated it, even pouring energy into its spout, the ancient artifact remained unresponsive. Could it be that this is just an ordinary ancient bronze piece? Su Yi felt a wave of frustration and capped the vessel's spout. He couldn't help but recall the precious SS-level repair tool opportunity he had used to restore it. Oh well, at least it's a complete bronze artifact. If money gets tight, it should still fetch a decent price. Su Yi sighed heavily, finally coming to terms with reality. After hesitating for a moment, he slipped the 9-leaf vessel into his pocket and stood up. The earlier use of the repair tool had nearly drained all his energy. Now, he was overwhelmed by waves of fatigue and intense hunger. Su Yi dragged himself to the kitchen, only to find the refrigerator completely empty, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. At such a crucial time, the food at home has run out, Su Yi muttered to himself. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the convenience store. Despite it being past 10 at night, Su Yi couldn't bear the intense hunger any longer. He put on his shoes and headed out. Though his apartment complex was in the relatively remote old district of Jin City, there was a 24-hour convenience store just outside the complex. As Su Yi left his apartment, Fong Xin was facing a crisis. Roar! A deafening roar tore through the night sky, as if intending to shatter the world. Fong Xin's face turned pale, and she staggered backward, caught off guard by the encounter with the Phantom Beast just after setting up the mirror world. Phantom Beast, Shadow Beast. Fong Xin murmured the name of the creature before her, her expression growing increasingly grave. Before her stood a towering beast about 2 meters tall. It stood on 4 legs, with tusks gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Its body was shrouded in black energy, with scales faintly visible across its form. Its crimson eyes burned with fierce intent, fixed intently on Fong Xin. Suppressing her panic, Fong Xin quickly reached for the Bluetooth earpiece in her ear. Senior, I'm at. Before she could finish, a shadow suddenly lunged at her. Fong Xin's pupils contracted as she instinctively dodged to the side. A black-scaled armor sliced through the night sky, grazing Fong Xin's fair and delicate cheek. In an instant, a crimson line appeared, not deep but with beads of blood seeping out. Her earpiece shattered at the impact, falling to the ground in 2 pieces. Stunned, Fong Xin stared ahead, gently wiping the blood from her cheek and gazing at her bloodstained thumb. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from within her. You actually dared to injure my face? She murmured, her eyes flashing as she looked towards the distant phantom beast. A crimson energy enveloped her body as she coldly declared, It seems you found your path to destruction. Meanwhile, inside the convenience store, Su Yi was devouring bread with gusto, a satisfied look on his face. The hunger and discomfort from depleted energy were quickly fading. Yi, did you not eat all day? The cashier, Zhuegu, asked in surprise. 2 years ago, Su Yi had helped clear his name from a theft accusation, and they had become friends since then. Su Yi took a swig of water and replied unclearly, Isn't it common for young people to recharge for the nightlife? Zhuegu blinked with a smile. Oh? Found yourself a girlfriend? Want a box of essentials? I'll give you a 20 discount. Girlfriend? How mundane. Su Yi scoffed. My only partner is this golden right hand. Zhuegu rolled his eyes. So your partner drained you dry? You're still in high school. Take it easy. Enough chatter. I'm heading home. Su Yi shrugged, leaving to continue exploring his abilities. Zhuegu reminded him. Yi, be careful on the way. I've heard there have been some mysterious disappearances in the old district recently. Su Yi walked out of the store, muttering, Mysterious disappearances? How could it be so coincidental to happen to me? With hands in his pockets, he headed home. The night wind howled, and the dim streetlights flickered. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed in his ears. Thud! Su Yi stopped abruptly, looking around in surprise. The sound seemed to come from another world, distant yet real. An illusion, he wondered, squinting to listen, but only the wind's howling reached his ears. Just as he was about to continue walking, another sudden thud resounded. Thud! This time, Su Yi was certain he wasn't imagining things. The distant yet real thudding sound reached his ears again, capturing his attention. He closed his eyes, standing still to listen carefully, and moments later, another dull thud suddenly echoed. Is it here? Su Yi quickly opened his eyes and took 2 quick steps forward, his gaze fixed on the alleyway to his left. It was a deadened alley, with high walls on both sides, shrouded in darkness and seemingly deserted. Yet, the series of thuds seemed to originate from there. Standing at the entrance to the alley, Su Ye's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. As someone who preferred to avoid trouble, he instinctively wanted to steer clear. However, his intense curiosity drove him to take a keen interest in the strange sounds. Just as he was caught in indecision, the thudding sound echoed again, much louder this time, faintly accompanied by a girl's loud shout. Su Yi squinted ahead, suddenly taking a step back, and muttered to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this, better head back." His instincts warned him of potential trouble ahead. Ultimately, he chose to avoid any potential danger, quickly turning to leave. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a deafening explosion sounded behind him. Crack! It was as if the sound of a mirror shattering erupted, and Su Yi spun around to see the air at the alley's entrance fracture like a mirror. Through the gap appeared a world identical to the surroundings. The previously distant rumbling was now no longer far away, clearly emanating from the broken gap. The deafening roars of beasts and the violent impacts continued relentlessly, causing dizziness and a rush of blood. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from the gap, "The mirror world shattered?" "That's not what the senior said. It's way too fragile." "Huh, someone's there." Su Yi quickly stepped back, staring at the gap in shock, his mind racing. Suddenly, a pair of surprised, beautiful eyes met his through the gap. "Are you an awakened too?" Fong Xian's expression shifted the moment she saw Su Yi, and she loudly asked, "Can you help me with something?" But before she could finish, Su Yi turned and sprinted away like the wind, leaving Fong Xian standing in the gap, staring in disbelief at his retreating figure. He ran away. Fong Xian's shock didn't last long. Her expression swiftly changed, and she agilely leapt into the air. A shadow beast's claw swiped across, striking the ground with a thunderous boom. Dodging the blow, Fong Xian steadied herself midair and quickly flung a stone with her right hand. The stone plummeted rapidly, hitting the shadow beast's massive body with precision. Immediately after, Fong Xian snapped her fingers, and the stone exploded on the shadow beast, engulfing it in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the gap beside her swiftly sealed under a mysterious force, restoring itself to its original state. "That annoying guy, I was hoping he could call the senior for me." Fong Xian muttered discontentedly, looking down with a serious expression, her face tense. She knew well that the shadow beast's strength far exceeded her own, and she couldn't handle it alone. Through the dust, the massive body of the shadow beast shot into the air like a cannonball, scattering the dust instantly. However, its crimson eyes no longer focused on Fong Xian, but turned towards the direction where Su Yi was fleeing. Su Yi darted swiftly through the streets, his mind racing. What on earth was that creature? Was it a virtual beast from the database? The badge on that girl's chest was undoubtedly the emblem of Longxiao Academy. According to Wang Peng, she should be the awakened one from Longxiao Academy who came to Jin City. It seemed their purpose wasn't to recruit awakened ones, but to hunt virtual beasts. Within seconds, Su Ye's brain processed this information rapidly, leading him to a swift conclusion. That's why the moment he saw the girl, he made a decision: escape. As a newly awakened rookie, he had almost no combat ability. Even though the girl from Longxiao Academy seemed to want his help, Su Yi would never risk himself, choosing decisively to leave. Running in the direction of his home, Su Yi pondered. This virtual beast seemed to have been lurking in the old city for a while. Could it be responsible for the disappearance cases from the past few days? Just then, the air half a meter beside Su Yi suddenly shattered. He turned in shock to see a gigantic black claw smashing through the air, menacingly striking towards him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, no way," Su Yi exclaimed in his mind. Although his brain instantly sent out a dodge command, his body couldn't react in time. Just as the terrifying giant claw was about to hit him, a red light rushed in even faster, suddenly blocking in front of Su Yi. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in front of Su Yi, and the ensuing gust almost knocked him over. He staggered to a stop, seeing Fong Xian standing between him and the shadow beast. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, her arms wrapped in red light, but her face was slightly pale. "If it affects civilians, I'll lose credits," Fong Xian muttered to herself, using all her strength to withstand the shadow beast's huge claw, her eyes shining with determination. However, the shadow beast suddenly roared again. A black scale shot out, transforming into a beam of black light that hurtled towards Su Yi. "Hey, watch out." Fong Xian's face changed dramatically as she shouted urgently. But the giant claw in front of her suddenly pressed down harder, preventing her from helping. Facing the rapidly approaching black light, Su Ye's every pore stood on end, his blood boiling, adrenaline surging wildly. The life-or-death crisis made him extraordinarily calm. In the next moment, he dashed forward, rolling into the opening. Crack! The mirror-like shattered opening began to repair rapidly. The gap grew smaller and smaller, and the black light ultimately failed to catch up with Su Yi before the opening closed, disappearing outside the gap. Su Yi sat up from the ground, looking at the enormous virtual beast before him, muttering, "I feel like I've stumbled into an even more dangerous place." "Senior," the audio from Fong Xian's side got cut off. Two figures moved like phantoms across the rooftops of the old town. Suddenly, a young man rushed in from the side to join them. The leading man in a blue robe, with meticulously groomed hair and a serious expression, spoke in a deep voice. I've already noticed it. Not only that, but the mirror world on Fong Xian's side has leaked energy twice, as if it were shattered. Energy leakage? The senior furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. Something's not right. The mirror world is supposed to be indestructible, nearly impossible to break, unless an external force from the outside finds the mirror world and shatters it. Before he could finish, his face changed dramatically, and with a flash of light under his feet, his speed increased sharply. This is bad. We must get there quickly. Fong Xian's life is in danger. Meanwhile, on the streets of the mirror world, Fong Xian shouted, releasing a fierce red light from her body, finally repelling the shadow beast. Panting slightly, she turned to look at Su Yi, who was getting up from the ground, full of urgency. Why did you come in? Didn't you ask me to help? I'm just a good Samaritan. Su Yi tried to act calm, but he was anxious inside. He glanced around, noticing the place looked exactly like the previous street, with lifelike walls and buildings, but no sign of life. Fong Xian glared at him angrily. Then why did you run at first? Can't I just enjoy a bit of exercise? Su Yi muttered, his gaze shifting forward. The shadow beast bared its fangs, its scarlet eyes fixed on him with excitement. It rubbed its hands together, energy surging through its body, ready to strike. Just then, two pebbles suddenly flew in from the side, landing in front of the shadow beast. With a snap of fingers, the pebbles exploded like bombs, raising a cloud of dust and a deafening roar. Before Su Yi could react, a figure grabbed his hand and sped forward. He turned to see Fong Xian, pale-faced, beside him, quickly adjusting his pace to run alongside her. So, what exactly do you need my help with? Su Yi asked, panting. Without a word, Fong Xian pulled a phone from her chest and quickly said, call the first number and tell the senior to come save us. The lock screen password is 1019. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stomped on the ground, pulling Su Yi up 3 or 4 meters high, landing on the wall of an adjacent alley. Just as they left, the shadow beast's massive claw slammed down where they had been, creating a deep pit. Had they been a moment slower, they would have been crushed. Fong Xian's face grew even paler. Earlier, to protect Su Yi, she had forcibly withstood the shadow beast's attack, nearly depleting her energy. Meanwhile, the shadow beast was only slightly injured and still in good shape. Continuing to fight like this, she wouldn't last until the senior and the others arrived. No signal, Su Yi shouted loudly, waving his phone frantically. Is this thing's energy blocking the signal? Fong Xian's expression grew more serious. While running swiftly, she tossed 3 stones behind her without looking back. The stones exploded in midair, momentarily hindering the shadow beast's pursuit. However, her breathing grew heavier, and the severe depletion of energy was taking its toll on her. Fong Xian gritted her teeth, forcing her exhausted body to keep going. If she were alone, she could fight to the death and at least not be as embarrassed as she was now. But with the mirror world just shattered and civilians inadvertently dragged into it, she had to divert her attention to protect them. Whether for the school motto or her credits, she felt obliged to protect the civilians. Her ability, Christmas Gift, couldn't inflict fatal damage on the shadow beast, but it could at least temporarily slow it down. Fong Xian encouraged herself. As long as she held on until her seniors arrived, she could escape successfully. 8 meters per second, the abdomen. A low whisper suddenly reached her ears. Fong Xian turned her head to see Su Yi running swiftly while muttering to himself. What are you mumbling about? Fong Xian couldn't help but ask. The speed and weak point of this creature. Su Yi replied casually, his gaze surprisingly calm, like a precision calculating machine. Fong Xian was taken aback for a second. She hadn't expected this guy, who looked like a high school student, to remain so composed in such a critical moment. She quickly responded, wait, did you just say its weak point is the abdomen? How do you know that? She had been entangled with the shadow beast for so long without noticing any weaknesses. Yet Su Yi, who had been pulled into the mirror world not long ago, had already discovered this. Didn't you notice? Su Yi quickly replied, if I'm not mistaken, the scales on this creature are evenly distributed. The explosions triggered by your ability didn't breach its defense. You've thrown stones 3 times. The first 2 times, it didn't defend at all, just took it heated. But on the third throw, as the stones were about to explode, it curled up. Fong Xian's eyes lit up, immediately picking up on Su Ye's observation. If it curled up, it means my attack would hurt it, hitting its weak spot. And the area it curls up to protect is precisely the waist and abdomen. Fong Xian looked at Su Yi in amazement, shocked by his keen observational skills. She quickly regained her spirits, leaping off the wall with Su Yi and grabbing some stones from the ground. I advise against a direct attack, Su Ye's voice suddenly came, still calm. This creature isn't dumb. If one attack fails, it will anticipate the next move. Attacking its weak spot again would be nearly impossible. Then what do you suggest? Fong Xian asked, frowning. Use this. Suyi opened his right hand, revealing a half-broken pebble. At that moment, a deafening roar came from above. The shadow beast had finally caught up, its powerful legs smashing through a wall as it charged forward. In mere seconds, it closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Meanwhile, Suyi quickly explained his plan to Fong Xian. Are you sure this will work? Fong Xian asked incredulously, her eyes wide as she looked at Suyi. We don't have many options. Suyi kept his eyes fixed ahead, maintaining incredible calm in this life-or-death situation. All right, Fong Xian gritted her teeth, planting her right foot firmly as she assumed a pitcher's stance, hurling the half-broken pebble at the shadow beast with all her might. I'll trust you this once. A pebble sliced through the night sky like an arrow, striking the shadow beast directly in the abdomen. In response to the sudden attack, the beast's body was enveloped in a swirl of dark light, curling up as if sensing danger, and rolled forward. The pebble inevitably hit its hard scales, then bounced off onto the ground. The shadow beast quickly got back on its feet, standing on all fours. Its fierce and terrifying face showed a hint of confusion, its crimson eyes gazing directly at the two people, with its head slightly tilted as if trying to appear endearing. Fong Xian was immediately infuriated, gripping Su Ye's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Hey, you liar. This is useless. The way it's looking at us, it's like we're idiots. I can't believe I'm being looked down on by a mythical beast. She regretted believing Su Ye's words, opting to throw a pebble instead of using her abilities. Only now did she realize that a mere pebble couldn't possibly harm the beast in the slightest. Suddenly, the shadow beast let out a deafening roar, launching itself off the ground with its limbs, its massive body hurtling towards them like an arrow. The distance of less than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Fong Xian's face changed dramatically, and she grabbed Su Yi, ready to dodge. However, Su Yi remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently ahead, rapidly muttering a series of numbers. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, that's enough. His eyes flashed as he thrust his right hand forward. Only then did Fong Xian notice that Su Yi was tightly holding the other half of the pebble, its broken edge perfectly matching the piece she had thrown earlier. The shadow beast's massive form loomed over them, its menacing fangs glinting coldly in the darkness. Fong Xian knew it was too late to run, yet Su Yi, whom she held tightly, appeared calm and unperturbed. There's only one chance, don't miss it. Su Yi suddenly shouted, a dazzling white light bursting from his right hand. Ability, Repair Hand, activate. In an instant, the half-pebble in his palm shone with a blinding white light, and a milky white energy thread shot out from the broken edge. In the next moment, the half-pebble Fong Xian had thrown was drawn back by the thread, flying through the air. Within half a second, it crossed several meters, accurately reaching the shadow beast's underbelly. Fong Xian, quick on the uptake, snapped her fingers just as the pebble arrived. Class A ability, Christmas Gift. Boom. The forceful blast pushed them back several steps. The explosion's fire transformed into a cloud of smoke, shrouding the area ahead. Half a second later, a heavy thud was heard from within the smoke. A strong wind blew the smoke away, revealing the shadow beast fallen on the ground. Its abdomen appeared to have been blown open, with a large amount of blood gushing out, spreading across the ground. A stream of pitch-black energy flowed continuously over the shadow beast, which struggled briefly before losing its life, lying motionless on the ground. A faint blue light shot out from the shadow beast's mind, flying towards Su Yi at an imperceptible speed and directly entering the jiuli pot he held. Su Ye's expression changed slightly, as he clearly sensed this unusual phenomenon. The wind howled, blowing Fong Xian's long hair and skirt. A strange expression appeared on Su Ye's otherwise calm face. Fong Xian widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the fallen shadow beast's body, her heart swelling with a surge of joy. Hey, did you see that? She suddenly turned and shouted excitedly at Su Yi, her voice filled with the relief of having survived a perilous ordeal. I saw it. It was blue and white striped. Su Yi replied instinctively, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp murderous intent coming his way. The next second, Fong Xian lunged forward like a tiger, grabbing Su Yi by the neck. Su Yi immediately flailed his arms desperately, gasping, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Moments later, Fong Xian finally released her grip. She stood there, her face flushed, eyes full of disbelief. They had been tracking this shadow beast for over a week, and even their senior had difficulty subduing it. Yet, with Su Ye's help, she had managed to defeat it. Su Yi coughed violently, muttering under his breath, It's not like I wanted to look in the first place. Say that again, and I'll blow your head off. Fong Xian's face turned even redder as she stomped her foot and glared at Su Yi. She turned to the shadow beast's body on the ground, took a deep breath, and murmured, Did I really kill this shadow beast? Everything has a weakness. If you target the weakness, it's quite normal to overcome the strong while being weak. Su Ye's voice suddenly came from beside her. He looked down at the shadow beast's body, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. A memory from 3 years ago flashed through his mind. Weakness. Fong Xian repeated the word, suddenly recalling how she had often heard similar things at school. She realized with a start that Su Ye's incredible insight, judgment, and the mysterious ability he used at the end were the keys to defeating the shadow beast. He had even factored in her abilities. Who are you exactly? Fong Xian asked seriously, staring intently at Su Yi. I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by, Su Yi replied earnestly. If he could, he wouldn't want to be caught up in this bizarre incident. Yet, for some reason, the shadow beast had targeted him as prey the moment it saw him, relentlessly pursuing him. Hearing Su Ye's answer, Fong Xian felt a tightness in her chest and a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How could a typical high school student possess such judgment and analytical skills? She frowned, muttering to herself, it's really strange. According to our senior, the mirror world shouldn't be so easily torn apart. How did this guy break through the mirror world and affect reality? If the mirror world hadn't shattered, Su Yi wouldn't have been dragged into this battle. Such an accidental involvement of a civilian was a significant oversight. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed around them, shattering the silence. Fong Xian and Su Ye's faces changed drastically as they looked up sharply. No way. Su Yi frowned, staring incredulously ahead. Not far away, a shadow beast even larger than the previous one was glaring menacingly at them, exuding an incredibly chilling aura and radiating intense killing intent. Fong Xian's face turned pale as she finally understood the answer to the problem. I finally know why the mirror world was shattered. The mirror world is one of the most frequently used artifacts in Jubao. Fong Xian gazed at the scene before her, utterly shocked. The city was surrounded by rectangular mirror talismans, connected to form a magical mirrored world. This world could quickly filter energy and transfer phantom beasts within it. Theoretically, the mirror world's defense was impregnable, with ordinary battles unable to shake it or affect the real world. However, the sight before her upended Fong Xian's understanding. A massive shadow beast was rampaging, proving a terrifying fact. If a phantom beast launched an assault from outside the mirror world, it could break the barrier and shatter this seemingly unbreakable mirror world. Fong Xian stared incredulously at the shadow beast, her mind racing. The earlier shattering of the mirror world was caused by this creature's external attack. Worse still, there were not one, but two shadow beasts this time. This contradicted the intelligence they had received before their mission. If both shadow beasts appeared simultaneously, even with combined efforts, they would likely face a grueling battle. At this moment, Fong Xian had just managed to kill one shadow beast, nearly depleting her energy. Facing the sudden emergence of a second shadow beast, she had little strength left to fight back. In this critical moment, two dark scales shot through the air towards Su Yi and Fong Xian like lightning. Su Ye's face changed drastically. The sudden attack caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react. At the last second, Fong Xian pushed him behind her, extending her right arm with all her remaining energy to form a defense. With two dull thuds, Fong Xian's body was flung away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. She spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding down helplessly. Using her last bit of strength, she weakly shouted to Su Yi, "Run!" Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. A deafening beast roar echoed all around. After launching the two scales, the shadow beast suddenly charged towards Su Yi. Its target seemed to have been only Su Yi from the start. Su Yi desperately tried to make his body respond, but the speed of this shadow beast was far beyond the previous one. In an instant, it crossed over 10 meters, lunging directly at Su Yi. Up close, Su Yi could clearly see each of the shadow beast's menacing white fangs. His body, however, couldn't react in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the deadly fangs drew closer. Just as the shadow beast's attack was about to reach Su Yi, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind him. A figure darted past him at a speed surpassing the shadow beast. Clad in a blue robe fluttering in the wind, the figure dived directly beneath the shadow beast. It was a resolute young man, appearing no older than 25 or 26, but with eyes full of determination. With a wave of his right hand, a sharp dagger appeared in his palm out of thin air. Without hesitation, the young man slashed the dagger towards the shadow beast's belly. Roar! Faced with this sudden attack, the shadow beast reacted swiftly, curling its body to shield its vulnerable belly with its hard scales, attempting to fend off the lethal strike. Just then, Su Yi heard a young voice shout next to his ear, "Stop!" The massive shadow beast, which had been coiling its body, ready to attack, suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. In that split second, a blue figure descended from the sky, a dagger in hand glinting coldly as it plunged deep into the beast's belly. With a wet slicing sound, blood sprayed like rain. The shadow beast let out a piercing wail, its enormous body crashing to the ground. In its final moments, its eyes filled with unwillingness, It shot two black scales straight at the young man in the blue robe. The young man was in mid-fall, and despite the oncoming black light, he remained unfazed, not even making a defensive move. Su Yi watched wide-eyed as a metal round shield appeared out of thin air in front of the young man, blocking the black light completely. With a thud, the shadow beast's body hit the ground, and the young man in the blue robe landed steadily right after. A faint blue light swiftly entered the Julie flask, a glow that seemed visible only to Su Yi. Su Yi looked ahead in amazement, thinking to himself, is this the power of an awakened from Longxia Academy? From the badge on the young man's chest, he recognized that these people, like Fong Xian, were shadow hunters from Longxia Academy. Their seamless teamwork impressed Su Yi. The young man in the blue robe took out his phone, walking towards Su Yi as he succinctly reported, in the old district of Jin City, 2 shadow beasts have been slain. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. After finishing, he put away his phone and extended his right hand to Su Yi. Longxia Academy, Chao Sha. Are you alright? Su Yi took his hand and was pulled up, calmly replying, Su Yi, don't worry, I'm fine. At that moment, a youthful voice came from behind. Senior, Xian Jia was incredible, taking down a shadow beast on her own. Su Yi turned to see a short-haired boy emerging with a face full of awe. From another direction, a girl with long legs and denim shorts walked over, her expression indifferent. She immediately noticed Fong Xian leaning against the wall in the distance and lightly flicked her right hand, causing the shield in the air to disappear. Chao Sha looked at Su Yi and suddenly asked, if I'm not mistaken, are you also an awakened one? A high school student? Did you just awaken your abilities today on Awakening Day? Su Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Chao Sha said straightforwardly, there's no way Fong Xian could have taken down that shadow beast alone. Did you help her? If possible, could we move to a different place to discuss this matter in detail? Don't worry, we are from Longxia Academy's 5th shadow hunting team, and we mean you no harm. Su Yi nodded, I trust you, but Fong Xian just saved me, so I want to check on her first. She's not seriously hurt, just unconscious from an energy shock, Chao Sha explained. But if you're worried, you can take a moment to look after her. After speaking, Chao Sha turned to the shadow beast corpses and instructed, Guoyan, Xiali, collect blood samples and gather about 5 scales. He stood there, eyes slightly unfocused as he stared at the shadow beast's body, pondering. A high school student caught in the mirrored world could actually help Fong Xian kill a shadow beast. Could it be that this kid possesses abilities above a level? How did Fong Xian and that high school student manage to kill the shadow beast? Senior, we're done collecting. Guoyan and Xia Li's voices snapped Chao Sha back to reality. All right, Chao Sha nodded. Bring Fong Xian and that high school student, and let's leave. As he spoke, he turned his head, but his gaze froze. Not far away, besides Fong Xian leaning unconscious against the wall, there was no sign of Su Yi. That guy, he actually ran away? Chao Sha murmured in surprise. Su Yi pushed the door open and entered his home, letting out a long breath. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes as a slight smile appeared on his lips. I almost got caught up with troublesome people, he muttered. Despite his words, his eyes couldn't hide his exhaustion. Facing a living phantom beast for the first time had kept him on edge, and only now did he finally relax. The name of Longxia Academy flashed through Su Ye's mind, renowned nationwide, arguably the most powerful academy for the awakened. Yet, he had no desire to be involved with it in any way. After investigating the dangers and background of this world, his primary goal had become to ensure his own safety and survival. With great fame comes great responsibility, Su Yi murmured to himself. Without absolute certainty, I don't want to put myself in danger. However, another reason urged him to leave the scene quickly. Su Yi rushed into his bedroom, eagerly pulling out the Julie pot from his pocket. The once unremarkable artifact now emitted a faint blue glow, as if it had come to life. Just as I thought, Su Yi's eyes sparkled. It absorbed something from those shadow beasts. Recalling the earlier scene, Su Yi vividly remembered, at the moment of the shadow beast's demise, a pale blue light burst from their bodies and directly entered the Julie pot. Strangely, it seemed he was the only one who could see the light, as others showed no reaction. What secrets does this seemingly ordinary Julie pot hold? Su Yi asked softly. He carefully opened the lid and peered inside. However, the pot was pitch black, revealing nothing. The pulsating blue glow gradually dimmed and eventually vanished. Hesitant for a moment, Su Yi decided to try again. He closed his eyes, focused, and slowly infused his energy into the Julie pot. The instant the energy entered, Su Ye's eyes snapped open, his surroundings spun wildly, and his consciousness felt as if it were being drawn into the pot, a sensation of tumbling and traversing overwhelming him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Ye's groggy consciousness finally awoke. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Before him lay an idyllic paradise of birdsong and fragrant flowers, lush with greenery. Waterfalls cascaded, the sun hung high, and a gentle breeze stirred, everything imbued with an air of unreality. For a moment, Suyi even thought he had crossed into another world again. Looking down at his body, Suyi was surprised to find that, though it appeared as real as in the physical world, it felt unusually light, as if unburdened by any constraints. This is your spiritual form, naturally lighter than your physical body. A slightly aged voice suddenly sounded in Suyi's ear. Startled, Suyi looked up and warily scanned his surroundings. Who's speaking? Walk to your right, and you'll see me, the voice instructed him again, then added. Oh wait, it should be your left. Faced with this peculiar voice, Suyi squinted, hesitated for a moment, then started walking to the left. About 5 steps. Yes, that's right. The voice continued to guide him. Here. Suyi paused, inquiring. Yes, that's right. Move forward about 3 more steps. The voice responded, directing Suyi further. As Suyi stepped forward, a sudden shout shattered the silence. Hey, you've walked over it. You stepped on me. Suyi immediately felt something hard underfoot and quickly lifted his foot to look down. His gaze fell on a bronze-like shell partially exposed in the soil, and his expression turned peculiar. The familiar shape stirred a hint of doubt in his mind. Just then, the voice spoke again. Very well, now, young friend, could you please help me out? Suyi crouched down, grasped both ends of the bronze shell with his hands, and pulled upward with force. Fortunately, the object wasn't buried deeply, and with a gentle tug, it came free. When he finally saw the full object in his hands, shock was written all over his face. The Julie pot. Suyi stared in disbelief at the bronze artifact in his hand, identical to the Julie pot he had restored. As he stood there stunned, the Julie pot suddenly slipped from his grasp and floated in midair. A mysterious aura emanated from the pot, its lid trembling slightly, as ethereal mist seeped through the seams, transforming the surroundings into a scene out of a celestial realm. Suyi's mind flashed with countless fantastical works from past lives, Aladdin's lamp, the One Ring, Gandalf. Could it be that the Julie pot housed the soul of some unparalleled sage, and he was the destined one? Just as his emotions surged, the lid of the Julie pot shook even more vigorously. Suyi's excitement gradually faded as he watched the lid tremble for a full minute. Moments later, the lid ceased its movement. The old voice reappeared, tinged with a bit of embarrassment and uncertainty. Young friend, could you help open the lid? I've been asleep too long, and my strength has waned a bit. Suyi paused for a few seconds, rolled his eyes, and lifted the lid. A pure mist burst forth like a fountain from the pot's mouth, and a figure emerged. Though not large, half of the figure remained within the Julie pot, exuding a mysterious aura. However, the mystique didn't last long. As soon as the figure emerged, it began coughing violently from inhaling too much mist. Noticing Suyi's speechless gaze, the figure cleared its throat and exhaled gently, dispersing the surrounding mist. Suyi finally saw the figure clearly, a greatly diminished old man, with half his body hidden inside the Julie pot, only his upper half visible. Had it not been for his earlier undignified display, the words immortal and ethereal might have been apartment. But the little old man's actions left Suyi struggling to muster any respect. Whether trying to regain some dignity or feeling too embarrassed, the old man stroked his beard and looked at Suyi, adopting an air of profundity as he spoke calmly. I am the spirit of this pot's world. You may call me pot immortal. In the world within the pot, a celestial being? Suyi's eyes flickered like lightning, and it took him only 2 seconds to grasp the situation before him. He realized that his consciousness had been drawn into the Julie pot. Suyi looked up and down at the old man in front of him, a playful smile tugging at his lips as he said, And you, this unreliable guy, are the spirit of this vessel, little pot? What kind of name is little pot? The celestial being inside the pot almost spat out blood in outrage, his beard bristling with anger as he loudly retorted, I am a spirit, not a eunuch. A sly glint appeared in Suyi's eyes as he quickly replied, What, you don't like that name? How about celestial eunuch? From a little eunuch to a grand eunuch, huh? The celestial being inside the pot flushed with anger. Suyi feigned compromise, shrugging slightly. All right, if you don't like it, I'll call you middle school pot instead. Kid, I advise you to stop. The celestial being was so furious that his beard bristled and his eyes widened, his voice rising several octaves. I am called the celestial being of the pot. Don't give me weird nicknames. Suyi met his gaze for a couple of seconds, a hint of teasing in his eyes, before finally relenting. Fine, I'll take a step back and call you pot elder. I'm a celestial spirit. Show some respect. The celestial being insisted, still dissatisfied with the name, demanding that Suyi address him as immortal. Suyi frowned, a bit impatient, as he lifted the lid of the Julie pot, threatening, Keep talking, and I'll put the lid back on. The celestial being's demeanor changed instantly, a flash of panic in his eyes as he quickly conceded, I see that you're a talented young man. Pot elder is indeed a good title. Suyi squinted at the adaptable spirit before him, feeling even more at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he sighed heavily and asked, So, Why did my consciousness enter this world within the pot? He was still puzzled about why, after injecting energy into the Julie pot, he was inexplicably drawn into this world within the pot. Yet, he vaguely suspected it might have something to do with the pale blue light emanating from the two shadow beasts. Pot Elder looked at Su Yi and calmly explained, because you are the first person in 1,000 years to repair the Julie pot. The souls of those two shadow beasts were absorbed by the pot, reactivating it after years of silence. When you infused it with your energy, you completed the recognition of ownership. From now on, you are the master of the Julie pot. The souls of the shadow beasts. Su Ye's eyes flickered with realization, finally understanding what the two pale blue lights were. Yet, faced with the situation, he remained somewhat perplexed. So what exactly can this Julie pot do for me now that it recognizes me as its master? Huh. Upon hearing this, Pot Elder immediately displayed a proud expression, his eyes gleaming with pride. The capabilities of this world within the pot are countless. He then launched into a speech like a live stream shopping host, enthusiastically introducing, soaking in celestial springs, cultivating celestial herbs, raising spiritual beasts, crafting spiritual tools, nurturing puppets, attaining immortality. He rattled off a long list, leaving Su Yi feeling both thrilled and excited. Could this be the golden opportunity he had been waiting for in this world brimming with energy and abilities? With such unique resources, he could choose a path of cultivation different from ordinary people, wielding dimension-transcending power to reach the pinnacle of the world. To his knowledge, the path of cultivation was far superior to that of the so-called awakened ones. Su Ye's eyes shone with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Are all these functions of the Julie pot?" The old man in the pot rolled his eyes, responding to Su Ye's anticipation with a look of disbelief. "What are you thinking? How could that be possible? Even the Julie pot can't offer those functions. The spiritual energy of this planet has long since degraded. It's not like it was thousands of years ago." Su Ye's excitement vanished instantly as he locked eyes with the old man. A heavy silence filled the air, as if time itself had stopped. Suddenly, without a word, Su Yi grabbed the lid and slammed it onto the Julie pot. The lid rattled violently, and the old man's voice echoed from within. "Hey, hey, hey, let me out. I was just trying to lighten the mood, just joking." Su Yi lifted the lid again, and the old man emerged from the pot, gasping for air. He muttered quietly, "Young people these days have no patience, can't even take a joke." However, when he noticed Su Ye's murderous glare, he quickly cleared his throat and changed his tone. Ahem. Although those advanced features are currently unavailable, the Jiuli pot still retains some basic functions. Like what? Su Yi asked skeptically, a hint of hope resurfacing in his heart. The old man blinked, showing a mischievous smile. A sexy pot spirit for online chatting? Before he could finish, Su Yi swiftly dropped the lid. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I'm not joking anymore." Feeling like he was being toyed with, Su Yi held the lid tightly, glaring at the old man. He resolved that if the old man dared to joke again, he would seal the lid and never let him out. Sensing the danger, the old man cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. He quickly explained, "The current Jiuli pod is incomplete, and most functions are unusable. Unless you reach the Kunlun realm, you can't repair it through your abilities. Otherwise, to fully restore the Jiuli pod, you must find its missing fragments." Seeing the impatience growing on Su Ye's face, the old man hurriedly added, "Of course, even though the Jiuli pod is incomplete, some basic functions still work. For instance, I can help you see the unlock conditions for the two special effects of your inner ability, survival of the fittest. Additionally, the Jiuli pot retains its original refining function. As long as you provide enough materials, I can control the Jiuli pot to perform refinements. There's also the basic spatial function. This pot world is currently 100 feet in length and width, allowing you to store and retrieve objects at will. However, when storing living beings, they must be unconscious. If you provide enough energy or find and repair the missing fragments of the Jiuli pot, these functions will continue to improve." After hearing the old man's explanation, Su Ye's expression finally softened a bit. These features exceeded his expectations, surprising him. However, the next moment, he suddenly grabbed the Jiuli pot from midair and pulled the old man close. "How do you know my ability is called survival of the fittest? And from the beginning, you seem to know a lot about me." Su Ye's eyes glinted with suspicion as he stared at the old man, waiting for an explanation. After recognizing its master, the spirit within the Jiuli pot sensed the circumstances surrounding Su Yi. Waving his hands, he explained, "Young friend, it's been decades since I last awoke, and all my understanding of the current world comes from you. Observing these conditions is one of my abilities." Su Yi pondered for a moment before gently releasing the Jiuli pot. He chose to trust the spirit, as the ability's name was one he had come up with himself, yet the spirit could accurately call it out. This was the only reasonable explanation. Curiosity surged within him, and Su Yi asked, Can you tell me about the evolution of survival of the fittest and the specific effects of prodigy? The spirit floated back into the air, pretending to tidy his robes. Stroking his long beard, he replied, as for the specific perception of ability effects, as long as you have some control over your energy, you can sense them yourself. But since you're so curious, I can tell you in advance. He continued, your SS level ability, survival of the fittest, has a primary effect called evolution, which allows you to upgrade the level ability, repairing hand, using special materials. To elevate repairing hand from level to clevel, you need a piece of Star Sea meteorite. Star Sea meteorite? Suyi frowned, having never heard of such a material. The spirit calmly explained. It's a special material that only appears in the Void Realm. With your current means, it would be quite difficult to obtain. Hearing the term Void Realm, Suye's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the history of a century ago when the human strongman Taotai expelled the Void Demons from the Dragon Kingdom. Since then, the Void Demons had been attempting to invade again by opening the Void Realm to establish special teleportation channels, connecting the world occupied by the Void Demons and the Dragon Kingdom. This allowed the Void Demons to invade the Dragon Kingdom or send Void Beasts there. The appearance of the Void Realm had caused significant damage to the Dragon Kingdom. The Hunters of the Void, trained by the Dragon Kingdom, would locate the Void Realm through special means and destroy it before any invasion. Sui took a deep breath, not surprised by this outcome. The permanent evolution of an ability's level was unheard of. After awakening an ability, its effects might improve with one's level, but its fundamental level was determined at awakening and could not be changed. This effect of survival of the fittest had never been recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's database. And what about the third effect, prodigy? Sui asked calmly. The spirit's eyes lit up with amazement. Prodigy allows you to awaken and comprehend new level abilities after meeting specific conditions. This means, in theory, you can master countless level abilities. Currently, to comprehend a new level ability, you need to. Suddenly, the spirit seemed to notice something and froze, his expression turning peculiar. Sui frowned, feeling annoyed. The sudden halt in Hu Lao's words always left him uneasy. You need to personally slay a rock-level phantom beast, Hu Lao said, blinking as he revealed the condition. Suye's expression turned peculiar. He recalled encountering 2 shadow beasts today, both at the rock level. Although he had collaborated with Fong Xian to kill one, it was Fong Xian's Christmas gift that truly dealt the damage. With his current strength and his almost powerless repair hand ability, killing a phantom beast alone seemed impossible. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Although natural selection was an SS-level ability and appeared powerful, he could only utilize its second effect, shedding mortality, for now. The other 2 effects were completely inaccessible to him at this stage. Hu Lao calmly added, by the way, the second effect of your ability, shedding mortality, has different cooldown periods based on the upgrade level. Upgrading to clevel and upgrading to SS level require entirely different cooldown times. Since you previously upgraded the repair hand to SS level to repair my true form, this means that your next use of shedding mortality is at least a month away. Su Ye's mouth twitched, filled with speechlessness. Did this mean that for an entire month, natural selection was utterly useless? There is actually another way to reset the cooldown time for shedding mortality, Hu Lao mentioned. Oh, what way? Su Ye's expression showed a hint of anticipation as he looked at Hu Lao. As long as you can successfully unlock the third effect, prodigy, you can reset the cooldown for shedding mortality. You might as well just keep quiet. Suyi rolled his eyes at Hu Lao's seemingly useless suggestion and promptly placed the lid back on the pot. The scene shifted to a rented apartment. Fong Xian's eyelashes fluttered as she finally opened her eyes. Oh, Xian Jia is awake. Guoyan, who had been sitting idly by the bed, noticed Fong Xian's movement and excitedly announced. As soon as he spoke, 2 figures rushed in through the door and quickly approached the bed. Xiaoyan, sisterly and senior? Fong Xian looked ahead in confusion, her mind still a bit foggy, as she supported herself to sit up. She massaged her temples, her last memory lingering on pushing Su Yi away as she was struck by the second shadow beast. That second shadow beast, we've already killed it, Guoyan said with a cheerful smile, making a V sign. By the way, there was a high school student next to me at that time. Fong Xian suddenly recalled, a look of concern crossing her face as she quickly asked. As a hunter from Longxia Academy, failing to protect civilians was a serious dereliction of duty. Oh, him? Don't worry, he's fine. Guoyan shrugged, slightly exasperated. He tricked Senior into thinking he was going to take care of you. But then he ran off while we were collecting materials. Humph. Xiaoli scoffed coldly, her expression full of disdain. A man who only knows how to run away. Run away. Fong Xian gave a wry smile, her mind racing through various scenes. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast. So, you didn't hunt that shadow beast alone. Chao Sha's eyes gleamed with interest. He had many questions about the events of last night. A high school student who had just awakened his abilities on Awakening Day was able to help Fong Xian hunt a rock-level shadow beast. He was intensely curious about Su Yi. Moreover, Fong Xian looked down at her clothes, an odd expression in her eyes. I don't think he left directly either. She pointed to her clothes and looked at the three people by her bed. My clothes are new. Xiaoli tilted her head in confusion, closely examining Fong Xian's pristine JK uniform that looked as good as new. Fong Xian glanced down at her outfit, a peculiar glint in her eyes. She recalled the fierce battle moments ago, where the shadow beast's multiple attacks should have shredded her clothes, yet they were now intact, as if untouched by combat. I think that guy used his ability to restore my clothes, Fong Xian mused. Chao Sha rubbed his chin, a spark of interest in his eyes. Could his ability be the Shrank River of Reversal? That's a time-space manipulation ability, and with proper training, it has limitless potential. Fong Xian shook her head, her expression strange. She remembered the scene when Su Yi used his ability and the energy fluctuations she sensed. If I'm not mistaken, his ability is the Drank Repair Hand. What? Guoyin asked in disbelief, eyes wide. A newly awakened Drank ability managed to help you kill a rock-level shadow beast? Chao Sha's curiosity deepened. He explained, Drank abilities aren't the weakest. With an increase in level in the user's development, they can rival Shrank abilities. But I've never heard of a high school student, newly awakened with a Drank ability, aiding Fong Xian in killing a shadow beast. I'm growing more interested in this guy. Chao Sha smiled slightly and continued. For this mission, the principal mentioned that if we encounter talented high school students, we could offer them admission without an exam. Guoyin tilted his head in confusion. Didn't the principal want you to find Shrank Awakeners? Battling the void demons can't just be measured by ability rank, Chao Sha responded calmly. Real combat ability is more crucial than so-called talent. From my perspective, that kid has potential. Fong Xian, later, tell me the details of the battle. I want to know how he helped you defeat the shadow beast. At that moment, Xia Li, who had been silent, spoke up with a cool voice. Let's set aside the high school student matter for now. She showed her phone screen. The school's tech department just sent news that the appearance of 2 shadow beasts in Jean City wasn't a random event. She read out calmly. A week ago, the entire Hunting Void Squad 38 was wiped out while suppressing the Void Realm. They severely injured a mountain-level Void Demon at the cost of their lives. That Void Demon has left the Void Realm and entered the Dragon Nation. Additionally, due to the Void Realm's instability, 2 Shadow Beasts and a rock-level Steel Wolf also left with the Void Demon. You mean the 2 Shadow Beasts we encountered came from the Void Realm? Fong Xian asked in shock, clearly taken aback by the news. Guoyin quickly connected the dots, his expression shifting. If Shadow Beasts are in Jean City, it means that injured Void Demon is likely hiding in Jean City. Chao Sha concluded with a flash of determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Hu Lao, Su Ye's consciousness flowed back like a tide, returning to his body. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, his mind a whirlwind of complex thoughts. He had just gathered a wealth of information from the Julie Pod, a precious artifact that not only contained a world within but also absorbed souls, irresistibly attracting the shadow beasts. Recalling the scene of the 2 shadow beasts charging at him, Su Yi shuddered. Fortunately, after absorbing the souls of the 2 shadow beasts, the spirit of the Julie Pod, known as Hu Lao, had awakened and concealed its aura. Su Yi felt a little relieved, knowing that he wouldn't be pursued by the shadow beasts for the time being. As the tension faded, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The massive influx of information in such a short time had nearly overloaded his brain. Whatever, I need to sleep, Su Yi muttered to himself, turning over and lying on the bed, casually placing the Julie pot on the bedside table. Within minutes, he fell into a deep sleep. That night, Su Yi, who hadn't dreamt in a long time, found himself revisiting a recurring scene, not so much a dream as a deeply ingrained memory. In the dream, Su Yi sat on a swing in a dilapidated park alongside a girl. The girl beamed brightly, swinging with gusto, her long hair flowing in the sunlight, making her seem radiant. In contrast, Su Yi appeared weary, lazily swaying like an old man. Su Yi, thanks for earlier. The girl suddenly leaped off the swing, arms outstretched for balance, smiling at him. Ah, it was nothing, Su Yi yawned, appearing indifferent. The girl pouted, displeased. Why do you always look so world-weary, with no spirit at all? Huh? Su Yi chuckled awkwardly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. If you suddenly found yourself in a strange world, you'd be just as world-weary as I am. A strange world. The girl tilted her head, puzzled. Nothing, just talking nonsense, Su Yi replied evasively, his gaze wandering. The girl sat back on the swing, curious. Don't you have any dreams? Dreams? Su Yi squinted, looking ahead with disinterest. Only children with no grasp of reality have dreams. The girl remained unfazed, her smile as bright as ever. Ha! You're so pessimistic. She gently swayed on the swing, her eyes sparkling in the sunlight. I've had a dream since I was a child. Oh, what's your dream? Sui asked. Her long hair danced in the air as she basked in the sunlight, her smile pure and radiant. I hope to become an awakened one on the awakening day in 3 years. Then, I'll join the Awakened Academy, strive to become a void hunter, and fight to eradicate the void demons, to protect our nation and all its people. When Sui opened his eyes, sunlight was already streaming into the room, and the clock showed it was past 8. He sat up, his mind still echoing with a dream from 3 years ago, the words of a young girl lingering in his ears. A hunter of the void, such a boring dream. Shaking his head, Sui quickly got ready and returned to his desk. Last night's battle had left him exhausted, and he had yet to organize many crucial pieces of information. Placing his thumbs lightly against his brow to form a triangular void, he closed his eyes. This habitual action always helped calm his thoughts. In his mind, every detail of the previous night's battle was vividly clear. Sui began to analyze. The effective range of the repairing hand is about 10 meters. Beyond this distance, it can only use energy to repair the object itself. Within 10 meters, damaged parts can be connected through energy, using my palm as the origin for attraction. He continued thinking. Fong Xian's Christmas gift ability seems to turn touched objects into bombs. Our strategy was for her to throw half the pebbles first. Then I would use the repairing hand to retrieve them, releasing the ability as they pass through the shadow beast's belly, blowing it open. This shows that different abilities can be combined rather than cancel each other out. Suye's mind was like an orderly library, quickly categorizing and organizing this information. For him, this ongoing reflection and summarization were crucial for survival in this dangerous world. Once finished, Suyi stretched and stood up. He took out the Julie pot from his pocket, gently placed it on the desk, and tapped the lid. However, there was no reaction from the pot. Was that old guy lying to me? Suyi frowned, looking down at the still Julie pot. After a moment of silence, he suddenly grabbed the pot and shouted into its mouth, "Pot old man, come out." With a loud boom, a cloud of mist burst from the pot's mouth. The pot old man appeared, looking flustered and still a bit sleepy. He glanced around cautiously, hands protectively in front of his chest in a defensive posture, nervously asking, "What's going on? Is it the end of the world?" A few seconds later, the pot old man finally recognized Su Yi and let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's just you, my young friend. Next time, could you not shout into the pot? My ears are about to explode." He yawned, gradually calming down. Su Yi looked speechlessly at the unreliable spirit, sarcastically remarking, "Is this what you meant by tapping the pot to summon you?" The pot old man coughed awkwardly. Hu Lao's old face instantly turned bright red, awkwardly stroking his beard as his eyes darted around. He stammered out an explanation. "I must have dozed off, didn't hear." Su Yi raised an eyebrow and questioned, "A spirit like you needs to sleep?" Hu Lao grew increasingly uneasy and quickly cleared his throat to change the subject. "So, young friend, you called me out for a reason?" Su Yi got straight to the point. "Tell me again about the refining function of the Julie pot that you didn't finish explaining yesterday." Hu Lao blinked and gathered his thoughts. One of the remaining functions of the Julie pot is refining. However, due to damage to the pot, the refining function is incomplete. If you can find an object with energy and use the soul of a phantom beast as a binder, I can activate the refining function. In today's terms, what the Julie pot can refine should be called Ju treasure. Suyi raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, "So, as long as I find something with energy, you can refine a Ju treasure, right?" Hu Lao hastily added, "The Julie pot is currently low on power. If the refining material lacks energy, it can at best produce an incomplete Ju treasure, which is almost useless. For you, young friend, such a thing would be no better than scrap metal." Suye's eyes glinted, unfazed by the limitation. He continued to ask, "What kind of objects are more likely to hold energy?" "In theory, the longer an object has been stored, the more likely it is to contain energy," Hu Lao explained. Having gathered the information he needed, Suyi promptly closed the lid, pocketing the Julie pot. "Hey, young friend, where are you going?" Hu Lao's muffled voice came from within the pot. "The antique street," Suyi replied without looking back, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. "I want to test the ability characteristics of the repair hand." The scene shifts to a rented apartment. Chao Sha, Guoyan, and 2 others stayed up all night, eyes red from poring over various documents. Before them lay a map of Jin City covered in scribbles. Chao Sha stared intently at the map and asked, "What's the word from the tech department?" Guoyan, exhausted, glanced at his phone and reported, "Based on the site investigation and analysis, that Phantom Demon's ability falls under the category of mental influence. Although Hunting Squad 38 was completely wiped out, they inflicted severe damage on it. Judging from the energy traces, it's seriously injured and must replenish energy quickly to recover. And it's been on the run for a full 8 days now. Since 2 shadow beasts appeared in Jin City, there's a 90 chance it's still here, lacking the strength to flee elsewhere," Guoyan added. Hearing this, a chilling gleam intensified in Chao Sha's eyes. "Humph. For a phantom demon, The most efficient way to restore energy is to hunt awakened ones. If I'm not mistaken, those two shadow beasts were intentionally released to scout the distribution of awakened ones in Gene City. For it, time is life. This means it will definitely launch an attack soon, hunting awakened ones to heal itself. The vastness of Gene City left Fong Xian deeply troubled. She sat cross-legged on the bed, her brow furrowed. Although her injuries had mostly healed, she couldn't shake off the unease in her heart. How can we be sure where he plans to attack? She asked worriedly. Xia Li's voice remained cold as she unemotionally laid out the situation. Ever since the city guardian, by Mian, died 3 years ago, there hasn't been a new guardian in Jin City. Currently, there are only 4 of us above the Yin level who can move freely in the entire city. She paused. It's a Shan-level demon, accompanied by a Yin-level storm wolf. The other demon hunters have fixed tasks, and reassigning them would leave gaps in our defenses. Fong Xian pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, drawing out her words in a complaint. So, how exactly are we supposed to locate the demon? Unless it shows itself, finding it in the entire Gene City is like searching for a needle in a haystack. After a long silence, Cao Sha suddenly spoke, his words like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, illuminating everyone's thoughts. Let's think from another angle. Since we can't locate the demon, let's predict where it might go. It needs to absorb a lot of energy from awakened ones to heal its wounds, so it might attack places where they gather. Guoyan's eyes lit up, and he quickly operated his phone. If that's the case, he pulled up a map. There are 6 events and gathering places in the city over the next 2 days, but these are mostly filled with ordinary people and average awakened ones. Cao Sha shook his head and added, "Don't forget, the awakening day just passed. The graduation ceremony times for awakened students from different high schools vary. Besides today's public holiday, there are 10 high schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow." He quickly marked 10 red dots on the map. These places will gather a large number of high-quality awakened ones, making them the best targets for the demon. Xia Li's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, and she murmured, "Indeed. Our task is to analyze and determine the potential attack site before tomorrow, thereby finding its hiding place." Guo Yin analyzed quietly. Based on past data, the awakened ones from Jin City's first high school are of the highest quality. The demon is likely to attack there. However, Xiali interrupted his speculation coldly. The demon's intelligence is on par with humans. What if it anticipates our search near the first high school and deliberately chooses a more distant school? Fong Xian couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing this. Li Jia makes a lot of sense. Fong Xian nodded in agreement, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze swept across everyone in the room, finally resting on Xiali. The farthest from Yizhong is the 5th high school in the south of the city. If we intercept there, we might actually catch him. Fong Xian's voice carried a hint of excitement. However, Xiali was not convinced. He calmly countered, "What if he anticipates this move and attacks other schools in the city instead? By the time we rush back from the south, it might already be too late." Fong Xian was momentarily stunned but quickly realized the logic, her mouth twitching as she looked at Xiali. "Hey, aren't you just arguing for the sake of it? If we follow your logic, we'll end up going in circles." Cao Sha, observing the situation, spoke up calmly to explain Xiali's point. Xiali means that we cannot rely solely on guessing the opponent's thoughts to determine the attack location. To truly understand their intent, we should focus on more objective clues. Fong Xian, you need to think more critically instead of just acting on battle instincts. Fong Xian pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered, "Can't we just postpone these high school graduation ceremonies? Maybe only 1 or 2 schools per day, so we can defend better." Guoyan chuckled dryly and glanced at Fong Xian. "Sister Xian, you really should think this through. If we do that, the virtual demon will become suspicious. It could simply target other areas away from the schools. Not only would we expose our position, but we'd also be at a disadvantage." "What? You're calling me dumb too?" Fong Xian, her cheeks flushed, angrily punched Guoyan. She abruptly stood up and stormed out. "Fine. You guys handle the thinking. I'm going out to get breakfast." Fong Xian left the apartment, her mind filled with frustration. She had thought this outing would be a routine demon hunting mission, but a virtual demon had escaped into the real world. This was completely different from fighting in the virtual realm. The demon could attack civilians at any moment, and they were left trying to predict its next move. As she pondered, Su Ye's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She muttered to herself, "That guy seems pretty smart. With his brain, he might be able to deduce the virtual demon's attack point. And the senior is interested in him too." While she was mumbling, a familiar figure caught her eye in her peripheral vision, strolling leisurely along the street with a piece of bread in his mouth. "That guy looks just like the high school student from yesterday." "Wait, what?" Fong Xian's eyes widened as she recognized the familiar face. She wouldn't mistake it. Boom. In the next moment, she launched herself off the ground like an arrow, dashing towards the figure. "What the heck?" Su Yi seemed to sense something, turned his head, and almost dropped the bread from his mouth. Startled, he quickly grabbed the bread and dashed off. At this moment, Su Yi was internally lamenting his luck. He was just heading out to the antique street. But how did he end up running into this not-so-bright JK girl again? If she caught up, he'd likely get dragged into some kind of trouble. Su Yi swiftly navigated through the alleyways, using his familiarity with the area to make a few quick turns, and soon, Fong Xian was nowhere in sight. He glanced back at the empty path and finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Good thing she's not the sharpest. At this rate, she'll never catch me. Boom. A gust of wind whooshed above his head. Su Ye's expression froze, and he turned around in disbelief. Boom. With a resounding crash, Fong Xian descended from above, landing with such force that the ground beneath her cracked. She glared at Su Yi with a fierce look, resembling a delinquent girl. Who did you just say isn't the sharpest? Who are you, sister? Su Yi asked, a puzzled expression on his face as he squinted at Fong Xian, who was glaring at him angrily. A flash of anger crossed Fong Xian's eyes, and her knuckles cracked slightly. Are you pretending with me, kid? She said, advancing on Su Yi with determined, threatening steps. Su Yi blinked his innocent big eyes, wearing an earnest expression as he tried to explain. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. I actually have a twin brother. Fong Xian let out a cold laugh and retorted, then why did you run when you saw me? Without missing a beat, Su Yi replied, I'm the sprint champion at school. My legs just suddenly felt itchy, and I had the urge to run a few steps. Fong Xian narrowed her eyes, her tone threatening. If you say one more word of nonsense, do you believe I can raise your hairline by 3 centimeters? Hearing this, Su Ye's face turned pale, as if envisioning his bald future. He quickly bowed his head, admitting fault with a trembling voice. Please have mercy, warrior. Fong Xian didn't waste any more words. She stepped forward and deftly trapped Su Ye's head under her arm. Come quietly with me. I have something to ask you, she said in a tone that brooked no argument. Su Ye's eyelid twitched, and he shrugged helplessly. Knowing he couldn't escape, he endured the soft sensation bouncing against his head as Fong Xian led him forward. Where are we going to talk? Su Yi asked cautiously. Fong Xian glanced around casually and pointed to a nearby breakfast stall. That breakfast stall will do. She dragged Su Yi over without hesitation. Fong Xian sat down boldly on a chair and called out, Boss, 3 bowls of tofu pudding and 6 churros. Su Yi blinked and meekly said, 1 bowl is actually enough? I can't eat that much. Fong Xian shot him a glance and turned to the owner. Make it 4 bowls of tofu pudding and add 2 more churros. Su Yi sighed helplessly, resigning himself to his fate. Moments later, the stall owner brought over a large tray, placing 4 bowls of tofu pudding and churros on the table. Fong Xian swiftly pulled 3 bowls in front of her and began eating voraciously. Su Yi absent-mindedly took a couple of bites, his eyes wandering as if searching for an escape route. With her mouth full, Fong Xian mumbled, I advise you not to think about running away. She swallowed a large mouthful of tofu pudding and continued, My ability range is 25 meters, so you can run 20 meters first, no problem. Su Yi internally criticized, Is it really okay to just reveal your ability like that? But he abandoned the idea of escape, watching Fong Xian devour her food across from him with wary eyes. Fong Xian seemed to read Su Ye's mind and casually said, What does it matter? You figured out the range last night, didn't you? Su Ye's eyelid twitched, instinctively trying to brush it off. I'm not actually that clever. Fong Xian bit off a piece of chuo, locking eyes with Su Yi, her tone calm yet oppressive. That wasn't a question, it was a statement. Su Yi felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, a chill running from his feet to his scalp. Fong Xian's intuition was frighteningly accurate, leaving him no room to hide. Before Su Yi could respond, Fong Xian spoke again, her tone commanding and leaving no room for refusal. Tell me your analysis of my ability from last night. Her expression seemed to threaten to peel Su Ye's scalp. Su Yi felt his scalp tingle and, after a moment's hesitation, began to speak honestly. Your ability should be to turn objects you've touched into bombs. The destructive power is similar to a grenade, and the range varies depending on the object size. At any given time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs and detonate them individually. If you choose to create a new bomb, it will replace the first one. Su Ye's gaze was sharp as a knife, precisely identifying the core of Fong Xian's ability. I estimate your range is between 23 to 26 meters, not quite pinpointed at 25. But before you use your ability, you always snap your fingers. Is that just for show, or is it a limitation of your power? Fong Xian remained outwardly calm, though internally, she was taken aback. She had anticipated that Su Yi might have some guesses about her ability, but she hadn't expected his deductions to be so close to the truth. She elegantly wiped her mouth, set down her empty bowl of tofu pudding, and smiled mysteriously. Snapping my fingers is indeed a necessary condition for me to activate my ability. As you might know from Awakening Day, abilities between D-level and S-level come with side effects or limitations. My A-level ability, Christmas Gift, is no exception. She paused, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Aside from that, Your understanding of my ability is almost spot on. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Fong Xian looked at Su Yi as if appraising a rare treasure, her gaze making him shiver and tense with caution. You do have a sharp mind, Fong Xian said, withdrawing her gaze and starting on her second bowl of tofu pudding and the remaining dough sticks. I happen to need some help analyzing a situation. If you can make sense of it, we'll call yesterday's incident even. Su Yi recalled the blue and white stripes, mumbling awkwardly. It's not like I meant to see that. A sudden, intense killing intent locked onto him. Su Yi froze, quickly forcing a smile. Please, tell me. If there's anything I can do to help, I won't hold back. Fong Xian rolled her eyes, but went on to detail the situation and their current predicament to Su Yi. Although the news of the lurking virtual demons in the city wasn't meant for ordinary people, she trusted Su Ye's intelligence and judgment. More importantly, as a high school student, he was likely well-versed in the dynamics between different schools. Initially, Su Yi listened indifferently, but the mention of virtual demons snapped him to attention, and he listened intently to the entire story. Fong Xian spoke as she ate, now onto her third bowl of tofu pudding, with only 2 dough sticks left. After listening, Su Yi fell into deep thought, interlacing his fingers against his brow in his usual thinking pose. A moment later, he spoke slowly. So, you're trying to figure out which school the virtual demons might target, right? Exactly, Fong Xian replied, her words muffled by food. Do you have any ideas? Su Yi spread his hands and shrugged, answering casually. If I were them, there's a 90% chance I'd choose third high school. There's a 90 chance? Fong Xian looked at Su Yi in disbelief. They had just been analyzing the situation in their rented apartment and were still puzzled. Yet Su Yi made such a confident judgment based solely on her description, which was truly surprising. Su Yi didn't keep her in suspense. As he explained, he skillfully operated his phone, opening the city map to show Fong Xian. Chao Sha's analysis is correct. He pointed at the map. If the phantom demon, as you described, needs to hunt awakened ones to recover, it will definitely act during the graduation ceremonies at the schools. His finger moved across the screen, pointing out the 10 schools holding graduation ceremonies tomorrow. First high school, second high school, and the experimental high school are in the city center. Third, sixth, and 12th high schools are in the western part of the city, while the rest are in the east and south. Su Yi deftly zoomed out the map and used the drawing function to eliminate 4 schools. Let's rule out these 4 first, he explained. The 2 in the east are in remote locations with sparse populations, and the quality of awakened ones there is generally low. It would be easier for it to just choose a random plaza. The 5th and 7th high schools in the south are too far away and lack bustling areas nearby, making the environment quite open. Fong Xian frowned at the map, puzzled. Wouldn't choosing those 2 schools in the south be better? It could escape right after hunting. Su Yi calmly countered. With your abilities, can you sense the energy fluctuations as soon as it starts hunting? Of course, Fong Xian affirmed. Then, Su Yi continued. How long would it take for you to reach the south once you sense the energy fluctuations? About half an hour, Fong Xian estimated. Su Yi tapped the table lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. In half an hour, it has to hunt awakened ones, prepare to escape, and deal with you. Once it appears, it would be quickly located and hard to escape. Fong Xian was still a bit confused. But wouldn't the situation be the same at other schools? Su Yi patiently explained. As I mentioned, the 2 schools in the south lack nearby bustling areas. If it attacks schools in the city center and then escapes into a busy area, what would you do? Fong Xian suddenly understood. We'd be restrained, making it difficult to pursue. Exactly, Su Yi nodded. What seems like a remote advantage is actually a trap, confining it in place. He continued his analysis. The 3 high schools in the city center have advantageous geographical locations and better resources in terms of staff and students. This means there will be more college recruiters at the graduation ceremonies, some of whom may be capable awakened ones. Plus, awakened ones from nearby government departments can quickly provide support. If it chooses to attack high schools in the city center, it will end up in a predicament. So, Su Yi concluded, it can only choose the 3 schools in the west. These schools are not far from each other and are surrounded by bustling areas. The most central one, third high school, is well-connected and accessible in all directions. If I were it, I'd most likely choose to launch the attack from this school. Su Yi took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, as if searching for an important clue. He spoke steadily. If we conduct a radial search centered around number 3 high school, we might be able to track the phantom demon. After saying this, he caught his breath and added, by the way, I'm a student at number 3 high school. Fong Xian was initially intrigued, finding Su Ye's analysis logical. However, upon hearing his last sentence, she furrowed her eyebrows suspiciously and questioned, You're not trying to trick us into protecting you near your school, are you? Su Yi squinted slightly at her words, drawing out his response. How could that be? He looked directly at Fong Xian, with a hint of sarcasm, saying, You're judging others by your own standards. It seems you're quite accurate in assessing your own character. Huh. Suyi put away his phone, letting out a small snort, and continued to explain. There's another important reason for my judgment. We encountered those two shadow beasts in the old district. If, as you said, those shadow beasts were released by the phantom demon, then it's highly likely that he's lurking near the old district. And the closest high schools to the old district are these 3 schools in the west of the city. Fong Xian listened and suddenly understood, unconsciously touching her chin. She thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Just the appearance of shadow beasts in the old district alone isn't enough to draw this conclusion. But combined with your earlier analysis and the location where we encountered the shadow beasts last night, it becomes significant evidence." As she spoke, she stuffed the last piece of fried dough stick into her mouth, patting her stomach contentedly. "I'll report all your analysis to the senior. If your deduction is correct, as long as we thoroughly inspect all potential locations in the west of the city by tomorrow, we can prevent him from launching an attack on the school." Suye's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked directly at Fong Xian, asking, "Since I've already helped you analyze this situation, can you answer a few questions for me?" Fong Xian readily replied, "Of course, you deserve that." Suyi immediately asked the question that concerned him most. "I want to know if abilities have levels, and what the criteria for evaluation are." Fong Xian raised an eyebrow with a smile and explained leisurely, "The level of an ability is fixed upon awakening and cannot be improved. However, an awakened person can enhance the effect and range of their ability by raising their energy state. As long as the energy is strong enough, even a level ability can have powerful effects." She continued to elaborate. "Based on years of national measurement and evaluation, we roughly categorize energy into 6 realms. The first realm is the stone realm, where energy accumulates within like scattered stones, sparse and dispersed. The second realm is the rock realm, where energy gathers and is compact like a pile of pebbles. The third realm is the mountain realm, where energy is like countless rocks forming a mountain, tall and solid. The fourth realm is the peak realm, where energy is akin to peaks formed from mountains, majestic and dense. The fifth realm is the ridge realm, where energy resembles a range of peaks forming ridges, continuous and unending. Above these 5 realms is the most powerful 6th realm, Kunlun, signifying that one's energy is akin to the legendary Kunlun mountain, boundless and ethereal, symbolizing infinity. Suyi heard about the energy ranking system for the first time. With a slight frown, he pondered for a moment before asking, "How long does it typically take to reach the rock rank?" Fong Xian gave a mysterious smile and replied, "It could take a few months, or even longer." She didn't finish her sentence, but Suyi picked up on her implication. "I see," Suyi said, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "Only those who reach the rock rank are eligible to become void hunters. Most awakeners linger in the stone rank for a long time." Fong Xian nodded approvingly. "You catch on quickly. However, there are exceptions," she added. "If an awakener performs exceptionally well in the stone rank or possesses abilities above level, they may join the void hunting team early and become a void hunter." Suyi seized the opportunity to ask, "So, how is a typical void hunting team composed?" Fong Xian explained without reservation. "Currently, there are 10 Awakener academies in the country qualified to form void hunting teams. Each academy has 10 teams, numbered according to the academy's rank. So, there are a total of 100 void hunting teams in Longhua." She paused briefly before continuing. "Each team is usually led by a mountain rank captain, with 3 to 5 rock rank members assisting. The team composition considers the complementary abilities of its members to ensure tight cooperation. Our team, Void Hunting Team 5, is one of those from Longxia Academy." After speaking, Fong Xian looked at Suyi meaningfully. "Do you have any other questions?" Suyi calmly replied, "Not at the moment." He had gained a new perspective on the strength of rock rank virtual beasts. Suddenly, Fong Xian blinked and looked directly into Suyi's eyes. "Well, I do have something to ask you." "I refuse," Suyi responded almost instantly, not even lifting his eyelids. Fong Xian was taken aback and pouted in discontent. "Hey, I haven't even asked yet." Suyi wore a lazy expression. "You want to invite me to join Longxia Academy, don't you?" "You can tell." Fong Xian widened her eyes in surprise. "And why would you refuse? Longxia Academy is the top-ranked Awakener Academy. Everyone's eager to get in. Why would you decline? If you want, I can have a senior recommend you for admission without an exam." Suyi calmly replied. "The tallest tree catches the wind. Joining Longxia Academy might not be a good thing. The high rewards come with high risks. From what I know, the injury and death rate of Longxiao Academy's Awakeners is among the top 3. Plus, the Council of Void Demons especially likes to target Longxiao Academy students." Fong Xian's eyes filled with curiosity. "You even know about the Council of Void Demons?" Suyi casually explained. "It's just an organization formed by lackeys of the Void Demons, targeting Awakeners and coercing them to join the Council and serve the Void Demons." Fong Xian grew increasingly puzzled. Since meeting Suyi yesterday, she felt this high school student was shrouded in mystery. The information he casually mentioned far exceeded what an ordinary awakener should know. The matter of the Void Council was what he stumbled upon back then. Suyi spoke with a subtle hint of pride and a sly glint in his eyes. A genius like me, once I show my talents, it's only natural I'd get noticed quickly. Fong Xian couldn't help but squint at his self-aggrandizing words, her mouth twitching slightly. She thought to herself, I've never seen someone so narcissistic. Just yesterday, he was pretending to be an ordinary high school student, and today his true colors are revealed. Suyi seemed to sense Fong Xian's disapproval. He downed his bowl of tofu pudding and stood up from the breakfast stall. His expression suddenly turned cold, as if he had become a different person, making Fong Xian feel quite unfamiliar with him. And there's another reason, Suyi said, his voice as icy as his demeanor. I really dislike the Void Hunters. To me, they're just a group of people gathered for fame and personal desires. You enjoy privileges above the awakened, yet can't fulfill your duties. Frankly, I don't see any benefit in joining such an organization. Fong Xian couldn't accept someone insulting the Void Hunters like that, and was instantly filled with rage. She slammed the table, and the chair screeched against the ground. Hey, what are you saying? Her voice trembled with anger. We fight against the Void demons to protect people. Do you even know how many Void Hunters die each year because of this battle? Suye's voice rose, showing a flicker of emotion. Using those you should protect as bait to kill Void beasts and gain accolades, does that count as protecting people? He locked eyes with Fong Xian, their argument drawing the attention of nearby diners. Realizing his outburst, Suyi quickly reined in his emotions, resuming his indifferent and lazy demeanor. Sorry, he said, his tone calm again. I've already told you what you wanted to know. I'm just a selfish person who looks out for myself. So I won't join Longxia Academy. I just want to be a regular awakened quietly. I hope this is the last time we meet. Thanks for the breakfast. With that, Suyi nodded slightly and turned to leave. Fong Xian stood there, her chest heaving with anger. To her, being a Void Hunter was a lifelong dream, a sacred pursuit worth any sacrifice. Yet this mere high schooler dared to disparage the Void Hunters. Fong Xian chased after Suyi, calling out with unwavering determination. Void Hunters aren't the selfish people you claim. Protecting people and hunting Void beasts is our duty. Suyi paused, responding calmly. Oh, is that so? Then I hope you find that Void demon and stop it from attacking the school within a day. We definitely will. Fong Xian declared with resolute determination in her voice. No one will be harmed by the Void demon. I'll risk my life to protect everyone. Well, that's good to hear. Suye's tone remained indifferent as he resumed walking. His apathetic attitude only fueled Fong Xian's anger. She clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms, glaring furiously at Suye's departing figure. Standing there, Fong Xian waved her fist in frustration, watching Suyi fade into the distance. She gritted her teeth and muttered, Void Hunters are not what you say they are. In a dimly lit room on the west side of Jincheng, heavy breathing echoed. On a large bed sat a man enveloped in black energy, with a dark gem embedded in his forehead, pulsating with an eerie glow as he breathed. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically. He opened his eyes abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn Void Hunters, he growled through clenched teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He quickly leaped off the bed, flipped his right palm, and a mist began to swirl, revealing the vague shadow of a fierce astral wolf. The man sneered. This astral wolf will be more than enough to keep those Void Hunters on their toes. With the mist retracted, he clenched his fist, his gaze growing even more determined. Brother, this time I'll prove myself to you. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Antique Street, Suyi took a deep breath, calming the emotional turmoil from moments ago. He shrugged, letting a casual, carefree expression return to his face as he stepped into the bustling street. As the most renowned street in the old city district of the West Side, Antique Street was already teeming with people. The stalls on either side were mostly filled with what seemed to be junk collected from who knows where, and the vendors were energetically shouting, trying to attract customers. Suyi ignored the surrounding clamor, discreetly slipping his hand into his pocket and tapping lightly. Moments later, a wisp of mist snaked up his sleeve, enveloping his ear. Can you sense anything? Suyi asked softly, his voice lost in the street's noise. Came the voice of old who from within the mist. The energy contained in such ancient objects is hard to detect through energy fluctuations. I can only sense a rough location. Try heading west and see what you find. Upon hearing the words, Suyi swiftly turned and dashed towards the west. He weaved through the stalls, his gaze sharp as lightning, searching for the treasure that the old man with the pot had mentioned. Suddenly, the old man's voice echoed in his ear, tinged with excitement. Stop. On the stall to your right, there's an ancient item imbued with energy. Though the energy isn't strong, it should suffice for your needs. Suyi immediately halted and turned his gaze to the right. He saw a middle-aged man with a sharp face and the look of a shrewd merchant, leisurely fanning himself. His stall was filled with various ancient vases, many of which had cracks that added to their antique charm. Noticing Su Ye's gaze, the stall owner brightened up and eagerly stood up to greet him. Hey there, young man. See anything you like? Everything here is a centuries-old antique with an extraordinary history. Su Yi squinted slightly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. You sure have a lot of family heirlooms. The stall owner, oblivious to Su Ye's mockery, became even more enthusiastic, picking up a few items to introduce. Look at this, a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old imperial jade vase. And this, they say, was once used by an empress from the previous dynasty. Su Yi took the so-called 500-year-old bowl and examined it closely, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He turned the bowl upside down towards the stall owner and raised an eyebrow. What does microwave safe mean on the bottom of this bowl? Did they have microwaves 500 years ago? The stall owner coughed awkwardly, quickly grabbing the bowl and tossing it aside, chuckling nervously. I must have grabbed the wrong one in a hurry. Don't worry, young man. Everything else here is genuine and worth every penny. Su Yi inwardly scoffed, not believing a word the stall owner said. Just then, the old man's voice came again. The broken sword to your right is the only item here with any energy attached. That's your target. Following the old man's guidance, Su Yi soon spotted the broken sword. The hilt was simple, the blade broken and rusted, looking quite dilapidated. Even as an antique, its condition suggested it wasn't worth much. Su Yi picked up the broken sword and examined it for a moment before asking, how much for this broken sword? The vendor's eyes gleamed with a sudden spark of opportunity. He snatched the broken sword back, clutching it to his chest, and quickly said, oh no, this isn't for sale, it's a family heirloom. I accidentally put it here, it's not for sale. Su Yi chuckled to himself, but kept a straight face. Though he wanted to buy the broken sword, he feigned indifference, shrugged, and stood up, saying calmly, since it's a family heirloom, I won't insist. With that, he turned and walked away. The vendor stood there, holding the broken sword, looking bewildered. He watched Su Ye's departing figure, thinking to himself, this isn't how I expected it to go. This isn't quite right. Hey there, buddy. Su Yi turned to leave when the vendor's voice suddenly called out, tinged with urgency. Su Yi turned back, frowning slightly, and asked in confusion, what's up? The vendor cleared his throat and held up the broken sword with both hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. His face showed a reluctant expression, and his voice trembled a little. This broken sword has been a family heirloom, but I see you're interested in it. Today, I'm willing to part with it. Just name a reasonable price, and it's yours. Su Yi squinted, scanning the vendor's face. He smirked slightly, a hint of teasing in his tone. I'm actually not that interested. Nevertheless, he pretended to be interested, walked back to the stall, and took the broken sword for a closer look. Since you're offering, name your price. The vendor's eyes lit up as if he had seized his last chance. He began to fabricate a story enthusiastically. This broken sword has been passed down in my family for 1,000 years. Today, I've met the right person to entrust it to. I feel a connection with you. For 2,000 dragon coins, I'll sell you this family treasure. Su Ye's mouth twitched, inwardly amused by the vendor's outrageous demand. Without even lifting an eyelid, he replied, here's my offer, 10 dragon coins. The vendor's eyes widened instantly, sweat beading on his forehead. Forcing a smile, his voice quivered. You couldn't even buy scrap metal for that price. How about this? I'll take a loss and give it to you for 1,000 dragon coins. No way, just 10 dragon coins. Su Yi remained firm, unmoved. The vendor grew anxious, sweat pouring down his forehead. For a treasure like this, selling it for 10 dragon coins would ruin my business. The lowest I can go is 300 dragon coins. Take it or leave it. Su Yi took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharp. He stared directly at the vendor. Some of your items are freshly unearthed, aren't they? The vendor's face changed dramatically, trying to stay calm. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Yi pointed leisurely at a few broken ceramics on the stall, his tone calm, yet imposing. This one, that one, and those. The mud on them hasn't dried, matching the damp soil on your shoes. You also have some osmanthus petals stuck to your shoes. In the past week, only the far outskirts west of the city had rain, where there's a grove of osmanthus trees. Wet soil, osmanthus petals, and these muddy ceramics only the ancient tombs in those outskirts fit these conditions. The vendor's sweat now flowed like a stream, and he swallowed nervously. Su Yi continued, you have calluses between your index and middle fingers, likely from using tools. You must have just come from a tomb and rushed here to set up your stall. The vendor's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, barely able to speak. You? What are you talking about? Sweat beads rolled down the vendor's forehead as he anxiously glanced around, fearing someone might overhear Su Ye's words. Entering a tomb without permission is indeed considered grave robbing and could lead to severe punishment. Su Yi ignored the vendor's excuses and pressed on assertively. You should know that such actions can lead to a prison sentence. However, he then shifted his tone, offering a sly smile. But don't worry, I won't report you. I'm actually interested in this broken sword. Here's the deal, 50 dragon coins, and it's yours to sell to me. Then I won't have seen anything. Confident that his mix of threats and incentives would secure the broken sword at a low price, Su Yi was taken aback when the vendor, upon hearing the offer, quickly shoved the sword into Su Ye's hands, as if afraid he might change his mind. Deal. The vendor's eyes glimmered with a hint of relief and secret joy. Noticing this unusual reaction, Su Ye's mouth twitched as he silently cursed. Damn, I still got ripped off. At that moment, the door to the apartment was flung open with a loud bang by Fong Xian, who angrily tossed the breakfast she had bought onto the table and plopped down on the bed, her face stormy. Guoyan looked up, tilting his head teasingly. Xian Jia, what's up with you? Did you step in something on your way out? You stepped in something. Fong Xian retorted, giving him a hard punch with a fierce glare. Guoyan winced, clutching his head, and looked pitifully to the side. Senior, look at Xian Jia, she's a total brute. Chao Sha yawned as he emerged from the bathroom, casually wiping water from his face, and calmly asked, Fong Xian, did something happen while you were out? Fong Xian angrily slapped the table, her tone direct. Sumo's target is the third high school. The other three froze, their expressions puzzled. Then, like a machine gun, Fong Xian rapidly recounted Su Ye's earlier analysis. Chao Sha and the others' expressions shifted from initial confusion to seriousness, finally turning to shock. When she finished, Guoyan jumped up from his chair, exclaiming in surprise, Xian Jia, did an apple fall and hit your head on your way out, making you this insightful? These analyses are so well connected. We might not be as certain as that high schooler, but we're about 70% sure that Su Mo's attack target is correct. Chao Sha's breathing quickened with excitement as he asked, Fong Xian, did you deduce this conclusion yourself? Of course it was me. Fong Xian stood with her arms crossed, pouting. But soon, all three pairs of eyes, including Xia Li's, narrowed with suspicion as they stared at her. All right, it wasn't me. Fong Xian sighed, her expression sour as she admitted. It was that high schooler from yesterday who figured it out. I just ran into him downstairs. She briefly recounted her encounter with Su Yi but omitted their conflict. That guy really is a genius. Chao Sha praised, quickly returning to the table to draw a red circle on a map around the area near the west side of the city. If his deduction is correct, that Su Mo must be hiding somewhere in this area. Guoyan, pass this conclusion to the tech department and have them review the city's surveillance in the west side. We need to identify all possible hiding spots for Su Mo today and find him. In the world within the pot, Su Yi gazed at the broken sword in his hand, which he had bought for a hefty 50 coins, with a skeptical frown. Can such a broken sword really be transformed into a precious Jew treasure after refinement? Hearing this, Hu Lao's beard twitched slightly, and a confident gleam flashed in his eyes. You underestimate the power of the Jili pot, he chuckled, stroking his beard. If the Jili pot were complete, not just Jew treasures but even elixirs, puppets, and buildings could be refined from anything you could imagine. It could even turn souls into puppets and build houses within the pot's world. Though the Jili pot is incomplete now, refining a flawed Jew treasure is still quite easy. Su Yi glanced at Hu Lao with a smirk. You make even broken things sound extraordinary, he said, waving his hand dismissively. All right, enough talk. Let's get on with the refining. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to witness how Hu Lao would refine the broken sword. Hu Lao cleared his throat, his demeanor turning solemn. With a pointed finger, the bronze broken sword rose into the air. In an instant, an exceptionally pure immortal mist emerged from the pot, swirling in the air before solidifying into the shape of a refining furnace. Guided by Hu Lao, the broken sword was swiftly drawn into the mist. With a wave of his right hand, a pale blue spiritual light shot over from afar. Su Yi immediately recognized the faint silhouette of the shadow beast from the previous day within the light, realizing it was the soul of the shadow beast consumed by the Jili pot. As the soul was absorbed into the refining furnace, the pure white immortal mist was instantly dyed blue. The furnace began to glow with a blue light, and the pot seemed to be engulfed in flames. Su Yi sat and observed quietly as time passed, and about half an hour later, the furnace abruptly ceased burning. 2 seconds later, the furnace exploded in midair, and a segment of the sword plummeted to the ground, embedding itself with a thud into the soil. Hu Lao appeared exhausted, slumped against the edge of the Jili pot, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow as he panted. That was exhausting. Have a look, my young friend. If nothing went wrong, this broken sword should now be a Jew treasure. Su Yi leapt to his feet and quickly pulled the sword from the ground. He examined it closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The once rusted and incomplete sword was now transformed, as if freshly forged. The hilt was adorned with elegant patterns, and the blade was razor-sharp, though the break was still evident. The rust was gone, leaving a mirror-like surface that clearly reflected Su Ye's handsome features. Hu Lao's voice came from nearby. The Jili pot's refining ability can't fully repair the break in the sword. Although we used the Shadow Beast's soul as a binder and successfully refined energy into the sword, making it a Jew treasure, The energy is too weak to unleash its full power. It's essentially a flawed treasure. His tone carried a hint of puzzlement, not understanding why Su Yi would bother refining something seemingly useless. However, Su Yi's expression shifted subtly, as if he had his own plans. He scrutinized the sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. The broken sword was unexpectedly heavy, only as long as a forearm, yet weighing a ton. Su Yi, lost in thought, casually asked, "Can the Ninely pot refine something without energy? I want to make a sheath for this broken sword." The old pot spirit rolled his eyes disdainfully at the question. With a wave of his right hand, several oars from afar seemed to come alive, floating to his palm. Mist enveloped the oars, which quickly began to twist and transform. Within minutes, a sheath perfectly fitting the broken sword materialized out of thin air. "This feature is way better than a 3D printer," Su Yi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He took the sheath and casually tucked it into his pocket. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, the old pot's spirit finally asked, "Young friend, what exactly are you trying to do? Haven't I mentioned it before?" Su Yi gripped the broken sword with his right hand, and in an instant, a pure white energy enveloped the blade. "I want to test the repair hand's properties." Under Su Yi's control, the repair hand began to operate. In the blink of an eye, the broken sword underwent a startling transformation. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy erupted violently from the sword. Sensing this wave, the old pot spirit's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Could it be?" Time flew by like a fleeting moment, and before long, an entire night had quietly passed. At 4:30 a.m., the night sky over a northern city in the Dragon Kingdom was still as dark as ink. On a rooftop, three figures stood side by side, silently waiting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the three turned simultaneously to look behind them. A figure in a light blue robe descended gracefully from the night sky, as silently as a butterfly. It was Cao Sha, who skillfully inserted an earpiece and spoke calmly. "The final location has been checked. According to the tech department screening, there have been suspicious individuals in the western part of the city over the past 10 days. There are 5 suspected locations where the virtual demons might be hiding. We've inspected 4. Only this last one remains." His gaze pierced through the darkness, pointing directly at a simple house below. It was in a sparsely populated urban village, where most young people had left to work elsewhere. 2 elderly people originally lived there, but about 8 days ago, they hadn't left the house since. It seemed likely they had fallen victim to the virtual demons. "Damn virtual demons," the other 3 said, their expressions suddenly serious, eyes filled with intense killing intent. "How's the setup in the mirror world?" Cao Sha asked calmly. "It's already set up," Guoyin quickly replied. "Our battle here won't affect any civilians. The coverage area is locked onto that house." Cao Sha nodded slightly, the night wind blowing his hair, revealing a pair of deep, stern eyes. "For this operation, Fang Xian will wait outside, and Guoyin and Xia Li will enter the mirror world with me to fight." Although Fang Xian was somewhat dissatisfied, she nodded obediently in agreement. "Very well, begin the operation." At Cao Sha's command, he leaped from the rooftop like a javelin, heading straight for the house below. Guoyin and Xia Li followed closely, their expressions calm as still water. Meanwhile, Fang Xian remained on the rooftop, her expression serious. She formed a triangular opening with her fingers in front of her chest. Pale red energy surged from the opening, rising at the 4 corners of the urban village, quickly forming a square, transparent barrier encompassing the area. Jubao Mirror World. In an instant, the urban village was enveloped by an invisible barrier, isolating it from the outside world. On the surface, nothing seemed different, but in reality, it had split into 2 separate spaces. No matter how intense the battle inside, it couldn't affect the surrounding buildings and residents. Fang Xian sat lightly on the edge of the rooftop, her legs dangling freely, eyes flickering with dissatisfaction. She muttered under her breath, "Humph, using my unhealed injury as an excuse to make me stand guard outside." Despite her reluctance, as a member of the 5th Squad of the Void Hunters, she had to follow the orders of their leader, Cao Sha. More importantly, after previous lessons, she knew she was responsible for preventing the mirror world from being damaged by external forces, ensuring the safety of nearby residents. Just as Fang Xian rested her chin in her hands, staring idly into the night, a sudden, urgent ringtone erupted from her chest. She quickly pulled out her phone and pressed the call button. "Hello," she began, but a young man's urgent and weary voice interrupted from the other end. "Xinjia, I finally found what you asked me to investigate. I had to spend half a day at the intelligence department to get this information." A joyful smile immediately spread across Fang Xian's face. Well done. When I get back, I'll treat you to a good meal." The young man chuckled dryly, with a hint of skepticism in his voice. I just hope you let me get a good night's sleep without waking me in the middle of the night. I've sent all the intel to your phone, check it yourself." "But Xinjia, why are you so interested in a high school kid who just turned 18? Is he my future brother-in-law or something? Beep. Fong Exine decisively hung up, glaring at the phone screen and muttering, brother-in-law, huh? Just wait until I get back and deal with you. She quickly opened the file sent by the young man and began to carefully read Su Ye's personal information. From age to life details, Fong Exine scanned through the comprehensive data until her eyes suddenly fixed on a line of dark red text at the end of the document. Survivor of the Haiqing incident, witnessed a void beast, psychological counseling completed. The timestamp on this information was conspicuously from 3 years ago. As expected, that guy encountered a void beast before. Fong Exine's expression turned serious as she immediately opened another detailed record of the Haiqing incident. A few minutes later, Fong Exine's expression became unusually heavy, with even a spark of anger in her eyes. She gripped her phone tightly, muttering to herself, no wonder he's so disappointed with the Void Hunters. 3 years ago, he went through something like this. At that moment, Fong Exine's expression abruptly changed. She looked sharply downward. Although the energy fluctuation was fleeting, she instantly recognized it as the unique energy only associated with void demons. This meant that a void demon was indeed hiding here, and her companions were already in direct confrontation with it. You've arrived, Fong Exine murmured softly, her eyes filled with vigilance and anticipation. In a slightly old-fashioned house, a man dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm as he watched Cao Sha and his 2 companions walk through the door, as if he had anticipated their arrival. An indescribable tension filled the air. Cao Sha met the man's gaze and spoke evenly. It seems you knew we would come, Shuma Yiyan. The man referred to as Yiyan slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. Yiyan? Is that the code name you've given me? It's not too bad, he said with a hint of amusement in his voice, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Guiyin and Xia Li had quietly surrounded him. However, your statement isn't entirely accurate. He continued, looking directly at Cao Sha. It's not that I knew you would come, but that I was prepared for the possibility. Finding this place shows you aren't entirely foolish. Cao Sha remained unfazed and retorted, if you're so good at preparing, why are you in this situation? At these words, a flicker of annoyance crossed Yiyan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It's common for plans to have minor deviations, he replied with a slight snort. If you look at the results, those virtual hunters have all been eliminated by me. Their tragic end is still vivid in my mind. As he spoke, his expression turned somewhat cruel. Cao Sha's expression darkened instantly. With a flick of his right hand, a tang sword appeared in his palm. You shouldn't insult them, he said, as a fierce aura emanated from him, causing the dim light in the room to flicker. I don't care what preparations you've made. Your fate today is sealed, you will die here. Yiyan unhurriedly extended his right hand, making a gesture of invitation, his face bearing a half-smile. I'll be watching, he said. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark, inky energy surged from his body, enveloping the entire room like a smoke bomb. The scene suddenly shifted. As the alarm clock rang at 7, Su Yi, unusually, did not linger in bed but swiftly sat up. Today was the graduation ceremony, a day of great significance for every awakened one, and even the typically laid-back Su Yi didn't want to be late. He quickly washed up, then left the house with a piece of bread in his mouth, still showing a hint of laziness. As Su Yi departed, a figure hidden behind a tree stiffened and quickly dialed a phone number. Boss, Su Yi has left the house, came a gruff voice on the other end. What is he wearing? The figure behind the tree glanced up and immediately replied. He's wearing a white shirt and black pants. Damn it. Anyone on the street could be wearing a white shirt and black pants. How am I supposed to recognize him? The voice on the phone was filled with impatience. The person being scolded looked ashamed, furrowing his brow in thought. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face. Oh right, there's something very noticeable on him that makes him easy to identify. What is it? He's wearing a red armband on his left arm. In a narrow alley, a burly young man stood atop a trash can. Despite wearing a school uniform, his broad shoulders and muscular build seemed beyond his years. He had just put down his phone and was scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Today, a conspicuous red armband was strapped around his left arm, seemingly a symbol of some sort of authority. Keep your eyes peeled, don't let anyone slip by, he commanded in a deep voice. Yes, boss, responded over 30 students around him in unison, their eyes alight with a thirst for revenge and a palpable energy in their stance. This was the only route Su Yi could take to reach the 3rd high school. The boss clenched his fist, his voice brimming with long-suppressed anger. After today's graduation ceremony, it'll be nearly impossible to catch him at school again. Over the past 3 years, how much have we suffered because of Su Yi? We've been kicked into wells, mistaken for leaflet distributors by the police, and even bitten by dogs from the market. He waved his fist passionately, his voice rising. To take him down, we victims formed the Su Elimination Alliance, and today is our day. This is our last chance for revenge. Yeah, the students around him shouted, raising their fists in the air, their faces etched with fury. Just then, An elderly janitor pushing a garbage cart interrupted their fervent rally with impatience. Hey, move aside. I need to collect the trash. The boss, who had been exuding intimidation, immediately jumped down from the trash can, his demeanor shifting instantly as he bowed respectfully. Sorry, sir. This sudden change left his followers grumbling internally, surprised by his dual nature. The boss quickly regained his composure and turned back to his companions. So, as I was saying, this is our last chance. We must get our revenge today. However, a disdainful scoff interrupted his speech. Everyone turned to glare, realizing it was the janitor who had made the sound. Sir, what do you mean by that? The boss asked, his expression darkening. The janitor tossed a trash bag into his cart, crossed his arms, and assumed a sage-like posture. You kids nowadays lack cohesion. Back in my day, we fought for loyalty with hundreds from other schools. Now that was something to behold. Kids like you, without any unity, wouldn't even count as foot soldiers back then. Hearing this, the initially disgruntled crowd now looked at him with admiration. The boss quickly bowed. Please, enlighten us, sir. The janitor looked down calmly, like a wise hermit, and said, cohesion is about uniting everyone into a single force. Without a decent symbol, how can you have cohesion? In my day, even the underlings, except the leaders, sported shaved heads in fights. A symbol. The boss frowned in thought, then suddenly realized, you're right. We do need something to distinguish our members. If Suyi brings reinforcements, we'll be in trouble. At that moment, the janitor casually tossed a plastic bag in front of the boss. He looked up and saw that the elderly sanitation worker pushing the garbage cart was already walking away. The leader bent down to pick up a plastic bag from the ground, and his eyes lit. It was filled with unopened yellow armbands. Everyone, tie these yellow armbands on your right arm, the leader commanded loudly. If Suyi really brought reinforcements, this will distinguish us from them. Across the alley, in another dark passage, over 30 youths dressed in various styles crouched in a corner, their fierce gazes sweeping over passing pedestrians. The leader with a mohawk was speaking quietly into his phone. Are you sure? That bastard Suyi has a yellow armband on his right arm. After receiving confirmation, the mohawk leader angrily threw the cigarette he was holding onto the ground and stomped it out. He stood up, shouting to his men. Guys, stay sharp. That little punk, Suyi, will pass by here soon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gritting his teeth, the mohawk leader said, that punk tore apart our Qinglong Hall 2 years ago, and I won't let him get away with it. Humph, a disorganized mob. What a disgrace. At that moment, an untimely scoff came from behind the group of youths. The mohawk leader turned abruptly to see the elderly sanitation worker standing proudly next to his garbage cart, holding a plastic bag full of red armbands. Meanwhile, Suyi glanced at his phone and murmured to himself, it should be about time. He turned to the two terrified individuals tied up on the ground and gave them an innocent smile. He crouched down, putting an arm around each of them, and smiled. Hey, you two, call your boss now. You shouldn't need me to tell you what to say, right? The two nodded frantically like pecking chicks, too scared to resist. Suyi picked up their phone, quickly dialed the most recent call, and put the phone to their ear. As soon as the call connected, both men swallowed hard and spoke simultaneously. Boss. Big brother, Suyi has appeared on the target street. In the two alleys, the leaders who received the calls both broke into excited smiles. They simultaneously waved their hands and shouted fiercely at the street. Charge. Catch Suyi and settle the score. Boom. A cacophony of footsteps erupted as over 60 people from both sides rushed out of the alleys, meeting in the street. Their gazes immediately locked onto the armbands on each other's arms, and their expressions became alert. On the students' side, yellow armbands were tied on their right arms, and they were filled with fervor. On the side of the unruly youths, red armbands were on their left arms, and they looked menacing. The leaders of both sides shouted almost in unison. They must be the reinforcements Suyi brought. Suyi is among them. Brothers, attack. Instantly, dust and smoke filled the air as the sounds of fighting and shouting engulfed the entire street. Meanwhile, on the side of the street, Suyi nonchalantly bit into a piece of bread as he casually walked past the brawling crowd. Not far behind, the elderly sanitation worker pushed his garbage cart up to Suyi. Suyi pulled out a $50 note and handed it to the old man, saying, Thanks a lot, Mr. Wang. Both of them stopped and turned to watch the two groups, full of youthful energy, fighting in the morning sunlight. They both let out a meaningful sigh and, in unison, remarked, Ah, youth, so full of vigor. As Suyi stepped into the school, he was surrounded by the excited chatter of his classmates. These high school students, having just awakened their abilities on Awakening Day, were eagerly anticipating the upcoming graduation ceremony. After a day of rest, they had a basic understanding of their newfound powers, but lacking experience in harnessing energy, most could barely move small stones or lift pieces of paper, not even reaching the stone realm. In contrast, Suyi had awakened his ability 2 years earlier. Although he hadn't received formal training, through constant trial and error, he had become adept at using his repair hand. At this moment, He was leisurely making his way to the classroom. Suddenly, a sneaky figure crouched low and approached him. Just as the person was about to succeed, Su Yi casually sidestepped. With a thud, the would-be attacker fell face first to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Peng, next time don't call me with such an ambiguous tone and attempt to sneak attack, Su Yi said, looking at his disheveled desk mate as he clambered up. I don't want people to misunderstand my orientation. Darn it, how did you notice? Wang Peng asked reluctantly, brushing the dust off his clothes. Su Yi rolled his eyes and pointed to the shadow on the ground. Next time you try to ambush someone, choose a better angle. Wang Peng suddenly understood and then changed the topic. Yi, I just saw the guys from the Janya Alliance fighting with the Qinglong Hall thugs. Oh, they wanted to cause trouble for me, so I let them spar a little. Su Yi shrugged, indifferent. Wow. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect such a big gang like Qinglong Hall to be dismantled by you in just 2 months. Su Yi shot Wang Peng a sideways glance. If you hadn't led me astray into their territory that day, I wouldn't have clashed with them. They just cursed a bit, and you took down the whole organization. Isn't that more ruthless of you? Wang Peng retorted in surprise. Su Yi cleared his throat, realizing he might have indeed gone overboard. Disbanding those unruly youths and encouraging them to focus on their studies might not be such a bad thing after all. It's all in the past now, nothing worth mentioning. Su Yi and Wang Peng walked side by side across the campus, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, Wang Peng stopped in his tracks, looking at Su Yi in surprise. It's only been less than 2 years, right? He shook his head, then his expression brightened with excitement. By the way, Yiga, did you test your abilities after you went back? Mentioning abilities immediately sparked Wang Peng's interest, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. I did a lot of research after I got back, he said proudly. My awakened level ability is called metal manipulation. It's quite a powerful ability. The two stopped at the entrance of a teaching building. Wang Peng opened his palm, and a faint energy fluctuation gathered in his hand. Suddenly, a nail flew in from a distance, landing precisely in his palm. Did you see that, Yigo? Wang Peng exclaimed excitedly, waving the nail in front of Su Yi. As long as I activate my ability, I can control the metal around me. Su Yi glanced up thoughtfully. Although Wang Peng only attracted a single nail, being able to activate his ability without fully understanding energy control was quite impressive. If honed, this ability had great potential. Not bad, your ability. Su Yi was about to comment when a shadow interrupted him. They turned to see Liao Wei's towering figure standing behind them, a cold smile on his face. Su Yi, we meet again, Liao Wei said coldly. Both Su Yi and Wang Peng instinctively took a step back, retreating into the building. Su Yi squinted, pretending to suddenly remember. I remember you. You're Yang Wei from class 3 next door. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei roared, his face turning red with anger. You're the one with a stomach problem. Your whole family has stomach problems. This outburst attracted the attention of nearby students. The girls blushed and hurried away, while the boys wore puzzled expressions. Feigning concern, Su Yi patted Liao Wei's shoulder and sighed. Ah, Liao Wei, don't worry about this illness. Get treatment early. You're still in high school. If you get treated soon, there's still a chance you might find a girlfriend. Liao Wei's temples throbbed with anger, and he gritted his teeth. I was planning to challenge you at the graduation ceremony. Looks like you want to fight me now. Energy surged from his body. I've awakened a level ability, far stronger than you amateurs. At that moment, Su Yi quietly asked Wang Peng. Wang Peng, can you use your ability again? Try aiming a bit to the right. Though confused, Wang Peng complied. Another nail flew from above, landing in his hand. Liao Wei was still boasting about his strength, oblivious to the danger above. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the sign above the entrance lost its support and fell heavily on Liao Wei, pinning him to the ground. Wang Peng stared in shock at the 2 nails in his hand, then at Liao Wei lying on the ground with the sign on his back, finally realizing. These nails were from the sign? Su Yi patted Wang Peng on the shoulder and turned to leave. This was your ability at work. If the school asks for compensation, you can't blame me. Hey, Yigo, that's not fair. Wang Peng cried out, quickly chasing after him with a look of dismay. After returning to the classroom, Teacher Wang hurriedly walked in. The once fully occupied room now had less than half its seats filled. Across the entire Blue Star, only about 50 of people could awaken, a fate determined at birth. Those students who did not awaken had no choice but to pursue the regular college entrance exams and contribute to the fight against the void demons in other ways. As the graduation ceremony approached, a hint of melancholy flashed in Teacher Wang's eyes. He briefly explained the details of the ceremony, and soon it was 8 o'clock. All right, students, Teacher Wang said, standing up and clapping his hands lightly. Let's head to the field for our graduation ceremony. He glanced around the classroom and continued. Teachers from the 6 Awakener academies are already here. After the ceremony, there will be a talent showcase and interview session. Outstanding students might even earn a chance for direct admission. Teacher Wang's words hinted at the deeper significance of the graduation ceremony. Competition among the academies to recruit top awakeners was intense. In the Dragon Country, there are 20 Awakener academies, with the top 10 boasting void hunting teams, a dream destination for all awakeners. In these prestigious institutions, students not only learn foundational knowledge but also hone their combat skills, preparing to join the void hunting teams and fight the void demons. In contrast, awakeners with average combat abilities or unmet expectations often choose to attend the latter 10 academies. Although they might not directly face the void beasts, their studies largely focus on supporting the void hunting teams, providing various logistical support to the frontline warriors. It is thanks to these unsung heroes' silent efforts that the void hunting teams have persisted, standing firm in the battle against the void demons. Su Yi and Wang Peng walked side by side out of the classroom, leisurely heading towards the field. Along the way, Su Yi glanced around, pondering to himself. It seems that void demon has been intercepted. The students gradually gathered at the field. Only 110 people attended the graduation ceremony, less than half of the senior class. Those who hadn't awakened were mostly at home, still engulfed in disappointment and confusion, many yet to recover from the blow of Awakening Day. In the center of the field, about 20 teachers from various Awakener academies, along with the principal of 3rd High School and class advisors, were seated behind neatly arranged tables and chairs, solemnly watching the arriving students. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, "Su Yi!" Following the voice, they saw Liao Wei charging like a mad boar from a distance, panting heavily as he stopped behind Su Yi. He looked disheveled, with a conspicuous swollen bump on his head. Su Yi sighed helplessly, frowning slightly. "You again? When will you stop?" But Liao Wei, eyes wide with anger, declared through gritted teeth, "I challenge you to an awakener's duel." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding students burst into an uproar, their discussions buzzing. Even the teachers from the various awakening academies sitting nearby were taken aback, their eyes lighting up with intrigue as they gazed over. The mirrored world was in ruins. The buildings originally mirrored and replicated had all collapsed, turning the entire village into a wasteland. Dust filled the air, but was soon swept away by a strong wind, revealing several figures within. In the center of the wreckage stood Yi Yan, his arms hanging limply in front of him as if dislocated, his body covered in blood, breathing heavily. Opposite him, Chao Sha, Guo Yan, and Xiaoli formed a triangle, surrounding him. Each bore their own injuries, slowly adjusting their breathing. Guo Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Yan in disbelief. "Is this guy really seriously injured? We've been attacking him for so long, and he's still full of life." Yi Yan exhaled softly, black energy enveloping his arms. With the sound of bones shifting, he casually reset his dislocated arms, giving them a light swing. "Don't compare me to ordinary virtual demons. In terms of injuries, I am indeed seriously hurt," he said calmly, though a hint of weakness showed in his eyes. "But in terms of energy, I'm in pretty good shape." Xiaoli snorted coldly, anger lacing her voice. "Are you saying that our fight with you only drained your energy and didn't even manage to injure you?" Chao Sha flicked his tang dao, scattering blood, and said coldly, "He's right. From the start, he's been using energy to protect himself. The damage we've done to him is just superficial, not even close to the core." Yi Yan smiled faintly, once again showing a gentlemanly demeanor. "It seems this captain sees things quite clearly." Chao Sha sneered. "But how much energy do you have left? You've been defending and dodging with energy, using your abilities to influence our minds, but never launching any lethal attack. Your remaining energy can't even sustain your body much longer, right? Your current energy level can barely maintain a mountain state." He looked directly at Yi Yan. "You've spent so much energy just on defense. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Yi Yan responded with a question, a peculiar smile on his face. "Yes, what am I trying to achieve? Why don't you take a guess, Captain?" Chao Sha felt a tightening in his chest, a sense of unease creeping in. He suddenly turned to Guo Yan, urgently asking, "Tell me, how long has it been since we entered the mirrored world?" Guo Yan, puzzled, took out his phone. "We've been in here for at most an hour." But when he saw the time displayed, his eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? It's already 8 a.m. Is my phone broken? Damn it." Chao Sha finally understood the source of his unease. "This guy has been using his abilities to confuse our sense of time. He's been stalling us here." "What?" Guo Yan and Xiaoli exclaimed in unison. "But he's here with us, so what's the point of delaying us? It's the virtual beast." Chao Sha had a sudden realization and dashed forward with his sword drawn. This guy let the steel wolf loose. He had previously been cautious, fearing Yi Yan might have a hidden card, and had adopted a more conservative strategy. But now, there was no time for that. "Bingo!" Yi Yan exclaimed, a smile brimming with satisfaction. "Correct." The next moment, his smile vanished, and several streams of black energy surged from behind him, entwining towards the trio. "Unfortunately, there's no prize." Swish! Chao Sha swung his tang blade, and the bright arc of light instantly shattered the dark energy in front of him. With a flick of his left hand, two daggers appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Yi Yin like lightning. Yi Yin smirked slightly, retreating with ease while raising an energy barrier to effortlessly block the attacks. Compared to the squad of Void Hunters that managed to injure me, you all are pathetically weak, Yi Yin said, standing in place with a calm yet disdainful tone. I assume your squad is newly formed. Both in numbers and strength, you're far below my expectations. Let me guess, your previous Void Hunter squad hasn't been gone for long, has it? These words stabbed into Cao Sha's heart like a sharp blade. His eyes flared with anger as he charged recklessly at Yi Yan. Stop! At that moment, Gui Yin broke free from Yi Yan's energy constraints, crossing his hands and shouting with all his strength. Boom! Yi Yan's body seemed to be momentarily paralyzed, as if hit by a binding spell. However, in the next instant, he regained his composure and thrust his right palm forward to meet Cao Sha. Cao Sha was suddenly confronted with numerous illusions, quickly realizing that this was Yi Yan's mental disruption ability. He focused his mind to dispel the visions. Nevertheless, the brief moment of distraction caused his sure-hit strike to miss its mark, deflected by Yi Yan's palm. Yi Yan's left hand shot forward like a sword towards Cao Sha's abdomen, but a shield suddenly materialized in front of Cao Sha. However, the shield shattered like foam under Yi Yan's energy-imbued attack. Seizing the moment, Cao Sha positioned his Tang blade horizontally in front of him. Clang! Boom! The blade vibrated with a resonant hum as Cao Sha was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing through a half-standing wall in the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yi Yan watched the dust cloud intently, smiling as he spoke. Using shadow binding techniques can be bypassed by simply refracting light. Protection through energy can be pierced with greater energy. To me, you two little Rock Realm kids can't even restrain me. Captain, your two teammates are quite useless. Upon hearing this, Gui Yin and Xia Li's faces paled slightly, anger flaring in their eyes. Whoosh! Two whistling sounds pierced through the dust, closing in on Yi Yin instantly. His expression changed slightly as he quickly raised an energy barrier to deflect the flying knives. However, one of them still cut through his energy defense, leaving a blood mark on his face. The knife fell to the ground, dissipating into energy. A figure leapt from the ruins. Cao Sha calmly walked out of the smoke, a nearby broken wall collapsing with a crash. With a casual swing of his blade, the wall crumbled into fragments, scattering to the sides. My teammates are not for you to judge. Cao Sha's voice was cold and resolute. Yi Yan was somewhat surprised by Cao Sha's tenacity. Wiping the blood from his face with a faint smile, he said, Captain, do you really want to engage me here? My pet is about to unleash a massacre. Cao Sha stood expressionless, his Tang sword lightly tracing the ground before he suddenly lifted it, pointing directly at Yi Yan. His voice was calm and resolute. Even if we wanted to leave, you would stop us, wouldn't you? As a Void Hunter, it's my duty to slay you here. He gently raised his left hand, pressed the switch on his earpiece, and continued. As for the Steel Wolf, my team will do everything to stop it. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Fong Xian yawned with boredom, frowning as she looked down. It had been nearly 4 hours since her seniors entered the mirror world. If she couldn't still sense their energy fluctuations, she might have rushed in to investigate. Can that severely injured Void Demon really hold them up for this long? Fong Xian murmured to herself. But as a competent Void Hunter, she knew she had to trust her companions and execute orders perfectly. Even though she was anxious inside, she remained at her post, waiting for her seniors' instructions. Suddenly, a burst of static came through her earpiece, followed by Cao Sha's unusually solemn and grave voice. Fong Xian. Fong Xian was instantly alert, quickly standing up from the rooftop and pressing the earpiece switch. Senior, I'm here. Amidst the sounds of intense battle, Cao Sha's voice remained steady and powerful. Yi Yan has confused our sense of time and dispatched a steel wolf to attack the school. Based on that high school student's analysis, you need to get to the school quickly to protect the people. I order you, no matter what happens, to ensure the safety of every civilian. They must not be harmed. You're alone, but no matter what, you must stop that steel wolf, even if it costs your life. Almost the moment she heard steel wolf, Fong Xian sprang into action, swiftly moving between rooftops, racing toward the direction of the third high school. Faced with Cao Sha's almost harsh orders, she wasn't displeased. Instead, a slight smile appeared on her lips. Her long hair flowed in the wind as she ran, her gaze as firm as iron. From the day I became a Void Hunter, I was ready for this, Fong Xian said as she lightly pressed her earpiece, her tone calm and determined. Void Hunter Fong Xian, receive the order. I swear on my life. I will protect all civilians and do everything to stop the steel wolf. Fong Xian reached the edge of the rooftop and leaped into the open space before her. The morning sun was bright and brilliant, the sky clear and cloudless. Below, the bustling streets were filled with hurried office workers and a stream of cars. People's faces were lit with smiles, full of hope for the future. This peaceful world, I won't allow anyone to destroy it. Fong Xian shouted inwardly. With a loud thud, Fong Xian's body was instantly enveloped in a crimson energy. In the next moment, she shot forward like a rapidly falling meteor, bursting with incredible speed, disappearing into the sky, racing towards the location of her mission. Awakeners Duel. This is a special challenge where Awakeners use their abilities against each other. On the playground, the atmosphere of the graduation ceremony was gradually heating up. Students gathered in small groups, eager to showcase their abilities, and some were even itching to duel to demonstrate their skills. The teachers turned a blind eye, understanding that these young Awakeners would eventually face the threat of virtual beasts and demons, and gaining battle experience early was undoubtedly wise. Suddenly, a provocative shout broke the clamor. Su Yi, I challenge you. Liao Wei's voice was like a thunderclap, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Su Yi sighed helplessly and shrugged. He thought to himself, ah, women truly are the cause of trouble. Facing Liao Wei's hostile gaze, Su Yi calmly said, Zhang Wei, you're being childish. Just because you want to show off in front of Tang Xiaowan, you impulsively challenge me. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Hearing Tang Xiaowan's name, he momentarily panicked, then angrily retorted, I just don't like you. It has nothing to do with Tang Xiaowan. In the crowd, Tang Xiaowan and her friend Xiaoyu overheard the exchange. Xiaowan, it seems like that's your admirer, Xiaoyu said with a teasing smile, her eyes gleaming with gossip. Admirer? Don't say that, Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaowan replied gently, a hint of helplessness on her face. Although the two of them were the center of attention, Tang Xiaowan's gaze remained fixed on Su Yi. The scene from last week replayed in Tang Xiaowan's mind. She had accidentally fallen off the flag-raising platform and was caught in a princess carried by Su Yi, who happened to be passing by. It was her first intimate encounter with the opposite sex, and she couldn't forget it. However, what impressed her most was Su Yi's expression as if he had seen a ghost. She hadn't even had a chance to thank him before he hurriedly put her down and ran off. That guy is quite the figure too. Xiaoyu continued. I don't know why, but many boys in our class keep mentioning his name. Every time they do, they talk about extermination and annihilation with such scary words. Su Yi, Tang Xiaowan murmured softly, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Meanwhile, most of the students had gathered on the playground, their faces full of eager anticipation. Yet, above them, a mass of black energy was swirling and transforming, seemingly waiting for some signal. Suddenly, a black light flickered within the mist. The next moment, a wolf's howl came from the mist, as if receiving some command. The mist began to expand wildly, with wolf shadows faintly visible within, occasionally letting out low growls as the energy surged. However, no one noticed this change overhead. The students on the playground continued to enjoy themselves, amused by the standoff between Su Yi and Liao Wei, completely unaware of the impending danger. Liao Wei was furious when he saw Su Yi's nonchalant demeanor. He taunted angrily. Su Yi, are you scared? Su Yi rubbed his temples helplessly, his tone calm. I was planning to stay out of trouble since graduation is near. But since you keep pestering me, I have no choice but to. Before he could finish, Su Yi's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly kicked the unprepared Liao Wei, sending him flying, while shouting, get down. Su Yi immediately dropped to the ground, and Wang Peng, hearing the warning, also quickly covered his head and lay down. Liao Wei rolled on the ground twice, struggling to get up, both shocked and angry. Su Yi, you dared to attack me, I. Before he could finish, a terrifying beam of light descended from the sky, sweeping across the ground like a laser. The intense energy instantly melted the rubber surface of the playground, leaving a long, charred trench. Liao Wei sat on the ground, eyes filled with terror. If not for Su Yi's timely intervention, he would have been incinerated by the light beam. The strong air currents surged from the trench, rustling the clothes of Su Yi and Wang Peng. Su Yi looked up sharply to see a colossal creature nearly 3 meters tall descending from the sky, landing heavily on the playground. It was a giant wolf covered in black fur, with fierce eyes and dark energy swirling around its body. Its mouth was wide open, dust swirling, and a half-embedded purple glowing crystal in the center of its forehead made it even more menacing. The playground descended into chaos. Students screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Teachers from the Awakening Academy, who had been sitting, leapt to their feet in shock, exclaiming, an Earth Realm Void Beast, a gang wolf. How can there be a Void Beast here? One of the teachers quickly reacted, crouching and pressing his hand to the ground, causing 4 thick vines to rise and entangle the beast's legs. He shouted urgently, this is an Earth Realm Void Beast. I can't hold it for long. Everyone run. Su Yi was anxious, his mind racing. Why is a Void Beast here? Didn't they find the Void Demon? No. If that were the case, it should be the Void Demon attacking, not this gang wolf. He grabbed the stunned Wang Peng, shouting, run. Wang Peng snapped out of it, yelling as he ran in the opposite direction. Su Yi didn't follow immediately. Instead, he crossed the trench and pulled the trembling Liao Wei to his feet. What are you standing there for? Run. Liao Wei finally came to his senses, gave Su Yi a complex look, pressed his lips together, and ran forward. Though Su Yi appeared anxious, he was remarkably calm inside. An Earth Realm void beast. The people here are no match for it. The only thing to do now is to escape while the gang wolf is restrained, to minimize casualties. Just as Su Yi was about to make his escape, he heard an urgent shout from behind. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Su Yi turned to look back and saw Tang Xiaowan crouched on the ground, anxiously supporting her friend Nie Xiaoyu. Nie Xiaoyu's face was filled with terror as she had twisted her ankle and fallen, repeatedly trying to stand but unable to do so. In the distance, the sharp sound of vines snapping echoed, and Su Ye's pupils contracted as he realized that the vines previously restraining the limbs of the fierce wolf were giving way, breaking inch by inch. A few male students' eyes lit up as they rushed towards Tang Xiaowan, hoping to play the hero. At that moment, a deafening wolf howl erupted from behind them, the piercing sound waves scattering their wits. In an instant, these self-proclaimed heroes forgot their intention to rescue and fled in terror. Within seconds, the students behind Tang Xiaowan surged forward like a tide. Some stumbled and fell in their panic, but no one stopped to help. Those who fell ignored their injuries, scrambling up to continue their escape. At this moment, the instinct to survive dominated everyone's thoughts. Tang Xiaowan trembled all over, clearly engulfed by fear. Yet, her gaze remained resolute as she tightly gripped Nie Xiaoyu's arm, trying to lift her up. Xiaoyu, hold on. Let's run, she shouted, her voice filled with undeniable determination. Su Yi witnessed the scene, and memories from 3 years ago flooded back. He seemed to see that girl in a white dress again, moving like a sprite through the panicked crowd, helping everyone in need despite the terrifying creature approaching from behind. Why are there so many fools in the world? Su Yi sighed inwardly, but without hesitation, he ran against the flow towards Tang Xiaowan. His regular exercise paid off as he quickly reached her side with a few strides. Tang Xiaowan looked up at Su Yi, shocked and incredulous that someone would come back to help them in such a dire situation. Without wasting words, Su Yi grabbed Tang Xiaowan with one hand and lifted Nie Xiaoyu from the ground with the other. What are you standing there for? He shouted at the still terrified Nie Xiaoyu. Run, don't look back. Even if your foot is broken, keep running. Unless you want to die. His roar was like a sledgehammer, fully awakening Nie Xiaoyu's survival instinct. She gritted her teeth through the pain, staggered to her feet, let out a determined cry, and began to run forward, dragging her injured foot. The howling of the wolf grew closer, and the massive figure of the gang wolf moved like a black lightning bolt, leaping over 10 meters in just a few strides. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 20 meters away from the three of them. Tang Xiaowan glanced deeply at Su Yi, fully aware of the perilous situation they were in. Without hesitation, she turned around, grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm, and pulled her along as they sprinted forward. Su Yi watched them leave, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the vast school field was left with only their three figures. The gang wolf's every step pounded the ground like a mini earthquake, its limbs rapidly scurrying across the terrain at an astonishing speed. The wolf's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, locking its target directly onto Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. The two girls were pale with fear, their hearts pounding wildly as they felt the fierce air currents closing in behind them. At that critical moment, a whistling sound cut through the air. Half a brick flew with precision and struck the gang wolf's face. You idiot, Su Yi shouted from another direction, cursing loudly before running again without looking back. The gang wolf let out a low growl, unable to endure such provocation, and immediately changed direction, abandoning its pursuit of Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu to charge towards Su Yi. Su Yi nimbly weaved through the fitness equipment by the field, sprinting towards the teaching building. He could clearly sense the rushing air currents closing in from behind, yet his expression remained stern, right hand tightly gripping an object, his mind constantly calculating speed and distance. The gang wolf's speed was like lightning, its entire body resembling a runaway train, charging recklessly across the field. The iron bars of the parallel bars were sent flying in all directions, yet it did not slow down its pursuit. A shadow loomed over Su Ye's head, and in his peripheral vision, he could even see those terrifying fangs. At that dangerously close distance, he could distinctly smell the nauseating stench from the gang wolf's mouth. Just as the fangs were about to tear into Su Ye's body, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly swung his fist. A white thread from his palm swiftly shot out, connecting to the broken parallel bar behind him. In the next instant, Su Ye's body seemed to be pulled by some force, flying backward faster than the gang wolf's bite. This was a new effect Su Yi had developed after a day of testing his repairability using an object imbued with his energy as an anchor to restore. While running, he had imbued the broken parallel bar with his energy and removed a loose iron piece from it. Now, by using his ability, he was pulled back to the restored parallel bar. Thud! Su Yi grabbed onto the bar, stumbling back a few steps from the momentum. Not far away, the gang wolf missed its target, landing with all four paws on the ground, and swiftly pivoted to face Su Yi. Suddenly, The gang wolf opened its mouth wide, and a beam of light shot out, heading straight for Su Yi. Faced with this pure energy attack, Su Yi had no way to dodge. He gave a wry smile and murmured, "I didn't expect to do something as foolish as you. Looks like I'm just as hopelessly stupid." His gaze was calm, fully aware he couldn't evade, yet he faced the impending attack with remarkable composure. At that critical moment, 3 red glows flew from behind him, colliding directly with the gang wolf's breath. Then, a familiar shout came from behind him. "Stop daydreaming. Grab the bar in front of you." The voice was unmistakably familiar to Su Yi. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the horizontal bar, his knuckles turning white. Suddenly, a snap echoed behind him, followed by a thunderous explosion ahead as a terrifying shockwave swept over. Su Yi's muscles tensed as he clung desperately to the bar to avoid being thrown off. The sudden blast caught the fierce wolf off guard as well, causing it to retreat a few steps with a low growl. As the gust subsided, Su Yi released his numb arms, gasping for air. A figure descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of him. Fong Xian chuckled softly, her black attire accentuating her poised and athletic figure. "You actually saw it," Su Yi said, still catching his breath, his tone slightly resigned. Fong Xian's gaze was sharp as she looked directly at the fierce wolf. "I noticed the situation here from several hundred meters away. Luckily, I made it in time," she said, pausing momentarily. "But I should really thank you." "Thank me?" Su Yi asked, puzzled. "Yes," Fong Xian replied, taking a deep breath and pulling a hair tie from her pocket. "Thank you for not letting my promise fall through." A gentle breeze swept by as Fong Xian deftly tied her long hair into a ponytail. She crossed her fists, assuming a combat stance, her eyes filled with determination. "From now on, I will do everything in my power to stop it and prevent anyone from getting hurt." "Su Yi, watch closely. This is what a true void hunter looks like." Su Yi was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, shouting urgently, "Be careful." Not far away, the fierce wolf could no longer hold back. It pounded the ground with its 4 legs, launching itself at Fong Xian like a missile. Su Yi's expression turned grave as he saw Fong Xian remain completely still, showing no intention to dodge. "Are you crazy?" he yelled, urging Fong Xian to move out of the way. Fong Xian's lips curled into a smile as she softly replied, "Today, I don't have to worry about any wardrobe malfunctions." In the next moment, Su Yi witnessed a stunning sight. As the fierce wolf lunged at her, Fong Xian leaped into the air with astonishing speed, executing a swift and clean spinning kick. Her right foot struck the wolf squarely on the face. The massive body of the fierce wolf stalled for just a moment before being sent flying by the kick. It crashed heavily onto the field, letting out a low howl, then quickly scrambled to its feet, its eyes burning with anger and surprise. Su Yi stared at Fong Xian in shock. Landing lightly, Fong Xian laughed heartily. A void hunter doesn't rely solely on abilities to fight. Mastering physical techniques can even overturn the gap in ability levels. She glanced back at Su Yi with determination in her voice. "Get out of here quickly and evacuate people near the school. Make sure they—" Her words were cut off by a deafening roar. The fierce wolf opened its enormous mouth, its voice shaking the surroundings. From beneath it, masses of black energy spread out like a tide. In an instant, black energy surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the school and forming a massive energy barrier. Fong Xian's face showed a flash of shock as she realized this was an A-level ability, the arena. She couldn't believe that even a virtual beast could possess such a powerful ability. Su Yi's expression changed slightly as he quickly surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, the entire campus was shrouded by a hemispherical black energy dome, resembling a gigantic lid. In the distance, teachers and students attempting to escape were blocked by the energy barrier, their efforts futile as they were repelled. Panic spread as people beat against the invisible barrier in front of them, their expressions frantic. Only a few managed to escape before the barrier fully formed, thanks to their agility or special abilities, while over 100 others were trapped within the campus. Fong Xian recalled the records she had read, noting that not only virtual beasts but even virtual demons possessed abilities. She gazed solemnly at the surrounding barrier, understanding that this was an A-level domain rule ability called the Arena, capable of enclosing a specific area within a barrier. This barrier was indestructible, and unless the caster voluntarily lifted it or died, those inside had no chance of escape. "This guy wants to capture everyone in the school," Fong Xian thought to herself. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. The gang wolf activated its ability, stomping its right foot heavily on the ground, creating a large pit in the field. Its wolf eyes glowed fiercely as it locked onto Fong Xian, then charged at her with incredible speed. So fast, Su Yi's pupils contracted as he clearly felt the gang wolf's speed increase. Evidently, within the arena, its speed and strength were enhanced. Thud! Despite Fong Xian quickly raising her arms to shield herself, the gang wolf's paw struck her, sending her flying. She quickly stabilized herself in midair, waving her right hand to release 3 fruit knives in a triangular formation. Bang! An explosion erupted, flames spreading as the blast wave engulfed the gang wolf's figure. However, just half a second later, a blazing energy beam shot out from the blast, piercing the sky. Fong Exine narrowly twisted her body to avoid it, the beam grazing past her and striking the teaching building behind her. Boom! A corner of the building collapsed instantly, debris falling like raindrops. Nearby students panicked and scattered in all directions. One student stumbled and fell, staring in despair at the massive stone descending upon them. In a critical moment, a teacher from the Awakening Academy shouted angrily, his body suddenly enlarging as he leaped forward, smashing the stone with a punch and saving the student. Fong Xian watched tensely from a distance, only relaxing once she confirmed the student's safety. Then, she glared angrily at the gang wolf emerging from the dust, shouting fiercely, "I won't let you destroy this place so recklessly." With that, she quickly pulled 4 yellow talismans from her pocket. She forcefully threw 3 of them in different directions. The last one, she didn't hesitate to bite her fingertip, smearing her blood on the talisman before pressing it firmly underfoot. Mirror World activate. The rising energy swiftly enveloped the area marked by the 4 yellow talismans. In an instant, the howling of the wolf disappeared before Su Yi, and the playground fell into silence. A gentle breeze swept through, as if concealing everything. Su Yi suddenly realized that the mirrored world before him was actually the previous Ju Bao. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately reached out to touch it, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Looking around, the black energy still shrouded the surroundings. Even though the gang wolf had been sent into the mirrored world, its power lingered here. Su Ye's expression fluctuated, and finally, after a deep look ahead, he decided to turn and leave. He couldn't waste the precious time Fong Xian had fought for them. He had to find a way to break the arena and rescue everyone at the school himself. The playground in the mirrored world was no different from reality, marked by the devastation left by the gang wolf's rampage. At this moment, only Fong Xian and the gang wolf remained in this realm. The gang wolf's black fur danced in the breeze, a deep growl continuously emanating from its throat. Its eyes flashed with disdain, clearly not taking the woman before it seriously. Fong Xian keenly sensed that her previous outburst of power seemed to have caused no real harm to the gang wolf. Despite both being in the stone realm, the gap in strength was evident. She gently brushed aside the bangs from her eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled a piece of bubblegum from her pocket, placing it in her mouth. Moments later, she expertly blew a bubble, watching it gently pop in the air. Fong Xian looked ahead helplessly, secretly lamenting whether she would have the chance to chew bubblegum again. The gang wolf stomped its right foot heavily, like a fierce beast capable of devouring stars and moons, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With each movement of its massive body, a gust of air was stirred, making the artificial turf on the playground rustle. Its towering figure, over 3 meters tall, looked like a moving mountain from a distance. While chewing her gum, Fong Xian murmured about her unfulfilled wishes, seeing the sea in the south, taking Xiaoyu to an amusement park, tasting the hot pot in Shu City. Ever since becoming a void hunter, it seemed ages since she had taken a break. Frustrated, she ruffled her hair, complaining about the tough life of a void hunter. Waking up at 6 every day for training, no weekends, tasks arriving one after another. She worried that at this rate, she'd age 10 years prematurely. The gang wolf irritably dragged its claws, staring intently at Fong Xian, its patience wearing thin. Sensing this, Fong Xian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and retrieved an oddly shaped stone from her bosom. It seemed to be forged from some special metal, shaped like a 5-point star, fitting perfectly into her palm. She gazed at the steel wolf, her lips curling into a slight smile, her voice calm, yet filled with determination. Becoming a void hunter is my lifelong dream. I can't fall here. I must also prove to that kid that void hunters are not as he described. A gust of wind howled past, lifting a leaf that landed precisely between her and the steel wolf. As the leaf gently touched the ground, both human and beast sprang into action simultaneously. The steel wolf's claws slashed through the air like a gale, carving 5 deep grooves into the ground. Fong Xian erupted with crimson energy, leaping agilely to evade the wolf's attack. She soared above the creature, her right hand coated with a special metal, pressing firmly onto its back. A wild smile appeared on Fong Xian's face, her eyes gleaming with excitement. You know, my ability not only changes the material of objects, but also increases in power with distance. Before she finished speaking, the crimson light in her palm grew brighter, like a miniature sun blooming in her hand. The steel wolf sensed the mortal danger instantly, letting out a deep growl, twisting frantically to shake off Fong Xian. However, she clung tightly to its back fur, unwavering, as the light in her palm continued to intensify. Even though today isn't Christmas, Fong Xian grinned. Merry Christmas! Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Yi Go, Wang Peng's eyes lit up as he spotted Su Yi approaching from the field, rushing over excitedly. His voice was filled with worry and joy. Su Yi spoke calmly, a gentle glint in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. He patted Wang Peng's shoulder, reassuring his loyal friend. At that moment, Liao Wei appeared in front of Su Yi again, his expression complex. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly bowed, his voice earnest. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already. Yigu has already left. Wang Peng interrupted Liao Wei's words helplessly, looking at the awkward big guy whose ears were burning red. Wang Peng shook his head, his gaze following Su Ye's retreating figure. Yiga didn't save you for your thanks. He was just following his heart, that's all. Su Yi looked around and didn't see Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. They seemed to have run in another direction. Faced with the Steel Wolf's attack, students and teachers had scattered long ago, spread throughout the school's corners. He walked straight to the edge of the arena, covering his hand with energy, lightly touching the barrier. In an instant, black energy flashed, and Su Yi recoiled as if electrocuted, the energy in his palm almost instantly consumed. Don't waste your effort. A teacher from the Awakening Academy leaned against the barrier, crouching on the ground, his voice filled with despair. This arena is a domain rule type ability. Without a Void Hunter of the Mountain Realm or higher, there's no way to break this domain. He looked up at Su Yi, his eyes full of despair. In the arena, that Steel Wolf's abilities will be enhanced by at least 30%. That young girl, a Void Hunter of the Rock Realm, is no match for it. She will die. Once she's dead, we won't escape this cage either. We're doomed. What did you just say? Su Yi suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the teacher from the Awakener Academy beside him, a hint of urgency in his voice. That wolf of steel, its speed and strength increased by 30%. The teacher scratched his head, his eyes filled with despair. He explained softly, I specialize in ability data at the Academy. According to past data of Awakeners with arena abilities, the amplification in the Rock Realm is about 30%. Su Ye's face changed abruptly, and he turned sharply to look at the field. The Wolf of Steel had indeed shown increased speed and strength after using its ability, but he had thought it was at most a 10% increase. If what the teacher said was true, it meant the beast had been hiding its true strength all along. Is the gap between hunters and virtual beasts in the same rock realm really that wide? Su Yi crouched down, a tone of questioning in his voice. The teacher didn't mind his attitude and murmured, the realm division only relates to one's energy. In actual combat, virtual beasts have physical advantages, with strength and speed far surpassing awakeners of the same realm. Unless an awakener has exceptionally strong physical techniques or highly destructive abilities, it's hard to fight alone. That's why we form hunting teams to use ability coordination to hunt virtual beasts. He paused, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. That girl, she's probably in grave danger. Su Yi stood up, his expression dark. He finally understood the severity of the situation. Fang Xian had seemed calm earlier, but she must have sensed the terrifying nature of the Wolf of Steel. Worse yet, the beast had cunningly hidden its true power. The image of Fang Xian fearlessly standing in front of him flashed through his mind, and Su Ye's hesitation vanished instantly. Without a word, he turned and sprinted towards the field. Hey Su Yi! Wang Peng noticed his movement, his face changing drastically as he called out loudly. But Su Yi ignored him, his figure quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The teacher watched Su Ye's retreating figure, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Is this kid trying to get himself killed? Even hunters in the rock realm struggle against virtual beasts, so what can a newly awakened high school student do? Yet, for some reason, a ripple stirred in the teacher's heart, as if touched by Su Ye's courage. He stood up shakily, murmuring to himself, perhaps, there's something I can do too. Just then, a loud crash echoed. Boom! Fang Xian's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily. Her ponytail scattered from the violent impact, and she fell into unconsciousness. The ground of the playground shattered beneath her weight, cracking like a spider's web. Fang Xian hit the ground hard, blood spurting from her mouth, staining half of her body red in an instant. She could feel the excruciating pain of at least 3 broken ribs. Her right arm was a mangled mess, charred and hanging limply at her side, as if it had been through a fierce explosion. Gritting her teeth, Fang Xian forced herself to her feet. She swayed unsteadily, her eyes filled with defiance and shock. Not far away, the roar of the gang wolf hit her like a wave of sound. Despite its massive body being covered in wounds, its back stained with blood, and its fur dyed red, the beast remained vigorous, its wolfish eyes gleaming with cunning malice. Fang Xian realized that the gang wolf had deliberately concealed its enhanced power to deliver this fatal blow. Even at such close range, the explosion had only caused it limited damage. She stood her ground, nearly knocked over by the sound wave, watching the creature with a bitter smile on her lips, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. Is this where I fall? The thought of defeat surged within her, almost igniting her spirit. She remembered her promise to her senior, To protect everyone here. The gang wolf adjusted its stance and began charging at her. Fong Xian gritted her teeth and with her still functional left hand, threw a red stone from her palm forward, then awkwardly snapped her fingers. The red stone exploded in midair, creating a red mist. This crimson ore was her last weapon, and the explosion's power clearly inflicted significant damage on the gang wolf. The beast let out a low growl, its body rolling backward. However, the violent blast wave knocked Fong Xian off her already unstable feet. She struggled to get up again, her legs trembling, yet she pressed her lips together, resolutely facing forward. I said I would protect everyone here. I won't let you take another step. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she finally placed her palm on her chest. Crimson energy flickered in her hand. This was her ultimate move, the parting gift. Once activated, she would become a powerful human bomb, capable of blasting through the gang wolf's entire body. A crazed glint shone in Fong Xian's eyes. Even if it costs my life, I won't let you leave here. The gang wolf got back on its feet, its body covered in wounds. Its eyes blazed with anger as it charged at Fong Xian again. She stared ahead, silently calculating the distance, her left index finger and thumb poised to snap at any moment. The gang wolf seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing its charge. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. Fong Xian focused intently, waiting for the gang wolf to step into the final meter so she could activate her power and take it down with her. At this critical moment, a deep voice seemed to echo from another world. Is this the place? Crash. The air shattered like a mirror, the piercing sound echoing all around. The gang wolf screeched to a halt, and Fong Xian paused, looking in disbelief to the side. In the space between them, Su Yi appeared, holding a broken sword, having pierced through the mirror-like barrier. He was slightly out of breath from running hard, but upon seeing Fong Xian, he smiled. Hey, I'm here to save you. At that moment, the tide of battle suddenly shifted dramatically. Fong Xian and the ferocious wolf both wore expressions of shock as an unexpected figure entered their life-and-death struggle. Fong Xian's face changed rapidly, staring incredulously at the breach nearby. How did you get here? No, how did you get in? Her voice was filled with surprise and worry. Leave now. It's not something you can handle. Just then, the ferocious wolf launched a fierce attack, charging towards their position. At such close range, Fong Xian dared not use her parting gift, fearing it would harm Su Yi. She gritted her teeth and quickly pulled out an item from her pocket, throwing it forward. In an instant, a transparent barrier unfolded in the air, enveloping the ferocious wolf. Despite its furious attempts to break through, it was momentarily unable to penetrate the barrier. You have to go, Fong Xian said urgently. This is an artificial jade barrier my brother gave me, and it can only hold it back for a minute. Her tone was resolute. Leave now, I have ways to deal with it. Besides, she paused, hesitating to say more. Besides, you're planning to use some kind of a lore-nothing move, aren't you? You don't want me to get caught in it. Unexpectedly, Su Yi stepped through the breach without hesitation. Behind him, the damaged mirror rapidly repaired itself, sealing the space tightly once more. You know you still. Fong Xian looked at Su Yi in disbelief, but her words were cut off. Su Yi gazed steadily at the struggling ferocious wolf, his right hand gripping a broken sword. His voice was calm and firm. I owe you an apology. For certain reasons, I've had some prejudices against the group of void hunters. He continued, his gaze never leaving the ferocious wolf. I've always believed that most people in this world are self-serving. Even those void hunters who claim to protect the people, in my view, are no exception. Once they gain status and fame, they become even more concerned about their own lives. They fight void beasts and demons merely to enhance their status and reputation. When faced with danger, they choose to save themselves first. Su Ye's expression and tone remained calm, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, showing no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, the ferocious wolf continued to assault the barrier, and within seconds, it was covered in a web of cracks. Though the ferocious wolf was trapped and unable to escape, neither Fong Xian nor Su Ye's attacks could penetrate the barrier to affect it. As Su Yi spoke, the light from his broken sword grew brighter, as if continuously absorbing energy from within him. Fong Xian looked at Su Ye's back, gritting her teeth as she said, as a void hunter, protecting civilians is our duty. It's been my dream since childhood, and I've worked hard for it to this day. Her voice was filled with determination and pride. I want to prove to you that void hunters are not what you think. The group you encountered in Haiching 3 years ago doesn't represent the majority of us. She took a step forward, whispering fiercely, stand aside. This is my fight with it, and you have no reason to interfere. Fong Xian was poised to strike, waiting for the moment the ferocious wolf broke free from the barrier to unleash her full force for a deadly blow. As a void hunter, she knew that hundreds of civilian lives were at stake behind her, and she couldn't afford to retreat. So you didn't back down. Instead, he calmly continued, it seems you've investigated me. His tone carried a hint of contemplation, as if re-evaluating the strong-willed void hunter before him. 3 years ago, by a twist of fate, I met a girl. She was lively and cheerful, with a pure and innocent nature that tugged at my heartstrings. In her eyes, the world was filled with sunshine, impossibly beautiful. Despite her seemingly hopeless naivety, she held a grand dream to become a void hunter. In the 3rd month of our acquaintance, due to a foolish bet, I found myself accompanying her to Haiching to attend an art exhibition. Little did I know, fate would play a cruel joke on us that day. A ferocious void beast suddenly burst into the exhibition, throwing the crowd into a panic. People scattered in all directions, screams echoing through the hall. I witnessed with my own eyes as the monster devoured over a dozen innocent people, staining the exhibition floor with blood. Yet, amid the chaos, she alone moved against the tide. She weaved through the terrified crowd, helping elderly people who had fallen, comforting crying children, and guiding those struggling to escape towards the exits. In my eyes, her figure grew larger than life. Hearing this, Fong Xian clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. These details were something she had never encountered in any records. At that moment, she finally understood the source of Su Ye's deep-seated anger and his profound prejudice against void hunters. Su Ye's voice remained calm, as if recounting a story unrelated to him. In the end, as the void beast closed in, she didn't hesitate to push me aside, only to have half her body bitten off by the creature. In that critical moment, a few void hunters, who had been lurking in the crowd, finally took action and slew the beast. However, behind this seemingly heroic act lay a horrifying truth. They had been waiting for the right moment. Su Ye's voice was laced with cold anger. For the sake of their achievements, they watched as innocent people were devoured by the void beast. It wasn't until that foolish girl's actions caused the beast to pause for a second that they seized the opportunity to act. Recalling this memory, a flicker of rage flashed in Su Ye's eyes, quickly suppressed. And that fool, his voice trembled slightly, collapsed in my arms, using her last ounce of strength to ask me, Su Yi, did I look like a void hunter just now? Hearing this, Fong Xian began to tremble uncontrollably, her breathing becoming rapid. Her eyes reflected a mix of compassion and anger, unable to accept that such selfish people existed within the group of void hunters she had always admired. Su Ye's voice continued, with a trace of imperceptible gentleness. I never thought there was anything worth pursuing in those so-called noble void hunters she admired. But today, I see her shadow in you. If she were still alive, maybe she would also stand up without hesitation to protect those behind her, just like you. At that moment, the barrier holding back the gang wolf was covered in cracks, on the verge of collapse. The ferocious beast growled menacingly, ready to break through and tear the two of them apart. You need to get out of here now. Fong Xian noticed the gang wolf's movements, her expression growing more anxious. She knew that her last resort, the parting gift, was the only thing that could stop the gang wolf. But Su Yi stood in front of her, preventing her from using it. Su Yi remained calm, unfazed by the imminent collapse of the barrier. He spoke with a steady voice. I used to think that fools like you couldn't survive in this harsh world. He slowly raised the broken sword in his hand, pointing it at the gang wolf, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. But perhaps the world needs more fools like you. As he finished speaking, the energy gathered in the broken sword erupted, the blade emitting a powerful energy wave. Fong Xian then noticed the unusual nature of the broken sword and exclaimed, Is that the energy of the Jew treasure? You used it to enter the mirror world. But her expression quickly changed, and she shouted urgently, Your broken sword is an incomplete Jew treasure. It can't unleash its full power. Get out of the way. That gang wolf is beyond your ability to handle. In that critical moment, the gang wolf finally broke through the barrier, lunging at Su Yi. However, a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped the broken sword in Su Yi's hand. The light seemed alive, continuously repairing the other half of the sword, extending upward. At the same time, an astonishing energy wave surged from the broken sword. Forgot to mention, Su Yi gripped the sword tightly with both hands, facing the oncoming storm, his hair and clothes billowing wildly. His gaze was calm yet tinged with madness. My ability is called Repair Hand. As long as the conditions are right, even if the sky falls, I can fix it. A day ago, in the world inside the pot, the ancient bronze sword in Su Ye's hand slowly extended, emitting intense energy fluctuations. Hu Lao watched in shock, unable to believe that Su Yi could repair such an ancient artifact. As the restoration progressed, the residual energy within the sword rapidly expanded, as if it were about to break free. Su Ye's face turned slightly pale as nearly 80% of his energy was drained by the ancient sword. However, his eyes were bright, confirming his suspicion that the characteristic of the repairing hand could indeed restore a broken treasure to its complete form. He tightly gripped the bronze sword, clearly sensing the powerful energy contained within its blade. Turning to Hu Lao, Su Yi asked, Hu Lao, I remember you mentioned that each treasure has special abilities, right? Hu Lao, amazed, studied the ancient sword and nodded. That's right. These abilities are similar to those of awakened individuals, but aren't limited by energy levels. The effect and strength of the abilities depend entirely on the treasure itself. Can you perceive the ability of this sword? Su Yi pursued further. Hu Lao's expression turned peculiar as he looked directly at Su Yi and said, I can, but I must remind you of two things. Pausing, he continued. First, this sword was once a fragment of a powerful treasure, but its essence is almost completely damaged and can't be restored to its peak state. Holding it might attract unnecessary trouble. Nonetheless, with your repair, it can still exhibit impressive effects. Su Yi nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. And the second thing? Hu Lao gave Su Ye's sword a strange look and slowly began. The second thing is. Before he could finish, a wind wolf suddenly leaped forward. Su Ye's eyes sharpened as the bronze sword in his hand was already fully restored. Though the sword was heavy, he could wield it freely once infused with energy. In the blink of an eye, Su Ye's left hand swiftly threw out half a tile, simultaneously activating the repairing hand. The other half of the tile in his palm immediately connected with the fragment in the air, energy transforming into white threads that quickly pulled Su Yi into the sky. This seemingly ordinary level ability displayed such a magical effect in Su Ye's hands. Fong Xian watched Su Ye's actions incredulously, her beautiful eyes blinking repeatedly in shock. She wondered to herself, is this really the level ability repairing hand? How can he use it so flexibly in combat? The wind wolf's sharp claws nearly grazed Su Ye's body. Under the influence of the pulling force, Su Yi quickly ascended into the air, and the tile in his hand became whole again. The wind wolf, agile on its feet, spun around and immediately turned its head, spewing a blazing white energy beam towards Su Yi. The breath nearly reached Su Yi in midair in an instant, seemingly trapping him in an inescapable situation. Fong Xian's heart tightened, and she exclaimed, "Be careful." However, facing this critical moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Su Ye's face. Su Yi casually tossed away the tile in his palm, gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and swung down with all his might. Fong Xian watched in shock as Su Yi, wielding the sword with both hands, sliced the breath in half, his body falling with gravity, slashing all the way to the ground. The split breath turned into two shockwaves, violently crashing into the building behind him, instantly shattering it into countless pieces of rubble. He actually cut through the breath. Fong Xian murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on the ancient bronze sword in Su Ye's hand. She observed the patterns on the blade closely, and a mental image from a textbook suddenly flashed in her mind. How is this possible? The ancient sword Gujiao. Wasn't it shattered by the Void Demon 200 years ago in the war? So this thing is called Gujiao. Su Ye's ears perked up, catching Fong Xian's whisper, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. According to Elder Hu, this sword was once an extraordinary treasure, so it made sense that it was recorded in historical documents. After landing, Su Yi didn't pause for a moment. He suddenly pushed off the ground with both feet, charging towards the gang wolf with an unusual swiftness. Seeing its breath cut, the gang wolf's eyes flashed with shock and anger. It saw Su Yi rushing towards it, and immediately felt belittled, launching its right paw with the speed of a gust of wind. The beast's claw, enveloped in its own energy, was incredibly hard, and the gang wolf was confident it could crush the human before it. Fong Xian watched the battle intently, recalling the historical records. The ancient sword Gujiao possesses an S-level ability called Xiaoduan. Its effect is, confronted with the ferocious beast's claw, Su Ye's eyes shifted slightly as he swung the sword upwards with both hands. With a puff, in the gang wolf's astonished gaze, its right paw was sliced cleanly upon contact with Gujiao, as if it were tofu being cleaved by a knife, revealing a perfectly smooth cut as it flew high into the air. At the same time, Fong Xian's whisper finally concluded, unbreakable, unstoppable. It possesses absolute penetrating power. Roar, the gang wolf let out an ear-splitting howl, blood gushing like a fountain from the severed stump. Su Ye's eyes were sharp, and without any hesitation, he continued his charge. Before Gujiao, no defense could withstand him. This is why, even wielding a damaged Gujiao, he could easily tear through the mirror world and break in. It was for this reason that the seemingly indestructible wolf claw was sliced apart as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables. The gang wolf's eyes flickered with deep apprehension. Facing a sword that could cut through anything, it dared not attack with its body anymore. Instead, it leapt backward on 3 legs. Then, it suddenly whipped its head, sending 3 thin black beams from its mouth, arranged in an inverted triangle, flying towards Su Yi. Faced with this unexpected change of tactics, Su Yi's expression shifted slightly. He quickly assessed that he couldn't block all 3 attacks. In that case, his eyes resolute, he made a swift decision, continuing his charge without slowing down. I won't block them. With a sudden burst, 2 black beams pierced through Su Ye's shoulders, causing blood to gush from the wounds. The searing pain shot through his body like electricity, Yet he gritted his teeth and managed to cut through a third beam beneath him with his ancient sword, Gu Xiao. Though he let out a muffled groan and his body trembled slightly, he didn't slow down and continued to charge forward. Leaping into the air, Su Yi aimed Gu Xiao directly at the gang wolf. This reckless attack, exchanging injury for injury, caught the gang wolf off guard. It roared in fury, the pain from its severed claw driving it into a frenzy. Its left claw came hurtling towards Su Yi, ready to strike him. In that critical moment, Su Ye's eyes blazed with determination as he threw a broken sword sheath from his chest. Anything recognized as a single entity can be repaired, he silently chanted, activating his repair ability. Gu Xiao seemed to come alive, guiding Su Yi in a near vertical arc through the air, diving towards the gang wolf's head. The gang wolf's attack missed once more, and Su Yi seized the opportunity to thrust Gu Xiao into the sheath. However, the sheath was meant for a broken sword and couldn't contain the now restored Gu Xiao. It was instantly sliced in half, fragments scattering in all directions. 5 seconds left, Su Yi thought with a grave expression, recalling the warning from Master Hu. A level ability has its limits, and even a fully restored treasure can only last for 1 minute. 55 seconds had already passed since Gu Xiao's restoration. Just as Su Yi prepared for his final strike, the gang wolf suddenly lashed out, its tail whipping like a lash. Damn, I was careless. Su Yi realized too late that he had underestimated the gang wolf, mistaking it for an ordinary canine. The tail struck Su Yi heavily, causing him to spit blood and be flung back like a kite with a broken string. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a truck, his mind nearly blacking out, and his body completely out of control. A flash of fear crossed Su Ye's eyes, knowing that this blow could change the entire battle's outcome. With only 4 seconds left, Su Yi endured the excruciating pain and forced himself to regain consciousness. Ignoring his previous mistake, he quickly adjusted his posture, gripping Gu Xiao tightly, and hurled it with all his might at the head of the gang wolf. The ancient sword traced a sharp arc through the air, aiming directly at the top of the wolf's head. 3 seconds. The gang wolf's pupils contracted sharply, a wild, beastly nature flickering in its eyes. It suddenly opened its gaping maw, and a blinding energy beam began to coalesce in its throat, ready to unleash. 2 seconds. Su Yi crashed heavily to the ground, his injuries worsening, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. But he couldn't afford to feel the pain. He rolled over and strained to observe the battle. Seeing the energy mass in the wolf's mouth, his heart tightened with unease. At this distance, Gu Xiao wouldn't be able to completely sever the attack. It would surely be blasted away by the energy impact. Su Yi clutched at the artificial grass on the ground, a look of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Just 1 second left. Was it really too late? Even if he gave it his all, was it impossible to bridge this gap in power? Gu Xiao continued to speed towards its target, but the gang wolf's attack was ready to launch. A sinister glint passed through its eyes, showing its resolve to first knock away the broken sword and then tear the two humans to pieces. At this critical moment, 2 stones suddenly sliced through the air, trailing red streaks, and precisely lodged themselves between Gu Xiao and the wolf. Su Yi quickly turned his head to see Fong Xian in a throwing stance, eyes glowing red, snapping her fingers with all her strength. Boom! 1 stone exploded in the wolf's mouth, a surge of energy waves forcibly dispersing the energy mass. Smoke rose from the wolf's mouth, its flesh mangled, as if it had backfired. Furious, it glanced at Fong Xian, wishing to shred this human woman to pieces. However, the blast wave from the close-range explosion also swept up Gu Xiao in midair, causing it to spin and fly backward, unable to continue its descent. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Su Ye's heart was instantly extinguished. But in the next moment, another snap of fingers was heard. The second stone Fong Xian threw exploded just above Gu Xiao's path. With her detonation, the stone shattered, and Gu Xiao was once again propelled by the explosion wave, spinning downward at an even faster speed. The gang wolf incredulously raised its head, its pupils watching the rapidly spinning ancient sword grow larger. Su Ye's face lit up with excitement, clenching his fists, the hope that had been extinguished now burning brightly once more. At that moment, a faint purple crystal embedded in the wolf's head suddenly flashed with an eerie purple light, almost turning the sky a shade of violet. Then, a violent surge of energy erupted from the gem. The purple glow gathered above the wolf's head, vaguely forming a human figure. Following that, a burst of raucous laughter emanated from the figure. "Ha! Rest assured, by the time you arrive, I'll have already recovered and slaughtered everyone from these schools. If you value your life, come and chase me, Captain." The sound grew closer, as if rapidly approaching from afar. The figure quickly solidified, and a man dressed in black appeared out of nowhere, standing atop the gang wolf's head. He looked around with a proud expression, taking in his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard the rush of wind. Looking up, he saw a spinning bronze ancient sword descending rapidly toward him. "What is this?" The man's smile froze, his voice cut off abruptly. In the next instant, A lifeless wolf head and a severed arm flew high into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. 10 minutes ago, the mirror world of the urban village in the west of the city was plunged into darkness. A massive sphere of black energy formed, engulfing everything around it. Amidst the ruins, Guoyin and Xiali leaned against the crumbling walls, gasping for breath, their bodies covered in wounds. They stared ahead in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Is this the power of the mountain realm void demon? It's terrifying, Guoyin muttered, a chill involuntarily creeping into his heart. As newcomers to the Void Hunting Team 5, having joined only 3 months ago, this was their first encounter with such a formidable enemy. Xia Li's cool demeanor showed a hint of seriousness, yet her eyes glimmered with a defiant light. As Yane had pointed out, the abilities she and Guoyin were proud of were useless in this battle, and they even needed their senior's protection. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a pale blue streak of light suddenly tore through the darkness from afar, like an aurora. Qiao Sha appeared, wielding a pale blue longsword that emitted a brilliant sword light, tearing apart the black energy and allowing moonlight to once again bathe the land. The mirror world had frozen time at the moment of its creation, so despite it being daylight in the real world, here it remained shrouded in deep night. Qiao Sha's gaze was sharp, his movements swift, and the blue cloak on his back billowed in the wind. In mere seconds, he shattered all the surrounding black energy. At that moment, the sword in his hand shone like a dazzling star, becoming the sole focus of this world. It's over, Yane. Qiao Sha roared, his long sword slashing down. The night sky seemed to tear apart, forcing a figure into view, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. Yane coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The intense energy clash had aggravated his internal injuries, leaving him unable to maintain his previous composure. Yet even in this life-and-death moment, he retained his elegance. Impressive, Captain, Yane remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth and slowly standing up. Qiao Sha's sword remained pointed at his head, the tip rising with Yane's movements. Despite his own injuries and weakened energy, Qiao Sha's expression remained resolute, and he stared intently at Yane. This S-class ability, Blade Grave, is indeed remarkable, Yane said with a pale smile, looking at Qiao Sha. To randomly summon various blades using one's energy, with the chance of calling forth treasured weapons and ancient armaments. The sword in your hand must be a formidable treasure. It took considerable effort to summon this blue shadow, Qiao Sha replied calmly. But now that it's here, your fate is sealed. You will be slain here by me. He gripped the blue shadow tightly, the blade trailing a pale blue light in the air, yet it did not descend. Why not strike? Yane smiled, his eyes fixed on Qiao Sha. Are you worried that I might have used my ability on you without your knowledge? His smile loomed larger in Qiao Sha's eyes. In the next moment, the figure before Qiao Sha suddenly blurred, transforming into the terrified visage of Guoyin. Senior, wake up, it's me. Don't kill me. That guy is behind you. The phantom Guoyin screamed desperately. Qiao Sha's sword paused for just a moment, then cut down without hesitation. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. With a splat, blood sprayed out like mist as Guoyin's shoulder was slashed open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone. However, the voice quickly turned into a low growl. The face of the Guoyin before him twisted and deformed, rapidly reverting to the sinister visage of nightmare. Despite using energy to shield himself in time, the wound on his shoulder continued to bleed profusely. A flash of surprise crossed Nightmare's sinister gaze. I didn't expect you to strike without hesitation. Aren't you worried that I might have really used my powers on you, and the person you're about to cut down is actually your teammate? Qiao Sha, expressionless, withdrew his sword, blood dripping from the blade. He replied calmly. If it were really him, he would have willingly taken the injury to help me discern the truth. The next strike won't miss. Having confirmed the person before him was indeed Nightmare, Qiao Sha hesitated no longer and swung his sword again, its blade gleaming with a cold light, aiming straight for Nightmare's vital points. Yet in that instant, Qiao Sha's vision blurred once more. The surroundings shifted dramatically, as if he were suddenly in an eerie forest. Before him appeared 4 figures, heavily injured and missing limbs. They wore the same blue robes as Qiao Sha, dragging their broken bodies as they slowly turned. When they revealed their faces, their eyes were filled with deep-seated resentment. Qiao Sha, why did you abandon us? They questioned in unison, their voices filled with pain and anger. Seeing this, Qiao Sha was struck as if by lightning, his previously calm demeanor twisting in an instant. He roared in fury, you bastard! With a loud crash, the illusion shattered. Qiao Sha's sword, Blue Shadow, drew a bright blue arc, slashing fiercely at the ground. The earth split open where the blade struck, sending fragments of rock flying. In the brief pause, Nightmare seized the opportunity, swiftly dodging to the side. He wore a strange smile, mocking loudly. Indeed, painful memories always cause emotional turmoil in you weak humans. Let's end this boring game. I believe my pet has already taken control of the situation by now. Nightmare slid his feet on the ground, steadying himself. Watching the furious, rapidly approaching Cao Sha, he calmly retrieved a light purple gemstone from his pocket and crushed it with force. Instantly, a purple barrier rose up, enveloping Nightmare's body completely. Cao Sha's blue shadow sword struck violently against this purple shield, but was firmly blocked, unable to penetrate. This is the amethyst influence transfer, Cao Sha exclaimed, shocked to find such a rare gem in the hands of this phantom. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that the other piece of amethyst influence transfer is with that gang wolf? Nightmare's form was shrouded in purple light as the barrier began to turn translucent, seemingly about to transport him out of this mirrored world. Cao Sha turned sharply, yelling at Guayin and Xia Li. Quick, leave the mirror world and head to third school. Fong Xian is in danger. His voice was filled with unprecedented urgency. Meanwhile, Nightmare, observing the furious and anxious Cao Sha, burst into laughter. Hurrah! Don't worry, by the time you get there, I will have already healed and slaughtered everyone in those schools. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and follow me, Captain. His voice gradually faded as his figure, guided by the purple light, vanished from sight. The scene before him rapidly changed, with Nightmare's smug smile appearing in a brand new world. Yet in the next moment, a sharp whistling sounded in his ears. He looked up quickly, only to see a cold light hurtling toward him at incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. What is this? Nightmare's smile froze on his face, his voice cutting off abruptly. With a swift slash, the ancient bronze sword spun through the air, effortlessly severing Nightbane's energy-wrapped left arm as if it were slicing through tofu. His dismembered arm flew high, spraying blood, while the fierce howl of his spectral wolf echoed as its head was cleaved off, both falling to the ground together. The excruciating pain shot through Nightbane like an electric current, contorting his face in agony, shattering his usual calm and gentlemanly demeanor as he let out a feral scream. The massive body of the spectral wolf crashed to the ground with a thud, sending up a cloud of dust as Nightbane tumbled down, following it. The spinning ancient sword, after severing the wolf's head, reverted to its original broken form and embedded itself in the ground. Su Yi and Fong Xian were left stunned, their hearts pounding with shock as they stared at the unexpected figure. They had barely managed to kill the spectral wolf with all their might, only to find someone else suddenly intervening. Staggering as he landed, Nightbane clutched his severed arm with his right hand, using energy to staunch the bleeding. His face twisted with pain, more severe than any injury he had sustained battling the Void Hunting team in the virtual realm. Fong Xian noticed the fluctuation of energy around Nightbane and the jet-black gem set in his forehead, her face paling as she exclaimed in disbelief. Is that the Void Demon? How is he here? And where are the others? At that moment, static crackled in her earpiece, followed by Cao Sha's urgent voice. Fong Xian, the Void Demon, used a purple influence shift and is likely heading your way. Hold on, just 10 more minutes, and we can. Crack! A black ray shot from afar, and though Fong Xian reacted instantly, turning her head, her earpiece was shattered, and a gust left a bloody line across her cheek. Nightbane's eyes burned with fury as he slowly lowered his right index finger. A surge of mountainous energy erupted from him, overwhelming with a force like an avalanche. Fong Xian and Su Yi felt their shoulders heavy as if faced with a primordial beast. Su Yi's heart sank as he struggled to his feet. The joy of killing the spectral wolf had vanished, replaced by a crushing pressure. His chest heaved, his stance unsteady, clearly showing the severe damage from the wolf's previous attacks. You actually killed the spectral wolf, Nightbane growled, advancing step by step. With each step, the pressure on Su Yi's shoulders intensified. Suddenly, an unusual gleam flickered in Nightbane's eyes, and he froze as if caught in a spell. He murmured to himself, this wasn't part of my plan, but even if it dies, the energy maintaining the beast arena can hold for another 5 minutes. Taking another step, dark energy spread from beneath Nightbane's feet. The sound of shattering mirrors echoed all around, as if the entire space trembled under his power. In the seemingly indestructible mirror world, everything shattered under the impact of his energy blast. Fong Xian's face turned pale, her expression changing drastically. She realized with a sinking heart that the hastily constructed mirror world was indeed unstable. She quickly looked up into the distance, where the entire school was still shrouded in the black energy of the arena. Yi Yan's voice hissed like a snake in the air. 5 minutes is more than enough time for me to crush you ants to death. Before the words even finished, he appeared 2 meters in front of Su Yi. Yi Yan's eyes flickered with anger and disbelief. A mere human of the rock realm was able to sever my arm. He took a step forward, his right palm darting toward the stunned Su Yi like lightning. At that critical moment, a red beam shot through the air, exploding in Yi Yan's palm. The blast wave engulfed Yi Yan in smoke and dust. Fong Xian endured the severe pain, stumbling as she got up from the ground. She gritted her teeth as she approached, her voice weak yet firm. I'm still here. How can I let you harm anyone else? The explosion finally snapped Su Yi out of his daze. He noticed Fong Xian's movement, his face changing drastically as he shouted urgently. Don't come any closer. Get out of the way. No sooner had he spoken than a ball of black light burst from the smoke, hitting Fong Xian instantly. She was powerless to resist, her body crashing heavily against the school's outer wall. The impact made her cough up blood again, leaving her unable to stand. The wind blew the dust away, revealing Yi Yin unharmed. His cold gaze swept over Fong Xian, finally resting on Su Yi, his eyes blazing with fury. Was my perfect plan ruined by a little stone realm brat like you? I'm going to kill you. Yi Yin flipped his palm, unleashing enough energy to crush Su Yi to dust. But at that critical moment, a whiff of blood suddenly filled his nostrils. Su Ye's hand firmly grasped his wrist, stopping the attack in its tracks. At that moment, Su Ye's hair stood on end, his entire body enveloped in a blood-red mist as his blood seemed to boil and evaporate rapidly. His speed and strength appeared to be mysteriously enhanced, allowing him to intercept Yi Yan's attack out of nowhere. Su Yi spoke in a deep voice, the words carrying immense pressure, yet his eyes gleamed with mockery. A perfect plan? Are you referring to this plan that's full of holes, with no backup, as simple as a kindergarten child's? The taunt instantly enraged Yi Yan. He shook off Su Ye's hand with a wave of energy, his anger almost tangible. However, he suppressed his fury and sneered. So the reason you dare talk to me like this is your blood-boiling ability? If I recall correctly, that's considered the weakest class ability among you humans. Frankly, this ability that burns your own blood for speed and power looks pathetically weak to me. Su Yi suddenly smiled easily, his hair falling back down as the blood stopped burning. He clenched his fist, sensing the new ability gained from slaying the gang wolf, and took a deep breath. You know, I've always thought of myself as pretty lucky. Let's hope your luck helps you survive my next attack. Yi Yan sneered coldly, looking down at Su Yi. Su Yi, however, met his gaze, then gently closed his eyes, a red glow spreading rapidly across his body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes, a smile curling his lips. It seems the card I've drawn this time is the Joker. Su Yi had just slain the formidable gang wolf when a remarkable new talent emerged from the natural selection process. He instantly grasped a new level ability called Boiling Blood. This ability was simple yet powerful. It allowed him to burn his own blood in exchange for a dramatic increase in speed and strength. Among level abilities, not only was Boiling Blood rare and combat effective, but it also had one of the most severe side effects. According to national database calculations, an average person could only maintain the boiling blood state for a maximum of 3 minutes. Beyond that, they would rapidly become anemic, and if not deactivated in time, they risked dying from blood loss. Faced with the terrifying pressure of the Night Fiend, Su Yi also activated his second special ability, Transcendence, which he had regained the right to use. This time, he applied Transcendence to his newly acquired Boiling Blood ability. The effect of Transcendence was to randomly enhance an ability to any level between C and SSS, and it would become ineffective after a single use. Su Yi always considered himself lucky. In this critical moment, Lady Luck smiled upon him once more. Although he didn't randomly hit the most powerful SSS level, the Boiling Blood ability still underwent a dramatic transformation. S-level Boiling Blood. Base effect. Boiling Blood increases all abilities 5-fold. Special effect 1, Blood Mask. Condense 5 of blood to form a blood mask, enabling a burst attack. Special effect 2, Blood Burn. Techniques released by burning blood have their power increased by 50. As the new special effects from his enhanced ability flashed through his mind, Su Ye's lips curled slightly, though his gaze remained coldly focused on the Night Fiend. At this moment, he possessed the strength to battle this void demon. Su Ye's expression ignited a fire of rage in the Night Fiend's eyes. The demon couldn't comprehend how a mere Stone Realm kid dared to act so arrogantly before him. Die! The Night Fiend's eyes flashed with cold light as he swung his energy-laden right fist towards Su Ye's face. Boom! The expected scene of blood and gore did not occur. Su Yi firmly caught the Night Fiend's punch. At this moment, his hair stood on end, and his blood boiled. Rapidly rising blood mist enveloped the area, transforming into a crimson steam that continuously dissipated. I told you, Su Ye's voice was low, his eyes gleaming with indifference. I'm really quite lucky. His right fist shot out like lightning, so fast it created a sonic boom. The punch landed squarely on the Night Fiend's chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. The terrifying impact shattered the energy shield around him, and the reverberation instantly swept through his entire body. Boom! The Night Fiend crashed heavily into the school's perimeter wall, which crumbled upon impact. His body continued to fly, hitting the black barrier of the arena before being bounced to the ground. Struggling to suppress the turbulent energy within him, the Night Fiend had just managed to stand up when a streak of blood-red light shot from afar, appearing instantly before him. Su Yi muttered softly, then suddenly stomped his right foot onto the body of the Night Fiend. It was as if an invisible force was gathering in the air. The Night Fiend's entire body trembled violently, desperately channeling energy to roll itself to the side. Boom! Su Ye's right foot landed heavily, and the hard ground cracked like a spider web. The shockwave rippled out, lifting the Night Fiend's body. Struggling to maintain balance, it staggered back, disbelief flashing in its eyes. How is this possible? The Night Fiend was horrified. A mere level ability can unleash such power? The absurdity of it all overwhelmed him. If not for his restraint, he might have cursed out loud. How the hell is this a level ability? So you didn't give him a chance to react. The boiling blood ability could only last 3 minutes, and he dared not deactivate it, or it would revert from the newly elevated SS level back to D level. He launched himself in the direction the Night Fiend had dodged, his right fist striking like lightning. At that moment, the scene shifted abruptly. In front of Su Yi appeared Fong Xian, backed against the wall, her face filled with terror. She shouted in disbelief. Su Yi, what are you doing? Thud. Su Ye's fist unhesitatingly struck Fong Xian's face. Her features contorted, and as her body flew back, she reverted to the Night Fiend's form. The Night Fiend's face twisted in rage, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Why didn't you hesitate at all? The Night Fiend couldn't comprehend. Its ability, Mirage, was an 11 mental influence power, capable of creating incredibly convincing illusions. Even someone as strong as Chao Sha would experience a moment of doubt under its influence. Yet Su Ye's attack never faltered, as if he truly intended to punch through Fong Xian. Su Yi landed steadily, a slight frown on his face due to the strain on his body. Regulating his breath, he advanced on the Night Fiend, explaining, the human brain is incredibly precise. With proper training, it can possess computational abilities rivaling a computer. My brain has meticulously modeled every scene around me. An illusion like yours, conjured so suddenly, can't affect me. Even with my eyes closed, I wouldn't miss. Speaking swiftly, Su Yi caught up to the fallen Night Fiend. His face, twisted slightly by the pain of boiling blood, resembled a menacing demon. This sight struck fear into the Night Fiend, making it feel a chilling terror. For the first time, the threat of death loomed over it. With this punch, I'll send you to your end, Su Yi declared, delivering a powerful blow. Yet, just as he punched, the Night Fiend transformed again. Su Yi was momentarily dazed, now facing a girl in a white dress, barely holding a smile with half her body gone. Su Yi, look, did I just now seem like a void hunter? You shouldn't have turned into her. Su Ye's eyes flared with anger, his right fist igniting with searing blood flames. He smashed his fist into the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. And you shouldn't have hesitated even for a moment. The Night Fiend's manic laughter echoed from the side, filled with arrogance and triumph. Su Yi suddenly turned his head, only to see Yin had already retreated to a distant spot. Those sinister eyes were filled with madness, and his whispered words were full of resentment. If it weren't for my severe injuries and losing an arm, how could a mere stone realm brat force me to this point? Even though Yi Yin wasn't a direct combat type, as a mountain realm powerhouse, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state if he hadn't been previously injured and drained of energy by Chao Sha. He gritted his teeth. I am the brother of the 10 emperors. How could I allow a mere human child to hinder me? Before he finished speaking, Yi Yan's left palm gathered a ball of black energy and flung it behind him. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the energy ball instantly struck a distant building. With a thunderous crash, a massive stone block, half a floor high, tumbled down. Su Ye's face changed dramatically, and he quickly looked up. If he remembered correctly, that was where Wang Peng and others were. More than 20 students were gathered there, and if struck by the giant stone, they would surely perish. Yi Yan laughed maniacally. Foolish humans! Will you choose to save them, or continue fighting me? Rage burned in Su Ye's eyes as he leapt into action without hesitation, sprinting towards the falling stone. Yi Yan's eyes glinted coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Pointless protection is the root of human stupidity. With that, he fled in the opposite direction, planning to quickly devour some humans to recover his energy and heal his wounds. However, Yi Yan had just dashed a short distance when a commotion arose behind him. At that moment, not only did Yi Yan stop in his tracks, but Su Yi, who had already rushed over 10 meters, also paused. Suddenly, several thick vines burst out of the ground, propping up the giant stone. Although the stone's descent was slightly slowed, it soon pierced through the vines and continued to fall. Simultaneously, various strange abilities surged from all directions, some strong, some weak, all converging on the stone. In the blink of an eye, the massive stone block, along with countless fragments, was shattered into bits by these energies, turning into a pile of debris. As the dust settled, Su Yi stood dumbfounded as the figures of nearly 100 students and teachers gradually came into view. Leading them was the Awakener Academy teacher who had been despairingly curled up by the barrier earlier, as well as Su Ye's deskmate Wang Peng. At this moment, the teacher's eyes no longer held despair. Though still tinged with fear, he shouted loudly, "I've gathered everyone from the school. If you fall, we will inevitably face doom. Fight without worry. We can protect ourselves." Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers looked anxiously toward the field. Although they were far away, they could still feel the surging energy waves and life force from both the virtual demon and Su Yi. Wang Peng gathered his courage, took a couple of steps forward, and shouted with his hands cupped around his mouth, "Yi Gu, take down that phantom. If it's you, I know you can do it." His eyes shone with unwavering trust, and his voice carried not a trace of fear. The Night Phantom's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and his figure, which was about to leave, suddenly halted. His initial plan was to pick off the scattered students around the school one by one, consuming them to recover his injuries and energy. Yet, these humans, who should have been fleeing in all directions in the face of danger, had regrouped, placing all their hopes on Su Yi and Fong Xian. Su Yi stared in amazement at the nearly 100 figures gathered together, a slight smile involuntarily curling at his lips. He abruptly turned around, muttering to himself, "Maybe what fools like you want to protect is something like this." Looking up at the Night Phantom, he felt the blood within him boiling, nearing the 3-minute limit. "This time I won't miss." Su Yi stomped the ground forcefully, and as the ground cracked open, he shot forward like a blazing flame, instantly closing the gap with the Night Phantom. He threw 2 punches in quick succession, and even though the Night Phantom managed to raise an energy shield in time, he was still forced to retreat, his chest heaving as blood spewed forth. A look of madness appeared in the Night Phantom's eyes as he roared, "How could I be stopped here by you? I need to prove to my brother that I'm not just the little brother of the 10 kings, but a phantom capable of standing on my own." Images flashed through his mind of phantoms who flattered him to his face, but secretly looked down on him, and his brother's slightly disappointed eyes and cold words. The Night Phantom stopped retreating, swinging his single arm at Su Yi, the black gem on his forehead emitting a dazzling light as his energy intensity surged. Su Yi met the attack with his own punch, shouting, "That guy Fong Xian fought with his life to protect these people behind us. How could I let you harm them?" In an instant, the blood in Su Ye's body evaporated, forming a blood-red mask over his face. His right fist accelerated, almost becoming a blur as it streaked across the sky toward the Night Phantom. At that moment, the solid arena in the sky shattered, and Chao Sha, Guiyan, and Xiaoli burst out from one side. Chao Sha, holding a blue long sword, was in mid-swing but froze at the scene before him. Fiery blood flames shot skyward. Su Yi and the Night Phantom's fists crossed in the air, with Su Ye's fist striking the Night Phantom's chest first, creating a bloody hole. The Night Phantom looked ahead in disbelief, murmuring, "Brother." In the next moment, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Chao Sha stood there, stunned, the blue shadow in his hand dissipating into light. He muttered to himself, "Hey, I remember Fong Xian said that guy's ability is a level ability, right?" Behind him, Guoyan and Xia Li were equally dumbfounded, all three swallowing hard as the same question flashed through their minds. "Is this really a level ability? You call this a level ability?" The plain white ceiling came into Su Ye's view. He stared at it silently for 3 seconds, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light, then slowly sat up. "Hey, Su Yi, you're awake." Guoyan, who had been by the bedside, immediately put down his phone, a delighted smile spreading across his face. His voice was loud enough to draw Chao Sha in from outside the door. "Yo, you're up," Chao Sha said as he walked into the hospital room. Su Yi glanced around, his gaze finally landing on the two of them, and asked, "What's the date today?" Guoyan feigned seriousness, replying in a heavy tone, "It's August now. You've been in a coma for 2 months." "That's not funny at all," Su Yi said without hesitation, reaching for Guoyan's phone. He glanced at the date and murmured, "I've been out for a full 3 days." Chao Sha sat down on the chair next to the bed, smiling as he said, "I thought the first thing you'd ask when you woke up was where you were." Su Yi raised his left hand, eyeing the 4 drip connected to it, and calmly replied, "Isn't this a hospital? There's a billboard for the trade building outside the window. This should be the central hospital in the west of the city. And I'm here probably because of severe blood loss." The reaction time? Chao Sha turned to ask Guiyan. 42 seconds, Guiyan said, looking at his watch, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Chao Sha nodded approvingly. "Did you see that? In just 42 seconds, he figured out how long he was out, where he is, and his current situation. This kind of observation and judgment speed is nothing short of genius. In combat, such quick observation and judgment can give you the upper hand." He patted Guoyan on the shoulder, then turned to Su Yi. "You took down a mountain-level void demon and a rock-level void beast. Besides that, you saved all 110 students from third high. All these achievements will be credited to you. The government will also reward you according to the Void Hunter regulations." Su Yi remained composed, pondering for a moment before responding. "Can I just receive the rewards? As for the achievements, credit them to you. I don't want to attract unnecessary attention." "Are you sure?" Chao Sha asked with a smile. though he had expected this. Do you realize that even among Void Hunters, this achievement is quite prestigious? With it, you could join Longxia Academy and be at the top of the freshman class. Others would hold you in high regard. Just empty fame, Su Yi said, pulling the needle from his hand and sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently sensing his physical condition. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Where's Fong Xian?" "Don't worry, I'm doing just fine," came a muffled voice from the doorway. Su Yi looked up, his expression turning odd. He saw an extremely bandaged mummy being helped into the room by Xia Li, hobbling along. Su Yi stifled a laugh, keeping a straight face as he asked, "You awakened your bloodline and became a mummy, huh?" Fong Xian showed only one eye and mumbled in a muffled voice. That was a phantom from the mountain realm. Surviving was already a miracle. Her entire body was wrapped in bandages, resembling a cumbersome mummy, clearly indicating severe injuries that required such emergency treatment. Xia Li supported Fong Xian with a stoic expression, but Su Yi keenly noticed that the corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly, as though she was suppressing some emotion. As Fong Xian entered, Chao Sha immediately stood up from his chair, followed by Gui Yan. The four of them lined up, their expressions suddenly turning solemn. "Salute," Chao Sha commanded in a low voice. The four of them straightened their chests, placing their right fists over their left chests, standing solemnly. "Su Yi, on behalf of the captain of the Phantom Hunting Team 5, I thank you." They bowed deeply, disregarding their own statuses. Despite her awkward movements and slight delay, Fong Xian also tried her best to bow to Su Yi. Chao Sha spoke with a steady voice, tinged with guilt. "The appearance of the Phantom and Phantom beasts on campus was a major oversight on my part. If it weren't for your selfless intervention, the casualties would have been severe. Your actions corrected our mistake and saved 110 lives. We are very grateful." However, Su Ye's reaction was unexpected to Chao Sha. Instead of being moved, he recoiled to the other side of the bed with a look of extreme disdain, as if he had seen something unpleasant. "Do all Phantom Hunters like to play awkward games?" Su Yi openly expressed his discomfort. Fong Xian laughed heartily from within her bandages. "Ha! I told you, senior, this guy isn't into that sort of thing." Chao Sha awkwardly straightened up, the corner of his mouth twitching. The solemn atmosphere he had tried to create was instantly shattered by Fong Xian's laughter. He rubbed his temples in resignation, muttering quietly, "But that's how they do it on TV." For pairs of strange eyes fell on him, prompting him to clear his throat and speak seriously. "We've already taken care of the aftermath of this incident. The students who witnessed it will only conclude that the Phantom was heavily injured in a battle with Fong Xian and was then killed by you. This won't cause you any unnecessary trouble." He took out a broken sword and a halved scabbard from his coat, which were Su Ye's gushao. "These are your belongings. I've recovered them for you. Someone will contact you later regarding your reward." Chao Sha placed these items on the table beside the bed, then took out a simple jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it to Su Yi. "I've heard some things about you from Fong Xian and know you have some biases against Phantom Hunters. I don't expect you to change your mind quickly, but I hope you use your own eyes to see what Phantom Hunters are truly like." With that, he and the others turned to leave. Just before stepping out of the hospital room, Chao Sha glanced back slightly, showing a side profile and a gentle smile. "If possible, I'd like to see you at the enrollment ceremony." Su Yi reached out and took the jade pendant, examining it closely. A lifelike azure dragon was intricately carved on its surface, and it felt cool and comfortable to the touch. When he turned it over, the words Long Xia were boldly inscribed on the back. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, Long Xia Academy is renowned and is the dream institution for all awakeners. Su Yi recalled the rumors he had heard. This jade pendant, known as the Dragon Jade, was crafted from special materials of the Void Realm and spiritual jade. It not only contains energy that nurtures the body, but also serves as the soul pass to enter Longxia Academy. Unlike other Awakener academies, Longxia Academy operates on a unique invitation system. Only those recognized by special academy personnel or members of the Void Hunting Team can receive a Dragon Jade invitation. This results in a limited number of admissions each year, but every student is an elite among elites. At least 80 of its graduates become Void Hunters, battling the Void Demons. In terms of comprehensive strength and resources, Longxia Academy surpasses other academies by several times. Holding the Dragon Jade, Su Ye's face showed a peculiar expression. He had never expected to receive a Dragon Jade. To enter Longxia Academy, one's ability must be rated at least B-level, with the average ability level approaching a level. He was the first to gain admission with a D-level ability. Memories flashed through his mind, and Su Ye's perception of the Void Hunters began to shift. The appearance of Fong Xian and their self-sacrificing behavior prompted him to reassess this group. After the school incident, many clues filled his thoughts, and the image of the girl who had died before him reappeared. Su Yi murmured to himself, "There are many answers I need to find, whether it's her death or those responsible for it. Before my awakening day, my abilities were dormant, and many things were beyond my reach. But now, with this dragon jade, I have more options. He suddenly clenched the jade pendant, his eyes flickering as if weighing something. If I want to quickly enhance my abilities and find that void hunting team, I must rapidly improve my strength. The scene shifts to the entrance of the central hospital. Chao Sha and his group had just left when a long limousine pulled up in front of them. Two robust bodyguards in black stepped out to open the car doors for them. They filed in, and the car sped off towards the airport. Inside the car, Guoyin looked at Chao Sha in confusion and asked, "Senior, why are we returning so quickly?" Chao Sha, with a serious expression, explained, "The night terror that died this time had a void jade in its forehead. You all should know that within the void demons, there is a very strict hierarchy. Possessing the Su Yu signifies a noble status among the Su Mo." After Chao Sha reported the specifics about Yi Yin to the school, the board sent a message today. He paused for a moment, his expression suddenly becoming serious, and said, "Yi Yin is very likely the biological brother of one of the current 10 kings of Su Mo, Ming Zhou." Fong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression emerging from the mummy-like state, and she exclaimed, "What? The 10 kings?" Chao Sha nodded and continued to explain. "The board considers this matter extremely dangerous. Ever since our strongest human, the predecessor Tao Tai, disappeared 50 years ago, Su Mo has been restless. Despite our efforts to conceal it, they found out this information through special channels and are attempting to make a comeback to invade the Dragon Nation again. Now that the younger brother of one of the 10 kings has died within our borders, it's hard to imagine whether they will use this as an opportunity for revenge." Fong Xian immediately thought of the critical issue and anxiously asked, "Isn't Su Yi in great danger then? If Su Mo wants revenge, they would come after him first, right?" Xiaoli responded calmly. "That's why the senior just gave him the long yu. Moreover, we've already sealed the news, so even if Su Mo wants revenge, they will only come after us." Fong Xian suddenly understood. "Oh, so what the senior threw out earlier was the long yu." Xiaoli rubbed her temples helplessly and continued, "But that guy is indeed different. Didn't you notice? Although he acted disdainful and deliberately shrank to the side, it was actually just to avoid accepting our favor." Chao Sha smiled and agreed. "Yes, he seems casual and indifferent, but he actually has a righteous heart. If he truly joins Long Xiao Academy, he might stir up a significant storm." As he spoke, he turned his head to look out the window, a slight smile on his lips. Meanwhile, in the Su Nation, a Su Mo was anxiously pursuing a figure in white, trying to stop this 10 king. "Lord Ming Zhou, you really can't open the Su realm on your own. You should know that the Dragon Nation is now protected by Wuji Tianxing. With your status and power, once the Su realm is opened, those human experts from the Kunlun realm will quickly besiege you. Hasn't His Majesty already said that it's not time for us to go to war yet?" Ming Zhou suddenly stopped, gripping the Su Mo's neck with a wind-like speed, lifting him into the air. Ming Zhou's appearance resembled Yi Yan, but his expression was extremely serious, the black gem on his forehead faintly glowing, his eyes filled with immense anger. He thundered, "So you're saying that my biological brother died in the Dragon Nation, and I can only watch, doing nothing?" As he spoke, a fierce white light shone from his palm, illuminating half the sky. At that moment, a slightly coquettish voice sounded from the side. "Ming Zhou, wasn't your foolish brother's death partly because of the pressure you put on him? Now you're taking it out on your people, which is quite useless." Ming Zhou released his grip, throwing the Su Mo to the ground, turning with burning anger toward the seductive red-haired woman leaning against a wall not far away. "Hong Yu, do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you're one of the 3 stars?" The intense light behind him flickered, and terrifying energy surged. Hong Yu laughed charmingly, unaffected by Ming Zhou's presence, and lightly spoke. "His Majesty wants you to go to the Su Shrine now. A fragment from the ancient times has appeared in the Xing Nation, and you need to open the Su realm to enter Xing Nation and capture it." Hearing His Majesty's name, Ming Zhou's pupils suddenly contracted, and the energy behind him diminished slightly. Hong Yu smiled faintly, retreating gradually, her figure disappearing from sight, leaving one last message. "As for the human who killed your brother, Zhao has already sent a council member to eliminate him. If nothing goes wrong, it won't be long before that human's corpse is delivered to you. Yi, over here." Inside the bustling McDonald's, Wang Peng's voice cut through the noise, catching the attention of Su Yi, who had just walked in. Su Yi looked around and spotted Wang Peng sitting in a corner booth, surrounded by an array of food from a deluxe family bucket, the aroma wafting through the air. Su Yi quickly made his way to the table, raising an eyebrow as he said, "I just got out of the hospital, and you called me here?" He plopped down and, without hesitation, grabbed a handful of fries, stuffing them into his mouth. Chewing, he mumbled, "What important thing do you need to talk about?" Wang Peng smiled, though his eyes flickered with a hint of unease. "It's to celebrate your recovery, Yi." His tone carried a subtle trace of nervousness. Su Yi swallowed the fries and chuckled dryly. "I've never seen you this generous before." With that, he began to devour the food in front of him. Wang Peng chuckled, casually tossing a fry into his mouth as he changed the subject. Yi, do you know how stunning you looked at school the other day? The girls couldn't take their eyes off you. Even those from other classes who joined the Defeat Yi alliance were scared stiff. With his mouth full, Suyi mumbled, I must have looked pretty cool then. He took a big gulp of his soda and let out a satisfied belch. Wang Peng's mouth twitched. You did look cool. If only you hadn't immediately face-planted after that punch, you'd have looked even cooler. What the heck? Suyi stopped chewing, eyes wide. Did I fall that embarrassingly? Damn, my reputation. He grumbled. If I'd known I'd pass out, I would have struck a pose first. With that, he angrily shoved a chicken drumstick into his mouth. Wang Peng continued. After that phantom beast was defeated, a few hunters from Longxia Academy arrived quickly. The other students thought those hunters weakened the beast enough for you to finish it off. But I know you took it down yourself. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have arrived in time, and we might not have made it. Suyi remained expressionless, not taking any credit. Well, their story isn't entirely wrong. If they hadn't weakened the beast, I wouldn't have had the chance to face it. Wang Peng went on. After you passed out, Tang Xiaowan asked for your contact info several times, and so did Liao Wei, wanting to thank you in person. Suyi immediately stopped what he was doing, nervously looking at Wang Peng. You didn't give them my contact info, did you? Of course not. Wang Peng proudly thumped his chest. I flat out refused. I told them, yes, contact info isn't something just anyone can have. Suyi squinted, teasing, heh. Actually, if the school beauty wants my contact info privately, you could give it to her. He wiped his mouth, resuming his usual laid-back demeanor, and looked at Wang Peng. You've been acting really strange today. Come on, spill it. Why did you really call me out here? Can't fool you, can I? Wang Peng sighed with a wry smile, hesitating slightly as he looked at Suyi. Actually, Suyi suddenly cut him off, looking wary. Just to be clear, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I like women too, geez. Wang Peng blurted, face turning red. The interruption eased Wang Peng's tension a bit. He took a deep breath and quickly said, I'm joining the Awakeners Academy. Ah, I see. Suyi leaned lazily against the chair, a knowing glint in his eyes. His tone was calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. Wang Peng was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly before he asked in surprise. Huh? How did you know? Suyi casually explained. You've awakened a clever ability, and considering what I know about you, there are no more than 3 academies that would accept you. Given that your parents are originally from Shuqing, choosing Shuqing Academy is undoubtedly the best choice. It ranks 5th nationally, which is quite good and suits you well. Wang Peng hadn't expected that the news he had carefully prepared was already clear to Suyi. He scratched his head awkwardly but continued. Actually, I'm here to say goodbye today. Tomorrow morning, I'll be heading back to Shuqing with my parents. There's school registration and other trivial matters, so I'll be busy for a while. It might be a long time before we meet again. I know, Suyi replied indifferently. Wang Peng was about to express his gratitude when Suyi slapped him on the head, cutting him off. Why do you talk so much? Suyi feigned annoyance, but his eyes showed encouragement. He extended his fist, looking at Wang Peng, who had become his first and only friend since crossing over, and said firmly, Since you've successfully awakened, keep working hard. The image of a girl in a white dress sitting on a swing, bathed in sunlight, flashed before Suyi's eyes. This time, his response was different. Dreams are quite remarkable, aren't they? The scene shifts to the principal's office at Longxia Academy. Xiao Xia pushed the door open, his gaze immediately locking onto Principal Xiao Wu behind the desk. Xiao Wu was an elderly man with white hair and beard, his wrinkles seemingly chronicling the history of Longhua. Rumor had it he was born 300 years ago during the Day of Calamity, making him one of the longest living people in Longhua. As an awakened one, his strength was unfathomable, yet few had ever witnessed him in action. At that moment, Xiao Wu sat with his hands clasped, eyes calmly staring ahead, seemingly unaware of Xiao Xia's arrival. Principal, I'm here, Xiao Xia spoke respectfully, waiting for a response. However, Xiao Wu remained in his original posture, his eyes unmoving. Principal, Xiao Xia called again in confusion, scrutinizing Xiao Wu closely. Suddenly, a faint snore reached his ears, and realization dawned on Xiao Xia, veins bulging on his temples. Bang! Xiao Xia slapped the table hard, shouting, Principal, you're drawing eyes on your eyelids and sleeping again. The loud noise jolted Xiao Wu awake. The seemingly bright eyes rolled up, revealing the real eyes hidden beneath his eyelids. Xiao Wu looked around in confusion, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth, and asked groggily, What happened? Was there an earthquake? Xiao Xia squinted at the eccentric principal before him, sighing silently as he rubbed his forehead. His gaze swept across the grand office of Longxia Academy, and he muttered to himself, This is Longxia Academy. How could an ordinary earthquake possibly affect the school? Principal Xiao Wu suddenly snapped back to reality, a look of realization dawning on his face. His eyes finally focused on Xiao Xia, and he asked in surprise, Hey Xiao Xia, what are you doing here? Xiao Xia felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. the veins on his forehead faintly visible. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Didn't you call me here?" Xiao Wu seemed to remember, chuckling as he stood up and stretched. He said with a cheerful smile, "Oh right, I did have something like that in mind. Getting old makes one forgetful." He paused and then asked, "By the way, why did I call you here again?" Xiao Sha could no longer hold back his frustration. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted angrily, "You tell me. I want to know too." Xiao Wu crossed his arms and tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked Xiao Sha, "Oh, have you eaten yet?" Xiao Sha could no longer contain his anger. He punched the principal's desk hard, leaving a clear fist mark on the redwood surface. Xiao Wu's eyelid twitched, and he immediately clutched the desk in distress, exclaiming, "Hey, this desk was custom-made at great expense. Young people these days, why are you so heavy-handed?" Xiao Sha took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He said slowly and deliberately, "I have a lot of work to do. If there's nothing else, principal, I'll take my leave." Just as Xiao Sha was about to turn and leave, Xiao Wu's voice came from the desk, his tone suddenly turning serious. "Ah, I remember now. The student you recommended, his name is Su Yi, right?" Xiao Sha stopped in his tracks and turned back around. Xiao Wu continued, "I read your report. He has awakened to a level ability." "Yes, principal," Xiao Sha replied seriously. "But based on our interactions with him, he might be an awakener of dual abilities. However, both abilities he possesses should be level." As he said this, Xiao Sha's expression turned a bit peculiar, recalling the scene of Su Yi punching and obliterating a nightmare. Although he recognized that Su Yi used the level ability of boiling blood, he couldn't understand why a level ability would have such terrifying explosive power. Xiao Wu sat back down at his desk, pondering as he asked, "So, even though he's awakened to level abilities, you still believe he's qualified to enter Long Xia Academy?" "That's right." Xiao Shan nodded firmly. "His talent is exceptional. He definitely qualifies to join Long Xia Academy. That void demon nightmare was killed by him. But to protect him, we've sealed off the information. So even if he doesn't choose to join Long Xia Academy, he shouldn't face any threats." Xiao Wu interlocked his fingers, placing them lightly in front of him. His expression grew more serious. "One of the reasons I called you here is because of this matter. You should know that the nightmare possessed a void gem, which makes it a high-ranking void demon. Its strength and status are above that of ordinary void demons." Xiao Sha responded thoughtfully, "I've heard about this. It's precisely because of its special status that the board called us back in such a hurry." Xiao Wu raised his gaze subtly, his sharp eyes locking onto Xiao Sha. "But are you aware that the void gem has a recording function?" Xiao Sha's expression changed dramatically, and his tone became urgent. "What did you say?" Xiao Wu had only learned about the existence of Su Yu in the past 2 years, but his understanding was superficial. After all, these aristocrats among the void demons had appeared in Long was history less than 5 times. A void demon possessing Su Yu would transmit the images of their final moments back to the void nation upon death. Xiao Wu's words hit Xiao Sha like a heavy hammer, causing his face to turn pale with a flicker of fear in his eyes. He asked shakily, "Doesn't this mean?" "Exactly," Xiao Wu replied calmly. "The disguise you made for that child is useless." At the moment of Yi Yan's death, his brother, the 10th Emperor Ming Zhou, saw his final moments. The child who killed Yi Yan is destined to face the void demon's retaliation. Xiao Sha felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his heart pounding violently. He spun around urgently. "I must return to Jin City immediately. He needs protection." Xiao Wu's voice remained calm. "Even if you go back now, you might not make it in time." Xiao Sha was seething with anger and was about to lash out at Xiao Wu. However, the principal's next words stopped him in his tracks. "That's why I've already sent someone reliable to fetch the child. He just completed a mission and can conveniently bring him back." "A reliable person?" Xiao Sha was momentarily confused about whom the principal was referring to. Xiao Wu suddenly frowned, tilting his head in thought. "It's that guy. What's his name again?" He pondered for a full minute, and just as Xiao Sha was becoming impatient, he suddenly realized. "Oh right. I remember the child's title, Ice King." Xiao Sha's eyebrows twitched, a strange look passing through his eyes, but he quickly felt reassured. If it was him, there was indeed no need to worry too much. "So there's another matter I need to discuss with you today," Xiao Wu said softly, his gaze falling on Xiao Sha. "Please go ahead, principal." Xiao Sha replied with a touch of respect. "I need you to go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lian Shou. He should be on the 8 p.m. flight." Instructor Lian Shou. The mention of the name brought back some unpleasant memories for Xiao Sha, leaving him with a shocked and peculiar expression. "Wait, does this mean?" "Yes," Xiao Wu replied with a faint, inscrutable smile. "Instructor Lian Shou will be in charge of the entrance exam 10 days from now. Those new students are quite unfortunate." Xiao Sha's eye twitched involuntarily as he recalled his own entrance exam years ago. The so-called devil instructor. He sighed softly, muttering to himself. "That kid should be able to pass the entrance exam." Xiao Sha shook his head, turned, and left. "I'll head to the airport now." As Xiao Sha left the office, Xiao Wu gazed out the window with a deep, contemplative look. An S-level awakened one, the young master of the Qin family from Lincheng, the daughter of the Tang Corporation. Now there's a little level fellow. It seems this year's entrance exam will be quite interesting. A faint smile played on his lips as his hand gently brushed over the dent left by Xiao Sha's punch. Instantly, the area his palm touched was restored to its original, flawless state, the mahogany desk looking pristine once more. It looks better this way. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Please help get him to his destination. Thank you. Su Yi said as he closed the car door, watching the taxi drive away into the night, carrying the inebriated Wang Peng. He shook his head with a soft chuckle, recalling the recent events. After leaving McDonald's, the two of them headed straight to a karaoke bar. Wang Peng sang and drank, and as the alcohol took effect, he slurred declarations like, I must become a void hunter, and I won't hold ye back anymore, until he drank himself into oblivion. It was now past 8 p.m., and the night breeze brushed Su Ye's face, clearing his head a little. Although he wasn't as drunk as Wang Peng, he'd had enough to feel a bit dizzy. Void hunter, huh? Su Yi murmured to himself, then shook his head with another chuckle. He had never imagined he'd ever consider becoming a void hunter. He patted his cheeks lightly and walked over to a vending machine, inserting coins and retrieving a bottle of mineral water. The cool liquid slid down his throat, restoring some clarity. As Su Yi walked, he pondered the many matters at hand. After successfully activating the third special effect of natural selection, Prodigy, he gained a new ability called Boiling Blood, and Prodigy entered a month-long cooldown. Next month, he'd be able to sense the conditions for triggering Prodigy again, and it likely wouldn't involve slaying a rock realm void beast this time. With Boiling Blood, he had already sensed the conditions required to elevate it to a clever ability through the first special effect, Evolution. This time, he didn't need the Star Sea meteorite exclusive to the Void Realm, but he did need a rare material called Blood Lotus. It's said to only grow deep within snowy mountains, and even if available in the market, it would cost over 100,000 long coins, far beyond Su Ye's current means. As for the second special effect, Mortal Shedding, after elevating Boiling Blood to an S-level ability, it also entered a 2-week cooldown. During this period, he couldn't use Mortal Shedding to enhance his abilities further. It seems I can't rely solely on natural selection, Su Yi thought to himself. I must hone these two level abilities to their fullest and learn to use them in tandem to solidify my strength. While he was lost in thought, the bottle of mineral water in his hand ran dry. Before he could tighten the cap, a peculiar night breeze swept over him. The lights of the vending machine and the street lamp behind him began to flicker erratically, then suddenly went out. The darkness lasted only a second before the lights flickered back on. Su Yi stood frozen, instantly aware of something chilling. The bustling young people enjoying the nightlife had vanished, as if into thin air. It was as though he was the only person left in the world, with nothing but the howling wind in his ears. No way. Su Ye's intoxication vanished, and a sense of unease enveloped him. He turned sharply, his heart racing, and surveyed the eerie silence around him with heightened vigilance. This place is called the Restricted Realm, similar in effect to a mirror world. Su Yi looked around and noticed a man in a tailcoat standing behind him, smiling as if he had been there for a long time. Su Yi crushed the empty water bottle in his hand and tossed it aside. He scrutinized the uninvited guest, contemplating his next move. Let me guess, he said sarcastically. A man in a tailcoat smiling creepily at a young high schooler like me, trapping me in this special space. Are you some kind of desperate creep? The man's smile froze momentarily, his mouth twitching slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and retorted. If I were as you said, you would be sprawled over the vending machine by now, not standing here talking to me. Huh, I suppose so. Su Yi chuckled dryly before his expression turned serious, his gaze piercing. You're with the Void Demon Council. The man looked slightly surprised. Oh, you actually know the name of the council? Su Yi sneered. Yes, I also know you're just a bunch of lackeys working for the Void Demons. Or should I call you traitors? The man remained unfazed, simply smiling calmly. People don't understand us or the goals of the Void Demons. We exist for a greater cause, and only by helping the Void Demons achieve their ultimate goal can we save this world. It sounds more like a cult to me. Su Yi mocked. Is your next line going to be, I sincerely believe in the Void Demons? Before the Enlightenment, you won't understand. The man returned to a state of calm, then smiled and asked, according to Master Gile, you're quite smart. Why don't you guess why I'm here? Su Yi had already deduced the man's purpose. He spoke calmly. It's because of the Night Phantom, isn't it? Fong Xian and the others wouldn't lie to me. So the matter of me killing the Night Phantom must be settled, and my identity is confidential. Yet here you are. This means the incident was somehow communicated to the Void Demons. The Night Phantom mentioned before dying that he was the brother of one of the 10 emperors. I suppose you were sent by that so-called 10 emperor to deal with me. As expected, you're indeed smart. The man in the tailcoat nodded approvingly, suddenly extending his hand. Yi instantly felt an invisible force suppressing him, rendering him immobile. This isn't some ability. It's pure energy suppression, the man explained. And because of that, today you will die here. He maintained his smile, placing his right hand on his chest and his left behind his back, bowing to Yi. I am the 17th member of the Void Demon Council. Don't bother resisting. You have no chance of winning. Because my realm is Pinnacle Realm. Yi was suddenly paralyzed, as if bound by invisible chains. He struggled with all his might to move, but couldn't even twitch a finger. Except for his face, his entire body was held firmly in place by a powerful energy. He recalled the suppression of the Mountain Realm's nightmare. Back then, he only felt a slight weight on his shoulders. But now, the energy released by the 17th counselor was like a tidal wave, pinning him down. The strength of the Peak Realm made Yi acutely aware of the vast gap in energy levels once again. Even in such dire straits, Yi lifted his eyes to meet those of his opponent, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Counselor, isn't it overkill to send a Peak Realm master to kill a mere Stone Realm ant like me? I wouldn't stand a chance even against a Rock Realm. The 17th counselor smiled gracefully, his tone indifferent. In the Void Demon Council, aside from a few elite seeds, there are no beings below the Mountain Realm. To become a counselor, at least Mountain Realm is required. He paused abruptly, his expression changing slightly, then chuckled. Trying to gather intelligence even in this situation? You've got quite the mind for someone so young. With a flick of the counselor's hand, Yi felt an invisible grip tighten around his neck, making it suddenly hard to breathe. He clenched his fists desperately, trying to break free, but it was futile. Just as Yi was about to lose consciousness, the 17th counselor released his hold, saying calmly, I could have ended your life right then. Yi fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently as he gasped for air. He greedily inhaled, his face slowly returning to its normal color from a shade of purple. In that moment, he truly thought he would die there. But I've changed my mind now. The 17th counselor smiled at Yi, showing no sign of malice on the surface. Only Yi knew that if he had held on for 3 more seconds, he would have passed out from lack of oxygen. What do you want? Yi asked with difficulty. The great Master Gile has decreed to give you an opportunity, the 17th counselor said softly, as if conveying some sacred order. If you join the Void Demon Council, that master will fully support your growth and ensure your safety. As for Lord Mingzhou, he will handle it properly for you, so there's no need to worry. Yi, having regained some strength, chuckled lightly. Such a cliched recruitment offer. Didn't you just say there are no awakened ones below the Rock Realm in the Council? If you are willing to return to the Council with me, the great Master Gile has ways to help you break through to the Rock Realm in a short time. The 17th counselor responded calmly. If you wish, advancing to the Mountain Realm within 2 years is not out of reach. What an enticing offer, Yi murmured to himself, a complicated glint in his eyes. Yi sneered, his eyes glinting with provocation. Aren't you worried that I might betray you? The 17th council member replied with a blank expression. Once you've undergone the baptism, you'll understand us. Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What? Is this so-called baptism some kind of brainwashing ritual? The council member's eyes suddenly glowed with fanaticism, as if lost in some memory. Baptism reveals the true nature of the world to you. Once you see this reality, you'll fully grasp the goals of the Void Lords. By then, you'll willingly join the council and work towards their objectives. Ye's eyes flickered, and he quickly asked, the true nature of the world, what does that mean? The 17th council member instantly regained his cold demeanor and said flatly, don't you think you're asking too many questions? With that, he ended the topic. The council member continued, his voice gradually becoming more fervent. The council can grant you power beyond your peers. It can lead you to supreme happiness, wealth, power, women, strength, knowledge, life, even death can be reversed. At the last statement, a strange light flashed in Ye's eyes. The council member's voice slowly calmed down. Whatever you desire, you can obtain it. The council never forces anyone to join. He looked directly at Yi and slowly asked, I'll ask you only once. Are you willing to join the council? Ye's tone suddenly turned grave as he stared intently at the 17th council member. You just said that after joining the council, even death can be reversed? The 17th council member smiled. That's right. Once you become a council member, you can make a wish to the Bliss Lord. Whatever the wish, the Lord can make it come true, even resurrecting the dead. Yi was thunderstruck, his breath quickening as a figure flashed through his mind. His voice trembled slightly. Is what you're saying true? Noticing his reaction, the 17th council member's eyes showed a serene expression. It's indeed true. My wife, Lianxiang, passed away 7 years ago. It was the Bliss Lord who resurrected her, bringing her back to me. I witnessed every detail of her resurrection, and because of that, I hold the Bliss Lord in such high regard. Ye's body trembled slightly, as if a long-buried regret within his heart was growing wildly. He murmured to himself, if that's the case, then if possible, maybe she could. The 17th council member spread his right hand, looking at him with satisfaction, waiting for him to make the right decision. However, the next moment, the longing expression on Su Ye's face vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. He even stuck out his tongue, sneering. How could I join an organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid? He looked ahead with a cold smile, his eyes full of ridicule. So, how was my acting just now? The expression on the 17th council member's face shifted from satisfaction to astonishment, then instantly turned icy. Without any hesitation, he said coldly, "In that case, you can just die." With that, he thrust his right hand forward and clenched it tightly, launching a deadly attack at Su Yi. Su Yi instantly felt an invisible force pressing in from all directions, as if trying to push him back into a suffocating abyss. In that moment, he finally understood the opponent's determination and the level of danger they posed if they didn't get a satisfactory answer. They would eliminate their target without hesitation. Such an organization was truly terrifying. The 17th counselor stared coldly ahead, ready to use his power to obliterate Su Yi completely. However, in the next instant, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Su Ye's body suddenly erupted with a fierce, blood-red light, and he let out a deep, indistinct roar. Even more astonishing, a white thread extended from his palm. In a flash, Su Ye's body transformed into a blood-red shadow, breaking free from the constraints as if drawn by some force, rolling swiftly to the side. The 17th counselor's sharp gaze caught the sight of a bottle cap in Su Ye's palm, which was now perfectly connected with the previously discarded water bottle. The once shriveled bottle now seemed to come alive, rapidly filling and swelling. Having successfully freed himself, Su Yi regained his freedom, supporting his knees and taking deep breaths, wiping away the saliva that had overflowed from the pressure. He looked at his opponent with a cold smile, a hint of mockery in his voice. Too bad. I'm not ready to die that easily. Even before he finished speaking, he had already released the boiling blood state. Facing an enemy at the peak, he knew that even exhausting all his blood might not inflict significant damage. Instead, conserving his strength for later would be wiser. The 17th counselor's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting Su Yi to break free from his restraints. Great ability repair hand, and great ability boiling blood. He mused, I didn't expect you to be a dual ability awakener, but both abilities are the lowest grade. I can't fathom how you managed to kill Lord Nightmare. His gaze swept over the water bottle in Su Ye's hand as he continued. You threw the bottle the moment you saw me, and kept the cap to trigger your ability. You had planned this escape all along. But I'm curious, do you really think that temporarily breaking free from my hold means you can escape? Suppressing you is as easy as breathing or drinking water for me. Unexpectedly, Su Yi didn't show any fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly, as if he had seen through something. So that's how it is, your ability works like that? He said, standing up with a feigned ease. What are you saying? The 17th counselor's expression turned slightly serious as he stared at Su Yi. Su Yi calmly explained. I initially thought you were using your peak energy to pin me down, so I couldn't move. But I realized I was wrong. If pure energy could restrain me, you wouldn't have needed to make a hand-raising gesture when you attacked me. He looked directly at the 17th counselor, his eyes gleaming with insight. Peak energy does indeed have a strong suppressive effect on me, but it isn't enough to immobilize me completely. The real attack and the means of confinement you used were actually reliant on your ability, weren't they? Let me guess. Is your ability some sort of invisible hand? A flash of astonishment crossed the 17th counselor's eyes, clearly not expecting Su Yi to discern the nature of his ability so quickly. His expression grew slightly serious, but he quickly smiled it off. That's right, the level ability Invisible Hand is indeed the name of my power. It suits your twisted tastes perfectly. Su Yi sneered in mockery. The counselor ignored him, continuing to smile while staring ahead. Perhaps Lord Yayan's death at your hands wasn't mere coincidence. But because of that, I cannot let you leave here alive. A glint of cold intent flashed in his eyes as he waved his right hand. With your strength, even knowing my ability, how do you plan to defend against it? Su Ye's instincts screamed danger, and his right hand darted to his waist like lightning. In an instant, a broken blade was drawn and gripped tightly in his hand. A white light enveloped it, and under the effect of the repair hand, the ancient Shaojian was instantly restored to its original state. Su Yi swung the newly renewed bronze sword fiercely toward the space ahead. The air rippled visibly, and then 3 pitch-black arms fell from the void. You can actually sever my invisible hand. The 17th counselor's eyes widened in shock. As a peak-level existence, he had failed twice in his attempt to kill the high school student who had just entered the stone realm. His gaze quickly shifted to the ancient Shaojian in Su Ye's hand, his expression subtly changing. A Jiubao capable of cutting through my energy, is it? In that case. His face turned cold as he waved his hand again. This time, the overwhelming energy almost suffocated Su Yi. At the same time, a horrifying scene unfolded before Su Ye's eyes. Behind the 17th counselor, more than 20 pitch-black arms extended like spider legs. Each arm was as black as ink, seemingly capable of infinite extension. Among them, 3 arms were severed, the very ones Su Yi had cut earlier. Now, black energy surged at the fractures, and 3 new hands sprouted from the broken ends. The counselor deliberately revealed his ability to Su Yi, making it visible as if to let him understand before dying. In the next moment, the more than 20 arms shot out, forming an impenetrable web that descended upon Su Yi. Su Yi's expression turned grave as he quickly swung the ancient Xiaojian, trying to sever the arms. However, one arm suddenly shot out, intercepting the sword like lightning. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a powerful force stopped the Xiaojian in midair. Su Yi could clearly feel the immense strength holding back his sword. Looking closely, he saw the rapidly approaching black arm had formed a claw with its hand, for fingers down and thumb up, clamping the Xiaojian tightly in place. As long as it doesn't touch the blade, it can't be severed. The 17th counselor resumed his calm demeanor. Such a straightforward effect. Over a dozen arms slithered like snakes, swiftly wrapping around Su Yi, immobilizing him once more. The Xiaojian slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. Su Yi's body was hoisted into the air, and the counselor's icy voice reached his ears. This time, there's no escape. A hand reached for Su Yi's face. The counselor was done wasting time and intended to snap his neck. At this critical moment, Su Yi suddenly appeared to give up resistance, exhaling a long breath. He stared past the 17th counselor and shouted loudly, drawing out his words, "I don't know your name, but senior, haven't you seen enough? If you don't step in, I'm really going to die here." "What did you say?" Alarmed, the 17th counselor quickly turned his head to look behind him. But before his head could fully turn, a bone-chilling wind rushed from behind, enveloping the entire space in an instant. The biting cold wind swept through the area, causing the temperature to plummet. A figure emerged silently from the shadows, approaching the 17th counselor. Under the dim light, his features gradually became clear. A man in his late 20s with short, pale hair, dressed in a fitted robe and long boots. Every inch of him meticulously groomed. His chiseled face bore eyes as cold as ice, perfectly complementing the howling winds around him. Each step of his boots shattered the surrounding silence. More astonishingly, with every stride he took, a vast sheet of ice spread rapidly across the ground, covering it entirely in the blink of an eye. A sense of alarm surged within the 17th counselor, an indescribable feeling of danger enveloping him. He was shocked to realize that this man could infiltrate this restricted virtual realm without a sound. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply, but the man only stared ahead, indifferent and silent. The man took another step, and this time, the spreading frost encased the 20 or so black arms that had imprisoned Su Yi. The moment the ice covered them, the arms shattered like fragile glass. Ice shards scattered through the air as Su Yi's body plummeted from midair. The bone-chilling cold made Su Yi shiver involuntarily. He rubbed his hands together instinctively, looking ahead, and let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, this power, combined with the force of ice. It seems this mysterious figure is no ordinary person. The 17th counselor's face changed dramatically when he saw his invisible hands easily dismantled. The broken black arms quickly vanished behind him. He stared intently at the white-haired man, a name flashing through his mind, his face a mask of shock. "You are the Ice King, Wan Rui." Su Yi, while rubbing his sore neck, thoughtfully regarded the white-haired man. He recalled noticing this person's presence as soon as the restricted virtual realm had opened, suspecting he might be a hunter sent to protect him, but he hadn't anticipated such prowess. The invisible hands that had rendered him helpless were mere fleeting ice shards in front of this man. The 17th counselor's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "Humph, it seems I miscalculated this time." He knew well that while his invisible hands could regenerate, they consumed a great deal of energy. Realizing that the hunters had sent a formidable force like the Ice King, he understood that achieving his goal today was unlikely. Energy surged within him, clearly indicating his intent to leave. However, Wan Rui's voice cut through the air, as cold as eternal ice. "Did I permit you to leave?" Before the words had fully settled, the 17th counselor was horrified to find his feet frozen in place. His expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed energy, shattering the ice around his feet. He then floated into the air. Watching this unfold, Su Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He knew the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, the 17th counselor's arms transformed into an invisible state, hidden in the void, ready to strike. To the naked eye, the presence of those arms was completely undetectable. The 17th counselor, with a stern expression, unleashed a torrent of energy like a tidal wave, surging towards Wan Rui. His eyes flickered with determination, carrying a hint of threat in his voice. "Ice King, we are both at the peak level, so why be so aggressive? I admit you might have a slight edge, but if you push me too far, the consequences won't be pleasant for either of us." Wan Rui, upon hearing this, merely lifted his head slightly, his gaze slicing through the air towards the 17th counselor. In the next instant, his figure dissolved into a mist of ice, and a chilling voice echoed in the counselor's ear. I'm curious, what gave you the illusion that you are on the same level as me? This statement hit the 17th counselor like a sledgehammer, causing his entire body to tremble violently. He felt his blood run backwards, his hair stand on end, and was filled with shock hadn't detected Ruan Rue's movement at all. Enraged, the 17th counselor let out a furious shout, and over 20 invisible arms behind him, carrying immense power, swung fiercely at Ruan Rue. Yet, Ruan Rue remained unfazed, merely lifting his right palm lightly. Boom! A cone of ice mist exploded from his palm, instantly freezing those invisible arms midair. Moreover, the frost spread to envelop half of the 17th counselor's body. The 17th counselor watched this scene in disbelief, his body shivering uncontrollably due to the extreme cold, but a flicker of madness appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "You forced me. I'll break the restricted virtual realm and drag everyone nearby down with me. Let's see if you'll protect them or kill me." However, when he tried to channel his energy to undo the restricted virtual realm, he found nothing had changed. Ruan Rue coldly regarded him and said, "Did you think I froze the surroundings at the cost of my energy for no reason?" The 17th counselor finally realized the terrifying truth. You froze this space?" His shock was beyond measure. Despite both being at the peak level, why was there such a vast difference? Ruan Rue softly murmured. "Both at the peak level?" His right palm was already pressing towards the 17th counselor's face. At that critical moment, Su Yi suddenly shouted, "Ice King, watch out behind you." Two thick, pitch-black arms burst silently from the ground, reaching for Ruan Rue. It was the 17th counselor's final strike, concentrating all his energy. If it hit, even the Ice King might not escape unscathed. However, just as a maniacal grin appeared on the 17th counselor's face, it was frozen by rapidly spreading ice. The two black arms, inches from reaching Ruan Rue, were also sealed in ice half a meter away. Ruan Rue expressionlessly clenched his fist. In an instant, the 17th counselor's icebound body, along with the black arms, shattered into countless ice shards, scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, Ruan Rue's whispered words slowly emerged. "Do you think you're worthy to compare with me?" The formidable and domineering Ice King, Ruan Rue, displayed a strength that left Su Yi in awe. It was his first time witnessing the intense confrontation between peak-level warriors up close. Ice shards flew around like a miniature snowstorm. Ruan Rue landed gracefully from the air and walked directly towards Su Yi. Just as Su Yi was about to express his gratitude, he was interrupted by Ruan Rue's chilly voice. "When did you first notice me?" Su Yi blinked, hesitated for a moment, then replied honestly, "From the very beginning?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ruan Rue's eyes, but he kept a straight face as he continued to ask, "And why is that?" Su Yi admitted, "My mind continually memorizes and constructs the surrounding environment. It's a skill I've deliberately practiced. When the limited illusion unfolded, I noticed something unusual about the distant corner's light." He pointed to the spot and continued, "I guess someone was using some means to hide their presence and form. Considering it's unlikely for the Void Demon Council to send more than 2 members to deal with someone like me, I speculated that you might be a Void Hunter here to protect me." "Not a bad analysis," Ruan Rue nodded, giving a fair assessment. He approached Su Yi and calmly inquired, "Since you noticed me early on, was your refusal of that council member's invitation genuine, or was it because of my presence?" A bone-chilling coldness swept over as Ruan Rue's gaze pierced through Su Yi like icy blades, seemingly probing his soul. Under this intense pressure, a surge of irritation rose within Su Yi. He enveloped himself in energy, resisting the pressure as he met Ruan Rue's gaze, his tone turning colder. "From the outcome, what's the difference? I don't trust their empty promises." Ruan Rue persisted. "Was the interest you showed earlier just an act?" Su Yi responded calmly. "The revival of the dead defies the world's laws and is impossible. How could I be deceived by cult rhetoric?" "Very well," Ruan Rue nodded, and the pressure on Su Yi suddenly dissipated. The Ice King coldly warned, "I hope you won't betray humanity. If you join the Void Demon Council, I will personally cut you down." "I hope that day never comes," Su Yi said, stretching his stiff limbs with a slight scoff. Only he knew his true thoughts. For those with no way out, the words of the 17th council member might seem like a lifeline. Yet Su Yi remained rational and composed, unmoved by their persuasion. Only he truly knew if he felt a spark. The air was thick with silence, and Ruan Rue stood like a statue, expressionless and speechless. Su Yi awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He squinted at Ruan Rue, internally musing, "Is this guy trying to play the cold, aloof expert? Shouldn't he be the one explaining his intentions right now?" As if sensing Su Ye's gaze, Ruan Rue slowly turned his head, their eyes meeting. After a moment, he finally spoke in a cool voice. "The principal sent me to protect you." "Is that all?" Su Yi internally shouted. "You thought so long, and that's all you came up with?" His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Suddenly, a thought struck him: could this seemingly aloof senior actually have a bit of social anxiety? Taking a deep breath, Suyi forced a dry smile. Looks like the principal anticipated something like this happening. Yes, Ruan Rue replied coldly, then fell back into silence. After a few seconds, he looked at Suyi with confusion. Aren't you going to ask anything? What the heck would I ask? Suyi raged internally. You just threatened me, and now you expect me to kiss up to you? Suyi sighed, rubbing his forehead, his earlier frustration with Ruan Rue dissipating. He realized that this Ice King was simply socially awkward and not malicious. After all, the guy had saved his life, and there was no need to prolong the awkwardness. Taking another deep breath, Suyi asked, the principal didn't just send you here to protect me, right? Yes. Ruan Rue nodded, but then stopped short. That's it. Say something more. Suyi's mind screamed, nearly causing him to jump up in frustration. How could someone so aggressive earlier now struggle to form a sentence? He had never met someone so hard to communicate with. Ruan Rue seemed to realize he needed to elaborate, furrowing his brow in thought before continuing. To be precise, I happened to be nearby and came to protect you. You should have a dragon jade. It's an invitation to Longxia Academy. The principal wants to know if you intend to join Longxia Academy. I'm still considering it, Suyi said hesitantly, already suspecting Ruan Rue's secondary motive for being there. He was genuinely torn about joining Longxia Academy. Ruan Rue tilted his head, as if recalling the principal's instructions. The principal also mentioned that you've caught the attention of the Void Demon Council. The Void Hunters can't protect you around the clock, so next time you might not be so lucky as to escape from a council member. Damn it. Suyi's face changed, inwardly cursing. Only now did he realize that today's attack was far from the end. Ruan Rue continued. But if you enroll in Longxia Academy, no one can harm you within the academy grounds. Clutching the dragon jade, Suyi looked earnestly at Ruan Rue. I've admired Longxia Academy for a long time. Joining it has been a lifelong dream. He wasn't foolish. His previous hesitation stemmed from concerns about unnecessary complications in his life. With his safety now in jeopardy, he couldn't rely on being rescued every time. Joining Longxia Academy seemed the best way to ensure his safety. Very well. Ruan Rue nodded, waving his right hand. The frozen space around them shattered, revealing the real world once more. Then let's set off now. Suyi froze in place just after sheathing the Gushao sword. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the familiar world, still standing next to the vending machine. People bustled around him, the noise unchanged, yet no one seemed to notice the sudden appearance of two extra people. So, you mean we leave now? Suyi looked around, feeling the absurdity of it all. The night was deep, streetlights cast a dim glow, and although he had agreed to join Longxia Academy, leaving so hastily seemed too rushed. The death of a council member is bound to make the Void Demon Council cautious. They shouldn't send anyone to attack me again anytime soon, right? Ruan Rue spoke with an expressionless face, his tone so flat it was hard to tell if he was joking. I can accompany you to say goodbye to your parents and to gather some belongings. Suyi's mouth twitched. My parents have been missing for a long time, and there's nothing special I need to prepare. He thought to himself that the crucial items, like the ability stone and his parents' relics, were already stored in his pocket dimension, accessible with just a thought, so there was no need to specially prepare them at home. Ruan Rue looked at him quietly for a few seconds, then suddenly said, I'm sorry. My parents also died when I was very young. No need to apologize in a place like this. Suyi internally shouted, feeling the awkwardness. And your way of comforting people is really strange. What do you mean by also? My parents are just missing. We haven't even found their bodies. Before he crossed over, he was an orphan, and after crossing over, the parents of this world had long been missing. He didn't have any special feelings towards parents, but Ruan Rue's words made him feel weird. Suyi laughed dryly, unable to hide the fatigue in his eyes. I'm just curious. Why do we have to leave right now? Normally, school starts in September, right? Is there anyone at the school this early? Besides, I should at least prepare before enrolling. I'm exhausted from the recent battle. Why not let me go home and sleep, and we can leave tomorrow? Ruan Rue looked at Suyi in surprise, tilting his head in confusion. Who told you that you were guaranteed to enroll? What do you mean? A sense of unease washed over Suyi, his expression tightening. Don't I have the Dragon Jade? Isn't its purpose? The Dragon Jade is just an invitation to apply, Ruan Rue interrupted. Having it only gives you the opportunity to take the entrance test. Wait, are you saying? Suyi's voice trembled slightly. Ruan Rue said calmly. Only those who pass the entrance test can truly join Longxia Academy and complete their enrollment. The test starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. It's designed to filter out unqualified individuals. This way, those students still have time to attend interviews and entrance exams at other Awakener academies. Those who pass the test are eligible to participate in the entrance assessment 10 days later, which determines their rankings. Other qualified students have already been heading to the school to prepare for the test. You're among the last batch. Suyi's mind buzzed, suddenly recalling something Chao Sha said before leaving. If possible, I hope to see you at the enrollment ceremony. It turned out this, if possible, had a deeper meaning. Ruan Rue's voice broke through his thoughts, carrying a sense of urgency. We are pressed for time. We must leave tonight. Ruan Rue looked at Su Yi with an expressionless face and calmly asked, do you need me to accompany you home to get your things? Su Yi sighed, rubbed his temples, and shook his head, saying, no need. He frowned in thought for a moment before asking, how are we going to get there? He secretly lamented to himself that joining the country's top Awakener Academy was indeed not an easy task. Just then, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd behind them. Following that, the roaring sound of an engine rapidly approached. Su Yi quickly turned around to see a luxurious Rolls-Royce executing a perfect drift before coming to a stop beside him, drawing the attention of onlookers. The car door opened slowly, and a gentlemanly elder in a tailored suit emerged from the driver's seat. With graceful movements, he opened the back door, smiled at the two, and respectfully said, young Master Ruan Rue, as you instructed, I have arrived on time. Please, both of you, get in, and we will depart immediately. Without a word, Ruan Rue got into the back seat. He turned to look at Su Yi, who was still standing there, and spoke with a hint of impatience. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Su Yi squeezed the water bottle in his hand until it crumpled with a sharp, crack sound. He muttered under his breath, damn rich kids. Despite his grumbling, he got into the car. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the luxury car sped away, quickly disappearing from view. Night fell, and it was unclear how long the journey lasted. When Su Yi awoke from his drowsiness, he heard the engine shutting off. He rubbed his temples and tiredly asked, are we there? The gentlemanly elder gently opened the car door, gesturing for him to step out. As Su Yi stepped outside, the biting cold night wind hit him, instantly dispelling his fatigue. However, as he looked around, he was stunned. Before him was a desolate wilderness, without a single building or even a tree in sight. Don't tell me Longxiao Academy is in a place like this, Su Yi said in disbelief. You're looking the wrong way. It's over here. Ruan Rue's voice came from behind him. Su Yi turned around, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A helicopter was parked on the nearby open ground, its rotors already starting to turn slowly. The elder had somehow already entered the cockpit and was preparing for takeoff. Ruan Rue sat in the back, expressionless, urging, the capital is quite far from here, and I have no patience for a long drive. Get on quickly. If all goes well, we should get you back to the academy before the entrance exam begins. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Ruan Rue asked casually, his gaze resting on Su Yi. Su Yi rolled his eyes, leaning back in his seat with resignation. The constant hum of the helicopter's rotors filled the cabin, and the aircraft shook violently. He pointed upwards and smiled wryly. This is my first time on a helicopter. How could I possibly sleep in this environment? He sighed softly and added, besides, I already slept for a few hours in the car, so that should be enough. Ruan Rue nodded and fell silent. The cabin was quiet for a brief moment. Su Yi looked out at the scenery rushing by and let his thoughts drift to their destination. Although Jin City and the capital are geographically close, ever since the catastrophe day 300 years ago, the capital has become the core region of Longhua, with a city area unmatched in the country. Longxiao Academy is located in the far suburbs of the capital, and if traveling by car, it would take at least 8 hours. That's why Ruan Rue opted for a private helicopter to save time. After a moment of silence, Su Yi couldn't help but ask, is there anything I should pay attention to for this entrance test? Time was short, and he hadn't had the chance to investigate beforehand, so he hoped the Ice King in front of him could offer some advice. Ruan Rue responded calmly, the test content varies each year. Generally, it's a comprehensive assessment of new students. Since all students have already completed a combat test before enrolling, the entrance test doesn't focus heavily on combat skills, but rather on overall abilities. Combat test. Su Yi frowned. Does that mean I have to redo such a test when I return to school? No, your combat test is already completed, Ruan Rue explained. Being able to last 2 minutes against a peak awakener without dying is already beyond what 90% of new students can achieve. Su Yi suddenly understood, his expression changing slightly. So, you were testing me in combat all along by not intervening? Ruan Rue admitted frankly, yes, I was originally responsible for your combat test. Given the opportunity, I wanted to observe how you perform under high-pressure situations. Su Ye's expression darkened. Weren't you worried that the senator might kill me? Ruan Rue remained composed. I was fully confident I could stop him before your life was in danger. Seeing Su Ye's puzzled look, Ruan Rue patiently explained. While we are both at the peak level, the level only indicates the extent of ability development and energy capacity, not actual combat strength. Factors like martial skill, ability level, and combat instinct greatly impact true power. Under certain conditions, it's possible to fight across levels. He paused, then added, although we are both peaks, to kill him, I wouldn't need to use even 30% of my strength. Su Yi listened intently, gradually forming a clearer understanding of the concept of awakeners. He recalled Fong Xian mentioning martial arts in the mirror world and was about to ask more when a sudden gust of wind hit them fiercely. The helicopter shook violently, and Su Yi nearly slipped from his seat. He quickly gripped the armrest tightly to steady himself. "What's going on?" he exclaimed. Ruan Rui's expression changed slightly as he immediately got up to look toward the cockpit. "What's happening, Mr. Fong?" Mr. Fong, seated in the cockpit, turned his head calmly. "Young master, it seems you have some trouble to deal with. We've been attacked." "Attacked?" Su Yi was incredulous. "You've got to be kidding. We're at an altitude of 4,000 meters." Following the aircraft's lights, he looked ahead, and his pupils constricted sharply. In the pitch-black night sky, the lights vaguely illuminated a massive figure over 4 meters tall. It hovered in midair, blocking the way of the helicopter. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a gigantic monstrous bird. Its wings spread wide, and each flap stirred up a fierce wind, causing the helicopter to shake continuously. "It's that night owl." Ruan Rue recognized the creature, his face changing drastically. It didn't die after all. In the night sky, the night owl's roar was like rolling thunder. "Ice King, you probably didn't expect my power to be that of the Night King. Today, I will avenge my fallen comrades." The energy emanating from its body was also at a peak level. Ruan Rue suddenly understood. So that's it. It used energy to protect a sliver of life and concealed its presence, gaining strength after nightfall and breaking free of my ability. He muttered to himself, his expression unruffled. "I was careless. Foolish beast." A cold light flashed in Ruan Rue's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached for the cabin door. Su Yi reacted quickly, gripping the armrest tightly as the door opened. A strong suction force came from outside. Ruan Rue stood at the edge of the door, turning to Mr. Fong, and said, "I'll leave this guy to you." "Don't worry, young master." Mr. Fong gave a thumbs up, his face showing no panic, only unwavering trust in the young master. "Hey, are you really going out there to fight this thing?" Su Yi's face turned pale. "We're 4,000 meters up." Ruan Rue was unfazed. "Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on yourself." With that, he flipped out of the cabin door. "I will win." Those were his final words. The strong airflow immediately slammed the door shut. Su Yi barely had time to take in the situation as the entire aircraft lurched sideways, tilting as it flew forward. He clung desperately to the armrest, barely managing to keep from being thrown out. Through the slanted window, Su Yi saw Ruan Rue's figure ascending into the sky. Behind him, 2 massive wings formed of ice flapped powerfully. "Hold on tight, young Su," came the calm voice of Fong Lao from the cockpit. Even when faced with a peak-level void beast, he remained composed. The helicopter shook violently, yet under the skilled control of this expert steward, it continued to fly steadily forward. Su Yi gripped the handle tightly, peering out the window. He saw Ruan Rue's wings unfold behind him, transforming into a blur that streaked past the helicopter like lightning, rushing ahead. "Ice King, today you will meet your doom here." Night Owl roared with deafening fury, its voice reverberating like thunder. Its massive form shimmered with dark energy, each flap of its wings unleashing a barrage of black energy blades. As the wide-scale attack threatened to engulf the helicopter, Su Yi couldn't help but feel tense. Just then, Ruan Rue calmly waved his right hand, and a dense array of ice blades materialized behind him. With a simple gesture, the ice blades, as if possessed by a will of their own, accurately intercepted each black blade. The energy clash erupted in a flurry of frost, yet none of it touched the speeding helicopter. Fong Lao piloted the aircraft through the frost, maintaining speed while veering sideways, attempting to distance them from this epic aerial battle. As the distance widened, the 2 figures gradually diminished. Su Yi's pupils contracted as he witnessed a breathtaking scene through the narrow window. Ruan Rue, with his icy wings, engaged Night Owl in fierce combat. The violent clash of dark energy and icy power created dazzling energy waves, resembling countless fireworks exploding in the night sky, a grand and magnificent sight. So this is the battle of peak-level awakeners. Su Yi's heart raced, his eyes gleaming with awe. He recalled how Ruan Rue had effortlessly dispatched the 17th council member during the limited Void Realm. Despite both being peak level, that council member couldn't even force Ruan Rue to reveal his true strength. Yet this peak-level void beast compelled the Ice King to unleash such formidable techniques. Su Yi finally witnessed the terrifying power of peak-level awakeners firsthand. He couldn't help but ponder. If the peak level was already so powerful, what unimaginable force would the higher levels of Lingjing and Kunlunjing possess? Various speculations flashed through his mind, stirring his emotions. The sounds of the fierce battle gradually faded into the distance. Under Fong Lao's guidance, they finally exited the combat zone, and the helicopter stabilized once more. "Are we just leaving like this?" Su Yi looked out the window, where he could barely make out 2 faint glimmers flickering in the dark night. "Don't worry, the young master won't lose," Fong Lao replied calmly. I will follow his orders and ensure your safe arrival at Longxia Academy. You seem to have a lot of faith in him, Su Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow at the elegant old man. Fong Lao smiled serenely, a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. I've watched the young master grow up. If he says he'll win, then he will. I hope so, Su Yi murmured to himself, his gaze once again fixed on the distant, earth-shaking battle. Su Yi glanced out the window again, murmuring softly. The helicopter flew steadily as Elder Fong casually glanced at the dashboard, about to speak, but was interrupted by a piercing scream. Su Yi whipped around, his pupils contracting sharply. In the night sky, a dark shadow rushed towards them like a fierce wind. Ruan Rue's shout burst forth like thunder as a massive ice spear, 2 meters thick, shot through the air, aimed directly at the shadow. The shadow spread its wings, revealing the cold visage of a night owl. Despite its battered body, its gaze was intense, and it had a strategy in mind. As the ice spear whistled towards it, a dark energy surged around the night owl, and it tilted its body 90 degrees, narrowly avoiding the spear. The ice spear, unstoppable as it was, hurtled towards the helicopter. Yet, just half a meter from the fuselage, the spearhead suddenly disintegrated into ice shards and vanished. Simultaneously, the night owl's silhouette dove down, its massive talons reaching for the helicopter. I'll make you witness the death of your compatriots, the night owl sneered. Su Ye's heart jolted as he immediately grasped the night owl's intention. A grave look flashed in Elder Fong's eyes as he desperately maneuvered the aircraft to dodge, but the night owl's swift assault was difficult to evade. At the critical moment, with a loud thud, the bird's talons struck a layer of suddenly appearing ice. Su Yi was astonished to see a transparent spherical ice barrier enveloping the helicopter. Though the talons sent ice fragments flying, they couldn't penetrate. In the distance, a trail of ice rapidly approached, halting abruptly in midair. Ruan Rue's face was as frosty as his demeanor, eyes filled with lethal intent. Courting death, he shouted fiercely, his ice wings transforming into a streak of light as he dove down. In his hand, the cold condensed into an ice spear, which Ruan Rue unhesitatingly thrust at the night owl. The night owl retreated swiftly, and realizing it couldn't dodge in time, crossed its wings in front of itself. The ice spear struck the wings, producing a clash like metal on metal. With the blessing of the King of the Night, no one can defeat me at night. The night owl boasted arrogantly, with a powerful sweep of its wings, forcing Ruan Rue to retreat. The night owl quickly caught up to the ice-encased helicopter, eyes glinting with cunning. You still have to protect these two useless ones. How will you fight me? It taunted, slamming its talons into the ice barrier. The solid ice shattered instantly, and inside the cabin, Su Yi and Elder Fong's expressions changed drastically. Another loud crash followed as the night owl's full-force strike completely destroyed the ice barrier. It loomed over the helicopter, a cruel glint in its eyes, as its left talon reached for the cabin. Su Yi watched as the talon drew closer, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Suddenly, with a squelch, a few drops of blood splattered against the window. Under Elder Fong's control, the helicopter tilted and flew past, giving Su Yi a heart-wrenching view through the window. Ruan Rue, using his own body as a shield, stood in front of the helicopter, his chest pierced by the night owl's sharp claws. A triumphant smile spread across Night Owl's face, as if everything was under his control. He forcefully pulled out his right claw, sending a spray of blood into the air like a miniature red firework. You humans are always like this, doing things that only move yourselves, Night Owl mocked, his voice full of smugness. Fighting me while protecting your weak companions will only lead to your total defeat, Ice King. Ruan Rue replied coldly as a layer of crystalline ice formed over his chest wound, quickly stained red by the oozing blood. Is this what you call a harmless attack? His face was slightly pale, but his gaze remained as sharp as ice. I promise, this time you'll die a terrible death. Ruan Rue swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of icy frost from his palm, sweeping towards Night Owl. However, Night Owl merely fluttered his wings, deftly dodging while swiftly closing in on the helicopter. Once a creature's weakness is discovered, it's as if one foot is already in the abyss of hell. Night Owl growled softly, black energy erupting from his body to fend off the icy wave. Clearly, those two worthless beings in the helicopter are your weakness, Ice King. Night Owl's claw slashed ferociously towards the helicopter, and Ruan Rue's eyes narrowed. He had no choice but to conjure an ice wall from the frost wave to barely block the lethal strike. Huh. Night Owl laughed triumphantly, instantly launching 2 sharp feathers from his body. The feathers shot through the air like arrows, piercing Ruan Rue's shoulder and drawing a spray of glaring blood. Just like that, Ruan Rue grunted, his eyes burning with anger. The A-level ability, King of the Night, had granted this peak-level Night Owl an astounding boost in power, tripling its energy, speed, and destructive capability. In the darkness of night, it was an especially formidable ability. Night Owl then launched a frenzied assault on the helicopter. Each attack was blocked by the ice walls Ruan Rue summoned just in time, but Ruan Rue himself continued to suffer from Night Owl sneak attacks. Although he avoided further fatal injuries for the moment, his complexion grew paler. Inside the helicopter, Su Yi watched the intense battle through the window, his face changing dramatically. Whoa, 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 this isn't looking good. Even the usually composed old Fong wore a grave expression. We've become a burden to the young master. To protect us, he's only able to use 50% of his strength. 50%? Why such a limitation? Su Yi was shocked, struggling to understand. Old Fong explained seriously. The difficulty of protection is more than 3 times that of attacking. Haven't you noticed? Since earlier, we've been surrounded by the young master's energy. The energy expenditure is severely draining his combat strength and keeping him distracted. With Old Fong's reminder, Su Yi observed closely and finally noticed the countless tiny ice particles floating around the helicopter like an invisible barrier, moving as the helicopter did. It was these ice particles that allowed Ruan Rue to intercept Night Owl's every attack. Su Yi was secretly amazed, his gaze falling on the expressionless Ruan Rue through the window. Even while expending so much energy and being distracted, he can still fight Night Owl to a standstill. While protecting the plane and fending off the attacks of the Night Owl, Ruan Rue's figure flickered in the night sky. Even with the blessing of the Night King, the Night Owl was no match for Ruan Rue, but its cunning tactics effectively constrained the Ice King. In just over 10 minutes of intense combat, the energy fluctuations around Ruan Rue had noticeably waned, indicating significant expenditure. Su Yi watched the life and death struggle intently, his expression grave. He knew that at this rate, even if Ruan Rue managed to kill the Night Owl, he would suffer severe injuries. If not for protecting them, Ruan Rue wouldn't have to fight in such a constrained manner. Mr. Fong, I have a question. Su Yi no longer hesitated, leaning forward to ask quickly. If we gave up on protecting us, how confident is Ruan Rue in killing the Night Owl? Absolutely confident. Mr. Fong replied solemnly. With the young master's strength, if he could focus entirely, killing this phantom beast would be easy. As he spoke, he continued to maneuver the plane away from the battlefield. Receiving the answer, determination flashed in Su Ye's eyes. He forcefully kicked open the cabin door, gripping the handrail to lean out. At that moment, a massive bird claw descended from the sky, and an ice wall instantly appeared in front of Su Yi, barely blocking the deadly strike. What are you doing? Get back inside. Ruan Rue shouted in anger, but Su Yi ignored him, letting the fierce wind mess his hair, his gaze as firm as steel. He harnessed his energy and shouted against the wind. Ruan Rue, stop protecting the plane. Use all your strength to kill this monstrous bird. You noisy insect. The Night Owl's eyes flashed with cold light, and 2 black beams shot towards Su Yi. However, a crystal ice flower bloomed above Su Ye's head, blocking the lethal attack. Ruan Rue's expression was icy as he commanded sternly. Get back in there. I'll take care of this beast. I'm not joking, Su Yi insisted. I can protect this plane. Just focus all your strength on killing that bird. Just as Ruan Rue was about to scold him, he met Su Ye's eyes. Trust me, Su Yi shouted, locking eyes with Ruan Rue through the darkness. Ruan Rue paused, seeing a convincing confidence and determination in the young man's eyes. Su Yi then ducked back into the cabin, smashing the glass beside him with a punch, his expression suddenly calm and emotionless as he said, Mr. Fong, follow my lead. From now on, we protect ourselves. Very well. Ruan Rue muttered to himself, refocusing on the battle. Although he found the request absurd, Su Ye's gaze inexplicably inspired trust. He didn't know why he trusted a mere novice, but a sense of madness welled up inside him. With a wave of his hand, the ice particles surrounding the helicopter dissipated instantly. Without the protection, a surge of energy roared within him, his icy gaze bursting with a chilling intensity. I'll trust you this once. He called out to the Night Owl, extending his right hand, coldly declaring, Beast, are you ready to meet your end? The owl looked at Ruan Rue with a mocking expression and burst into laughter. My time has come? Do you even know who you're talking to? It roared, its voice echoing like thunder, as the feathers on its back transformed into a rain of black arrows, shooting towards Ruan Rue. However, this time, Ruan Rue remained indifferent, fully focused on the battle. He swung his right fist, unleashing a wave of cold air. In an instant, the night sky froze, and the countless feathers hung suspended in midair, as if time itself had stopped. Above, the cold air coalesced into a spectacle resembling a galaxy. Frost fist, Ruan Rue murmured softly. The owl's eyes widened, instinctively curling its body to escape. But it was too late. A fist made of ice surged from its abdomen, propelling it skyward. The massive force sent the owl's huge body flying, its chest and stomach instantly covered in frost. Abandoning distractions to protect, you've finally shown your true strength. The owl howled, shattering the ice fist with its energy. Its body trembled, but its eyes glinted with a cold, sinister light. Suddenly, Two dark energy beams shot out from its body, one aimed directly at Ruan Rue, the other twisted eerily in the air, targeting a nearby helicopter. The owl intended to use the helicopter as a threat to force Ruan Rue to divide his attention. However, inside the helicopter, Suyi had already sensed the danger. "Tilt the aircraft to the far left," he shouted. Old Fong reacted quickly, almost simultaneously pulling the control stick hard to the left. The helicopter tilted sharply, but not fast enough to completely avoid the energy blast. In that critical moment, Suyi acted decisively. He threw a piece of glass out of the window, a white thread extending from it, and securing itself to the broken window. Under the pull of this thread, the helicopter seemed to be yanked by an invisible force, its speed increasing dramatically as it veered hard left. With a loud thud, the energy grazed the bottom of the aircraft, leaving a large hole, but the helicopter narrowly avoided a deadly blow. The glass shard spun back to the window, and Suyi caught it in his hand. His face pale, he whispered to himself, "It takes more energy than I thought." By using the repair thread to maneuver the entire helicopter, he had drained 70% of his energy. "Now it's up to you, Ice King," Suyi silently prayed. "What?" The owl turned its head in disbelief. The scene it had anticipated did not occur. Ruan Rue had not been distracted to intercept the attack, and the helicopter had miraculously dodged the lethal strike. Suddenly, a piercing chill enveloped the owl, causing it to shiver. Ruan Rue's voice echoed in its ears, alarmingly close. "Hey, beast, what are you looking at?" Ruan Rue flew forward, delivering a powerful punch to the owl's head, driving it towards the ground. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That kid really pulled it off. Now it's time to finish this quickly. The owl struggled to flap its wings, barely managing to stabilize itself. But as it looked up, its pupils contracted sharply. Ruan Rue's next strike was already imminent. In the sky, a massive icy meteor, resembling a small mountain, plummeted down like a visitor from another world. Boom! The icy meteor crashed heavily into the body of the night owl, its sharp, piercing wail cutting through the air. The night owl's back was instantly a bloody mess, with fresh blood freezing in the air, half of its body shrouded in frost. "Ice King!" The night owl roared in defiance, driven by anger, as black energy enveloped its wings, vibrating rapidly. It shot an energy beam from its mouth, shattering the meteor into pieces, and then soared back into the sky. Ruan Rue spread his icy wings and dived down like an arrow. Their eyes filled with murderous intent as peak energy clashed in the air, scattering the clouds. At this moment, they unleashed their ultimate attacks, aiming to completely annihilate each other. Night Veil. Energy surged around the night owl, cloaking it in a gossamer-like shroud. Its speed increased dramatically, unleashing even more powerful waves. Ice God. Ruan Rue's pale hair fluttered in the wind as he unleashed a torrent of icy energy. This energy condensed behind him into a three-mid turtle giant, formed entirely of ice, with a face identical to Ruan Rue's, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The giant's massive hands moved in sync with Ruan Rue, striking downward. At this moment, he resembled a god of ice and snow descending from the heavens, brimming with killing intent. Boom! Man and beast collided fiercely, cloaked in blazing energy. Black energy and piercing cold seemed to split the sky in two. However, this earth-shaking collision lasted less than half a second before the cold engulfed the night owl like a tidal wave, completely consuming it. As Old Fong had said, when Ruan Rue fought with all his might, he demonstrated overwhelming combat power. The ice god behind him seized the night owl's right wing and tore it off, causing a torrential downpour of blood. Impossible! Impossible! The night owl, driven to madness, was overwhelmed with pain and couldn't accept the grim reality. In the night, I am invincible. I am the king of night. I can't lose. I don't care if you're the king of night or the king of day, Ruan Rue said coldly, tossing aside the severed wing. If you stand in my way, even a god won't stop me. The icy giant's fist came crashing down, and the night owl couldn't evade it, its chest pierced instantly, blood gushing out. "I told you, you'd die horribly." Ruan Rue's gaze was icy as waves of frost spread from the giant ice fist, ready to freeze the night owl again. "That bastard, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lost." The night owl's fierce gaze turned skyward, full of hatred, towards the trembling helicopter. "For the Void King," it roared one last time, its entire body trembling violently as energy surged chaotically. "You're trying to self-destruct?" Ruan Rue's face changed, not expecting the night owl to choose mutual destruction. The ice god behind him immediately extended its massive hands, grasping the night owl firmly. Boom! The terrifying energy blast shattered the ice god's arms, and even Ruan Rue was sent flying by the shockwave, plummeting towards the ground. As the night owl self-destructed, a black feather shot out from its body, speeding towards the helicopter in the sky. Frost covered the sky as Suyi watched through the shattered window, witnessing Ruan Rue's crushing victory. He exhaled in relief and was about to repair the window when suddenly a terrifying wave of energy surged from below. Su Ye's pupils contracted as he saw a black light tear through the night sky, crashing into the aircraft's body in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the plane was struck hard, causing the entire body to shake violently and lurch forward several meters before rapidly plummeting. Su Yi clung to his seat, shouting, "What happened?" The plane teetered on the brink, clouds racing past at an alarming speed as they descended. Even Mr. Fong had not anticipated this situation. He pulled the control stick with all his might, frantically adjusting the dashboard, his expression changing dramatically as he shouted, "The rotors malfunctioned." For a helicopter, the rotor is its lifeline in the sky. The black light had pierced right through it. Su Ye's face turned pale as he looked at the rapidly rising clouds on either side, his heart trembling. He had thought that the Ice King had successfully defeated the Night Owl, but now they faced this calamity. As the helicopter spiraled downward, Su Yi abandoned any thought of parachuting. Jumping now would be suicidal. He gritted his teeth, pressed close to the cabin door, and firmly placed his palm on the cabin ceiling, activating his repairability. A white light quickly enveloped the entire aircraft, and under Su Ye's energy manipulation, the nearly destroyed rotor began to mend. However, the earlier strain on the aircraft had already drained 70% of his energy, and now, with the forced repair, his remaining energy was rapidly depleting. The white light receded like a tide, leaving Su Yi slumped in his seat, exhausted. Did it work? He was forced to interrupt his ability due to energy exhaustion and couldn't determine if the rotor was repaired. Mr. Fong remained calm under pressure, pulling the control stick hard and attempting to restart the rotor. Yet the helicopter continued its relentless spin downward, gaining speed, the rotor unmoving, seemingly not entirely repaired. "Come on, move," Mr. Fong growled, clenching his fists in frustration as the rotor refused to turn. Su Yi, pale-faced and anxious, wondered if this was the end. He punched the seat in anger, filled with unwillingness. At that moment, a wisp of mist emerged from Su Ye's waist, flowing into his body. For some reason, strands of white thread then emanated from him, extending to the top of the aircraft, only to quickly dissipate. Click, click. The faint sound of rotor blades turning came from above, signaling the rotor's successful restart. Su Ye's eyes lit up, and without time to ponder, he shouted, "Mr. Fong, I'm already on it." Fong Lao exclaimed, his face filled with excitement as he tightly gripped the control stick, pulling it towards himself. The helicopter's rotors began to rotate slowly, gradually gaining speed, yet the aircraft continued its rapid descent. Under Fong Lao's control, the spinning helicopter barely stabilized, but the downward plunge showed no signs of slowing. Su Yi peered through the window, seeing the ground illuminated by the moonlight. Below stretched a barren wasteland on the outskirts of Jin City, so desolate that not even a village was in sight. At this speed, the outcome seemed inevitable: total disaster. The roar of the rotors grew louder, and the descent slightly slowed, but the fall remained unstoppable. The altitude quickly dropped, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The ground was clearly visible, as if all hope was lost. Suddenly, a loud boom resounded. The helicopter jolted as if it had collided with something. Su Yi looked through the window to see a mist of ice spreading beneath the helicopter. He leaned back in his seat, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Looks like we've been saved." 6 streams of ice mist dispersed, forming a buffer that slowed the helicopter's fall. With this cushioning effect, the rotors finally managed to keep the aircraft somewhat aloft, and the sensation of freefall dissipated. The helicopter gradually approached the ground. Accompanied by a loud crash and a cloud of dust, the helicopter finally landed. Despite the extreme danger of the emergency landing, Su Yi and Fong Lao were unharmed. A piercing sound came from outside the aircraft, followed by a wisp of black smoke. Fong Lao slumped in his seat, his back drenched in sweat. Moments later, Su Yi and Fong Lao disembarked. The night wind blew as a figure descended from the sky. Ruan Rui appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered, with only a single damaged ice wing remaining on his back. Behind him, the ice giant's arms were shattered, its body covered in cracks, crumbling into ice shards as he moved. Despite the fatigue in his eyes, seeing Su Yi and Fong Lao safe brought a rare smile to Ruan Rui's usually stoic face. In the moonlight, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his pupils reflected a faint blue light like sapphires. "Well done." He nodded in gratitude towards Su Yi, the smile fleeting. "Young master, it seems our plans need to change." Fong Lao frowned at the smoking aircraft. "This damage is from the first attack by the Night Owl. The engine is compromised, and without tools, we can't fix it." He turned to Su Yi, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, but you might not be able to take the entrance test. Here in the middle of nowhere, there's no way to find transportation to Longxia Academy." Su Ye's expression froze, fully aware that Longxia Academy wouldn't delay the test for him. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "It's okay, these unexpected situations. This is entirely my fault," Ruan Rui interrupted, his face impassive. "If it weren't for my mistake, that beast wouldn't have shown up here. He turned to Fong Lao, asking, "What time is it now?" 3:30 in the morning. Fong Lao quickly replied after checking his watch. Su Ye's face shifted slightly. Even if the helicopter were operational, it would take nearly 3 hours to reach the academy. It seemed impossible to make it to the entrance test on time. Suddenly, a chill rose from the ground, pulling Su Ye's attention back to reality. He turned to see icy wings forming again behind Ruan Rue. "Though it might be a bit late," Ruan Rue said, "I can assure you, you'll make it to the academy before the entrance test." "Hey, you don't mean to." Su Ye's words were cut off as Ruan Rue grabbed his clothes, soaring into the sky. The two of them rapidly ascended, vanishing into the horizon. A sudden exclamation shattered the silence in the office. "What? You're taking over this entrance exam?" A teacher stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man with sunglasses and a buzz cut standing before him. "Is there a problem, Mr. Song Wei?" The man with the buzz cut asked with a slight smile, his tone calm. Song Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered. "No, nothing. I'm just concerned that if you handle the test, fewer than half of the 120 students might make it through." He thought to himself, this instructor, Lian Shou, is known as the Devil Instructor. He was about to retire, but was brought back by the principal to oversee the entrance exam in 9 days. And now he wants to take over this entrance test. Half. Lian Shou's face showed an odd smile. "Don't you think the quality of students at the academy has been declining lately? Instead of wasting resources on those who won't make it, it's better to reduce the number of admissions and recruit only those truly capable of becoming void hunters." Song Wei grew even more anxious and couldn't help but retort. "We only admit around 100 students each year. The ones taking the test are already the cream of the crop. Isn't it a bit harsh to call them useless?" "Mr. Song Wei, you're too naive." Lian Shou shook his head, looking disappointed. "Haven't you noticed?" His gaze suddenly sharpened, like a sword ready to strike, exuding a daunting aura. In recent years, the activities of the Void Demons have become more frequent. The number of Void realms opening in the 5 nations has multiplied, and the casualties among Void hunters are increasing. Shouldn't we be expanding admissions to train more elites then? Song Wei was puzzled. And send them to their deaths? Lian Shou interrupted mercilessly. "In my view, those without strength, even if they become Void hunters, are just heading to their deaths." "You?" Song Wei frowned, wanting to argue further. "Enough." A voice, old and authoritative, suddenly cut off their debate. Principal Xiao Wu, with a solemn expression, fixed his gaze on the two. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Why are you two in my office?" Silence fell for a few seconds. Lian Shou sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I've only been away from the academy for 2 years, and your memory is getting worse, Principal." Song Wei seemed accustomed to the principal's forgetfulness and quickly stepped forward to explain their purpose for being there. "I see." Xiao Wu nodded, then suddenly waved his hand. "I agree. The entrance test will be entirely in Instructor Lian Shou's hands. As for you, Mr. Song Wei, you'll assist him as an adjunct." "The test plan I spent 3 days on." Song Wei lamented internally but could only respond solemnly. "Yes, Principal." Lian Shou nodded at the principal and turned to leave. "Let's get going, Mr. Song Wei. It's half an hour till 8. We should meet at the test site early." "I don't like being late." Song Wei shrugged and followed, feeling uneasy about the upcoming entrance exam. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Instructor Lian Shou flashed a meaningful smile. He stepped forward slowly and softly said, "Let's start with 30 people." At Longxiao Academy, a vast plain stretched out under the early morning light. Dozens of spirited students gathered from all directions, their steps light and their eyes gleaming with confidence. These elite youths from across the country had earned precious dragon jade through their exceptional abilities and overall qualities, allowing them to enter this highest institution for the awakened. No wonder it's Longxiao Academy. Even a random testing ground is so magnificent, someone exclaimed, as the crowd gathered in front of a sign with the words, "Testing Ground." To avoid being late, they had all risen early. Not far away, a red-haired boy was eagerly circling a stunningly beautiful girl, his excitement apparent. "Your name is Tang Xiaowan, right? Such a lovely name," he said. If Su Yi were there, he would recognize her as his high school crush. "My name is Han Hao, and I've awakened in level ability." "Impressive, right?" the red-haired boy boasted, oblivious to Tang Xiaowan's slightly furrowed brow. Just as she was about to speak, 2 figures seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly arriving at the sign. They wore light blue blazers, the emblems on their shoulders marking them as instructors. "Good morning, instructors." The students promptly ceased their chatter and greeted them respectfully. Lian Shou smiled faintly and pulled a pocket watch from his pocket. "Not bad. So many of you are on time," he remarked, glancing at his watch, ignoring the greetings around him. The students grew tense, fearing they might upset the instructors who were about to conduct the test. Time ticked away, and soon it was 7:58. A total of 117 students had gathered, just 3 short of the expected 120. Song Wei pondered whether they were late or... Just then, a commotion arose among the crowd. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, approached. His bare chest and sharply defined muscles drew gasps from the girls. "Is this the new student testing ground?" he boomed, unfazed by the attention, striding confidently into the crowd. "Let's get started already. I can't wait." Song Wei's curiosity was piqued, and he glanced at the stopwatch in Lian Shou's hand. Only 5 seconds remained until 8 o'clock. "Looks like the other two will miss the test," he sighed. But Lian Shou continued to smile. Just as Lian Shou was about to close his pocket watch, his movement paused abruptly, and a peculiar smile spread across his face as he looked up at the sky. The students followed his gaze and gasped. A small black that was rapidly descending from high above, revealing 2 figures, one of whom had wings. Whoosh! The figures crashed to the ground like meteors, raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Lian Shou's pocket watch pointed precisely to 8 o'clock. From within the dust, a cold voice slowly emerged. "Not a second more, not a second less. Looks like we made it in time." The dramatic entrance from above left all 100 students in shock. As the dust settled, 2 figures gradually emerged, sparking a flurry of questions. Who could make such an astounding appearance? And was the other person also a new student at Longxia Academy? As the cold wind blew away the dust, Ruan Rue's battered body was revealed. His wings fluttered in the breeze, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. This sight struck a chord with all the students. Ruan Rue had just fought fiercely with a night owl, and then flew rapidly with Su Yi for 4.5 hours, leaving his mental strength and energy nearly depleted. Behind Ruan Rue, another figure appeared. Su Yi lay sprawled on the ground, retching violently. The weightlessness from the rapid descent had his chest churning. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything since the previous night, or he would have been a complete mess. Lian Shou put away his pocket watch and looked at Ruan Rue with a beaming smile. "I was wondering who could make such a flashy entrance. Turns out it's you, you show off." A flicker of unease crossed Ruan Rue's usually calm face. His lips twitched slightly as he reluctantly responded. "Long time no see, Teacher Lian Shou." Without looking back, he briskly walked away, as if fleeing. "This student is a new enrollee this year. I've delivered him on time, and now I'll take my leave." Su Yi wiped his mouth and stood up, watching Ruan Rue's hurried departure with confusion. Over 100 pairs of eyes focused on him, filled with shock, disdain, curiosity, and surprise. All the new students were deeply impressed by Su Ye's astounding entrance, scrutinizing him with interest. Among the crowd, Tang Xiaowan's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Su Yi, thinking he managed to arrive right on time. Lian Shou withdrew his gaze from Ruan Rue's retreating figure and gave Su Yi a slightly amused look. "Well, at least you arrived on time. Join the ranks." "Yes, Instructor," Su Yi quickly replied. After a brief observation, he had a preliminary understanding of the person's identity in front of him. As his gaze scanned the crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Silently, Su Yi moved to the back of the group and took a deep breath. No matter what, he had made it to the entrance test. "You're quite something." Just as Su Yi steadied himself, a low voice came from beside him. He turned to see a delicate-looking boy with a small braid giving him a thumbs up. However, the boy's unsteady steps and the awkwardness in his demeanor and actions were at odds with his appearance. "I'm Bai Tao. How should I address you, brother?" The boy introduced himself. "Su Yi." Su Yi replied calmly, finally realizing the source of the odd feeling. The aura emanating from Bai Tao could only be described in 4 words: shifty-eyed and sneaky. Every movement and fleeting glance seemed to exude an air of sleaziness. This aura was in stark contrast to his delicate appearance. Bai Tao resembled a mouse constantly ready to scurry away, his eyes darting left and right, as if perpetually on guard. "Su Yi, you're really lucky," Bai Tao said with a friendly grin, as if they were already close friends. "If you'd arrived just a second later, it would have been disastrous." Su Yi raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Disastrous? What could possibly happen if I was a second late?" Bai Tao lowered his voice mysteriously and pointed to the tall man at the front. "Seems like you haven't heard. That guy up there is the infamous demon instructor, Lian Shou." "Demon instructor?" Su Ye's eyes lit up. This was crucial information for someone as unprepared as he was. "And how does that relate to my punctuality? Would I have to do 1,000 push-ups if I was late?" Bai Tao chuckled and shook his head. "The consequences are far more severe." Just as he was about to elaborate, a loud shout came from afar. Reporting, a breathless male student sprinted over, stopping by the signpost, hands on his knees, gasping for air. "Report. I was too excited yesterday and didn't wake up this morning." He rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly yet excitedly. "Instructor, however you punish me, I've got no complaints." Lian Shou looked at him with a seemingly kind smile. He took out a pocket watch, glanced at it, and said calmly, "You are 1 minute and 10 seconds late." The student immediately straightened up, promising seriously, "Sorry, Instructor, I won't be late next time." Lian Shou put away the watch, his gaze sharp as he looked at the student. "Life doesn't offer many next times. You can go home now, student." The student's expression froze, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. "Huh? What did you say?" I said, "You can go home now." Lian Shou's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes behind the sunglasses were as cold as ice. The student panicked, his tone becoming agitated. "But today is the entrance test. I thought those who got into this academy were smarter than their peers." Lian Shou's smile slightly faded, his voice eerily calm. "Let me make it clear. Student, your entrance test is over. The result is unqualified. Please go home." "Why?" The student's expression darkened with rage. "I have a dragon jade. I possess Instructor ability. Joining Longxia Academy should be a given. Are you telling me that being a minute late cost me my admission?" Lian Shou's face remained unchanged, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Because I am the instructor here, the person in charge of this entrance test." His words were like a heavy hammer, causing the students present to shiver internally. Punctuality is the only standard here, and it's the minimum standard. Anyone who doesn't adhere to it is, in my eyes, simply unqualified. The student, humiliated and furious, shouted, "And you call yourself an instructor?" Energy waves began to ripple from his body, clearly indicating his intent to use his abilities. Lian Shou looked surprised and amused, a slight smirk forming. "You actually intend to use your ability on me?" Almost instantly, the student's body was hurled back like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Among the 100 or so students present, only 3 noticed what had just happened. A burly man standing at 6 feet 3 inches grinned, eyeing Lian Shou with interest. A bespectacled student in a light blue jacket, hair meticulously combed, had his glasses reflecting a glint of light. Suyi, meanwhile, wore a serious expression, whispering in shock. "Is that really the ability he used?" Lian Shou stood motionless, and to everyone else, it seemed he hadn't even moved a finger. His sunglasses glinted faintly in the sunlight, and an overwhelming pressure spread like a tide. His voice was calm, yet filled with an intimidating force. "I don't care if you go to the principal or whoever. At least during the entrance test and the subsequent evaluations, my orders are absolute. Do you understand?" His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the 119 students present, leaving each with a chill. Lian Shou's voice echoed in the air. "Your first entrance test begins now." With an imposing aura and extraordinary strength, all the students unanimously reached the same conclusion about the formidable instructor Lian Shou. Suyi finally understood the serious consequences that Bai Tao had warned him about. He felt secretly relieved that he had arrived just in time. Had he been even half a second late, he feared he might end up like the student lying unconscious in the distance. Bai Tao watched the scene nervously, whispering to Suyi, "From what I know, he has been the instructor for 3 years, overseeing entrance tests and evaluations. Every time he was in charge, more than half of the participants were eliminated. Suyi, you must be extremely careful." Suyi's eyes flickered, but before he could respond, Lian Shou's powerful voice declared, "Your first entrance test starts now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Song Wei beside him and whispered something in his ear. After hearing Lian Shou's instructions, Song Wei's expression turned peculiar. He widened his eyes and lowered his voice, asking, "Are you serious, Instructor Lian? Following your requirements, at least dozens of these kids will be eliminated." "So what?" Lian Shou replied indifferently, slightly raising his chin. "Well, can you do it?" "Of course I can, but this test seems like a last-minute idea," Song Wei thought to himself, reluctantly rubbing his temples. As an assistant instructor, he had no choice but to follow Lian Shou's plan. Internally, he muttered, "I don't care anymore. If all these kids get eliminated, it's not my problem." With that, Song Wei leisurely walked toward the right. The students watched the departing assistant with confusion, and just as they were beginning to question what was happening, Lian Shou's voice rang out again. "Your first test is climbing a mountain." The crowd erupted into a chorus of bewilderment. "Climb a mountain? Where's the mountain?" They were on an endless plain, so flat that not even a small mound was in sight, let alone a mountain. It had taken them nearly half an hour just to walk from the dormitory that morning. Where could a mountain possibly be on this vast, flat land? Song Wei stopped after walking about 30 meters, looked around, and muttered to himself, this should do." Lian Shou smiled calmly and called out to the distance, "Teacher Song Wei, please show these kids where the mountain is." All the students turned their gaze to Song Wei 30 meters away. Could there be a deeper meaning to this mountain? Was it perhaps referring to the awakening of a mountain realm? Song Wei shrugged helplessly, lifted his right foot gently, and then stomped it heavily on the ground. "The mountain is right beneath your feet, isn't it?" Rumble. As soon as Song Wei's foot hit the ground, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the earth beneath the plain. In the next moment, the ground shook violently, cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Amidst the cries of astonishment, a towering mountain peak shot up from the depths, breaking through the surface and standing majestically, an awe-inspiring sight. The mountain peak stood abruptly before the students, towering approximately 200 meters high, with a winding, twisting path and dense forest covering it. The students stood in awe, staring up at this majestic peak that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. their throats involuntarily moving up and down. They quickly realized that this was the creation of their teacher, Song Wei, using his abilities. The power to conjure a mountain from thin air was intimidating, showcasing Song Wei's formidable skills. Su Yi keenly sensed the energy fluctuations surrounding the peak and couldn't help but silently marvel at the depth of Longxia Academy's resources. Any random teacher here was a rare peak-level awakener. Lin Shou's voice broke through their shock, pulling their attention back to reality. With his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, he announced the rules for the first test. The test is simple. You just need to reach the top of the mountain within 30 minutes to complete it. The students were surprised. Climbing a 200-meter mountain in 30 minutes didn't seem difficult for awakeners. However, Lin Shou slightly smirked and added, besides the time limit, there's a special rule: only the first 80 to reach the top will pass the test. This statement caused an uproar. The previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense, and anxiety was evident on the students' faces. This meant they not only had to climb within the allotted time, but also compete for a spot. For those eager to join Longxia Academy, no one wanted to miss this rare opportunity. After hearing the rules, a drop of cold sweat formed on Su Ye's forehead. This test, which required both physical endurance and skill, was particularly challenging for him. Having already endured a fierce battle with the 17th counselor and a high-altitude encounter with a virtual beast, his physical and energy levels were severely depleted. Competing against these talented youths, his chances of passing were slim. However, Su Yi sensed something was amiss. His eyes scanned each student, his mind racing to find a breakthrough. Perhaps this test wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, and finding an alternative path might be the key to success. But Lin Shou didn't allow the students much time to ponder. With a sweeping gesture, he cheerfully announced, "The first test begins now." As soon as Lin Shou finished speaking, a student suddenly activated his ability and soared into the air. Like an arrow released from a bow, he swiftly maneuvered through the peaks, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. This display ignited the competitive spirit in the other students, who, as if infused with adrenaline, rushed eagerly towards the mountaintop. Su Yi reacted quickly, keeping pace with the crowd. He glanced around and noticed that Bai Tao, who had been beside him, was nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head, Su Yi evenly distributed his energy to his legs, blending in with the others as he moved closer to the peak, his mind racing for a strategy to break through. No wonder teacher Song Wei is so skilled. Your mountain spirit abilities have become quite refined, Lin Shou remarked with a faint smile as he approached Song Wei, watching the students swarm forward. Song Wei glanced at Lin Shou and replied humbly, "Compared to Instructor Lin Shou, I still have a long way to go. Even now, I bet you could defeat me in a single move, right?" Teacher Song Wei is too modest, Lin Shou responded with a smile. "Ever since my injury, my energy has stagnated, and my level has even regressed. You've been working hard to improve all these years. How could I possibly take you down in one move?" Song Wei raised an eyebrow, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Does Instructor Lin Shou really think so? Yes, Lin Shou sighed, shrugging his shoulders. To defeat you now, it would probably take me at least 2 moves. Song Wei stood awkwardly, regretting his question. He sighed deeply, his gaze falling on a student knocked unconscious by Lin Shou nearby. With a light tap on the ground, a palm-sized rock sprang up, sprouting arms and legs. The little rock figure effortlessly hoisted the unconscious student onto its head and sped towards the academy's medical building with impressive stability. He didn't respect the time and broke the rules, Song Wei explained. Lin Shou replied coldly. Not only that, but he also attempted to use his ability on me. The sharpness in his eyes beneath his sunglasses made Song Wei feel a chill. An awakened one's abilities should never target their own kind. He is untimely, arrogant, and treats everything as a game, lacking any respect or seriousness. If he were to join Longxia Academy, Lin Shou paused, his voice growing colder, he would die. Song Wei fell silent, yet he felt an inexplicable sensation within. Perhaps Instructor Lin Shou wasn't as unfeeling as he seemed. The reason for his strictness might simply be to minimize casualties among those children who lack sufficient abilities. This thought eased some of the prejudice I held against this legendary figure of the school, replacing it with a touch of respect. During the brief conversation between the two, the fastest students had already reached the foot of the mountain and were preparing to climb. Among them, a student capable of flying was far ahead, his face beaming with confidence, as if this test was tailor-made for him. "I'll take first place in this test," he thought gleefully, shooting straight towards the mountain top like an arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Shou casually pulled out a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and blew a perfect smoke ring. His eyes were fixed on the student's every move not far away. "Time's about up, Teacher Song Wei. Please begin," Lin Shou reminded. "And don't you dare go easy on them." Song Wei shook his head with a helpless smile. "Got it." He then crouched slightly, placing his right hand on the ground. A beam of green light shot from his palm, quickly disappearing into the distant mountain. Suddenly, A muffled noise was accompanied by a chorus of exclamations. The student who had been flying straight up fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He barely managed to regain his balance near the ground, stumbling as he landed, blood streaming from his nose, looking incredulously towards the mountainside. A massive stone fist, as thick as a meter, had emerged from the mountain. Then, the entire peak resonated with a humming sound. A gigantic stone figure, about 3 meters tall, emerged from the mountain. Astonishingly, once the stone giant fully appeared, the mountain wall returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. This stone giant, composed of countless rocks, exuded explosive power. It leapt from the mountainside and landed heavily on the ground. The entire mountain shook violently, like a small earthquake. The students who had been rushing ahead stopped abruptly, their hearts skipping a beat. "Hey, look up there!" someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Everyone looked up, their pupils contracting involuntarily. The ground around the mountain trembled, and one by one, several stone giants emerged. Each was imposing, exuding a sense of power and solidity. At this moment, the students were scattered at various positions on the mountain according to their speed. These newly appeared stone giants were evenly distributed across the mountain, blocking all paths to the summit. Su Yi, in the last group of students, had just reached the foot of the mountain. Seeing the massive stone giant before him, his expression shifted slightly, finally understanding the source of his unease. These monsters are the real test of this first challenge. Su Yi thought to himself. Not only did they have to evade the stone giant's pursuit, but they also needed to reach the summit within half an hour and be among the top 80. Su Ye's breathing quickened slightly, his gaze becoming extremely focused. And with my current low stamina and depleted energy, can I find a way to break through these harsh conditions? His eyes sharpened, and an involuntary smirk appeared on his lips. This is truly a hellish challenge. These stone giants possess the power of the rock realm. Su Yi carefully observed the energy fluctuations on each stone giant and quickly came to this conclusion. From an energy standpoint, these colossal beings were no less formidable than the fierce wind wolf that once attacked the school. Looking around, Su Yi counted about 5 stone giants scattered across the mountain peaks, like 5 moving fortresses guarding the winding path to the summit. Suddenly, the stone giant closest to Su Yi moved. It lifted its right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled, and more than a dozen sturdy trees snapped. The massive creature glared menacingly at the dozens of tiny humans below, and then swung its giant fist towards them. The dozen or so people at the front turned pale and instinctively retreated. Energy surged within them, but before they could unleash their abilities, they were sent flying by the stone giant's fist. Thud! Thud! More than 10 figures, like kites with broken strings, fell from the mountain, rolling down the slope before landing heavily at the base, unconscious. Some had sunken chests and abdomens, evidence of broken ribs and severe injuries. Whoa, 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 no way! Seeing this bloody scene, many students turned ashen. They had never witnessed such brutality firsthand. Wasn't this supposed to be an ordinary entrance exam? Why such ruthlessness? Despite their talents, they were just high school students who had recently awakened their powers. Some felt their legs weaken, and a desire to retreat arose within them. Meanwhile, on a distant plain, Lian Shou sat leisurely on a chair made of stone, watching the events unfold with a smile. Song Wei sat beside him, sighing lightly as a blue light flashed at his toe. In an instant, 13 small rock figures emerged from the ground, quickly carrying the unconscious students to the medical building. Song Wei turned to Lian Shou with a hint of concern in his voice. "You told me not to hold back, but these kids have just entered the stone realm. What if someone can't withstand the attack and their life is in danger?" Lian Shou remained unfazed and replied calmly. "Don't worry, that won't happen. They are all geniuses among their peers, and every piece of dragon jade they received was issued by the academy after battle testing. Even if their realm is only the stone realm, they have a basic understanding of energy usage and won't be easily defeated." He adjusted his sunglasses with a slight smile and continued. "Have some faith in these kids, teacher Song Wei. Besides, only in such high-pressure environments can we truly see if they have what it takes to step onto the battlefield." Song Wei's mouth twitched, and he could only secretly grumble. So as long as no one dies, it doesn't matter how badly they're injured. He glanced at Lian Shou, thinking, truly a devil. Back on the battlefield, the remaining students began seeking strategies to tackle their predicament. A trembling voice from a girl suggested, Should we team up and find a way to take down this stone giant?" Her words immediately lit up the eyes of many, who quickly chimed in. "Why don't we work together to smash this stone giant first, then figure out the rest?" A boy shouted. However, before their discussion concluded, the stone giant swung its massive hand towards them again. Those who had proposed cooperation stopped retreating, energy surging as they unleashed their abilities. A burst of fiery light erupted from the left, shooting towards the stone giant's face like a meteor. At the same time, a water dragon formed on the right, clashing with the fire in midair, creating a blinding white light. Two opposing energies collided in the air, instantly neutralizing each other and transforming into a thick mist of steam that obscured everyone's view. This had no effect on the stone giant, but rather clouded the vision of those present. The two who had unleashed their powers exchanged bewildered glances, their surprise evident. Before they could react, the stone giant's massive fist came roaring towards them. The deafening shockwave tossed them like ragdolls, sending them tumbling across the ground. One unlucky individual at the forefront of the impact was hurled off the peak, losing consciousness. Another one out. How utterly foolish. Suyi muttered to himself, navigating the forest's edge while casting a sidelong glance at the students who had attempted to join forces. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that without understanding each other's abilities, seamless cooperation was impossible. The nature and strength of abilities, not to mention coordination between people, couldn't be grasped in a few words. This wasn't a street brawl. Numbers didn't guarantee an advantage. In combat between strangers, they often hinder each other, sometimes leading to chaos. Moreover, in such tense situations, there was no time to discuss tactics or coordinate abilities. Suyi was convinced that this test would rely on his own strength. His gaze was sharp and focused, locked onto the space between the stone giant's legs. The giant's massive size left a gap large enough for a dozen people to pass through. Clearly, several others had the same idea, as a few were already making their way towards the stone giant. At that moment, Suyi caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It was the mohawk-haired youth who had been at the forefront earlier, capable of flying through the air. He had been knocked down by the stone giant, landing back at the mountain's base, coincidentally blocked by the first stone giant along with Suyi and the others. Now, the mohawk-haired youth's eyes were blazing, flying a meter off the ground as he sped forward, seemingly intent on breaking through the stone giant's blockade alone. His speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he was beneath the stone giant, aiming to pass through its legs. The stone giant, having just completed its attack, was preparing for another round. The mohawk-haired youth was almost through, a look of triumph on his face. But fate was cruel. A massive shadow suddenly loomed over him. Looking up, the mohawk-haired youth was filled with dread. The stone giant had noticed him, bending its knees and preparing to sit back, intending to block his path. The giant descended so quickly that the youth had no chance to escape. If trapped, he would be crushed. Damn, he exclaimed, trying to halt his advance, but it was too late. At that critical moment, a hand shot out from behind, grabbing his ankle and yanking him to safety. Boom. The ground shook as the stone giant crashed down, shattering the earth and creating a deep crater. The mohawk-haired youth, still reeling, was flung aside, landing heavily in the forest. It was then he realized his savior was a black-haired youth. Suyi grinned, looking at the shaken mohawk-haired youth, and said, "Hey, buddy, want to team up? I might have a way to get us through here." The massive stone giant slowly rose from the ground, its enormous size intimidating all who saw it. Instead of pursuing Suyi and Chu-Yi, it turned its attention to a few students attempting to pass through the gaps. Each swing of its arms covered several meters, making it nearly impossible to dodge. For a moment, no one could safely get through the giant's assault. Chu-Yi, the spiky-haired youth, stood up and brushed the dust off himself. He glanced at Su-Yi, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. "Thanks for the rescue," he said. Then he added, "But I usually go it alone, so I'm sorry, but I plan to keep it that way." Su-Yi smirked slightly and replied, "Don't be too quick to decide. Why not hear my plan first? Trust me, the risk is low, and there's a good chance we can get through this." Chu-Yi paused, hesitation showing on his face. After a moment, he extended his right hand. "Chu-Yi," he introduced himself quickly, then added, "You saved me just now, so we'll team up with you this time. If we make it past this stone giant, we'll part ways and rely on our own skills. Our cooperation is only for the moment." Su-Yi nodded in agreement. "All right, let me explain my plan." He was about to continue when Chu-Yi interrupted him. Chu-Yi stood up, watching the stone giant warily as it continued to swing its massive arms. "This guy looks pretty tough." Su-Yi turned to Chu-Yi, a knowing look in his eyes. "Before we go on, I want to confirm something. Your ability is to alter your own gravity, isn't it?" Chu-Yi whipped his head around, eyes filled with shock. How did you know?" His ability, whenever used, was often mistaken for some sort of flight power. Yet Su-Yi, a complete stranger, had pinpointed its true nature. Su-Yi shrugged, explaining casually. "From the moment you tried to rush to the mountaintop, your flight path was always straight. If your ability was flight, you could have flown diagonally to the top. Facing the stone giant's attacks, you should have been able to change direction easily. But you didn't, and nearly got hit because you couldn't change direction quickly. So I figured your ability must be altering your own gravity to create a flight-like effect." Chu-Yi was stunned, as if looking at a creature from another world. He had only used his ability twice since the test began, yet it had been seen through so effortlessly and accurately analyzed. He grew wary. As expected, there were no simple characters among those who could participate in the Longxia Academy test. Ability Class A, Geocentric. Chu Yi admitted openly. I can reverse the direction of my own gravity and temporarily change the gravity of what I touch. But the directions I can reverse are limited to up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. I can't move diagonally. Also, due to inertia, I need to change and accumulate momentum before reversing direction. In sudden situations like before, I can't reverse direction in time. Good, just as I thought. Suyi nodded, satisfied with his analysis. Now listen closely, my plan is. At that moment, a shout interrupted Su Ye's words. Someone has already made it past 4 stone giants. Song Wei exclaimed in genuine amazement as he gazed at the distant mountain peak. No wonder he's an S-level ability holder, truly extraordinary. Lian Shou watched the students intently, observing their every move. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself, at this rate, that kid might be the first to reach the summit. Midway up the mountain, several students with exceptional abilities had already broken through the blockade of several stone giants and were making a vigorous push toward the top. However, most students remained stuck in front of the first 2 stone giants, unable to advance. To break through, the students showcased their skills, displaying impressive strength. Yet, these stone giants in the rocky terrain surpassed them in power, speed, and destructive capability. In a matter of moments, nearly 20 students had been eliminated. I didn't expect anyone to be so fierce. Song Wei raised an eyebrow, noticing something unusual with the second stone giant, his expression changing suddenly. He never imagined someone would attempt such a bold method to pass. Oh, what's that kid trying to do? Lian Shou, standing nearby, suddenly showed curiosity, looking excitedly towards the peak. Following his gaze, Song Wei's face also reflected surprise. The position of the first stone giant? Wait, that guy, is he crazy? On the mountainside, the stone giants swung their massive limbs, launching fierce attacks at the students trying to pass. A few students attempting to break through were forced back again, standing breathlessly in place, their eyes filled with reluctance. How is this guy so strong? We can't even get past the first stone giant. What about the rest? The students were anxious, worried not just about the number of people passing, but also about the time. Once 30 minutes were up, the test would end. If they hadn't reached the summit by then, they'd be disqualified. Just as the group of students was at a loss, a figure suddenly shot out from the left. Instead of rushing to find a gap to break through, he stood firmly on the slope and shouted at the blocking stone giant, "Hey, you dumb thing." Everyone was shocked, turning to look. The stone giant they avoided at all costs was being openly provoked. Upon closer inspection, they realized the one taunting was the student who had descended from above. Suyi stood on the slope, staring directly at the stone giant, pointing his index finger at it. "A stupid rock like you trying to block our way? What a joke. Is this guy crazy?" The students behind him widened their eyes, utterly bewildered by Su Ye's actions. At this distance, he'll definitely be knocked away by the stone giant. Sure enough, the stone giant, which seemed to have gained some intelligence, turned its head to look at Su Yi. As if able to think, it suddenly swung its massive right fist towards Su Yi. "Perfect, now's the time." Seeing the enlarging fist, Su Ye's eyes flashed, and he shouted. In the next moment, he leaped directly off the slope, as if intending to jump down the mountain. The stone giant's punch missed, demolishing the trees where Su Yi had stood. Everyone watched in disbelief as Su Yi continued to fall down the mountainside, unable to comprehend his intent. While he avoided the stone giant's attack, his actions seemed pointless. Just then, another figure emerged from the opposite side of the stone giant, soaring through the air at incredible speed, swiftly passing by. Chu Yi adjusted his own gravity, hurtling forward like an arrow released from a bow. To onlookers, he seemed to be flying through the air, moving at an astonishing speed. Echoing in his mind was Su Ye's plan, and he reminded himself, these stone giants might have basic intelligence, but their movements are predictable. As Chu Yi shot forward, the stone giant detected his presence. Its massive left arm swung with force, attempting to block him. However, just as it was about to make contact, Chu Yi suddenly veered downward, as if he had anticipated it, narrowly skimming past the giant's arm. This scene left Chu Yi incredulous, his mind flashing back to a few minutes earlier. Su Yi had somehow procured a sheet of paper, quickly filling it with a dense array of formulas. "Remember your high school physics?" he asked, showing the paper to Chu Yi. "If you can alter the direction of your own gravity, then the gravity and acceleration you experience should still conform to physical laws." Su Yi analyzed quickly. Based on observation, the stone giant's punch speed is constant, about 6 meters per second. Consider its punching range, the time you need to alter gravity, and the inertia-induced deviation. His fingers skimmed over the formulas, trying to make Chu Yi understand. Chu Yi felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "How am I supposed to understand all this? Are you some kind of monster doing all this in your head?" Su Yi touched his nose, calmly replying, "There will be some error, of course, but the range won't be too large." "That's not the point at all." Chu Yi suppressed his urge to complain. "Just give me the conclusion. I trust you won't deceive me." Su Yi raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Good, You just need to remember 4 timing points and the corresponding gravity shifts. He casually tossed the paper ball behind him, confidence gleaming in his eyes. I'll make sure you get through this. Back in the present, Chu Yi silently recited Su Ye's instructions. First timing point, 5 seconds after emerging from the woods, shift gravity downward. The stone arm whooshed overhead, crashing heavily into the mountainside, sending debris flying. Chu Yi's diagonal descent slowed. Then he swiftly adjusted gravity to propel himself forward. Shouts of surprise erupted behind him, as everyone was stunned by how he narrowly avoided being swept away. Simultaneously, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Su Yi, who had just leaped from the hillside and seemed about to plummet to the mountain's base, soared high into the air like he was on a swing. It turned out he had a long rope tied around his waist, the other end secured to a tree, cleverly pulling his falling body back. However, to the students' astonishment, among the trees just felled by the stone giant, one remained intact. Su Yi, like Tarzan, swung from the mountainside and, as he reached the peak, swiftly untied the rope around his waist, deftly rolling back onto the path and charging forward without hesitation. On the winding mountain road, Su Yi and Chu Yi, one on the left and one on the right, moved like moths drawn to a flame, heading straight for the stone giant's massive form. Su Yi, leveraging the swing of the rope, covered an impressive distance, matching Chu Yi's forward speed. The stone giant's left fist swung through the air as Chu Yi was about to pass under its armpit. Furious, it swung its right arm, previously used to topple the forest, trying to snatch Chu Yi from the air. However, just as it was about to touch Chu Yi, his flight path shifted again. He first fell diagonally for half a second, then quickly veered to the left. As the second timing point arrived, Chu Yi, after rushing forward for 3 seconds, adjusted gravity back downward, then twisted fully to the left. The stone giant's right hand missed, crashing into its own hard stone body with a deafening thud. Chu Yi, using the leftward gravity, successfully maneuvered near the giant's right side. Boom. The stone giant's body trembled as it pulled back its left arm from the mountainside, appearing to embrace itself, crossing its arms to block anyone from passing by. Su Ye's eyes lit up, confirming his suspicion. No matter what, the stone giant's primary task was to prevent anyone from getting through. At this moment, its left hand quickly reached for Chu Yi. Yet, Chu Yi's body stalled again, then tilted downward. The third timing point arrived, and after flying left for 3 seconds, Chu Yi redirected gravity downward. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the giant hand approached, just 30 centimeters from his hair. Despite this, he strictly followed Su Ye's instructions. At the final timing point, Chu Yi redirected gravity forward and sprinted with all his might. Looking ahead, he found himself near the stone giant's chest. Continuing forward would mean crashing into its body. A thought of changing gravity upward flashed through his mind, but he quickly resolved. Having agreed with Su Yi, he would trust him completely. Ignoring all else, Chu Yi redirected gravity forward with full force, speeding ahead. The stone giant, with arms crossed over its chest, could only watch Chu Yi approach, unable to block in time. Just then, it looked down to see another figure. Su Yi was using Chu Yi as a distraction, darting towards its underbelly, attempting to get to the other side. The students behind watched tensely, eyes fixed on Chu Yi. His body was on a collision course with the stone giant, yet he didn't slow down. Chu Yi noticed Su Yi darting under the giant, and his expression changed. He realized that all his previous actions might have been to draw the giant's attention, allowing Su Yi to pass through. Was I deceived? Is he using me? The thought flashed through Chu Yi's mind. But in this critical moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to trust. Boom. Faced with the two rapidly approaching figures, the stone giant instinctively moved to block Su Yi, who was about to pass underneath. Its massive body sat down with a thud, attempting to squash Su Yi and seal off the path behind. As the giant's massive form descended, shock registered on Chu Yi's face. The giant form that had loomed before him suddenly dropped, opening up his view with no obstacles in sight. Chu Yi brushed past the stone giant's head, breaking through the barrier at high speed, and reached the other side. He quickly turned, looking back in shock at where the giant had settled. Oh no, that guy can't get out now. The weight of the stone giant was enough to crush Su Ye's body to dust. A scream pierced through the crowd as Su Yi seemed to have no escape, with the massive stone giant about to crush him. At the critical moment, a white thread shot out like lightning from beneath the giant's feet, wrapping precisely around Chu Yi. In the next instant, under the seemingly fragile thread's pull, a figure darted out past the stone giant's rear with incredible speed. With a thunderous crash, the giant's massive body slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. However, the agile figure had already emerged from the dust, pursuing Chu Yi like an arrow released from a bow. With a loud thud, the two collided, and Chu Yi was sent tumbling down from the air by the impact. When the dust settled, Chu Yi quickly got to his feet, astonished to find his torn sleeve being magically mended by a white light. Beside him, Su Yi lay on the ground with a victorious smile on his face. See, I told you we could do it. The stone giant stood up again, but ignored the two behind it, continuing to block the crowd ahead. Chu-yi stared at Su-yi in disbelief. So this is why you asked me to tear off a piece of cloth? He recalled Su-ye's earlier insistence on doing so, never expecting it to prove so useful at this moment. Su-yi sat up, breathing slightly heavily with a hint of pride. That's right, that's my ability. Pretty amazing, huh? However, Chu-yi was not swayed by Su-ye's relaxed attitude. Instead, he angrily scolded. Do you realize you almost got yourself crushed just now? If I hadn't chosen to trust you and changed the gravity's direction, you'd be seriously hurt by now. Su-yi maintained his calm smile. But you did choose to trust me, didn't you? This left Chu-yi momentarily speechless, his previous doubts turning into a trace of guilt. He stood up and walked forward without looking back. You're insane. Our partnership ends here. After a few meters, Chu-yi suddenly stopped, turned to Su-yi, and his eyes flashed with complex emotions. I appreciate your trust and admire your plan. But this method is too dangerous. You can't expect to succeed every time. His tone grew cold, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Not everyone can choose to trust in such situations. Before he finished speaking, Chu-yi leaped into the air and quickly vanished into the dense forest. Watching Chu-yi's retreating figure, Su-ye's smile gradually faded. He opened his clenched hand and casually tossed away half a stone. Looks like the backup plan won't be needed, he murmured to himself. That guy, he's an honest one. In truth, Su-yi had never pinned all his hopes on Chu-yi, nor expected complete trust from him. For Su-yi, the moment Chu-yi agreed to his plan, his objective was achieved. Based on his calculations, unless the stone giant suddenly accelerated, as long as Chu-yi acted according to the plan, there would be almost no mistakes. The only potential issue was at the final timing point. If Chu-yi hesitated for even a moment, abandoning acceleration or changing direction, he would inevitably be intercepted by the stone giant due to the slowdown. However, his previous charges and changes of direction had already captured the stone giant's full attention. Su-yi was thus able to rush almost unhindered beneath the stone giant. Before the giant sat down, he had already thrown half a stone. Even if Chu-yi stopped his forward charge due to hesitation, Su-yi could still use the power of his repair hand to pass under the stone giant. Regardless of Chu-yi's decision, it wouldn't affect Su-ye's plan. The fabric on Chu-yi was the first layer of insurance. Using him to draw attention and throw the stone behind the stone giant was the second. In a way, Su-yi did indeed use Chu-yi, but he also kept his promise so long as Chu-yi completely trusted him and followed his guidance. The two of them could successfully pass the first stone giant. Lian smiled as he explained Su-ye's strategy to Song Wei beside him. He pointed out that the key to Chu-yi's success lay in trust. If he chose to hesitate or lost trust, he would ultimately become bait, drawing attention for Su-yi while he himself would be stopped due to slowing down. Su-yi, with his dual insurance, wouldn't be affected by Chu-yi's choice. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, Lian exclaimed, openly expressing his admiration and clapping after witnessing Su-yi and Chu-yi pass the stone giant. With his abilities, he could sense everything happening on the mountain, even from a distance. Song Wei looked astonished. Are you saying that student anticipated both outcomes from the start and prepared backup plans for each? And he calculated the stone giant's speed and Chu-yi's capabilities in just a few minutes? Is such a person really just a recent high school graduate? Song Wei watched Su-yi, who had picked himself up and continued along the mountain path, with a peculiar expression. He just used a level ability, repair hand, right? If I remember correctly, this is the first level ability student the academy has admitted? Lian shook his head with a smile. Ability levels never determine the entirety of one's strength. How many of those so-called A-level or S-level students have successfully passed the first stone giant? At least to me, this kid ranks in the top 5 among the freshmen. Suddenly, a rumble from halfway up the mountain drew Lian and Song Wei's attention. It was the location of the second stone giant. Realizing what had happened, their expressions froze momentarily before they each reacted differently. Song Wei's face turned pale, incredulously looking towards the mountainside. Is this a joke? How could there be such a monster among the freshmen? In contrast, Lian expression turned to one of sheer joy, his mouth curling up in a broad smile. This year's freshmen are truly fascinating. Watching Chu-yi leave, Su-yi quickly got up from the ground. Behind him, there was a commotion around the stone giant, indicating that other students had also discovered its weakness. Su-yi felt a surge of excitement, but then frowned. There were still 4 stone giants waiting for him. Time was running out, and the goal of reaching the top within half an hour seemed distant. Just as he was about to move forward, a deafening roar erupted. The ground shook violently, waves of tremors rolling in from afar, almost knocking Su-yi off his feet. He quickly grabbed a nearby tree for support, looking ahead in surprise. The noise seemed to come from the location of the second stone giant. Could each stone giant have a different attack mode? Su-yi wondered, not daring to delay any longer. He immediately sprinted forward. After passing through a dense forest, the scene before him left Su-yi stunned. A stone giant over 3 meters tall lay on the ground, its pieces scattered. More than 10 students stood on either side, their faces filled with shock. Worse, several students were trapped under the stone giant, groaning in pain before passing out. These students had obviously arrived here before the stone giant appeared. Now, like Su Yi, they were in a state of disbelief, staring blankly at the fallen stone giant. Did someone take it down? Su Yi's pupils narrowed in astonishment. Suddenly, the ground shook again. The stone giant trembled as it rose, and though it couldn't speak, Su Yi could almost feel the anger emanating from it. The scattered stones seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quickly returning to the giant to reform. The stone giant stomped the ground forcefully, getting back up and swinging its massive fist forward. "Ha, this thing is tough." A boisterous shout descended from the sky. Su Yi looked up to see a burly man, shirtless, rapidly falling from midair. It was clear that he was the one who had brought the stone giant down. The man grinned menacingly, his right fist enveloped in a blood-red energy, and shouted, "Get out of the way. If you get hurt, it's not my problem." At his words, the students gathered around immediately scattered and fled. With the stone giant being held off, it was the perfect time for them to climb the mountain. A few small rock creatures suddenly emerged from the ground, quickly carrying the unconscious injured and leaping down the slope. The students who were preparing to rescue them breathed a sigh of relief and rushed up the mountain. Su Yi didn't see Chu Yi among the crowd, guessing he might have already passed the second stone giant and headed for the summit. Without hesitation, Su Yi blended into the crowd and dashed up the mountain. Meanwhile, he slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse behind him. He saw the burly student plummet like a cannonball, his right fist crashing heavily into the stone giant's chest. The stone giant, which had just stood up, collapsed again with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The stone on the giant's chest seemed shattered, with fragments scattered all over the ground. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed this scene, utterly shocked. This robust student, clearly of the same stone realm as the rest of them, displayed an overwhelming force against the rock realm stone giant. The burly man bent his legs, landing heavily like he was taking a stance, causing web-like cracks to spread beneath his feet. With a fierce grin, he fixed his gaze on the struggling stone giant, grabbed its ankle with his strong arms, and hurled the massive creature against the mountainside like a projectile. With a resounding crash, rocks crumbled, and the stone giant's body became deeply embedded in the mountain wall. The burly man laughed heartily. "Is that all? I didn't expect a monster made of stones to be afraid." He turned, shook his head dismissively, and said, "If this is the entrance test, it's too easy." Before he finished speaking, he stomped his feet hard, causing the ground beneath him to cave in instantly. Like a cannonball, he shot into the air, soaring over the crowd within seconds, reaching the high mountain wall. Grasping the edge of the cliff with his right hand, he sneered, "Boring. Might as well go straight to the top." Su Yi looked up, watching as the man powered himself upwards towards the summit. Whenever his speed slowed, he casually slapped the mountain wall, propelling himself further. This climbing method was astonishing. Suddenly, a massive stone hand emerged from the mountain wall, attempting to swat him down. Clearly, the test didn't permit such a method for reaching the top. However, the man merely sneered, his speed undeterred, and threw a punch. The massive stone hand shattered instantly, falling as debris. At that moment, a dark figure shot up from the ground. It was Chu Yi, who had left earlier. He skillfully used the gap created by the man's destruction of the stone hand to make his way to the summit. The burly man noticed Chu Yi overtaking him, but merely smirked, unconcerned. He powered his arms again, quickly catching up to Chu Yi. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished over the mountaintop, completing the test in this manner. Su Yi withdrew his gaze, feeling a wave of emotions. Could Longxia Academy be hiding many such formidable individuals? The strength and presence displayed by the burly man were intimidating. He couldn't help but shed his previous disdain, his expression turning serious. The immediate task was to complete the test. Passing two stone giants had already taken 15 minutes, leaving less than half the time of the 30-minute limit set by Lian Shou. And 3 more stone giants awaited ahead. Once more, the sound of crashing and rumbling came from up the mountain path. In the distance, the outline of the third stone giant became clearer. It was being engaged by several students, swinging its arms to block their way. At this moment, including those who had rushed from the second stone giant, over 30 students had gathered here. After 15 minutes of engagement, most had gained an understanding of the stone giants. Facing the third one, they didn't hesitate, immediately spreading out and charging forward. The stone giant's focus was entirely on the few directly in front of it, leaving no attention for the new arrivals. Su Yi was about to blend into the crowd and pass through when he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure at the stone giant's feet out of the corner of his eye. It was someone he had noticed since arriving at Longxia Academy. She was here, at the feet of the stone giant, for figures darted forward like arrows released from a bow. 3 men and a woman, each possessing unique skills, were determined to break through this final obstacle. Su Yi's gaze instinctively locked onto the girl among them, his pupils narrowing slightly. That familiar face was none other than Tang Xiaowan, the school beauty he once attended school with. At this moment, Tang Xiaowan's eyes were as determined as a blade, exuding a fierce aura. She was a stark contrast to the fragile girl who once faced the gang wolves, clearly having mastered the art of controlling her abilities. The four of them were within arm's reach of the stone giant, trying to slip through the gaps at its feet to reach the mountaintop. Sensing their intention, the stone giant swung its arms wildly, determined to stop them. Its right fist came crashing down like a mountain, but one student charged forward without hesitation, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Boom! The stone giant's powerful punch hit as if it had struck a spring, bouncing off unexpectedly. The collision with an invisible force caused the rock at the fist's end to shatter into pieces, sending debris flying. It's working! The student, pale-faced yet filled with excitement, shouted. Now's our chance. With his call, the four of them shot out like arrows. The stone giant's injured arm gave them a rare opportunity. However, just a few steps into their dash, the giant lifted its right foot and stomped down at them with force. Hey, I can't take another hit like that. You guys need to figure something out. The student who had blocked the punch shouted urgently, his face as white as paper. In this critical moment, the red-haired boy beside him, Han Hao, suddenly had a glint in his eye and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the soil beneath the stone giant's left foot seemed enchanted, turning into soft sand and collapsing. The giant lost its balance and toppled sideways, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Even so, the stone giant was unwilling to give up. It grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it at the group. At this crucial moment, Tang Xiaowan, who had been silently gathering energy, suddenly spread her hands. The unremarkable stone in her hands transformed into a uniquely shaped cannon in a flash of energy. Seeing this, Su Ye's eyes flashed with an unusual light, and his breath quickened. With that ability, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaowan aimed at the incoming boulder and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the recoil pushed her back several steps. The boulder, a threat to their lives, was instantly reduced to dust by the cannon blast. The cannon reverted to a stone after fulfilling its purpose, which Tang Xiaowan casually tossed aside. Quick, quick, let's rush through, a small-statured student urged, clapping his hands rapidly. The stone giant's body seemed hit by an invisible air cannon. Just as it was about to rise, it slammed back into the mountain wall. Seeing hope within reach, the four charged forward with renewed excitement. However, just as they thought victory was near, the mountain wall shook violently, and a massive shadow descended from above. Hey, what is that? The student who had first withstood the stone giant's attack looked up, his face turning ashen. It turned out that the impact of the stone giant hitting the wall had dislodged a massive boulder over 2 meters wide. The others instantly realized the danger and sprinted forward with all their might, racing against death. They had just used their powers on the stone giant and had no strength or time left to fend off the falling boulder. The four of them dashed forward, trying to escape the impact zone before the boulder crashed down. Suddenly, the shortest student stumbled in panic and fell heavily to the ground. The other two hesitated for a brief moment, but didn't stop. They knew stopping here would mean serious injury. However, Tang Xiaowan, who was closest to the small student, stopped without hesitation and urgently extended her hand. Get up, quickly. The small student, feeling like he had a new lease on life, grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand. At that moment, the boulder loomed just 5 meters above them. Its shadow engulfed them, and the wind roared in their ears. Watching the boulder plummet, fear washed over the small student like a tidal wave. He screamed, yanked Tang Xiaowan's hand, and leaped up, desperately sprinting forward. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she was pulled forward by the small student. He didn't look back, completely ignoring Tang Xiaowan's safety, solely focused on escaping. My dad spent a fortune and pulled strings to get this piece of dragon jade. I risked everything to pass the combat test. There's no way I'm going down here. The small student mumbled anxiously, his mind fixated on one goal, escaping the boulder's path, reaching the mountaintop, and completing the test. Hey Xiaowan. Han Hao, at the front, caught sight of Tang Xiaowan being pulled down, and his face changed dramatically. He wanted to be the hero and go back for her. But seeing the rapidly falling boulder, he realized turning back could mean being crushed. Torn, he chose self-preservation and dashed out of the boulder's range. Oh no, that girl is going to be crushed. The students behind noticed Tang Xiaowan's predicament and exclaimed in alarm. Tang Xiaowan lay right in the boulder's center, with no time to get up and escape. Tang Xiaowan hadn't expected that her attempt to save someone would put her in such danger. In that split second between life and death, countless images flashed through her mind, most frequently that of Su Yi on the sports field, pulling her and Ye Xiaoyu up against the crowd. So, saving someone requires such courage and sacrifice, she realized. Several people were already sprinting forward, trying to rescue Tang Xiaowan from the impending danger. They had joined Longxiao Academy to express their sense of justice and become void hunters, unwilling to see someone in peril before their eyes. However, a figure cloaked in a blood-red aura shot forward at an even faster speed. That figure darted past everyone and unhesitatingly rushed into the path of the descending boulder. Su Ye's eyes were calm as he suddenly leaped to the left, kicked off the rock wall, and used the rebound to scoop up Tang Xiaowan, dashing sideways. With the support of his boiling blood, his speed was significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the boulder crashed down with a thunderous impact, sending dust billowing into the air, forcing those who intended to help to stop in their tracks, their faces pale. One sharp-eyed student suddenly brightened and shouted, "Look!" Through the dust, two figures emerged. Su Yi, holding Tang Xiaowan, narrowly escaped from beneath the boulder. But the direction they were heading was towards the edge of the mountain path, an empty cliff. At this speed, they would plummet from halfway up the mountain to the bottom. A quick-thinking student immediately activated his ability. He flung a rapidly extending vine from his hand, aiming to catch Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan as they fell. But as the vine stretched out, it was suddenly deflected, flung high into the air. He looked puzzled, feeling as if his power had been actively repelled by some force. What's going on? He stared bewildered at the vine in his hand, then looked ahead in confusion. Why didn't that guy save them towards the front instead of off the cliff? Even if they survive the fall, they'll have no time to climb back to the top. At the cliff's edge, Su Yi tightly held Tang Xiaowan as they plummeted rapidly. He decisively shut down his boiling blood, his gaze calm and steady. The scenery on both sides raced upward, and Su Yi quickly pulled a rope from his chest, swinging it forcefully to the side. The loop of the rope expertly caught onto a horizontally growing branch on the cliff, abruptly slowing their descent. With a deft flick of the rope, Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan flipped and landed securely on a ledge further down the mountain. They found themselves between the first and second stone giants. After Su Yi and Chu Yi successfully passed the first stone giant, other students began to follow in their footsteps, attempting to break through. Though a few were eliminated, most succeeded and continued their ascent. With only 10 minutes left until the half-hour mark, the mountain path was devoid of other students. Su Yi stood up and released Tang Xiaowan from his arms. Still slightly dazed, she sat on the ground, catching her breath for a few seconds before standing with a complex expression. "Su Yi, you've saved me again," Tang Xiaowan said softly, her eyes shimmering with mixed emotions. "Don't get it wrong. I wasn't saving you," Su Yi denied, waving his hand and quickly taking a few steps back to distance himself from her. His gaze swept forward, seemingly assessing their location and searching for something. Tang Xiaowan fixed her eyes on Su Yi, hesitating before saying, "In the past 2 years, you've saved me at least 5 times. What are you talking about?" Su Yi replied expressionlessly. "I've already told you, I wasn't saving you. Even if you think I was, the flag-raising incident, the one on the field, and now TSAT most, it's 3 times. Where do you get 5? Seizing the rare opportunity, Tang Xiaowan stared intently at Su Ye's back and said urgently, 2 years ago, a thug from the Qinglong Hall tried to harass me after school, but he was suddenly knocked out by a falling billboard, allowing me to escape. A week later, Qinglong Hall mysteriously disbanded." "Huh?" Su Yi interrupted impatiently. "What's that got to do with me? Qinglong Hall. Never heard of it." With that, he seemed to find the path and walked forward without hesitation. Tang Xiaowan jogged to catch up, keeping her eyes on Su Ye's profile as she continued. "A year ago, Xiaoyu and I were followed by a stalker. The next day, that stalker was found tied naked to a tree in the park." "Really?" Su Yi smiled indifferently. "That's quite fortunate. Maybe he did too many bad things and was punished by some superhero." Seeing Su Yi unmoved, Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly and directly blocked his path, saying, "A few weeks ago, I fell from the flagpole stage, and you happened to be there to catch me. But the stage wasn't naturally damaged. A girl in our class deliberately sabotaged it the night before." The sudden withdrawal of that girl caused quite a stir on campus. With only a week left until graduation, her decision was baffling. Su Yi frowned as he gazed into the distance, his head pounding. Tang Xiaowan stared intently into Su Ye's eyes, her amber eyes shimmering with a captivating glow in the sunlight. She demanded sharply, "You were behind all this, weren't you?" Su Yi rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, "Tang Xiaowan, are you a bit too self-absorbed? According to your description, I'm the creepy stalker here, right?" Tang Xiaowan refused to back down, firmly stating, "So you are the cool guy my sister mentioned." A flicker of something passed through Su Ye's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Seeing this, Tang Xiaowan grew more urgent, her eyes pleading, "Can you tell me? Why did my sister die? You were the one who accompanied her to the art exhibition before her death, weren't you? Why did the building suddenly collapse? Was she really just struck by the collapsing structure? What really happened there, and why wouldn't the hospital let me see her body?" Su Yi remained expressionless, yet his right hand trembled slightly. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Tang Tan," Tang Xiaowan shouted. "That was my sister's name, don't you remember?" Su Ye's body shuddered as an image of a figure in a white dress flashed through his mind. Memories surged like a tide. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang Tan, like the flower. It's a nice name, isn't it? Suyi, I feel like I won't make it. If possible, could you take care of my sister? She's quite naive and easily bullied. Suyi, did I look like a hunter of the void just now? As the memories faded, Suyi regained his calm and said coldly, I told you, I don't know the person you're talking about. Those things have nothing to do with me. I wasn't saving you. I just wanted to collaborate. Collaborate? Tang Xiaowan was taken aback. Suyi reminded her, don't forget, the entrance test isn't over yet. I don't want to stop here. If you have any misunderstandings, let's talk after the test. Tang Xiaowan, although filled with questions, suppressed her urgency. She was here to fulfill her sister's dream, and now wasn't the time to get entangled. But we've fallen back to the bottom of the mountain. How can we climb to the top in 10 minutes? She asked. To be precise, it's 7 minutes and 45 seconds, Suyi said as he walked. But if nothing goes wrong, we can still make it. He slightly turned his head, glancing at Tang Xiaowan from the corner of his eye. I need to confirm if your ability works the way I think it does. Suyi dashed down the mountain path like an arrow released from a bow, weaving through the rugged terrain. Tang Xiaowan followed closely behind, without hesitation revealing her abilities. I possess level creation power, which allows me to transform inanimate objects into different materials. A gleam appeared in Suyi's eyes, and a smile played on his lips. Just as I thought. You used this ability to turn a rock into a handheld cannon, didn't you? Tang Xiaowan nodded in acknowledgement, adding, but I need to fully understand the material I'm transforming. For instance, to create a cannon, I have to know its precise structure. Otherwise, I might only produce a useless shell. To turn a stone into a diamond or a pearl, I must understand their molecular structures. Suyi raised an eyebrow teasingly. So, the top student in the school secretly studies cannon designs. Tang Xiaowan's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she replied, I have a bit of interest in mechanics and weapons. Suyi didn't delve into her unusual hobby further and instead asked, what about the speed and duration of the transformation? Tang Xiaowan quickly explained, the speed depends on the material. Transforming a stone into an iron cannon takes about a minute, whereas a steel one might only take 30 seconds. The more complex the transformation, the more time and energy it consumes. If energy is sufficient, the transformation can be permanent. Suyi seemed thoughtful. So you use a special technique to temporarily transform materials, reverting them after use. Tang Xiaowan confirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Suyi stopped in his tracks. They had reached their destination. In front of them stood the second stone giant, still embedded in the wall, covered in debris and looking battered. Sensing their presence, the stone giant struggled mightily, causing the rock face to tremble as it attempted to free itself. Pieces of stone rose from the ground, trying to reform its body, but the gaping wound in its chest remained unhealed. Instead of bypassing the stone giant to head straight for the mountaintop, Suyi stood his ground, seemingly waiting for it to recover. Tang Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. Hey, what are you doing? Shouldn't we take advantage of its weakness and hurry up the mountain? Suyi calmly observed the scene ahead, pulling out his phone and starting to operate it. He suddenly asked, do you know what a rocket booster is? Although unsure of Suyi's intentions, Tang Xiaowan responded, of course, it's a device used to accelerate rockets during launch. Suyi straightforwardly asked, can you transform one? Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Suyi. She had just clearly stated that transformation required knowledge of specific structures, and since rocket boosters were national secrets, it was impossible to know their detailed design. Even if it were possible to manufacture them, the energy and time required would be astronomical. Suyi, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the stone giant that was about to reassemble its body. Without turning his head, he asked, we don't need a complete rocket booster. How long would it take you to create two that are 1 meter wide, scaled down? Tang Xiaowan was taken aback. After a moment of careful thought, she replied, at that size, if I work at full capacity, about 3 minutes. But without a specific structure or blueprint. Before she could finish, Suyi suddenly tossed a phone to her. She caught it hurriedly and looked down, her eyes widening in shock. The phone screen displayed an extremely intricate and detailed blueprint, with comprehensive data for each component. How do you have the design for a rocket booster? Tang Xiaowan exclaimed in surprise. This is supposed to be classified information. Are you saying you? Suyi remained expressionless as he drew a scabbard from his side and calmly responded. I was curious before and accidentally saved a few images. Tang Xiaowan internally screamed. This can't be explained by mere curiosity. Enough talk. Suyi interrupted sharply. I've given you the blueprint. Tell me, can you transform it? By this time, the stone giant had almost fully restored its body and was struggling to jump down from the rock wall. Tang Xiaowan's expression turned serious as she quickly scanned the phone screen. The data of countless components flashed through her mind like a stream, as if she was already assembling them in her head. Moments later, she opened her eyes and confidently answered, it's a piece of cake. Give me 3 minutes, and I can transform it. Good. Suyi suddenly emanated a blood-red mist, grabbing Tang Xiaowan with astonishing speed and rushing towards the stone giant. Within 3 seconds, they were at the giant's feet. Suyi didn't pause, climbing directly onto the giant's body. As he climbed, he drew out Gu Xiao from the scabbard, and the broken sword was instantly enveloped in white light. The stone giant sensed the threat and angrily swung its newly reformed right arm at Suyi. Suyi shielded Tang Xiaowan behind him and raised his sword to counter. This time, he didn't evade but directly swung his sword. The stone arm was cut cleanly in half, shattering into pieces. Suyi's clothes fluttered as he ignored the debris whistling past him, his eyes calm and steady. There are 5 minutes left until the test ends. I'll hold it off for 3 minutes. You transform this guy's legs into rocket boosters. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you before the transformation is complete. Time ticked away second by second. At the foot of the mountain, the students initially found themselves bewildered, but they quickly adapted to the rhythm of the challenge. They observed the massive stone creatures closely, gradually figuring out their characteristics and attack patterns. Despite reaching the energy level of the rock realm, these stone giants had surprisingly simple attack methods. They had no special abilities, merely swinging their massive limbs to block the students' progress. After careful assessment, the students realized that these stone giants were only slightly stronger than Stone Realm Awakeners, with their strength meeting the Rock Realm standard. Students who made it to Longxiao Academy were no ordinary individuals. They had already been through battle tests when obtaining the Dragon Jade. As time passed, they calmed down, began to play to their strengths, and one by one broke through the stone giant's blockade, striving to climb to the summit. As the half-hour countdown approached its end, the number of students reaching the summit continued to increase. Although many bore injuries, their faces were alight with excitement, thrilled to have overcome the challenge of the 5 stone giants. At the mountain's base, Lian Shou smiled and gestured towards the summit, saying to his companion Song Wei, "See, Mr. Song Wei, I told you, these kids are geniuses. They won't be stopped by such obstacles. This level of difficulty is hardly a test for them." Song Wei's mouth twitched slightly as he silently grumbled. In just half an hour, over 30 students have been eliminated, including some with great abilities. 5 students were severely injured, and if I hadn't intervened, they might have perished on the mountain. You call this hardly a test? The number of eliminations this time is more than half of the total from the past 5 years combined. Of course, he only dared to voice these thoughts inwardly. Outwardly, Song Wei forced a smile and chuckled. Huh. It seems the time is nearly up. Indeed, Lian Shou nodded, standing up from his chair. Let's head to the summit and welcome these students who have passed the test. Song Wei promptly stood up to follow. In the next moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the two of them vanished into thin air. At the same moment, at the mountain summit, whoosh, Lian Shou and Song Wei suddenly appeared, lightly touching the ground with their toes, as if they had teleported. This scene immediately captured the attention of the resting students around them. They tensed up, some instinctively standing at attention and greeting. Hello, instructors. The students were amazed by the instructor's teleportation-like abilities. Among them, a blue-haired student with glasses raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Is it the shadow flight from the 5 arts? To cover such a distance. Truly impressive, Longxiao Academy." Lian Shou smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group as he quickly counted the numbers. 78. It seems there are still 2 spots left. Once more, he took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. 5 minutes remained until the half-hour test limit. About 30 seconds later, a figure breathlessly reached the summit, plopping down on the ground with an excited expression, gasping. Made it, just in time. This was the short student who had earlier pulled Tang Xiaowan to the ground. After successfully passing the 3rd stone giant, those who had once cooperated with him now looked at him with disdain and distanced themselves. No one wants to cooperate with someone who abandons their companions at such a critical moment. The short man, despite his resentment, managed to slip through the blockade of the 2 stone giants behind him with his agility, and finally reached the mountain top, panting heavily. His sudden appearance caught the attention of the crowd. Over a dozen pairs of eyes glared at him with disapproval, their brows furrowed. Everyone had witnessed his despicable act of pulling Tang Xiaowan down and escaping alone in a moment of crisis. To them, his selfish and callous behavior was utterly repulsive. The short man keenly sensed the hostility around him. He awkwardly hunched his shoulders, and though embarrassed, he tried to maintain a facade of calm as he dusted himself off and stood up. Internally, he justified his actions. I didn't mean to harm her. In such a life-and-death situation, who can think of anything else? The opportunity to join Longxiao Academy is so rare, how could I fall short now? Besides, she wasn't crushed by the stones and was rescued in the end, wasn't she? Isn't that a happy ending for everyone? As these self-justifying thoughts swirled in his mind, his guilt gradually faded. He silently vowed, if I succeed in joining Longxiao Academy, I'll never do something like this again. Under this self-deceptive mindset, he grinned, secretly pleased with himself for passing the first trial. The only thing that made him uneasy was whether his actions had been noticed by the 2 instructors. He cautiously glanced toward Lian Shou and tentatively asked, Instructor, when I came over, there was no one behind me. We've passed the first test, right? At that moment, he was eager to confirm whether he had successfully advanced, ensuring his chance to join Longxiao Academy. Lianshou looked up at him calmly and replied, rules are rules. Since the time hasn't ended, the test isn't over. Hearing this, the short man awkwardly hunched his shoulders again and sat back down, though inwardly he sighed with relief. The instructor hadn't questioned or criticized his actions. He reassured himself. Of course, with so many students here, how could the instructor notice everything? Besides, I didn't break any rules, I just had to abandon my companion in an emergency. He didn't have the nerve to mingle with the crowd, choosing instead to sit alone in a corner. Regardless, he had already made it into the top 80. With only a few minutes left until the test ended, waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt. He calculated. At worst, I'll apologize to Tang Xiaowan after the test. She'll surely understand my situation. Resting his chin in his hand, he couldn't help but imagine the wonderful life he would have after successfully joining Longxiao Academy, a smile spreading across his face. Time ticked away, with the test nearing its end and less than 2 minutes remaining. As the short man had observed, no other students were in sight behind him. Besides the 30+ who had been eliminated, only a few were still trying to get past the fourth stone giant, but it was impossible for them to reach the summit in the remaining time. Song Wei felt a tinge of regret, silently lamenting. So, only 79 will pass the first test? In his perception, the students trapped at the fourth stone giant were exhausted and nearly giving up. Meanwhile, 2 students who had fallen from a cliff were inexplicably fighting a stone giant again, a futile effort when they should have been climbing. He retracted his senses, looked ahead, and sighed quietly. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the mountain's base. A powerful tremor surged up to the summit, shaking everyone who was resting as if in an earthquake. What happened? The short man in the corner was knocked to the ground, looking around in bewilderment. Lianshou, who had been expressionless while holding a stopwatch, now had a broad smile. That guy actually did it, he murmured in amazement. The thunderous roar quickly moved from the mountain's base to the summit. Then, a massive shadow soared into the sky, blocking half of the sunlight on the mountaintop. At that moment, nearly 80% of the students widened their eyes in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping as they stared at the colossal figure in the air. What the hell is that? Someone exclaimed in shock. As everyone looked up, they witnessed a colossal stone giant rising spectacularly from the side of the cliff, leaving them in awe. A cascade of stones fell around it as it ascended, creating a breathtaking scene. The stone giant had a large hole in its chest, its arms were shattered, and what were once stone legs were now connected to 2 flame-spewing thrusters. These thrusters seemed to have grown out of nowhere, fitting seamlessly with the stone giant, shooting flames skyward and generating a deafening roar. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their exclamations echoing one after another. How is the stone giant here? How can it fly? Oh my god, isn't this like Astro Boy? They stared in disbelief at the incredible sight. With the powerful thrust of the engines, the stone giant continued to climb. Suddenly, 2 figures leapt from its head and landed steadily on the mountaintop. Immediately after, the stone giant exploded in midair, like a stone firework, scattering debris and smoke everywhere. Amidst the dust, a weary voice said, "See, I told you we could reach the top." Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan emerged from the smoky haze. Su Ye's clothes were tattered, clearly showing he was injured, while Tang Xiaowan was unscathed, her beautiful eyes still reflecting shock. It turned out that Su Yi, after using the Gu Shao technique for a minute, managed to delay the stone giant for 2 more minutes, buying Tang Xiaowan time to use her abilities. She exerted her full power to transform the giant's legs into thrusters within 3 minutes, allowing them to fly to the mountaintop. The students in the crowd had varied reactions upon seeing Su Yi. Chu Yi and Bai Tao smiled, while Han Hao noticed Tang Xiaowan, his eyes lighting up. Meanwhile, a small figure on the edge of the crowd wore a peculiar expression, clearly not expecting Tang Xiaowan to reach the summit. Lianshou laughed heartily, saying, "Congratulations on reaching the top." His eyes behind his sunglasses were full of admiration, but his smile quickly faded as he showed his pocket watch, saying seriously, "Unfortunately, there are already 79 people on the mountain. There is 1 minute and 47 seconds left until the test ends. This means only one of you can pass the test." The crowd was once again in an uproar. They lamented that after such a grand entrance, only one of the 2 could remain, which was truly unfortunate. Song Wei, looking surprised, turned to Lianshou to plead. "Instructor Lianshou, these 2 kids made it to the top within the time limit. Adding 1 more spot wouldn't matter much. Why not let them both pass?" "No," Lianshou replied firmly, his gaze fixed on Su Yi. "Rules are rules." He held his pocket watch, waiting for the final outcome. In such a situation, when only 1 person can pass, Tang Xiaowan's initial joy vanished in an instant, as if doused with cold water. She and Su Yi had fought hard to reach the mountaintop, only to face a harsh choice. A trace of unwillingness and disappointment flashed in Tang Xiaowan's eyes, but she quickly forced a bitter smile and took a step back. I'm withdrawing, she said softly. If it weren't for you, I would have been eliminated long ago. This spot rightfully belongs to you. Su Yi frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Tang Xiaowan. You fought so hard to get here. Are you really willing to just give up? Without your skills, we wouldn't have reached the top. Why don't we try something else, like rock, paper, scissors? Tang Xiaowan shook her head, her tone firm. My sister taught me to be grateful to those who help us. I came here to fulfill her wish, but you're more suited to be a void hunter. Reasonably and emotionally, this spot should go to you. Huh, what a foolish logic, Su Yi scoffed, turning to face Lian Shou. Lian Shou looked at them. Have you decided? There's 1 minute left. Which of you will take this final spot? Su Yi walked straight ahead, responding calmly. Yes, we've decided. The crowd reacted with mixed expressions. They hadn't expected Tang Xiaowan to give up the coveted spot so readily. In their place, they would never relinquish such a hard-won opportunity. However, Su Yi didn't head for the crowd. Instead, he walked towards a corner, stopping in front of a short man. Lian Shou's gaze followed Su Yi. So, will you be taking the final spot? No, Su Yi replied. Both of us will pass this test. The short man jumped up, eyeing Su Yi warily. What are you trying to do? There are already 79 people here. At most, only one of you can pass. Are you planning to break the rules? Su Yi looked at the short man coldly, repeating the rules Lian Shou had stated earlier. Rule 1. Reach the mountaintop within 30 minutes. Rule 2. Only 80 people can complete the test. If there are already 80 people when you reach the top, then unfortunately, you will not pass the first test. Before he finished speaking, Su Yi moved like lightning, grabbing the short man's neck and lifting him. In a few steps, he brought him to the edge of the mountaintop. What? What are you doing? The short man struggled, terrified. He gathered energy in his palm and launched an invisible shockwave at Su Yi, but Su Yi easily dodged it. Su Yi sneered. So, as long as there are only 80 people on the mountain before time runs out, it's fine. Someone like you, who betrays companions and runs away alone, deserves to be a void hunter. With that, he released his grip. The short man fell, desperately clutching the cliff, screaming. This is murder. Instructor, stop him. Su Yi remained expressionless, stomping down hard. The short man let out a scream, his hands releasing from the pain, and he plummeted uncontrollably off the cliff. At that moment, Lian Shou seemed to turn a blind eye, forcefully closing the pocket watch in his hand. Time's up. The number of people on the mountain is exactly 80. Congratulations, you've completed the first test. The crowd fell silent, everyone staring in shock at the edge of the cliff. Su Ye's ruthless action made everyone present gasp in disbelief. Could the small student thrown off the cliff really survive? In that critical moment, Teacher Song Wei reacted swiftly. His palm glowed with a cyan light, and a small rock figure emerged from the cliff wall, deftly catching the student who had fainted from sheer terror. Song Wei frowned, glaring angrily at Su Yi. There's nothing but a bottomless abyss below this cliff, no cushion whatsoever. You're playing with a life? It's too much. As a newly adult student, Su Ye's behavior seemed especially cruel in Song Wei's eyes. Su Yi turned around, a lazy expression back on his face. But you're here, aren't you, teacher? Would you really let him fall? Song Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively replying, of course not. Then that's settled, Su Yi said nonchalantly, walking straight into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood frozen at the edge of the cliff, her mind blank. She had inexplicably passed the test, but Su Ye's cold actions sent a chill down her spine. His indifferent demeanor suggested he didn't care at all about the smaller student's fate. She looked at Su Ye's back with a complex gaze, feeling as though he was shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Song Wei was taken aback by Su Ye's words, a strange thought crossing his mind. Could it be that Su Yi acted this way knowing he would step in to save the student? But he quickly dismissed this idea. Don't twist the facts, Song Wei said with a frown. What does my rescuing someone have to do with the cruelty of your actions? Your future goal should be to become void hunters, and if you're all as cold-blooded as you are, how can I trust you'll protect the people and the nation? By this point, Su Yi was exhausted, the recent battle having drained him of his remaining strength and energy. He sat on the ground, too tired to argue, and simply replied calmly. What does that have to do with me? Is it a good thing to let someone who abandons their teammates become a void hunter? I was just clearing out the trash for you. Song Wei hadn't expected a freshman to be so disrespectful and full of sophistry. Just as he was about to react, Lian Shou intervened. Well said, Lian Shou exclaimed with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Su Ye's attitude, even offering praise. Moments later, he turned to the slightly displeased Song Wei and said lightly, Song Wei, you're too caught up in the formalities. What do you mean? Song Wei asked, frowning, puzzled as to why Lian Shou would stop him. Lian Shou pointed at Su Yi and asked, why did he show up last? Because he went to save that girl, Song Wei replied, recalling clearly the scene of Su Ye's rescue. And what did the student he kicked off the cliff do? Lian Shou continued to ask. He pulled down the person who saved him and ran for his own life, Song Wei replied, following Lian Shou's lead, though his frown deepened. But such behavior can be attributed to a survival instinct in dangerous situations, Song Wei argued. While it's not right, with proper guidance and education, he could still be molded into a qualified void hunter. However, Su Ye's harsh treatment of his classmate is excessively cruel, and the student's mistake doesn't warrant a death sentence. So, I despise you idealists, Lian Shou chuckled, shaking his head with a glint of mockery in his eyes. You always think people can change. That kid chose to abandon his attempt to save his companions in that situation. Why do you think he would choose to protect the people instead of saving himself in a crisis? Song Wei was taken aback by these words, a deep confusion surfacing in his eyes. His thoughts began to churn as he recalled everything that had happened. Su Ye's actions seemed justifiable when they faced the first stone giant. It appeared he used Chu Yi, but as long as Chu Yi trusted him, he would ensure they both got through. When Tang Xiaowan was in danger, he unhesitatingly risked himself to save her. As for the short guy he left behind, his character was questionable to begin with. Song Wei stood there, lost in thought. He began to question whether his belief in selfless justice was truly right. Could Su Ye's contrasting view of justice be more suitable for the current situation? Lian Shou looked at Song Wei meaningfully and spoke slowly. The times are changing drastically, and the entire Dragon Nation is facing immense danger. If all the Void Hunters uphold a Batman-like sense of justice, humanity will eventually perish. Their compassion and high moral standards will become the best tools for the Void Demon's attack, ultimately harming themselves. His words struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. The students frowned in contemplation, weighing right from wrong in their minds. Just then, Lian Shou smiled slightly and stepped in front of the students, breaking their thoughts. You may take a short break. In half an hour, we will conduct the second test here. This sudden announcement stirred a commotion. Some complained about their exhaustion, others questioned the fairness. However, Lian Shou merely smiled as he took a small golden sphere from his pocket and gently tossed it to the ground. The sphere shattered upon impact, releasing a dense golden mist that quickly enveloped the mountaintop. Su Yi watched curiously as the mist seeped into his body through his pores. In no time, he was astonished to find his injuries, stamina, and even nearly depleted energy were recovering at an incredible rate. This is the Jade Treasure's cleansing mist, Lian Shou explained, a faint smile on his face. Fully recover and prepare yourselves. In the upcoming second test, less than half of you will remain. Lian Shou's words struck everyone like a heavy blow, leaving a profound impact. The mountaintop fell into a sudden silence as the students held their breath, trying their best to absorb the golden mist and regain their strength with the help of the Jiubao. The harsh reality that nearly half of them would be eliminated was hard to accept. Lian Shou cast a cold glance over the group, then gestured to Song Wei, leading him to a corner away from the students. Song Wei furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Growing up surrounded by tales of void hunters, he had always aspired to this profession. After joining Longxiao Academy, he ventured into numerous void realms, battling void beasts and void demons, often getting injured while protecting the public. To him, a void hunter should be as righteous as he was, driven by a strong sense of morality and responsibility. However, Su Ye's recent actions had left him deeply shaken. Although the outcome was just, the means were hard for him to accept. Lian Shou lit a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, and asked with a faint smile, Mr. Song Wei, you probably haven't interacted much with other void hunters, have you? Song Wei nodded in acknowledgement. When the void hunting team was recruiting, my abilities made it hard to work with others, so I've always been a lone operative. Lian Shou explained. There are 100 void hunting teams in Longhua, but not all void hunters join them. Some with unique abilities that are hard to coordinate with others become lone hunters, hunting void beasts on their own. Of course, the minimum requirement to be a lone hunter is to be in the mountain realm. Those above the mountain realm find joining a team restrictive and a waste of manpower. Take someone like Wan Rue, for example. He usually acts alone and only teams up with other lone hunters in extremely dangerous void realms. Song Wei nodded thoughtfully. Lian Shou continued. You've never seen other void hunters or worked with them, which explains your naivety. At just 26, Song Wei had become a teacher at Longxiao Academy only 2 years after graduating, thanks to his skills and theoretical knowledge. His exposure to void hunters was limited to the academy's faculty and students. What are you trying to say, Instructor Lian Shou? Song Wei asked, puzzled. Lian Shou replied with a meaningful tone. Justice doesn't come in a single form. As void hunters, each of us has our own sense of justice. But we all fight for the justice we believe in. Of course, we must always uphold the most basic principles. If we focus solely on the outcome, justice becomes a mere excuse for selfishness. But if we overemphasize the process, it can lead to flawed judgments. Sometimes, you can't judge a person by their actions alone. You need to see their true nature. Lian Shou took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze deep and distant. He spoke slowly, his voice low and magnetic. Think carefully about that child's essence. Is it justice or chaos? Does he have his own set of principles? With that, He casually flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and gently crushed it under his shoe. The ember left a faint glow before going out. Turning his back to Song Wei, Lian Shou added in a calm voice, "By the way, do you remember the request I made earlier? When the time comes, please prepare for the second test." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lian Shou was already walking away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Song Wei stood rooted to the spot, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Lian Shou's words echoed in his mind, like a key slowly unlocking the confusion in his heart. Song Wei's thoughts drifted back to the test site, where Su Ye's every move replayed before his eyes. What once seemed like contradictory actions now formed a clear thread. Slowly, his furrowed brow relaxed, and a flash of realization crossed his eyes. So that's it, he murmured to himself. Is this his unique sense of justice? Time flew by, and 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The students, rejuvenated and energized after a short break, all turned their attention to the distance, where Lian Shou approached with a relaxed demeanor and a faint smile on his face. The air was thick with tension. Everyone held their breath, fearing they might be eliminated in the upcoming second trial. Sensing their anxiety, Lian Shou gently reassured them. Don't be so tense, just relax. He surveyed the group and continued. Since you're all mostly recovered, let me introduce the rules of the second trial. Hearing this, everyone perked up, sitting cross-legged, eyes fixed on Lian Shou, eager not to miss a single detail. Clearing his throat, Lian Shou began to speak. I assume your goal in joining Longxiao Academy is to become a hunter of the void. But you should also know how dangerous that path can be. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each student's face, and continued. As a hunter of the void, you'll be venturing into various dimensions, facing attacks from void beasts and void demons. In the face of such dangers, what do you think will greatly increase your chances of survival? As soon as he posed the question, the students began whispering among themselves, pondering their answers. Soon, someone shouted, enough strength. Lian Shou gently shook his head. Another voice called out, speed? If you run fast enough, you can avoid danger. Again, Lian Shou shook his head. Answers poured in like a tide. Energy, wisdom, powerful artifacts. Yet, Lian Shou dismissed each one. Then, a cautious voice emerged from the crowd. Luck? Everyone turned to see a boy with a delicate face but an air of slyness, speaking carefully. Su Yi immediately recognized him as Bai Tao, who mysteriously disappeared after the first test. Surprisingly, Bai Tao appeared unharmed, as if he hadn't been in any battle at all. Hearing this answer, a smile spread across Lian Shou's face. He announced loudly, that's right, it's luck. In the same crisis, it's not always the strong who survive. Often, it's the lucky ones who make it through. Just as he finished speaking, the mountain beneath them began to tremble violently. The entire peak started descending at a visible pace, the uneven summit gradually leveling out. Trees on the mountainside were compressed into a single plane, and in just 30 seconds, the original peak transformed into a vast forest. This newly formed forest spanned about 200 meters in both length and width, with dense trees obstructing the view. Slightly elevated stone walls formed a natural boundary, enclosing the entire forest. Lian Shou stood at the forest's edge, hands clasped behind his back, a mysterious smile on his face. He looked around at everyone, his voice tinged with anticipation. This is your second test, a trial of luck. It's called Ghost Catcher. Tag. Upon hearing the name of the test, the students exchanged puzzled and uneasy glances. How could a childhood game become part of the entrance exam? And more confusingly, what did it have to do with luck? Instructor Lian Shou stood before them, his eyes concealed by sunglasses, radiating a mysterious aura. He scrutinized each student's changing expressions, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. The rules are simple, Lian Shou began, his voice calm, yet authoritative. I will play the role of the ghost, and you will be the humans fleeing in all directions. You have 5 minutes to hide anywhere in this forest. After 5 minutes, I will start catching people. His smile suddenly turned sinister, sending a chill down the students' spines. Anyone I catch and who loses consciousness will be eliminated and lose their chance for admission. The announcement caused an uproar. The students' faces turned pale as they looked at Lian Shou in horror. They vividly recalled the scene where a tardy student was knocked away with a single strike, fully aware of the instructor's unfathomable strength. Hiding and surviving against such a formidable opponent seemed an impossible task. Sensing the students' fear, Lian Shou chuckled softly, and energy began to emanate from his body. The energy fluctuated, growing stronger before stabilizing into an invisible barrier around him. I assure you, Lian Shou said calmly. During this test, I will limit my energy to the rock realm level. The students exhaled in relief upon hearing this promise. Although the rock realm was powerful, it wasn't entirely unbeatable. Despite being mere stone realm awakeners, they each possessed unique abilities and impressive combat talents. While defeating a rock realm expert might be out of reach, their chances of survival were still significant. Confidence returned to the students' faces, with some even becoming eager to prove themselves. Noticing this change, Lianshou's smile widened as he dispersed the energy around him. The test will last 10 minutes, he continued. As long as you manage to avoid being caught by me, you'll pass. He paused, his expression turning serious. Finally, a word of advice: time is money. I hope luck will be on your side during this test. Lianshou took out a pocket watch, quietly watching the second hand tick. Just as the hand was about to strike the hour, he suddenly shouted, "Instructor Songwei, if you please." As soon as he spoke, 4 rock walls rose from beneath Lianshou, enclosing him in a rectangular box. At the same time, the watch's hand hit the hour, and his muffled voice echoed from within the walls. Now, the test begins. The students, already poised to act, sprinted towards the forest's edge like arrows released from a bow. Restored by the cleansing breeze, they were in peak condition. Their strategy was simple. Since it was a game of tag, Lianshou would have to start searching from his current position. Lianshou stood tall at the center of the forest, like an insurmountable mountain. The students, like startled birds, scattered towards the forest's edge, hoping to reduce their chances of being caught. In mere seconds, the once bustling center became empty and silent. Suyi remained where he was, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze intensely fixed on the stone wall at the center. His clothes, thanks to the repair hand, had been restored to their original state, showing no signs of damage. At this moment, his mind was racing, deeply contemplating the rules of this test. On the surface, the rules seemed straightforward, and Lianshou indeed limited his own energy level. However, Suyi couldn't shake off a lingering unease. If the rules were truly as they appeared, then hiding at the forest's edge would indeed be the best choice. But this seemed unrelated to the luck Lianshou had mentioned. As Suyi pondered, he began to move in a specific direction. By now, there were few people left in the forest. The other students had already dispersed, scattered to various corners, each trying to maintain distance from others to avoid becoming collateral damage if Lianshou caught someone. Suyi proceeded cautiously, carefully observing footprints on the ground, surrounding marks, and energy fluctuations, trying to deduce the directions other students had taken. 2 minutes later, he stopped beside a large tree, murmuring to himself, "Here should be good." This spot was perfectly situated between the forest's edge and Lianshou, different from the corners most people had chosen, but still maintaining a safe distance from Lianshou. To Suyi, this spot seemed just right. He picked up a branch from the ground and activated his repair hand. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Suyi leapt into the air, landing lightly on the tree trunk. The ancient tree was lush and leafy, perfectly concealing his entire body. However, just as Suyi steadied himself, the leaves behind him shook violently, accompanied by a startled cry. "Whoa!" Suyi quickly turned around to see a figure clinging to the tree trunk in an extremely awkward position, looking tense and ready to jump at any moment. The person's movements were fluid, as if they had practiced this maneuver countless times. "Bai Tao!" Suyi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the person preparing to escape. "Huh!" Hearing someone call his name, Bai Tao paused, cautiously turning his head. "It's you, Suyi, my young friend." He maintained his ready-to-flee posture, keeping a careful distance from Suyi, and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't expect it would be you. What are you doing here?" Suyi frowned, puzzled as he looked at Bai Tao. There were no signs of anyone passing through here. Before choosing this spot, he had carefully checked the surroundings and found no traces of anyone passing by. "My abilities are somewhat special, he." Bai Tao scratched the back of his head, chuckling without revealing much. Suyi scrutinized him with suspicion. "Why didn't you hide at the forest's edge?" Bai Tao squatted on a tree branch, continuing to rub the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "There are too many people at the edge. Although it's the furthest from the instructor, I just don't feel safe. Based on my years of experience, to avoid capture, you must defy common sense. The more unexpected, the better. Whatever we can think of, the instructor can surely think of too." "Experience, capture?" Suyi caught 2 intriguing words from Bai Tao's mouth. He was just about to inquire further when a deafening sound of shattering rock reached his ears, followed by Lianshou's booming laughter echoing across the forest. "Time's up. The ghost is coming to catch you." Suyi and Bai Tao almost simultaneously stopped their conversation. They exchanged a glance and instinctively hid among the trees, nerves tense as they waited. The truth behind the game of tag was about to be revealed, and a sense of tension lingered in the air. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy swept overhead, shattering the forest's tranquility. Both men looked up abruptly to see Lianshou's figure streaking through the air with astonishing speed, unabashedly radiating energy, as he headed straight for the forest's edge. In the next moment, a deafening boom echoed through the woods. Suyi and Bai Tao looked towards the distance, seeing a cloud of dust rising at the forest's edge, as if struck by a missile. Shortly after, Song Wei's calm voice came from the sky. 3 have been eliminated. As an assistant instructor, his role was to announce the number of eliminations. 3 eliminated at once. Suyi's face changed at these words, realizing this test was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even with restrictions in place, Lian Shou's display of power was terrifying. Could such speed truly be unleashed by someone at the rock realm? At the forest's edge, Lian Shou landed heavily, the ground beneath his feet cracking like a spider's web. Sparse sunlight filtered through the dark forest, reflecting off his sunglasses with a dazzling gleam. He smirked, a strange smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, the tree to his right inexplicably shattered, and a student tumbled down in terror. Before he could react, he was flung back as if hit by an invisible force, collapsing unconscious. Without breaking stride, Lian Shou appeared 20 meters away by a bush, where another student was knocked out of the air. He leapt several dozen meters again, and amidst the collapsing trees, a third student was eliminated on the spot. Lian Shou, looking relaxed, surveyed the surroundings and muttered to himself. Next, let's head over there. He crouched low like a crouching leopard ready to pounce, then launched himself like a javelin, soaring towards the other side of the forest. Just 5 seconds later, another boom resonated. Song Wei's voice rang out again. 2 have been eliminated. Hey, this must be a joke. Bai Tao, poised to jump from the tree at any moment, listened to Song Wei's report, his face pale. He looked up to see Lian Shou darting overhead every few seconds, using his immense power to traverse the forest back and forth. Each time he landed, multiple students were eliminated. In just 2 minutes, the number of eliminations had reached 10. With a light leap, Lian Shou could cross the entire forest, and those students who fled to the edge found no refuge. Instead, their gathering made them easier targets. Su Ye's expression was grave, his eyes fixed on the sky, a wave of anxiety surging within him. Lian Shou's movements were entirely random, making it impossible to predict where he would appear next. This test was far more dangerous and brutal than they had anticipated. Roaming freely through the forest, eliminating anyone he sensed at random, was this what testing one's luck meant? Lian Shou's actions were like a cruel game. He was a hunter with a rifle, moving through the dense forest, randomly taking down his prey. The students scattered like frightened animals, hiding among the trees. Their survival seemed entirely dependent on luck. If they were unfortunate enough to be hit by Lian Shou's attack, they were immediately eliminated. This terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire forest, sending chills down their spines. Bai Tao was pale, his eyes darting around the ground, searching for possible escape routes. Yet, beside him, Su Yi appeared unusually calm, his brows furrowed, eyes gleaming with thought. Is this really just a simple test of luck? Su Yi muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Lian Shou's seemingly random, yet eerie movements. The students he caught were eliminated almost instantly, while those who escaped were deemed lucky. Is hiding really effective? Why is he eliminating people so quickly? Did the others not hide properly? Su Ye's mind raced, recalling every word Lian Shou had said when explaining the rules. Hide and seek for 10 minutes. This phrase echoed in his mind as the notifications of eliminated students continued to ring in his ears. In just 2 minutes, another 20 students were eliminated, leaving only 60 survivors. This alarming elimination rate made the hiding students even more anxious. Suddenly, Su Yi felt a surge of irritation, the elimination notifications piercing his eardrums. At that moment, he seemed to grasp a crucial clue, his eyes widening. Could it be that this is the real purpose of this test? His eyes shone with determination as he leapt from the tree and sprinted toward Lian Shou. Seeing this, Bai Tao immediately followed, urgently asking, "What did you figure out? Why are you running? This isn't just a test of luck." Su Ye's expression was serious, his feet moving swiftly as if racing against time. A sudden burst of blood mist erupted from him, increasing his speed further. Surprisingly, Bai Tao managed to keep up effortlessly. "We've been deceived," Su Yi continued to explain. "Remember that hint? Time is money. How could passing the test rely solely on luck?" Before he could finish speaking, Lian Shou's figure appeared before them. Just as Lian Shou was about to move elsewhere, he noticed the approaching Su Yi and Bai Tao, a slight smile playing at his lips. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged from 3 different directions, surrounding Lian Shou. Su Yi noticed the other 2 and raised an eyebrow, realizing that others had also seen through the essence of the test. "So, the 4 of you, don't you want to test your luck?" Lian Shou asked with a relaxed smile. Su Yi released his boiling blood state, his chest heaving slightly, but a confident smile curled his lips. "While I consider myself lucky," he said, looking Lian Shou straight in the eye, "I don't want to rely on such an elusive concept for the test results. When it comes to making choices, I choose the answer with the highest success rate. To me, I prefer to control my own fate." He kicked aside the stones in front of him, his gaze firm as he looked ahead. "Isn't that right, Instructor Lian Shou?" What do you mean?" Bai Tao asked, looking utterly bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. He hadn't expected Su Yi to suddenly charge at the instructor. To him, it seemed utterly insane. Su Yi remained calm and quickly explained, "We've been deceived. This test was unfair from the start. Against an instructor who's at least at the peak level, hiding is useless." Bai Tao's mind felt like it was in a jumble. and he stammered. But didn't the instructor say he'd suppress his level to the rock stage? At that moment, a student with flowing blue hair and glasses approached from another direction. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and calmly interjected. The instructor's exact words were, "I can assure you that when I engage with you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the rock stage." As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man with a bare upper body and bulging muscles approached with a sneer. His eyes gleamed with a wild light as he added, "That bastard's playing word games. As long as he doesn't engage with us directly, he doesn't have to suppress his level, so he can move through the forest as if it's empty." Suyi continued explaining, "Engagement is a two-way street. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack, he can eliminate anyone in an instant with his original level. No matter where we hide, he'll sense us and eliminate us. The so-called hiding is actually a trap to completely scatter us." The blue-haired glasses-wearing student further analyzed. As long as the students scatter to hide, he can move freely, eliminating 5 people per minute. In 10 minutes, he plans to eliminate 50 people. The muscular man sneered and added, "Just do the math. If we hide according to the rules, the survival probability is only 37.5, but if we encounter him, we're guaranteed to be eliminated. Passing the test is purely a matter of luck." The three of them quickly surrounded Lian Shou, speaking one after the other. They watched the instructor intently, their eyes shining with intelligence. Lian Shou, however, remained unfazed and instead laughed, applauding them as he stood there. "Clever. You've seen through the real rules so quickly." In the next moment, the energy fluctuations of the rock stage emanated from him. His smile vanished, and his tone turned serious. "So, do you four want to stand out and engage me here?" Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. "Instructor, only those 3 want to fight you. Don't count me in." Lian Shou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Tao peeking out from behind a giant tree, shouting. Suyi twitched his mouth, silently giving Bai Tao, who had fled the scene, the middle finger. But he wasn't bothered, and was rather surprised that 2 others had also noticed the trap in the rules. Lian Shou's gaze swept over Su Yi, the blue-haired glasses-wearing student, and the muscular man, before finally resting on Qin Zhe and Zhou Li, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lian Shou stood in the center of the forest, his gaze as sharp as a blade beneath his sunglasses. He scanned the surroundings, his voice laced with provocation. "Are you really willing to risk your chance of passing the test by facing me here?" He pointed towards Bai Tao, who was hiding behind a distant tree, and continued, "Look at that guy. He and the other hiding students take no risks, they just watch and wait to reap the benefits. If you get knocked out, they won't feel guilty. Instead, they'll blame your lack of skill." Hearing this, Bai Tao stuck his head out and retorted loudly, "Instructor, don't slander me. I can hear you. If they get eliminated, I'll feel really bad." Ignoring him, Lian Shou went on, "You could just gamble on luck like the others, and try to be part of the 37.5 who succeed. Even if I suppress my level to the yin realm, the experience gap between us is still vast. Frankly, your chance of being eliminated is over 70. He glanced at the 3 standing before him and asked blandly, "I'm curious, why are you willing to take such a risk?" Suyi smiled and replied, "I prefer to take control of my own destiny. Besides, I believe the odds of challenging you and holding out are much better than 37.5. Qin Zhe adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "I think your arbitrary elimination of people crushes their dreams. Everyone here sees Longxiao Academy as their life's pursuit. I can't accept such a capricious test." Zhou Li grinned, sizing up Lian Shou without reservation. "I hate being deceived, and I'm really curious to see just how strong you are, even with your level limited to the yin realm." Suddenly, the 3 shouted in unison, their thoughts and actions aligned. They launched their attacks on Lian Shou, energy surging from their bodies. "What does it have to do with me? Not my problem. Couldn't care less." Su Yi was enveloped in a mist of blood. Zhou Li's fists were wrapped in dazzling crimson energy, and a violent air current surged around Qin Zhe. But in the next instant, there was a loud boom. The 3 figures were sent flying back simultaneously, crashing into several large trees. Lian Shou stood unmoved, a cold smile on his face, the lenses of his sunglasses reflecting a chilling light. "I told you, this is a test of luck," Lian Shou said with a note of sarcasm. "I'm sorry to inform you that by recklessly choosing to challenge me, your luck it's absolutely terrible." Thud. Suye's body crashed through several trees like a kite with a broken string. The intense impact sent his blood surging, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had prepared in advance by covering his back with energy, the power of Lian Shou's strike far exceeded his expectations, leaving him secretly astonished. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe and Zhou Li struggled to their feet from the pile of broken wood. Although the 3 appeared unharmed, there was a hint of something unusual in their expressions. Clearly, Lian Shou had used his mysterious abilities, yet none of them had been able to track his attack. Strangely, a peculiar smile appeared on all 3 faces, their eyes reflecting a newfound confidence as they stared intently at Lian Shou. This scene made Lian Shou frown, puzzled by how these students could remain so composed in such a dire situation. The next moment, the three rushed toward Lianshou with the speed of arrows leaving the bow. Their coordination was impeccable, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Zhou Li charged ahead like a human beast, his feet pounding the ground with unstoppable force. Qin Zhe followed closely, the wind swirling around him, ready to strike. Su Yi activated his boiling blood state, moving with light steps and a blurred form from the rear. Lianshou remained expressionless, energy surging through him as he prepared to repel them once more. "I've told you," he said coldly. "Your actions are like moths to a flame, overestimating yourselves." But just at that critical moment, Qin Zhe manipulated the wind to lift the fallen leaves, obscuring Lianshou's view. This seemingly trivial move created a perfect opportunity for Zhou Li's assault. Lianshou snorted, instantly releasing energy to scatter the leaves. However, as his vision cleared, Zhou Li was already upon him, his right fist blazing like fire, radiating a dangerous aura as it aimed directly at Lianshou's face. Alarm bells rang in Lianshou's mind. Not daring to be complacent, he immediately mobilized all his energy to counter. With a loud thud, Zhou Li was sent flying again, like a cannonball into the depths of the forest. Despite his preparation, Zhou Li struggled to twist his body midair, using a large tree to cushion his fall, yet he was still forcibly pushed back over 20 meters. Just as Lianshou breathed a sigh of relief, two figures attacked from the left and right like phantoms. Su Yi and Qin Zhe launched a coordinated assault. Qin Zhe's punches were precise, each one wrapped in fierce winds, swift as lightning, pressing down on Lianshou. In contrast, Su Ye's attacks were erratic and unpredictable, targeting Lianshou's vital points. Faced with this unprecedented pressure, Lianshou had to focus entirely on his defense. Each of Su Ye's attacks made his heart race, and Qin Zhe's wind-imbued punches posed an unprecedented threat. This battle was proving far more challenging than he had anticipated. Lianshou's fists danced like a blur in front of him as he was forced to retreat under the attacks from Su Yi and another person. Su Ye's cunning strikes were particularly nerve-wracking, as Lianshou feared even a slight misstep could lead to injury. Despite this, Lianshou's hands moved with such precision that he blocked every attack, retreating step by step but remaining unscathed. As Lianshou had mentioned, the gap in combat experience between him and the three was like a chasm. Even when under siege, he handled the situation with ease while quietly keeping track of time. Just as the final second ticked away, Qin Zhe suddenly lunged forward, his right fist creating a powerful gust of wind as his speed increased dramatically. Lianshou's eyes narrowed, and he unhesitatingly activated his ability. Boom! Before Qin Zhe could land his punch, he was sent flying backward. However, Lianshou's gaze sharpened as he noticed Su Ye's figure appearing behind Qin Zhe. It turned out that a second earlier, Su Yi had used Qin Zhe's body as a shield, halting his pursuit and creating some distance. Now, standing 3 meters away, he looked at Lianshou with a sly smile. "So that's it. This is the full extent of your ability, isn't it, Instructor?" Lianshou was taken aback, standing there with a slightly squinted gaze, his expression inscrutable. With a whoosh, the air currents surged to catch the airborne Qin Zhe securely. Su Yi panted lightly, spitting out a mist of blood, and said with a steely gaze, "Pausing the time of everything within your line of sight. That's your ability, isn't it, Instructor?" He quickly closed the gap, his right fist aiming for Lianshou's face, as he continued to analyze. "Your ability can't be activated continuously, otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to corner you. 5 seconds cooldown, 3 seconds pause, and a range of about 3 meters." Su Yi accurately described the effects of Lianshou's ability, causing Lianshou's eyebrows to twitch wildly. In just a minute, this kid had figured out so much? "I found it odd even before the first test," Su Yi said swiftly while attacking. "Why do you always wear sunglasses? Why was that late student suddenly sent flying? Even in the dark forest, you never took them off. The reason is that you need them to obscure your line of sight." While countering the attacks, Lianshou calmly smiled. "As for how you determined it only pauses time within my line of sight, it was because of that falling leaf. The leaves behind me had all landed, but those in front of me were still floating. From this, you deduced the effects of my ability. You also spaced yourselves apart to test the attack range and activation time," Lianshou praised. "Being able to cooperate without communication, you three are truly outstanding." Before he could finish his sentence, Lianshou suddenly interrupted Su Ye's assault with a palm strike and swiftly seized him by the throat. Su Ye's internal energy seemed to be cut off, the blood mist dissipating as he was lifted high. "However, it seems you've misjudged one thing." Lianshou's palms surged with energy. "Even if you've seen through my ability, do you really think you can defeat me?" Just as he was about to eliminate Su Yi, a strong, powerful hand suddenly attacked from behind, firmly gripping Lianshou's head. "Instructor, that last move was really quite merciless, wasn't it?" Zhou Li sneered as he ruthlessly shoved Lianshou's head into the dirt, showing no mercy. Amidst the swirling dust, Yi felt the grip on his neck loosen, and he immediately rolled away from Lian Shou. He stared in shock at Zhou Li's actions, thinking to himself, this guy is so domineering. Doesn't he fear repercussions after the test is over? Zhou Li was full of fighting spirit, unfazed by the fact that the person before him was an instructor. After driving Lian Shou into the ground, he quickly followed up with a powerful punch. However, before his fist could connect, he was kicked away by a tremendous force to his chest. Lian Shou propped himself up with his hands and flipped back onto his feet like a rabbit evading an eagle, albeit in a rather disheveled state. You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Do you youngsters have no respect for your elders? Lian Shou shouted angrily, swinging his right hand to intercept Qinze, who was rushing at him like a whirlwind. He yanked Qinze to the ground with great force, causing him to crash down heavily. Lian Shou seemed genuinely enraged, showing no mercy in his retaliation. He stomped firmly on Qinze's chest, instantly dispersing the wind energy Qinze had been gathering. Qinze's face turned pale. The stomp nearly knocked him unconscious, and it felt as if the energy flow within him had been forcibly interrupted. And you, Lian Shou said without turning his head, delivering a lightning-fast punch to the side. Yi, caught off guard, found that a wooden stick had somehow appeared in his hand, thrusting it towards Lian Shou. However, against absolute strength and speed, this surprise attack was utterly futile. There was a sharp crack, as the stick snapped instantly. Yi clutched his stomach and fell to his knees, his stomach convulsing violently as he trembled on the ground, temporarily incapacitated. He had finally experienced firsthand the terrifying prowess of this devilish instructor. Even with Lian Shou suppressing his power to the rock realm, his formidable physique and exquisite martial arts still displayed overwhelming combat strength. You're next, kid. After subduing 2 opponents, Lian Shou looked ahead with a hint of annoyance. Zhou Li, having been kicked away, charged back with nonchalance, his face alight with excitement and devoid of fear. Lian Shou drew power into his right fist at his waist, his demeanor suddenly becoming unfathomably deep, as if a terrifying force was gathering at his fist's end. Let me show you something special. This move is called Collapse and Extinguish from the 5 techniques. He unleashed his punch, leaving an afterimage in the air, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom as it collided head-on with the charging Zhou Li. Zhou Li's right fist, enveloped in a crimson energy, met Lian Shou's punch directly. The impact caused the ground beneath them to crater, unable to withstand the tremendous shockwave. A flicker of surprise crossed Lian Shou's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, letting out a low shout. The energy surrounding Zhou Li disintegrated instantly, and the terrifying force of the punch roared past him, obliterating several large trees 30 meters away into dust. The ground behind him looked as if it had been bombarded, leaving a massive fan-shaped crater. Not bad for a. Zhou Li's face was still twisted in a sneer, but his legs gave out, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Humph! Lian Shou snorted coldly at the fallen Zhou Li. The power of Collapse and Extinguish can strike directly at the body's internals. Now that I've scattered all your energy, there's no way you'll be getting up anytime soon. Lian Shou sneered, though a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Zhou Li had taken a direct hit from his destructive attack and remained conscious, far exceeding his expectations. Zhou Li's body trembled as he struggled to rise, but as Lian Shou had stated, his internal energy was in complete disarray. His entire body felt like it was being electrocuted, leaving his limbs uncontrollable. In the distance, Bai Tao was dumbfounded, his legs weak. Those 3 were knocked down in an instant by the instructor. Was this devilish instructor even human? Yi, Qinze, and Zhou Li lay at Lian Shou's feet, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Despite this, they remained conscious, their eyes filled with shock. Was this Lian Shou's true power? After taking down the 3, Lian Shou began to breathe slightly heavier. I haven't used physical techniques in a while. It's surprisingly exhausting. He rotated his arms, looking down at the 3 with a cold smile. I warned you. You chose the worst possible outcome. Since you decided to attack me, I'll personally eliminate you in respect of the test's rules. Lian Shou's gaze was calm as he raised his right foot, ready to start with Qinze. If he knocked out the 3 in front of him, they would lose their chance to join Longxia Academy and be eliminated from the second test. Suddenly, with a snap, a muscular arm grabbed his standing left leg. The force trying to pull him down made him lower his right foot to stabilize himself. You've recovered so quickly? Lian Shou looked at Zhou Li in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. I see. Only one arm has recovered. Do you think one arm is enough to stop me? I don't need to stop you, just delay you for a second. Zhou Li sneered, pulling hard. Lian Shou immediately tensed his body to maintain balance. At that moment, a gust of wind swept towards his legs from behind. Already constrained by Zhou Li, and now facing the opposing wind, Lian Shou nearly lost his balance. But he grunted, releasing energy between his legs to dispel the wind and shake off Zhou Li's grip. The next instant, a fierce wind approached. Yi had somehow stood up, brandishing a broken wooden stick towards Lian Shou. So that's it. They stalled for time to give you a chance to attack, Lian Shou scoffed, kicking Suyi back to the ground, the stick rolling away. Is this your last struggle? Shaking his head slightly disappointed, Lian Shou prepared to knock the three out. But to his surprise, someone suddenly hugged his legs tightly. Looking down, he saw Bai Tao, who should have fled, half buried in the ground, clinging to his legs. Bai Tao seemed to have made a difficult decision, holding Lian Shou firmly in place, shouting, Suyi, I'm doing what you said, you better not have tricked me. To prevent Lian Shou from using his abilities, Bai Tao pressed tightly against his back, completely hidden from his sight. Suyi. Lian Shou looked surprised and quickly checked the ground. Seeing Suyi still lying there, he relaxed. That kick had energy in it. Suyi couldn't have recovered so quickly or used any ability. However, Suyi, lying face up, suddenly grinned, tilting his head towards Lian Shou. Instructor, try out my newly developed move. It's called delayed repair. The unfamiliar term delayed repair flashed through Lian Shou's mind, and his pupils suddenly contracted as a chill ran down his spine. He saw the half piece of wood next to Suyi suddenly lift into the air, a pure white energy thread extending from it, pulling it towards the distance. At the same time, the other half of the broken stick on the ground rapidly moved towards Lian Shou's position under the same force. The eerie energy thread directly entered Lian Shou's head, connecting the two pieces of wood in midair. Although the pure energy thread couldn't cause him substantial harm, what truly shocked Lian Shou was that his head was right in the line of connection between the two pieces of wood. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If the two pieces of wood were to complete their repair in midair, wouldn't they pierce straight through his head? Damn it! Alarm bells rang in Lian Shou's mind. He suddenly realized that Suyi had planted energy within the wood before falling, setting it to release with a delay. Even though Suyi was now down and unable to manipulate his internal energy, this preset power could automatically trigger in a few seconds. The two pieces of wood were closing in on Lian Shou from the front and back, targeting his eyes and the back of his head, creating a pincer attack. With the shadow of death looming, Lian Shou unhesitatingly activated his S-level ability Absolute Silence. This was a powerful space-time manipulation ability that could freeze time for everything. Although Lian Shou himself would also be frozen, his thoughts and consciousness could operate normally in the still time. More importantly, he could launch an energy impact on any stationary object within 3 meters, which was the secret behind his ability to send people flying without appearing to move. Stop! As the ability activated, everything in front of Lian Shou seemed to freeze at that moment. Falling leaves hung suspended in midair, clouds in the sky were motionless, and even the breeze seemed frozen in time. The entire world resembled a static painting, except for those two pieces of wood. Whoosh! The piece of wood only half a meter from Lian Shou was completely unaffected, still rushing forward under the pull of the white thread. Lian Shou's scalp tingled, and cold sweat poured down. He quickly realized the problem. While his ability could freeze everything within his field of vision, the piece of wood behind him escaped the time freeze because it wasn't in his line of sight. Worse still, under Su Ye's repair manipulation, the two pieces of wood were considered a single entity. Even though the one in front was in his vision, it couldn't be frozen independently. For objects not frozen, Lian Shou couldn't launch an energy impact and could only watch helplessly as the wood drew closer. As the image of the wood enlarged in his pupils, Lian Shou's heartbeat accelerated wildly. He had no choice but to immediately deactivate his ability. In activating his ability, he found himself immobilized, as if courting death. As he released his power, the world before Lian Shou seemed to come alive again. Leaves that had been frozen midair began to flutter, and time, once stalled, resumed its flow. Cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead as he swiftly turned his head, attempting to dodge the incoming wooden stick. However, the stick moved with astonishing speed, and it seemed Lian Shou wouldn't be able to evade it in time. At that critical moment, a piercing alarm rang out from his pocket, shattering the forest silence. This was the signal marking the end of the second test. At the same time, Song Wei's calm voice echoed throughout the forest. Time's up. Test over. Thanks to the clever stalling by Su Yi and his companions, Lian Shou failed to seize the opportunity to eliminate other students and was forced to endure until the test concluded. The sound of rushing air filled the space as the two halves of the swiftly approaching wooden stick suddenly froze before Lian Shou. One hovered just in front of his sunglasses, less than 5 centimeters from his eye. The other pressed firmly against the back of his head. Sweat trickled slowly down Lian Shou's temple. In that deathly still moment, the energy threads connecting the two sticks snapped. Deprived of energy, the sticks fell powerlessly to the ground, ceasing their restoration. His sunglasses shattered, the breaking glass echoing sharply in the silence. He looked down to see Su Ye's fingertips flickering with a faint glow of energy, a weak yet triumphant smile on his face. Su Yi, breathing heavily, spoke. Instructor, it seems we had some good luck, don't you think? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yi fainted, overwhelmed by the energy surge from his previous attack. His endurance until now was solely due to his incredible willpower. At Lian Shou's feet, Zhou Li and Qin Zhe, though not unconscious, lay on the ground, exhaling deeply, unable to get up for a long while. Lian Shou looked down at the unconscious Su Yi with a complex expression, marveling inwardly. This guy willingly dispersed the energy from the stick. Had Su Yi not done so, Lian Shou's head might have been pierced by the restored stick. This seemingly weak level ability, Repair Hand, had been wielded by Su Yi with stunning ingenuity. Just then, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind Lian Shou. Did we succeed? It was Bai Tao, who had been clinging to his leg with all his might. He jumped out of the dirt in excitement, his face filled with disbelief, cheering and muttering to himself. Good thing I listened to him and didn't leave. Lian Shou quickly turned, his gaze locking onto Bai Tao. What did you say? Bai Tao instinctively jumped back a step, his face wary. Lian Shou pressed. You said you listened to Su Yi? What did he tell you? Bai Tao chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he replied. On our way here, he told me not to leave immediately, to observe from a safe distance if possible, and to seize the moment to restrain you from behind. Lian Shou's eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced at the unconscious Su Yi. So, this guy had already deduced the conditions for using his ability. Was this part of your plan too? Lian Shou wondered. In just 10 minutes of testing, Su Yi had managed to prepare multiple strategies. If Bai Tao hadn't acted to stop him, did this kid have other plans and tricks up his sleeve? For a moment, Lian Shou couldn't fathom how many backup plans Su Yi had. A smile slowly spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Interesting, very interesting. The quality of this year's freshman is outstanding. The rock-like creature emerged from the ground, hoisting Su Yi and the other two onto its head as it swiftly departed the battle scene. Although most students did not witness this moment firsthand, the slightly disheveled appearance of Instructor Lian Shou and his somewhat battered condition silently conveyed the intensity of the battle. The surviving students, filled with gratitude, left to rest, excited to officially become members of Longxiao Academy. The second test ultimately eliminated 32 individuals, leaving 48 to pass. This number exceeded Lian Shou's original plan of 30 by 18, all thanks to the intervention of Su Yi and his companions. Bai Tao quietly merged into the crowd and left, while Lian Shou remained in place, quietly observing the battle's remnants with a meaningful smile on his face. Instructor Lian Shou. Song Wei emerged from the forest, and as he appeared, the forest he had conjured began to dissipate. As he approached Lian Shou, the vast plain of the testing grounds reappeared. Song Wei halted, furrowing his brows, and asked, why did you deliberately limit your abilities? Your S-level ability can stop time for everything within 100 meters of you. Even with your power restricted to the rock realm, your range should be at least 20 meters. With your strength, you wouldn't have been caught in such a predicament. Lian Shou turned to face Song Wei, smiling as he explained, that was precisely my test for them, and the real purpose of overseeing this examination. Do you really think I wanted to eliminate those 3 talented youngsters? The real purpose? Song Wei was momentarily taken aback. Observation skills, judgment, the ability to weigh pros and cons, combat prowess, and humanity, Lian Shou said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. These are the answers I sought from the test. Song Wei pondered. So you deliberately showcased your ability and imposed various restrictions from the start, just to see if they could find a way to overcome them? Exactly. Lian Shou nodded with a smile. Sunglasses, the effects of my ability, duration, range, everything was intentionally maintained. Even with my realm suppressed, my combat experience and ability development far exceed theirs. Without self-imposed limits, how could they have lasted so long? And did you get the answers you wanted? Song Wei asked earnestly. Lian Shou's smile deepened. Indeed. And their performance exceeded my expectations. You must have sensed it too. This year's freshmen are far superior to those of previous years. If properly nurtured, these children will undoubtedly become the main force in the future battle against the Void Demons. Instructor Lian Shou's gaze swept over the distance, his eyes sparkling with profound light. The results of this test were not only surprising, but also provided strong support for the perfect report he submitted to the principal. Beside him, Song Wei nodded gently, a slight wry smile on his face. He had to admit that his hastily prepared test plan paled in comparison to Instructor Lian Shou's expertise. Suddenly, Song Wei thought of something and asked, so, was your disheveled appearance during the battle and your final predicament all part of an act? Lian Shou's expression turned serious. No, that was not a performance. Song Wei looked surprised and asked incredulously, are you saying you were genuinely pushed to the brink by Su Yi and the others? Lian Shou slowly explained. Although I imposed many restrictions on myself, my yin state cultivation and physical skills still far surpassed theirs. However, I was surprised that they could so seamlessly deduce the effects of my abilities without any communication, and even effectively restrict and attack me. Song Wei probed further. But you ultimately managed to defeat them all with ease, didn't you? What was it that put you in such a situation? Lian Shou held up 3 fingers and analyzed. 3 things caught me off guard. First, Zhou Li's nearly overpowering ability and formidable strength. Second, the sudden appearance of Bai Tao. Lastly, and most surprisingly, was Su Ye's orchestration of it all. His expression grew more solemn. If time hadn't run out, I would have had to unleash energy far beyond the yin state to defend myself. But doing so would have broken the rules, rendering the test meaningless. Song Wei frowned. Orchestration? But wasn't his final attack just a coincidence of various factors? If Zhou Li hadn't acted, or if Bai Tao had chosen to flee, he wouldn't have had the chance to complete that final strike. Lian Shou shook his head with a smile. If you think it was coincidence, you're underestimating him. Song Wei fell silent, a startling thought flashing through his mind, and his expression turned peculiar. Are you suggesting he calculated all possible outcomes before making a move? Exactly, Lian Shou replied solemnly. Only this explanation makes sense. Perhaps even before the battle began, he had anticipated all possible scenarios. What ultimately happened was just one of many possibilities he had envisioned. Lian Shou's mind seemed to replay the scene of that wooden stick flying swiftly towards him. The timing, angle, and speed of its appearance were all results of precise calculation. Even the energy attached to the stick seemed to anticipate his actions, triggering at just the right moment. Lian Shou expressed his admiration without reservation. To wield a drank ability to such an extent, forcing me to the brink. He is the only one. I have a feeling this child is the most formidable presence among all the new students this time. Misty celestial fog surrounded Su Yi, his consciousness drifting within it. Moments later, he opened his eyes to find himself in a paradise filled with chirping birds and blooming flowers. As he looked around, his thoughts cleared, and he realized he was in the world inside the pot. Hey there, young friend, you're awake? A lazy voice came from behind. Su Yi turned to see Hu Lao, half of his body leaning against the pot, resembling a man soaking in a bath. How did I end up here? Su Yi asked, frowning slightly. Hu Lao leisurely explained. Young friend, the impact on your physical body was too great. You forcibly activated energy to cancel an attack, causing energy backlash and making you pass out. The Jiuli pot took in your consciousness to protect you and to nurture your spirit. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The Jiuli pot has such a function? He recalled his earlier test, where he forcibly manipulated chaotic energy in his body to dissipate the energy in a wooden stick, resulting in his fainting. In hindsight, it seemed unnecessary. Even without dissipating the energy, Instructor Lian Shou could have simply stopped suppressing his realm and used energy to protect himself, preventing the stick from repairing. Hu Lao said proudly, of course. Although the Jiuli pot is currently incomplete, it was once a powerful treasure. It can not only nurture the spirit, but also resist ordinary spiritual attacks. Seems you're not entirely useless, Su Yi nodded, feeling that his exhausted spirit had significantly recovered. The continuous battles and travels over the past 2 days had left him quite weary, but under the nurturing of the Jiuli pot, it felt like he had a good night's sleep, with much of his fatigue dissipated. What do you mean by entirely useless? Hu Lao grumbled discontentedly, suddenly shaking the pot and flying to Su Ye's front. Oh, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. You've been too busy these past 2 days, and I haven't had a chance to communicate with you. What is it? Su Yi asked, his curiosity piqued. Follow me. Hu Lao floated ahead, leading Su Yi into the forest. Soon, they arrived at a clearing. Su Yi immediately noticed a peculiar sight. 3 massive transparent spheres, resembling oversized hamster balls, suspended in midair. Inside each sphere, a ghostly soul floated and shifted. Upon seeing Su Yi and Hu Lao, these souls began to howl and thrash about, transforming like mist, exuding a menacing aura. Above each sphere, a line connected them to a cylindrical container nearby. Su Yi recognized the souls as those of the shadow beast, the gale wolf, and the night owl. Their souls had been absorbed by the Jiuli pot after their demise. Hu Lao explained, this is a device researched by the previous owner of the Jiuli pot, called the Soul Extractor. I spent several days refining it, and it was only completed a couple of days ago. Its effect is simple. Once activated, it can extract the energy from the depths of these phantom beast souls. The energy from the depths of the soul? Su Yi furrowed his brow, puzzled by this unfamiliar concept. Just as he was about to ask, Hu Lao began to patiently explain. Everything in the world is composed of energy, Hu Lao said calmly, his gaze deep. The souls of these phantom beasts retain the memory of their power from when they were alive. The spirit absorber can extract this power and convert it into pure energy. Hu Lao pointed at the spirit absorber, which shimmered with a faint glow, and continued. Once extracted, this energy can be stored in the spirit absorber and used by the host to some extent. Su Ye's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled his experience on the plane. He eagerly asked, so, was it you who sent me energy on the plane? Hu Lao nodded slightly. That's right. I had just created this spirit absorber and, seeing you in trouble, forcibly extracted some energy from them to transmit to you. Su Yi looked ahead thoughtfully, replaying in his mind the mysterious surge of power that had helped him repair the propeller. It was thanks to that energy that he succeeded. How much energy can the spirit absorber store? Suyi asked curiously. Hu Lao pondered for a moment before answering. If you disregard the damage to the souls, it can absorb up to half of the energy they had in life. This answer surprised Suyi a bit. Hu Lao then revealed the real reason for bringing Suyi here. Young friend, as the host of the Duel pot, you have the highest authority. How do you plan to handle these souls? Suyi carefully examined the 3 phantom beast souls before him, deep in thought. According to Hu Lao, these souls could be refined with energy-imbued ancient artifacts into incomplete treasures. However, such artifacts were rare, making the souls seem somewhat redundant to Su Yi at the moment. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Yi. He looked up and asked, if I use the spirit absorber to extract their soul energy, can it be directly transferred to me? Of course, the spirit absorber is very adaptable, Hu Lao replied immediately. But, his tone suddenly became serious. But what? Su Yi pressed. Hu Lao explained gravely. With your current physique, you can't withstand a large amount of energy being transferred at once. If you inject all the energy into your body without considering the loss, you could forcibly elevate your level to the mountain realm. But this state won't last long, or else your body will quickly collapse. I see, Su Yi murmured, stroking his chin. If it really comes to that, it would be an extra trump card. Seeing this, Hu Lao quickly reminded him. I've warned you, the risk is very high. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Yeah, I know, Su Yi replied calmly, though it was unclear if he truly understood. Hu Lao grew more anxious, emphasizing again. Remember, the energy from the spirit absorber is external. Forcing it into your body creates a heavy burden. You mustn't call upon it lightly. I said I know, stop nagging. Su Yi waved dismissively. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going. Hu Lao scratched his head and added. If possible, you should try to find more fragments of the Jili pot. Finding and restoring them will help me regain many abilities. Su Yi touched his nose irritably. Those fragments aren't so easy to find. Besides, even if a fragment was right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to sense it. Hu Lao patted his chest confidently. If a fragment appears within 100 feet of you, I'll sense it immediately. Just keep an eye out for related information. Now that you've joined this academy, you'll have many more opportunities to gather intel. Even a single fragment of the Julie pot can cause remarkable phenomena. Got it, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. If I hear anything, I'll pay attention. That's it then, I'm heading back. With those words, Su Yi focused his mind, and in an instant, his consciousness vanished from the pot world. Su Yi opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. Quickly getting up, he realized he was in a luxurious hospital room. The effects of the Julie pot had been remarkable, leaving him feeling rejuvenated as if he'd had a deep, restful sleep. The restless energy within him had calmed, and his injuries had vanished. Looking around, Su Yi understood he was in a medical building equipped with the country's top medical facilities and advanced treatment technologies. As he pondered this, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Looking up, he saw Bai Tao's sly face peering in cautiously before he hopped inside. The instructor asked me to keep an eye on you 3 and let you know about some follow-up arrangements, Bai Tao said, his voice tinged with nervousness. 3 of us? Su Yi asked, puzzled, and only then noticed 2 empty beds in the room. Bai Tao explained, you've been unconscious for 4 hours. It's already 6 in the evening now. He pulled out his phone to show Su Yi the time. The other 2 had lighter injuries and left after some simple treatment. Throughout the conversation, Bai Tao remained near the doorway, as if ready to bolt at any moment. He rummaged through his pockets and tossed Su Yi a dark-colored card. Su Yi caught the card, feeling its cool surface. On closer inspection, it resembled a miniature tablet in card form. Bai Tao continued, this is your student card. Make sure to keep it safe. It contains your identity information and fingerprint authentication, recorded by the instructor while you were unconscious. With this card, you can move freely within the school for classes or missions. It also tracks your credits and has a locator. Bai Tao seemed to remember something and added, oh, and your dorm is sorted too. The student card is also your key. You can find your dorm's location and info on the card. Su Yi examined the card, and with a gentle touch, it displayed his personal information in a flash of light. The right side of the card showed options like maps and credits. This high-tech student card was rich in features and operated smoothly, comparable to a small smart device. Acknowledging his understanding, Su Yi tucked the card away. Bai Tao suddenly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming excitedly, I passed the test thanks to your brilliant strategies. You 3 daring to take on the instructor was incredible. As a witness to the battle, Bai Tao knew just how formidable the trio's strength was. Su Yi modestly replied, we couldn't have won without your help. If Bai Tao hadn't intervened, Su Yi would have had to resort to a less ideal plan. Bai Tao's courage had impressed Su Yi. Beaming with pride, Bai Tao eagerly suggested, once you're ready, let me treat you to a meal. He ducked into the hallway, poking his head out to shout, I've got something to take care of, so I'll head out first. Bai Tao's voice echoed through the empty corridor, catching Su Ye's attention. He continued, in 9 days, there's an entrance assessment, and it seems like there will be a very strict test. During these 9 days, we also have some basic theory classes to attend. You can check the detailed schedule on your student card. Make sure to prepare well. Bai Tao's tone grew serious, his eyes shining with determination. According to some rumors, our ranking in the entrance assessment is closely linked to our future development in the school. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared at Bai Tao's fingertips, and a card shot towards Su Yi like an arrow. Before Su Yi could react, Bai Tao had already disappeared through the door, his voice trailing from afar. My phone number is on there. Feel free to contact me anytime. Su Yi deftly caught the card and examined it closely. It turned out to be a business card, boldly stating, General Manager of Miracle Company, complete with Bai Tao's photo. His phone number was clearly listed below. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yi wore a curious expression. Why does this company name sound like a shell company? Does that guy really look like a general manager? He shook his head and tucked the card into his pocket. Then, Su Yi easily jumped down from the hospital bed and headed toward the door. He had already located the dormitory assigned to him using the map on his student card. As night was falling, he decided to check out the dormitory and pick up some essentials. Walking along the campus path, Su Yi's mind kept flashing back to his earlier battle with Lian Shou. He frowned slightly, pondering. That fight was too close for comfort. Instructor Lian Shou's physical skills far exceeded my expectations. Can a normal person really perform those moves? He recalled the physical prowess of Fong Xian and Ruan Rui, realizing their actions and physical abilities also surpassed ordinary human limits. While energy augmentation could enhance physical damage, it didn't fully explain the astonishing skills they displayed. The 5 arts mentioned by Instructor Lian Shou also piqued Su Ye's interest. His mind raced, trying to connect these scattered pieces of information. A vague hypothesis began to form. Perhaps there was a special link between energy and the body. If energy can significantly enhance physical abilities, maybe focusing on physical skills could be my future path. Su Ye's eyes lit up. This way, even if I enter the cooling period of devolution, I can still have enough combat power. Just as Su Yi was lost in thought, his steps suddenly halted as he looked ahead in surprise. The scene before him pulled him back to reality. Lush trees lined both sides, forming a shaded path. At the end of this path stood a row of luxurious detached villas. Each villa was 2 stories high, with each floor covering about 200 square meters, and each had a meticulously maintained garden. Such buildings would be worth at least millions in Jin City. Su Yi glanced at his student card, which showed on the electronic map that this was indeed his dormitory area. So this is the treatment for a void hunter. Su Yi squinted, silently marveling. Just as he was about to step forward, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. It was a man dressed in a sharp suit, his hair neatly styled with gel, carrying a brown leather briefcase. His demeanor suggested he had been waiting there for some time. As soon as he saw Su Yi, he quickly approached and stood in front of him. The man politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su Yi?" Su Yi cautiously observed the stranger who had suddenly appeared before him. He glanced around and realized he was inside Longxia Academy, which allowed him to slightly lower his guard. "May I ask who you are?" Su Yi inquired. The man, dressed in a suit, politely bowed and replied, "I am a staff member of the Longxia Academy board. I am here to personally present a reward to Mr. Su Yi." Speaking earnestly, the man explained, "According to the report from Captain Chao Sha of the 5th Hunter Unit, you bravely saved hundreds of people in Jincheng and played a crucial role in the operation to eliminate the Void Demons. In recognition of your outstanding performance, the school has prepared a special reward, which I have been tasked to deliver personally." Su Yi suddenly understood, recalling that Chao Sha had briefly mentioned this matter. He hadn't expected Longxia Academy to be so considerate as to send someone to deliver the reward. "All right, but before I receive the reward, please allow me to verify your identity." The man in the suit took a small device from his side pocket and placed it in front of Su Yi. "Please swipe your student card here." Su Yi casually swiped his student card over the device. Moments later, his photo appeared on the screen. Identity verification successful. The man in the suit confirmed, handing the briefcase to Su Yi. Curious, Su Yi examined the briefcase and chuckled. How much is in this reward that it needs a special case? Is it cash? How much could it be? 100,000 long coins? 200,000. The man in the suit, expressionless, gently opened the briefcase and calmly stated, "There is 3 million long coins in cash inside." Before he could finish, Su Ye's eyes were dazzled by the sea of red inside the case. It was packed with money, piled high and packed tightly. In his life, even in a past life, he had never seen so much cash. "Holy!" Su Yi exclaimed inwardly, finally understanding why some would go to any lengths to become a void hunter. As the most dangerous profession, void hunters not only face high risks but also enjoy top-tier benefits. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all of the highest standard, and their daily welfare is nearly maxed out. Successfully slaying void beasts and demons brings even more substantial bonuses. Of course, All this is contingent upon Void Hunters fulfilling their duties. Those who are cowardly or abandon their responsibility to protect the public face unimaginable punishment. The man in the suit added, if you find cash inconvenient, we can also transfer the bonus directly to your student card. Student card? Suyi looked down at the card in his hand. This can be used as a bank card. The man explained clearly, Longxia Academy's student card functions as a bank card and can be used throughout the entire Long Nation. Suyi shrugged, unconcerned, and said, then just transfer it to me. I don't want to carry around so much cash. All right. The man in the suit nodded in agreement and closed the briefcase. Now that Suyi has become a new student at Longxiao Academy, the institution awarded him 2 credits and added them to his personal information. The man in the suit solemnly emphasized the importance of these credits to Suyi, advising him to use this valuable resource wisely. The man in the suit then shared an exciting piece of news. After a discussion, the board decided to give Suyi an opportunity to make a request. He could ask for anything he wanted or anything he wished to do, and the man would relay it to the board, who would do their best to fulfill Suyi's desire. Of course, if the requested item was of high value, Suyi might need to pay a corresponding price. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes lit up. This reward was more precious to him now than 3 million Longxia coins, because some things were beyond the reach of money. Without much hesitation, he immediately asked, can you get Starseed meteorite, that special material? The man in the suit responded promptly. Are you referring to the special material that only forms in the virtual realm, the Starseed meteorite? Exactly, Suyi confirmed. The man nodded in agreement. All right, I will pass your request on to the board. He bowed respectfully and added, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this material will be delivered to you within a month. With that, he politely picked up his briefcase and turned to leave. Just seconds after the man in the suit disappeared, Suyi's student card suddenly emitted a faint glow. He looked down and saw a transaction notification flash across the card. When he quickly checked his personal information, he found that his balance had increased to 3 million Longxia coins. Suyi wasn't particularly driven by the large sum, but he understood that he would need extremely valuable materials to upgrade his skills in the future, which would require substantial funds. He hadn't expected that the Starseed meteorite, which had troubled him for so long, could be obtained in this way. This unexpected surprise lifted his spirits considerably. After collecting his thoughts, Suyi walked forward until he reached the door to his dormitory. He gently tapped his student card on the sensor area at the entrance, and the villa door slowly opened. Immediately, an opulent interior came into view. A clean and tidy floor, complete furnishings, and decor even more luxurious than he had imagined. Suyi changed into slippers at the entrance, and as he opened the shoe cabinet, his gaze froze. Inside the cabinet was a pair of women's shoes, clearly not his in size or style. Just then, the sound of slippers pat-patting came from inside the room. A clear, pleasant voice called from upstairs. Oh, are you my roommate? A girl wearing pajamas was coming down the stairs, seemingly drawn by the sound of the door opening, looking at Suyi with curious eyes. Suyi's movement of placing his shoes came to an abrupt halt, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Is this school's dormitory actually co-ed? He thought to himself. Suddenly, he realized the voice was very familiar. He turned his head stiffly, and upon seeing the other person, both of them froze, their pupils dilating. Suyi. Tang Xiaowan's lips parted slightly in surprise. What the? Suyi's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he instinctively grabbed the door handle behind him. I must have entered the wrong dormitory. How could you enter the wrong dormitory? Tang Xiaowan's voice came from the stairs. Your student card can only open the dorm you reside in. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly descended the stairs, approaching Suyi. Suyi, she said firmly. This time, I won't let you slip away. In just a few breaths, Tang Xiaowan swiftly rushed to the entrance, staring intently at Suyi. Suyi felt a chill run down his spine, silently cursing the absurdity of the situation. He quickly reached for the doorknob, intending to make a hasty exit. However, when he tried to push the door open, it wouldn't budge. To his surprise, Suyi noticed a faint layer of energy enveloping the door lock. The doorknob he was gripping suddenly transformed into 5 large locks, sealing the door shut. This person actually used her power. Suyi thought to himself, reluctantly letting go of the locks. As Tang Xiaowan advanced step by step, Suyi was forced to retreat until his back was pressed against the door. Suddenly, Tang Xiaowan thrust her right hand forward, pressing it firmly against the door, her body close to Suyi. At this proximity, Suyi could even catch a whiff of her faintly scented body wash. A blush spread across Tang Xiaowan's nearly flawless face, clearly indicating her heightened emotions. Suyi awkwardly twitched his mouth. I mean, aren't our positions supposed to be reversed? He hadn't expected to find himself pinned against the door by Tang Xiaowan in such a manner. Tang Xiaowan's ears turned red at Suyi's comment. Despite never having been this close to the opposite sex, she suppressed her embarrassment, staring directly into Suyi's eyes as she asked, You know my sister, don't you? You were the one with her at the art exhibition, right? Suyi raised his hands in surrender, responding sincerely. I've told you many times, I don't know your sister. All those things you mentioned are just coincidences and your imagination. I understand you might be used to being the center of attention and a bit self-centered, but you can't accuse me without reason. He attempted to steer the conversation away with his words. However, Tang Xiaowan was unfazed by his response. Her free left hand suddenly reached for Su Ye's chest. Panicked, Su Ye tried to evade her touch. Hey, I'm warning you, I'm not that kind of person. If you make a move, I'll shout harassment. But Tang Xiaowan's hand was quick, grabbing his shirt collar and pulling hard. The buttons of Su Ye's shirt popped open, revealing his chest. Hanging around his neck was a light green sachet on a faint red string, resting near his chest. Breathing heavily, Tang Xiaowan carefully held the light green sachet, as if it were a treasure. Her voice trembled slightly. If you don't know my sister, why do you have this? Su Yi quickly grabbed Tang Xiaowan's wrist, fearing she might tear the amulet. Maintaining a facade of calm, he explained, this is just a talisman from a temple fair. What's so special about it? Secretly, he berated himself, realizing that during his previous battle with the stone giant, his clothes had been torn, exposing the amulet to Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's voice suddenly rose, her tone filled with unusual excitement. How can this be from a temple fair? She withdrew her hands and made a sudden move to pull open her own pajamas. Su Yi panicked, quickly covering his eyes, peeking through his fingers, and shouted, let's talk this out. Don't take off your clothes. However, the next moment he was stunned. Tang Xiaowan's collarbone was visible, and around her neck hung a light green sachet identical to his own. Tears glistened in Tang Xiaowan's eyes, and her voice trembled with emotion. She fixed her gaze on the sachet in Su Ye's hand, as if it were a precious treasure. This sachet was sewn by my sister herself, she explained urgently. The herbs inside were bought with the money she earned from working. The amulet in the middle was something she spent an entire month carving by hand. Her tone was full of conviction. These two amulets are one of a kind in the world. There's no way there could be replicas. She quickly flipped over the sachet around her neck and then grabbed the one in Su Ye's hand. On the back of both sachets was a stunning flower design, the intricate patterns clearly visible. It's an epiphyllum, my sister's favorite flower. Tang Xiaowan's voice quivered slightly. Everything she made bore this mark. Su Yi remained silent, about to speak when Tang Xiaowan urgently continued. My sister told me she put all her good fortune into these two amulets. One was for me, and the other for Cool Boy. She wanted these amulets to protect us forever. Tang Xiaowan stared intently into Su Ye's eyes, her gaze filled with determination. Su Yi, can you look into my eyes and say again that you don't know my sister? Su Ye's pupils slightly trembled at her words. His thoughts drifted back to a past scene. Hey, Su Yi, here's a little gift for you. The girl beamed, her smile as bright as a flower, though faint dark circles rimmed her eyes, hinting at deep fatigue. What is it? Su Yi looked at the pale green sachet in her palm. It's an amulet. The girl winked and said cheerfully. I specially got it from the temple fair. The gods there are said to be very effective, capable of warding off disasters and ensuring safety. Su Yi shook his head. I don't believe in such things. I'd rather trust that man can conquer nature than rely on gods. You should keep it for yourself. Don't say that. The girl ignored Su Ye's resistance and placed the amulet around his neck. Sometimes fate is unpredictable. Maybe this amulet will secretly protect you. Besides, if we ever can't meet again, seeing it might remind you of me, right? Su Yi frowned, but, seeing the girl's innocent expression, could only sigh in resignation and didn't remove the amulet. Hee, if you're embarrassed, you can hide it under your clothes. The girl grinned mischievously, skipping ahead. Come on, you promised to accompany me to the art exhibition. That's the price you pay for losing the bet to me. Su Yi shrugged and leisurely followed. I only lost to you by chance. That's not chance. It's the power of trust. You have to accept your loss. The girl turned and put her hands on her hips. Why didn't you bring your sister with you? You know I don't understand art at all. She had something to do today and couldn't come with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. I bet she also thinks looking at those so-called artworks is a waste of time. Stop talking nonsense. The girl angrily put her hands on her hips, but then remembered something and smiled. By the way, you must keep that amulet safe and never lose it. She quickly turned her head, her tone suddenly anxious. Let's hurry up. I have to teach you how to appreciate art properly. The memory ended, and Su Yi took a deep breath, silently tucking the sachet back into his clothing. After a moment of silence, he looked directly into Tang Xiaowan's eyes and slowly spoke. That day, it was indeed Tang Tan and I who went to the art exhibition in Haicheng. Under the light of the principal's office, Lian Shou walked in with steady steps. He held a neatly organized document in his hand, which he gently placed on the desk before tapping it lightly. Xiao Wu, who was sitting at the desk, suddenly woke up, bleary-eyed, and instinctively asked, Is it time to eat? Lian Shou sighed helplessly, with a hint of reproach in his voice. It's already evening. There's no meal for you now? Principal, your condition has been deteriorating over the past 2 years. Xiao Wu finally recognized the person in front of him and rubbed his face vigorously, trying to wake himself up. Oh, it's you, Lian Shou, he said in confusion. What are you doing here? Haven't you retired? Lian Shou patiently explained. You called me back. Did you forget? By now, he had taken off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep eyes, giving off the aura of a brooding middle-aged man. Oh right, that does ring a bell. Xiao Wu nodded in realization, as if recalling something. Lian Shou sighed lightly and pushed the report in front of Xiao Wu. This is my analysis report on the new students. All the details are here. I also conducted tests on the 4 students you asked me to focus on. Xiao Wu smiled as he picked up the report and began to flip through it. Oh, well done. Tell me, what are your conclusions? Lian Shou stood respectfully and began to speak steadily. Based on my observations and comparisons, this cohort of new students is the best we've had in 15 years. After my screening, a total of 48 new students passed the tests, all showing great potential. Among them, the 4 you asked me to focus on are particularly noteworthy. He cleared his throat and began to elaborate on the main points. First, there's Lan, who possesses S-level abilities. My evaluation of him is enigmatic. He has an exceptionally strong talent and unique abilities, and he's quite adept at developing his own capabilities. In the first trial, he reached the mountain peak in just half a minute, showcasing extraordinary strength. From the perspective of ability development, he is sure to become a remarkable void hunter in the future. However, his personality seems problematic. He is extremely reclusive and appears to have a strong aversion to conflict. In the second trial, he identified my intentions early on, but had no intention of taking action against me, merely waiting for the test to conclude. My conclusion is that we must conduct psychological counseling soon to investigate the reason for his aversion to conflict, guiding him to become a void hunter. But once he overcomes this issue, he will undoubtedly be incredibly powerful. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, setting aside the information on Lan. Lian Shou continued. Next is Qin Zhe from the Qin family in Lin City. My assessment of him is perfect. In the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions without regard for energy loss. From a personal standpoint, he is excellent at uniting people and is an outstanding leader. His character is noble, and he is willing to stand up for others, even attempting to stop me in the second test. Lian Shou gazed intently at the documents in his hand, his expression grave as he reported the results of the new student test to Xiao Wu. His eyes lingered on the files of several special students, his tone revealing a complex mix of emotions about their potential and inherent risks. First, there's Qin Zhe, Lian Shou began. His strategic thinking and intelligence are top-notch, and his ability mastery is quite impressive. In terms of overall scoring, he's undoubtedly one of the standouts among the new students. Lian Shou paused, frowning slightly. However, his overly kind nature might become a liability. When facing real threats, he may struggle to make necessary decisions. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Lian Shou took a deep breath, his expression growing more serious. Next, we have the 2 most unstable factors. One is Zhou Li, Lian Shou's voice lowered. My evaluation of him is uncontrollable. According to the information, his abilities are extremely dangerous, and he awakened them prematurely at the age of 4. This means his personality has likely been distorted by his abilities from a young age. He once destroyed an entire kindergarten due to a loss of control, though fortunately, there were no casualties. Nonetheless, his potential danger has drawn significant government attention. Lian Shou went on to detail Zhou Li's experiences being sent to a detention facility for education and supervision, and how he regained his freedom through outstanding academic performance and social adaptability. His presence at the academy is partly due to the detention facility's requirements, and partly because of your invitation, Principal. Xiao Wu interjected thoughtfully. You know, if the Void Demon Council were to find him, the consequences would be dire. That's why an old friend asked me to take him in and guide him properly. If successful, he could become an exceptional void hunter. Lian Shou nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why I conducted thorough testing on him. My assessment is flawed character, unable to distinguish between good and evil, acting solely on personal preference. Yet his intelligence and combat prowess are exceptional. To abandon him would be a waste. Therefore, I didn't eliminate him, but kept him on. I believe that to properly guide or control this sharp blade, we need to find a suitable sheath to restrain him. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. I'll give this child's situation serious consideration. Lian Shou's expression grew even more somber as he continued. The last unstable factor is that little level boy, Su Yi. With all due respect, his intelligence and mind rank among the top 3 of anyone I've ever seen. With just level abilities, he managed to push me to the brink several times. If he possessed a level abilities or higher, I can't imagine what kind of storm he would stir. Lian Shou elaborated on Su Ye's performance during the test, highlighting his repeated collaborations, self-sacrifices to save others, and even canceling his energy in the final battle to avoid harming the examiners. Although each of his kind acts seems to have a purpose, The outcomes show he genuinely helps and saves others. Unlike Qin Zhe, he doesn't hesitate or get constrained by kindness and can see the essence of matters more clearly. Xiao Wu smiled and commented, "Isn't that a good thing?" Fundamentally, this child has a unique sense of justice. Lian Shou nodded in agreement, but then frowned, voicing his concern. Yes, from these observations, he does have his own gentleness and kindness. However, he paused, choosing his words carefully. I have a vague sense that this child harbors a significant darkness within him. I'm worried that one day something might provoke him to fall into that darkness. So my evaluation of him is a highly dangerous double-edged sword. A double-edged sword? A flicker of interest flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as he leaned slightly forward. Lian Shou nodded without hesitation, his expression serious. That's right. I must be honest. This child has incredible potential, but also poses a significant risk. If one day, as his power grows, his darker side is unleashed, with his abilities, he could bring catastrophic disaster to the world. Xiao Wu's gaze was piercing as he looked directly at Lian Shou. Yet you still let him pass the test. This means you choose to believe in him. Lian Shou nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. Yes. In recent years, the frequency of void demon invasions has increased dramatically, and the casualties among the void hunters are alarming. For the Dragon Nation, compared to that uncertain risk, we desperately need powerful combat strength. He paused, taking a deep breath. Moreover, he hesitated for a moment but then spoke calmly. From my personal perspective, I believe there is a light within this child. Perhaps in the future, this light will restrain him, suppressing that potential darkness. Very well. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, having finished reading through the 48 reports. He set them aside gently, his expression gradually turning serious, finally revealing a hint of the authority of a principal. I trust your judgment, Instructor Lian. I'll leave the guidance of these children entirely in your hands. Xiao Wu's gaze became sharp, fixing on Lian Shou. Now, we can discuss personal matters. Regarding that issue, Chao Sha should have mentioned it to you when you arrived. What is your response? Lian Shou's expression became equally solemn as he looked directly into Xiao Wu's eyes and asked calmly, "Are you referring to the offer for me to succeed the position of Guardian of Jincheng?" Xiao Wu nodded in confirmation and then explained, "Since the void demons were driven out of the Dragon Nation by the Glutton, years of war and disaster have completely changed the domestic landscape. Following large-scale city mergers, only 50 major cities remain within the Dragon Nation. Each city is overseen by a guardian of peak level or higher, bearing the responsibility of protecting the entire city." Exactly, Xiao Wu continued. Since the unfortunate death of Jincheng's last guardian, by Mian, 3 years ago, the position has been vacant. The selection criteria for guardians are extremely stringent, and finding a suitable candidate is nearly impossible. Although you've been retired for a few years, your strength and qualifications are beyond question. If you were to take on the role of guardian, there would be no objections. Moreover, the role of guardian would suit your post-retirement life. I refuse. Lian Shou interrupted Xiao Wu almost without hesitation. His gaze was solemn, and he shook his head with a resigned smile, then forcefully pulled open his shirt. A hideous scar stretched from his abdomen to his shoulder, deep enough to reveal bone, nearly splitting his body in two. The depth of the wound made it hard to imagine how he survived. Lian Shou spoke calmly, with a hint of desolation in his eyes. I'm someone who barely clawed back half a life from the brink of death. Since that day, my level has stagnated and even declined. Now, I'm barely able to maintain peak level. You ask me to shoulder the safety of a city. I simply cannot bear such a responsibility. Returning to teach is the last contribution I can make. The treatments in recent years have made me acutely aware of my own condition. His expression darkened, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. The ghost doctor said I can't recover, Lian Shou said softly, his voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Xiao Wu watched Lian Shou quietly, his gaze tinged with lament. Lian Shou took a deep breath and continued. So after this teaching assignment, I'll head to the Void Realm, seeking to die in battle. He lifted his head again, his face showing a nearly serene determination. I'm sorry, Principal. Lian Shou looked straight into Xiao Wu's eyes. You know my character. I can't accept living in compromise as a guardian. Xiao Wu gently closed his eyes, his voice low. All right, I understand. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. You may leave now. Lian Shou caught a trace of sadness deep in Xiao Wu's eyes. He sighed inwardly, fully aware of the weight on Xiao Wu's shoulders. Lian Shou bowed solemnly to Xiao Wu before turning to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, Principal, is it because of suppressing that thing over the past 2 years that you've become like this? A glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes but quickly subsided. It seems you already guessed, he said quietly, looking out the window, his tone calm. That thing has been rioting continuously for the past 2 years. Lately, its outbursts have been more frequent, indeed consuming much of my energy. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stood up and walked to the window. He looked down at Longxiao Academy, an indescribable aura emanating from him. In that moment, He was like a long dormant dragon, slowly opening its eyes. But his voice was deep and powerful. As long as I'm here, it won't escape. I will suppress it for life, without allowing even a ripple. A smile appeared on Lian Shou's face, and his demeanor became more respectful. He bowed and turned to leave, only speaking when he reached the door. By the way, regarding the entrance examination in 9 days, I've already chosen the location. If possible, please contact the guardian there in advance. Scene change. Su Yi looked at the tear-streaked face of Tang Xiaowan in front of him, falling silent. Tang Tan had often mentioned how much she valued her sister. If Tang Xiaowan learned the true cause of her sister's death, how deep would her disappointment in the Void Hunters be? Su Yi carefully chose his words, only mentioning that Tang Tan died saving someone, avoiding the Void Hunters who exploited her. I did promise your sister I'd take care of you. He hesitated before comforting. It's just a promise. You don't have to think too much about it. You should know, you were the person she cared about most. Even in her last moments, she worried about you. But I didn't even get to see my sister's body. Tang Xiaowan sobbed, utterly dejected. Su Yi remained silent. Just as he was about to speak again, Tang Xiaowan's next words struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen. I asked the hospital, and they said they couldn't find my sister's body. All they gave me was a death report. Wait. Su Yi suddenly stood up, his expression changing abruptly, his voice filled with shock. What did you say? The hospital didn't find your sister's body? Su Yi's usually calm demeanor twisted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Tang Xiaowan's shoulder with such force that she cried out in pain. Realizing his lapse, Su Yi released her, but his gaze remained fixed on Tang Xiaowan. Startled by his sudden reaction, she shrank back and nodded timidly. Yes, they said my sister's body was never brought to the hospital. Tang Xiaowan explained softly. The collapse of the art exhibition building caused countless deaths and injuries. It's not just my sister, many bodies disappeared. Over the years, I've been investigating this matter, always feeling there's something suspicious. Su Yi frowned, rubbing his chin, a sharp glint in his eyes. No, this doesn't add up, he said, his voice hoarse with emotion. Those whose bodies disappeared were mostly swallowed whole by the virtual beasts, leaving no remains. But Tang Tan was different. She was bitten in half, but her body should have been there. His breathing grew rapid, and sweat beaded on his forehead. The nightmarish scene from 3 years ago played like a fast-spinning reel in his mind. The massive shock had made him avoid recalling it. But now, the overlooked details suddenly became clear. I saw the medical staff take Tang Tan's body away, Su Yi muttered to himself, his eyes sharp. As her sister, how could you not see the body? There's definitely something wrong here. The memory sharpened. Several masked individuals in white medical uniforms hurriedly descended from an ambulance, tending to the wounded before starting to move the bodies. They claimed to be the first responders, with more ambulances on the way. Su Yi abruptly stood, pacing back and forth. No, this doesn't make sense at all, he exclaimed, his voice rising with agitation. The art exhibition was in the outskirts of Haicheng, and the nearest hospital is a 20-minute drive. How could an ambulance arrive less than 10 minutes after the virtual beast was killed? And with so many casualties, how could only one ambulance show up? His breathing became even more rapid, his eyes seemingly aflame. Countless clues rapidly pieced together in his mind, forming an unbelievable conclusion. Su Ye's expression turned ominously dark, his entire being shrouded in a foreboding gloom. The ambulance at that time was not dispatched by the hospital. This shocking realization hit Su Yi like a sledgehammer, striking his heart with force. His mind plunged into chaos, with countless questions surging like a tide. Who are they? What is their purpose? Why did they take Tang Tan's body away? Su Yi bit his lip hard, his brows furrowed, and his fists clenched involuntarily. His breathing became rapid, and he seemed on the verge of losing control. This demeanor caught Tang Xiaowan's eye, instantly filling her with panic. Su Yi, what's wrong? Tang Xiaowan was frightened by the unpredictable expression on Su Ye's face, causing her to step back a few paces, watching him nervously. Su Yi suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife piercing through Tang Xiaowan. His voice was low and oppressive. Are you absolutely sure the hospital told you they'd never seen your sister's body? In that moment, Tang Xiaowan felt as if she was seeing a stranger in Su Yi. He exuded an unprecedented aura, cold, domineering, and indifferent, sending a shiver down her spine. Yes, Tang Xiaowan replied softly, her voice trembling slightly. When the hospital informed me of my sister's death, I rushed to Haicheng. They told me that the art exhibition where my sister was had collapsed, and she was buried in the rubble, her body never found. I see. Su Ye's demeanor suddenly became restrained, his expression unreadable. However, the way his fists were clenched betrayed the turmoil within him, his knuckles white from the pressure. I will get to the bottom of this. Tang Xiaowan picked up on the hidden meaning in Su Ye's words. She urgently asked, did something happen to my sister before she died? Is there more to the story than I know? This has nothing to do with you. Su Yi coldly interrupted Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan, usually gentle, was provoked by his words, raising her voice. How can it not concern me? She was my sister. You should tell me what's going on. Are you hiding something from me? Tang Xiaowan. Su Yi suddenly closed the distance between them, leaving only a few centimeters apart. His eyes were icy as he spoke deliberately. I'm helping to resolve some things because of your sister's dying wish. The reason I don't want to tell you these things is because she didn't want you to do anything meaningless because of her. She didn't want you to encounter danger or live your life in her shadow, trying to fulfill her wishes. Su Yi stepped back slightly, continuing, you attending Longxia Academy is your own decision, and I can't interfere. But let me remind you, if you're doing it to fulfill your sister's dream of becoming a void hunter, you should think carefully if that's what you truly want. As for your sister's matter, I'll investigate it thoroughly. I have no responsibility or obligation to explain everything to you. You just need to focus on being a good student and study hard, understand? Tang Xiaowan pressed her lips tightly together, tears welling in her eyes, seemingly shaken by Su Ye's attitude. Yet, her gaze remained stubborn, with a hint of grievance as she stared at Su Yi. Su Yi took a step back, casting a fleeting glance at Tang Xiaowan before turning to head inside. He walked straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, ready to enter. That's my bedroom. Tang Xiaowan's voice came from behind. Su Ye's movement halted abruptly, his body trembling slightly as he released the doorknob, appearing somewhat awkward. Without turning his head, he said, aren't you staying on the second floor? I just went up to take a look. The awkward atmosphere lingered between them. Su Yi withdrew his hand and headed up to the second floor without looking back. Then I'll stay on the second floor. He opened the bedroom door and walked in, his expression calm, but a thought flashed through his mind. That was a bit awkward. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. Su Yi yawned as he reluctantly climbed out of bed, feeling enveloped by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He went through his morning routine quickly, then trudged heavily down the stairs. As he reached the bottom, he saw Tang Xiaowan emerging from the kitchen, already dressed for the day. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away, the echoes of last night's argument still lingering in the air, making everything feel awkward and heavy. Tang Xiaowan carried 2 plates, each holding 2 slices of bread. She glanced at Su Yi and silently pushed one plate to the far side of the table, her voice flat and almost indifferent as she said, this is yours. Su Yi understood that right now, they were like strangers forced to share an apartment. To ease the suffocating tension, he decided to break the silence. Sitting at the other end of the table, he picked up a piece of bread and asked in a deliberately casual tone, did you make this? Yeah. Tang Xiaowan replied curtly, focusing on her own breakfast. Su Yi shrugged, thinking he had indeed been too harsh last night. Anyone would have been upset. He took a bite of the bread, and his expression froze instantly, his face turning slightly green. It was like biting into a chunk of raw ginger hidden in fried potato rice, unexpectedly sour and spicy. He struggled to swallow and blurted out, did you poison the bread? Tang Xiaowan frowned, her tone clearly displeased. I made you breakfast out of kindness, and you accuse me of poisoning it. Observing her expression, Su Yi realized she didn't seem to be playing a prank. He twitched his lips and cautiously asked, is your bread the same as mine? Of course, she replied with a hint of annoyance. I didn't know what flavors you like. Su Yi's expression grew more peculiar. He gingerly asked, may I ask what you added to the bread? Tang Xiaowan thought for a moment before answering. I added cucumber, bitter melon, beef, and chili. To flavor it, I also put in some vinegar and soy sauce. She continued eating her bread enthusiastically, seemingly unaware of any culinary misstep. Su Yi remained silent for a long time before finally asking, at home, did your sister never let you in the kitchen? How did you know? Tang Xiaowan looked surprised. My sister said she didn't want to distract me from my studies, so she never let me cook. Su Yi glanced at the remaining bread on his plate, as if facing a formidable foe. He closed his eyes and, without much chewing, swallowed the rest in one go. Standing up, he looked at Tang Xiaowan seriously and said, if possible, I'd prefer if you didn't go into the kitchen again. He wanted to say, good effort, but please don't do it again, but held back. His complexion had already turned a bit pale, with the indescribable strange taste lingering in his mouth. I have a theory class today, so I'm heading to the classroom, he said, suppressing his discomfort as he walked straight toward the villa's front door. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and called after him. Regarding my sister's matter, even if you don't want to tell me, I'll find out the truth in my own way. Su Yi didn't turn back, pushing the door open and stepping out, leaving Tang Xiaowan standing alone by the table, her gaze resolute as she watched him depart. That's my sister, and I must find out the truth. You can't stop me. Her eyes were fierce and unwavering, unaffected by Su Ye's words from the day before. Su Yi paused slightly, then stepped out of the door, his silhouette quickly disappearing. His voice lingered in the air, suit yourself. Within Longxiao Academy, sunlight bathed the ancient buildings. A middle-aged man with neatly combed hair strolled through the campus, suddenly spotting someone familiar. Hey, teacher Lian Shou, long time no see, he greeted warmly. Lian Shou raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Oh, It's you, Teacher Chi. Memories of a colleague he met years ago at Longsha Academy resurfaced. Although Teacher Chi's level wasn't high, he was deeply knowledgeable in energy theory and capability research. Teacher Chi's eyes sparkled with the excitement of a reunion. Since you suddenly resigned and retired a few years ago, we haven't met. I heard you were back a few days ago and thought it was a joke. So, what happened over these years? Nothing much, just had some health issues, Lian Shou replied calmly, not offering much detail. He glanced at Teacher Chi and suddenly asked, "Are you going to teach a class?" "Yes, it's the batch of new students you tested just yesterday," Teacher Chi replied cheerfully. "I'm heading to give them their first theory lesson, teaching them the basics of energy theory." Lian Shou's expression grew peculiar. He hadn't expected his old friend to be teaching this batch of new students. "Are you planning to use your old teaching methods?" "Yes," Teacher Chi nodded, a confident smile on his face. "These newcomers have lofty ambitions. Only this method can put them in their place, instilling a sense of respect so they don't become arrogant." Lian Shou looked amused and, after rummaging in his pocket, handed an object to Teacher Chi. "I think you might need this." "What's this?" Teacher Chi looked puzzled, glancing down. "A stress mirror? Why are you giving me this?" Lian Shou patted his shoulder, speaking meaningfully. "Just a heads up, this group of students is significantly different from previous ones. In my judgment, they're the most outstanding in the past 15 years. Yeah, they're just a bunch of novices." Teacher Chi chuckled dismissively. "Every student who gets into Longxiao Academy is a genius. If I need a stress mirror to handle them, you'd be underestimating me. While my combat skills might not match yours, my experience surely surpasses that of these newcomers." "Don't be like that," Lian Shou chuckled, shrugging. "Consider it a gift to mark our reunion. Anyway, class is about to start, so you should get going to the classroom. I'll be off now." Holding the square mirror, Teacher Chi watched Lian Shou leave, scratching his head in confusion. Teacher Lian Shou, still as quirky as ever, he muttered with a smile, tucking the stress mirror into his pocket. As he walked towards the classroom, Teacher Chi thought to himself, "Let's see what kind of level these new students, praised by Teacher Lian Shou, truly possess." In the spacious classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating rows of neatly arranged desks and chairs. Suyi lounged lazily on a chair, yawning as he glanced around. The classroom was already filled with more than half of the students, all of whom had successfully passed the second round of tests the day before. They were buzzing with excitement, their faces beaming with joy at the prospect of joining Longxia Academy. As time passed, the remaining students gradually entered the classroom. Tang Xiaoan blended in with the crowd and, upon entering, immediately noticed Su Ye's position. However, she awkwardly turned her head away and chose a seat far from Su Yi. "Hey, Su Yi." Bai Tao's voice suddenly came from beside him. He appeared out of nowhere and sat directly next to Su Yi. "About what you asked me yesterday, I looked into it," Bai Tao said quickly. "Over the years, all records of the tasks undertaken by Void Hunters, the Void Beasts and Void Demons they hunted, and other detailed information are stored in paper form in the school's intelligence department's confidential archive room. Records of Void Hunters and Void Hunter teams from other academies are kept at their respective schools. In addition, a summary of this information is uploaded to a database as indexes and briefs. The database is interconnected among 10 schools and linked to a special national database. Accessing this information requires very high clearance and qualifications." Suyi nodded calmly, a hint of fatigue on his face. "Got it," he replied. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and he asked, "Is there someone who maintains this special national database regularly?" "Yes," Bai Tao explained. "Because of the interconnection among the 10 schools, we can't use an intranet or local network. It relies on top-tier firewalls and dedicated maintenance personnel to prevent information leaks." "Tisk, no wonder," Suyi muttered to himself, letting out a frustrated sigh. Bai Tao, now curious, lowered his voice and asked, "Why the sudden interest? Is there something you're looking to investigate?" Just as Suyi was about to come up with an excuse, the classroom door swung open. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair strolled in. From his attire and name tag, it was clear he was their energy and ability development class teacher. As soon as the students saw the teacher, they immediately stopped talking, and the classroom fell silent. The entrance exam had left a deep impression on them due to Lian Shou, so almost nobody was late for this theory class, and everyone was seated on time. Bai Tao also stopped his questioning, scratched his head, and sat up straight. "Today's energy and ability development theory class will be taught by me," the middle-aged man said, surveying the new students with a grin. "My name is Chi Fu, and I hope we can get along well." After a brief introduction, he turned to the blackboard and began writing, officially starting the lesson. "As many of you may know, since the day of calamity 300 years ago, newborns among humans have begun to emerge as awakened." In the classroom, a teacher dressed in a neat suit stands at the blackboard, holding chalk, explaining the basic knowledge of this world to a group of attentive freshmen. He writes 48 on the blackboard and draws a prominent circle around the number with the chalk. According to the data from Long Country, Approximately 48 of people have the potential to awaken abilities on Awakening Day and become awakened. The teacher's voice is clear and strong, resonating in the quiet classroom. He then draws several lines from this circle, each representing a different category of awakened. Among these 48 of awakened, about 80% have only developed level abilities. His chalk moves swiftly across the board, sketching out a complex diagram. These individuals mostly lack direct combat power. They're like ordinary people with a special ability, with little battle talent and unable to grasp the flow of energy, making it nearly impossible to break through the stone realm in their lifetime. The teacher pauses, glancing around the classroom to ensure everyone is paying attention. Most level ability users take on regular jobs or work in intelligence analysis. Only a rare few can develop their abilities further and compensate in other ways to become void hunters with some degree of combat power. Noticing some disappointed expressions among the students, he continues with a hint of encouragement in his voice, and the remaining 20% of the awakened awaken with abilities of level or higher. With proper development and enough determination, they have the chance to become void hunters. The teacher's expression turns serious. However, becoming a void hunter comes with a significant risk of death. They must venture into various void realms and intercept void beasts and void demons attempting to escape and cause destruction. The atmosphere in the classroom grows tense with his words. The teacher explains further. As a result, the number of void hunters in the country remains relatively scarce. Major void hunter teams and individuals are constantly on the move throughout the year, handling various incidents and dealing with randomly appearing void realms across the country. He stops writing on the board and faces the students. Most of you enrolled in Lungxiao Academy likely have the goal of becoming void hunters. His gaze sweeps over each student's face. So, I have a question for you all. What do you think is the most important factor in our battles against the void beasts and void demons? No sooner had he finished speaking than a red-haired student, Han Hao, eagerly raises his hand, exclaiming, "Teacher, I believe it's all about having high-level abilities." Chi Fu shakes his head with a smile, without directly answering Han Hao's question. He turns and continues writing on the blackboard. Since the day of calamity, as more people developed abilities, we humans began focusing on researching these abilities and the awakened. During this process, the government not only categorized all emerging abilities, but also provided new annotations and classified them into types. He draws 6 lines on the board, each representing a type of ability. To date, all abilities fall into 6 types: space-time manipulation, rule disruption, domain laws, matter amplification, mental influence, and energy transformation. His voice is filled with enthusiasm. In other words, the abilities you possess can be categorized into these 6 types based on their nature. The teacher continues, and the names of your abilities are given by the first known holder of that ability. According to records and data, aside from level abilities, for any ability of a level and above, only one holder exists at any given time. A second identical ability will hardly appear unless the previous holder dies. He pauses, surveying the freshman before speaking again. The level of an ability can be somewhat determined using an ability stone. The higher the level of the ability, the rarer and objectively stronger it is. However, he elongates the word, casting a meaningful glance at Han Hao. The first lesson I want to teach you today is to never judge an awakened strength solely by the level of their ability. If you don't take this to heart, you're bound to face hardships in the future. The students in the classroom, upon hearing this, show expressions of contemplation. A trace of embarrassment crosses Han Hao's face, soon replaced by curiosity. The lesson had just begun, but it had already left a profound impression on everyone. Han Hao furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Chi Fu's words stirred a sense of defiance within him. He vividly remembered the day of his awakening when his class ability was revealed, and the awe-filled gazes of those around him. That feeling of being admired still thrilled him. Chi Fu noticed Han Hao's subtle change in expression, and a faint, knowing smile appeared on his lips. He continued, "Some might not grasp the meaning of what I just said. Let me clarify with a concrete example." With that, Chi Fu turned to the blackboard, writing swiftly with chalk. "Class ability, Spirit-Breaking Thread," he wrote. This was an ability possessed by a former void hunter. Chi Fu explained. The effect seems simple. It allows the user to produce an indestructible, transparent thread with their hands. This thread can connect any location and has the unique property of disrupting energy. He paused to let the students absorb the information. At first glance, this ability seems powerful and unique, but it's classified as class due to several limitations. Chi Fu drew 3 circles on the board and connected them with lines. First, there's a length limitation. In the rock realm, this hunter could only extend the thread to 1 meter. Second, there's a restriction on how it's deployed. It must be created by hand, not materialized out of thin air. Lastly, there's a duration limit. In the rock realm, each thread lasted no more than half an hour before losing its properties. Hearing this, Han Hao couldn't help but chuckle, a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Isn't that ability useless?" he questioned. In a real fight, it can't even touch the opponent. Compared to my class ability, it's pathetically weak. Chi Fu seemed unfazed by Han Hao's reaction, as if he had anticipated it. He calmly replied. Yet, this Void Hunter, with a class ability, managed to single-handedly kill a peak realm Void Demon. This statement hit the classroom like a bombshell, sparking a wave of disbelief and hushed discussions. Han Hao was especially incredulous, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible?" Chi Fu didn't answer directly, but posed a question instead. Can anyone guess how he accomplished it? As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle, scholarly voice came from one side of the classroom. Qinzhe adjusted his glasses and began to analyze. His ability can disrupt energy, meaning it can bypass energy shields. Even a peak realm Void Demon would be vulnerable without its energy protection. By setting the spirit-breaking thread in the right place during its active time and using some inducement tactics, combined with its transparency, it could potentially inflict lethal damage on the Void Demon. Chi Fu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Qinzhe with approval. Exactly, he affirmed. The Void Hunter was incredibly intelligent. He anticipated where the Void Demon might appear. Before the demon showed up, he had already set up the spirit-breaking thread. Taking advantage of the poor visibility at night, he successfully ambushed the fast-moving Void Demon. Despite the demon's peak realm strength, it inadvertently ran into the spirit-breaking thread during its high-speed movement. The protective energy around him was instantly shattered by the spirit-breaking line, and the sight of him being beheaded shocked every student present. Han Hao stood there stunned, instinctively touching his own neck, incredulous that an awakened one, seemingly much weaker than his opponent, could achieve such a remarkable effect. Despite his inner resistance, he had to admit that this case challenged his preconceived notions about power levels. Chi Fu noticed the students' astonished expressions and allowed a small smile. He continued, "Class, this case teaches us that we must never underestimate any awakened individual in real combat. The outcome of a battle is determined by various factors. Combat experience, physical skills, the level of ability development, and even intelligence can influence the situation. We cannot judge someone's strength based solely on a single factor." He quickly wrote, "Stone, rock, mountain, peak, ridge," on the blackboard, explaining further, "With each energy level you ascend, your abilities will undergo significant changes. Take the spirit-breaking line, for instance. At the rock level, its length is only 1 meter, with a duration of just half an hour. But at the mountain level, it can reach 3 meters and last up to an hour." Su listened intently, lost in thought. He recalled how his boiling blood ability, after rising from D level to S level, not only increased his overall attributes from 2 times to 5 times, but also granted him the blood surface ability. He realized that ability levels and energy realms were like a combination of innate talent and acquired effort. Chi Fu continued, "The hunter with the spirit-breaking line unfortunately died in battle at the mountain level. But according to the technical department's analysis, if he had broken through to the peak level, the range and distance of his ability would have further extended. The peak and ridge levels are hurdles that are extremely difficult for all ability users to overcome." He circled peak and ridge on the blackboard, emphasizing, "Once you step into the ridge level, the nature of your abilities undergoes a dramatic transformation. For example, the spirit-breaking line is predicted by the technical department to have the property of severing everything at the ridge level. At that point, the gap between ability levels will greatly diminish." The students listened intently, each imagining how their abilities might evolve upon reaching the ridge level. Chi Fu observed their expectant eyes, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I hope this explanation has given you a deeper understanding of abilities. But I suspect many of you still think that the higher the ability level, the stronger it is. To give you a more direct experience of today's lesson, for the rest of the class, I will personally take you to the training ground to show you why you can't judge strength by ability level alone." As soon as Chi Fu finished speaking, an excited murmur spread through the classroom. He surveyed the room and raised his voice. "Everyone, stand up and follow me. The remainder of our lesson will be conducted in the training field." In the expansive training field, the blue stone-bricked ground shimmered with a subtle glow. Chi Fu led a group of new students standing at the center of the area, their eyes filled with curiosity as they observed their surroundings. The training ground was dotted with targets and practice dummies, and in the distance, 2 instructors were engaged in combat training. With a smile, Chi Fu moved to the front of the crowd and suddenly waved his right hand, a faint energy emanating from his palm. His voice rang out clearly, "My ability level isn't high. It's a clever double punch, a type of material augmentation. Each attack delivers 2 strikes, simple and straightforward." As he spoke, Chi Fu launched a punch at a nearby practice dummy. The energy surged forward, causing the dummy to lurch backward. Just as it rebounded, another force erupted within it, sending the dummy flying and kicking up a cloud of dust. This demonstration immediately caught the attention of the 2 instructors in the distance. The one wearing glasses recognized Chi Fu and chuckled. "Old Chi is using his old trick to intimidate the newcomers again." His companion replied, I heard this batch of students is quite good. They shouldn't mess up, right? The instructor with glasses shook his head, smiling. Don't worry. Although Old Chi's ability level isn't high, he's a top-notch combat genius and a theoretical whiz. These new students won't cause much trouble. I bet he'll be bragging to us again tonight. Chi Fu retracted his fist, the energy fluctuations around him gradually fading. He explained, I'm currently at the mountain stage, but I'll limit my energy to the stone stage next, just like you. With confidence, he clasped his hands behind his back and continued. I know that to be admitted to Longxiao Academy, your ability levels are at least level, with many of you even at a level and S-level. But today, I want to prove my previous theory to you. Even if I'm at the same stage as you, with a lower ability level and having already revealed my ability's effects, I can still. If it comes to a fight, none of you would be my match. As soon as Chi Fu finished speaking, the training ground erupted in an uproar. The students present were all prodigies, with abilities far surpassing those of their peers, most of them ranked higher than Clevel. Hearing this bold claim from the new teacher, Chi Fu, that they wouldn't be his match at the same level, stirred their spirits and ignited their fighting intent. The students were eager to prove themselves, their enthusiasm clear to Chi Fu. He was used to this reaction. Every year, the newcomers were the same. By the end of the course, all that would remain in their eyes was respect. It seems you don't believe me, Chi Fu said softly, striding towards the crowd. In that case, I'll pick a few of you for a demonstration. His sharp gaze quickly settled on the tallest student in the group. If he could defeat the strongest-looking one among them, it would surely make a significant impact. Chi Fu stopped in front of a burly, shirtless student, a slight smile on his lips. You look like you can fight. Let's have a little sparring session. Go all out, he said, moving to the center of the field. The student, Zhou Li, grinned oddly, looking at Chi Fu. You want to fight me? Chi Fu tilted his head. What? Not confident? Don't worry, I'll hold back enough not to hurt you. Of course not. Zhou Li pushed through the crowd, striding confidently to the center. He looked down at Chi Fu. I'm just afraid I might accidentally kill you. The old man warned me not to kill anyone, or I'd be sent back to that dark, damp hellhole. Zhou Li's eyes showed no respect, as if he didn't regard Chi Fu as a teacher at all. You say you're afraid you'll kill me? Chi Fu laughed, finding the statement absurd. He had taught countless students and never encountered someone so arrogant. Give it your best shot. I'll show you the gap between us. He gestured for Zhou Li to make his move. But Zhou Li stood still, boredly scratching his nose. You should elevate your level to the rock stage. At your current level, you can't compete with me. Feeling underestimated, Chi Fu's tone carried a hint of anger. Arrogant. You don't deserve me raising my level. Zhou Li smirked. Anger really is the easiest emotion to provoke. Are you sure you want me to strike first? Humph. Chi Fu lifted his chin, determined to teach the newcomer a lesson. Go ahead, make your move. All right then. Zhou Li stopped talking, his right fist shooting out like a cannonball. I hate overthinking things. The speed of the incoming punch made Chi Fu's hair stand on end. With his keen senses, he sensed an extreme danger from it. Damn. He stepped back abruptly, ready to react, only to realize the punch's speed had increased several times, reaching him in an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed across the training ground. The force of the punch shattered 4 training dummies behind Chi Fu within a 10-meter radius, leaving only their swaying stance. Suddenly, the entire place fell silent. Clang. A series of thunderous sounds echoed. Everyone turned to see a floating mirror appear out of thin air in front of Chi Fu, precisely blocking Zhou Li's punch. Chi Fu's hair whipped wildly in the gust from the punch, and his counterattack landed on Zhou Li. Thud. Zhou Li grunted, his body trembling slightly. Immediately, a surge of internal energy welled up inside him, forcing him to frown and step back to dissipate the force. Nonchalantly, he shook his fist, hands in his pockets, and walked back to the group without looking back, calmly saying, I don't think there's any need for us to continue fighting. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out as Chi Fu watched in shock as the mirror in front of him shattered into countless fragments on the ground. He swallowed hard, astonished. The emergency mirror given to him by Lian Shou had activated on its own, protecting him. If it hadn't, he would have taken Zhou Li's punch heat in. Though the punch wasn't lethal, being publicly knocked back by a student was a blow to his dignity as a teacher. Chi Fu clearly sensed the power of that punch, far beyond what a student at the stone level could possess. What shocked him even more was that his hasty counterattack only made Zhou Li take a single step back. The scene fell into silence. The students looked at Zhou Li in awe, amazed by his terrifying strength. Others looked at Chi Fu with amusement, barely suppressing their laughter. The teacher who had just boasted about disciplining them had been utterly humbled, his theories seemingly turned into empty words. Chi Fu's face turned pale, a mix of fear and embarrassment. He seemed to understand the implication of Lian Shou's words. There was truly a formidable individual among these new students. He gritted his teeth, angrily scanning the students who were stifling laughs. This was his first class, and he couldn't afford to lose face here. He desperately needed a decisive victory to restore his reputation. His gaze quickly swept over the crowd, and he suddenly pointed, speaking coldly. You come here. Bai Tao, who was laughing heartily next to Su Yi, was taken aback and pointed at himself, asking, Me? Yes, that's right. Chi Fu nodded in confirmation. You seem to be the one laughing the hardest. Bai Tao took a cautious step back, repeatedly declining. No need. Teacher, I just thought of something funny. Chi Fu threatened. Refuse, and I'll deduct 1 point from your credits. Bai Tao's expression changed dramatically, glancing around nervously before reluctantly stepping forward, still trying to avoid it. Teacher, I think others might be more suitable for sparring with you. Chi Fu seemed to have made up his mind, saying calmly. I'm at the stone level just like you. What are you afraid of? Seeing how happily you were laughing. You must be as strong as that student just now, right? He then looked directly at Bai Tao. What's your ability level? Bai Tao scratched the back of his head, chuckling dryly. It's nothing special, just a level ability. Very well. Chi Fu exhaled in relief, turning to address all the new students. Everyone, make sure to watch closely. Chi Fu stood before the crowd, his gaze intense. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating in the tense atmosphere. My ability is ranked B, while Bai Tao's is C. We're both at the stone realm. However, I'm going to show you why ability rank doesn't determine the outcome of a battle. He turned to face Bai Tao, his eyes sharp. Go ahead, use whatever skills or abilities you wish. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Tao's face as he glanced around, seemingly searching for an escape route. He forced a smile, his voice pleading. Teacher, please let me off. There are so many people here, do you really have to? Before he could finish, Bai Tao's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly crouched low, executing a swift sweeping kick aimed at Chi Fu's legs. The unexpected attack caused the surrounding students to widen their eyes in shock, gasping in surprise. Despite being caught off guard by Bai Tao's cunning move, Chi Fu's extensive combat experience allowed him to react instantly. He quickly crouched down and aimed a palm strike at Bai Tao. Yet, Bai Tao's movements were fluid. As he spun like a gymnast and sprang forward, his legs shooting out like springs towards Chi Fu's chest. A feint. Chi Fu was taken aback, but it was too late to dodge. His chest took the brunt of the kick, causing him to grunt in pain, though his right hand instinctively reached for Bai Tao's leg. Given his speed and reflexes, Bai Tao shouldn't have been able to retract his leg in time. However, Chi Fu's hand grasped only air. When he looked again, Bai Tao had already flashed several meters away, his face full of vigilance. Bai Tao grinned. Teacher Chi, you're really something. Even my invincible whirlwind kick couldn't faze you. Chi Fu was shocked internally, but he let out a cold laugh. You're quite something yourself. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, he propelled himself forward like an arrow toward Bai Tao. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. Chi Fu's punches came like a relentless storm, each strike as fast as lightning. Yet, Bai Tao's form seemed to blur and flicker just in time to narrowly dodge each attack. The two of them danced a cat-and-mouse chase, tracing a perfect circle in the center of the arena. After half a minute, Chi Fu had to stop, hands on knees, gasping for breath. He stared at Bai Tao in disbelief, not having even grazed his opponent's clothing. Panting, Chi Fu's eyes were filled with shock. Your ability? Is it a rank evasion skill? Impressive, teacher. You figured it out. Bai Tao's face showed a look of surprise, but his eyes gleamed with cunning. To Chi Fu, this expression was nothing short of blatant mockery. Chi Fu gritted his teeth, seething with anger. You've developed your abilities to this level. Get back here. Sure thing. Bai Tao cheerfully replied, trotting back towards the crowd. As he passed by Chi Fu, the latter's gaze turned icy, his right fist striking like lightning towards Bai Tao's back. However, it was as if Bai Tao had eyes on his back. Almost the instant Chi Fu punched, Bai Tao's entire body deftly dropped half a meter. Half of his body sunk into the ground, precisely dodging the deadly blow. Bai Tao slowly turned his head, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Teacher, is there anything else? No, nothing else. Chi Fu closed his eyes, his face filled with despair. This student's abilities had become one with his body, and even under restricted conditions, Chi Fu couldn't land a single hit. Chi Fu thought to himself, in a direct fight, unless he faced someone as abnormal as Zhou Li, he was confident he could defeat even A and S-level abilities. But against Bai Tao, who only knew how to escape, his punches felt like they were hitting cotton, with no impact. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, their smiles growing wider. Sensing the atmosphere, Chi Fu's expression fluctuated. This was only the first class. He couldn't let his years of accumulated prestige be ruined. He reassured himself that not every new student could be a weirdo or a freak. Chi Fu took a deep breath, his eyes like a hawk scanning each student's face. Too fierce wouldn't do, too sneaky was also out. Finally, his gaze settled on a seemingly ordinary boy. This boy looked tired, with distinct dark circles under his eyes, and wasn't particularly strong. It's decided, it's him. Chi Fu thought to himself, then spoke. You come here. Su Yi, the boy called out, walked forward with a puzzled expression, never expecting to be chosen. Chi Fu pointed at Zhou Li and asked, "Is your ability as destructive as his?" "Not even close," Su Yi answered honestly. Chi Fu then pointed to Bai Tao. "And is your ability just about running like his?" "Absolutely not." Su Yi shook his head in denial. Hearing this response, Chi Fu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he could finally showcase his true strength. He didn't even bother asking about Su Ye's ability level, as he believed none of these new students could have a level lower than his. "Great, let's begin." Chi Fu, with a serious look, assumed a fighting stance. With the earlier lesson, he dared not underestimate this batch of new students. Su Yi shrugged, and suddenly a mist of blood emanated from him, as he swung a punch at Chi Fu. At the sight of the blood mist, Chi Fu was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion in his eyes. In his knowledge, abilities above level didn't seem to include this type. Though well-informed, level abilities were the majority among awakeners, with thousands recorded in databases. An ability like boiling blood, a level, was something he couldn't immediately identify. No time to ponder. Chi Fu swiftly reacted, turning his palm to meet the punch. Su Ye's fist struck heavily into his palm, which he caught steadily. Chi Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling he'd finally found an opponent he could face head-on. From the looks of it, this ability seems to be more about enhancing physical strength, but the increase is quite limited and not very powerful. Chi Fu's lips curled slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He suddenly exerted force, pulling Su Ye's body down while his right fist shot out like a cannonball. However, just as the fist was about to land, Su Yi looked up with a strange smile. In a flash, Su Ye's left hand pulled a brick out from his coat and smashed it towards Chi Fu's fist. With a loud bang, the brick exploded into dust from the impact. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Yi drove his knee upward, aiming for Chi Fu's vulnerable spot. Chi Fu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Su Yi to be so cunning and quickly pulled back his hand to block. Seeing this, Su Yi immediately switched tactics, retracting his knee and stepping forward to swipe at Chi Fu's face with his left palm like a gust of wind. "You little rascal, your methods are too ruthless." Chi Fu's expression turned serious, anger flaring in his eyes. He was utterly taken aback by Su Ye's unscrupulous tactics for victory. To him, such a disgraceful fighting style was the antithesis of justice and deeply repugnant. Chi Fu resolved to teach Su Yi a harsh lesson. But just as he looked up, a cloud of white dust burst from Su Ye's left hand, heading straight for his face. Damn it! Chi Fu couldn't help but curse. Who would have thought Su Yi carried such devious lime powder with him? The dust hit Chi Fu's face, turning it pale as the lime burned his eyes, causing intense pain. He shut his eyes tight, enveloped in darkness. Yet even in this sudden turn of events, Chi Fu remained calm. He quickly concentrated energy in his ears, trying to locate Su Yi through sound. But Chi Fu never expected that, under the watchful eyes of stunned students, Su Yi would calmly pull out a gong from his coat. Is this guy Doraemon? How does he fit so much stuff in there? Chu Yi was full of disbelief, raising his estimation of Su Yi yet again. On the other side, Bai Tao's eyes flickered as he murmured, "Brother Su Yi, you're even more cunning than I am." These items were all stored in Su Yi's personal space. He was merely pretending to reach into his coat. These were defensive tools he had prepared during his high school years to guard against attacks from the Jianyi Alliance and other threats, conveniently stored away after acquiring the Julie pot for emergencies. This combo was second nature to Su Yi, having trapped many with it before. Now, he calmly raised the gong, moving it close to Chi Fu's ear, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chi Fu was fully focused, his energy concentrated in his ears, enhancing his hearing. He moved continuously with his eyes closed, trying to prevent Su Yi from attacking from another angle. Dong! Su Yi suddenly struck the gong. The deafening sound erupted, and Chi Fu, with his enhanced hearing, let out a pained cry as if he might go deaf. His head buzzed, rendering him unable to determine Su Ye's position, even struggling to stand. Chi Fu barely managed to steady himself, sensing a surge of energy coming towards him. "He's here." Chi Fu, enraged, swung his fist with all his might. The terrifying force seemed to shatter something. Yet at that moment, a cold object pressed against the back of his head. Su Yi held half a brick, not even glancing at the other half that was shattered, and smiled as he spoke. "Before the second impact can occur, you can't continuously use your ability, can you? Mr. Chi, shall we call it a draw?" The ringing in Chi Fu's ears gradually subsided, allowing Su Ye's voice, though as soft as a whisper, to clearly reach him. He vigorously wiped the dust from his eyes, clutching his aching head with both hands. After standing still for a moment, his hearing finally returned. As the buzzing around his ears faded away, Chi Fu could finally see everything before him clearly. In front of him, half a brick lay shattered, its pieces scattered across the ground. Behind him, Su Yi held the other half of the brick, gently resting it against the back of his head, silently conveying that if he wished, the brick could have already struck. Chi Fu was secretly astonished by Su Ye's precise analysis of his abilities. After a long silence, Chi Fu finally sighed and admitted, I lost. Hearing this, Su Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a wave of his hand, the brick dust on the ground quickly gathered and reformed into half a brick, swiftly reattaching to the piece in his hand. This was his backup plan. If Chi Fu didn't choose to surrender, he would have used this method to knock him out. Chi Fu watched the entire process, his heart pounding. Turning to face Su Yi, he asked with a complex expression, what kind of ability is this? Su Yi shrugged, casually replying, level ability, boiling blood. A blood mist flashed around him and quickly dissipated. And level ability, repair hand. He added, showing the intact brick in his hand. I have dual abilities. He patted Chi Fu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Teacher, you were right. The level of an ability isn't the only factor that determines the outcome of a battle. Chi Fu's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Wasn't this the lesson he intended to teach his students? How did it end up being taught to him by a student? What surprised him even more was that Su Yi possessed level abilities. He was the first level ability awakener ever admitted to Longxiao Academy since its founding. A curse lingered on Chi Fu's lips, uncertain whether to let it out. After a long silence, he finally muttered, your fighting style is a bit too ruthless. Su Yi calmly put away the gong and brick, responding coolly. Didn't you always say that many factors determine the outcome of a battle? But I believe the process doesn't matter, only the result does. The victor is king. With that, he returned to the group under everyone's watchful eyes. Moments later, applause erupted. The students, impressed by Su Ye's performance, clapped and cheered. Compared to Zhou Li's unparalleled strength and Bai Tao's cunning escape techniques, Su Yi had almost entirely relied on his intelligence to defeat Chi Fu. Although the battle wasn't fought with complete fairness, the result was enough to earn their admiration. Chi Fu stood there, taking a deep breath, suddenly realizing how formidable Su Yi was as a student. Although he had turned the combat match into a tool-based competition, every move in the fight seemed meticulously planned, keeping the entire battle under his control. The initial punch with the boiling blood ability was meant to lower Chi Fu's guard, making him complacent. Then, using the brick and knee strike to distract him, Su Yi strategically maneuvered to achieve victory. After shifting his focus to defense, Su Yi seized the opportunity and swiftly scattered a handful of lime powder. The white dust spread through the air, creating a thin mist that enveloped the battlefield. He anticipated that his opponent, with limited visibility, would rely more heavily on their hearing. Immediately, a piercing gong sound reverberated all around, painfully assaulting the eardrums. This sudden noise not only disrupted his opponent's hearing, but also threw them off balance, inducing a sense of panic. At this critical juncture, Su Yi unveiled his trump card as seemingly ordinary half-brick. However, this brick possessed an extraordinary energy, attracting his opponent's ability to attack like a magnet. But Su Yi had already discerned the nature of his opponent's skills and knew that they couldn't use their ability consecutively before the second impact erupted. Amazingly, Su Yi pressed the brick against his opponent's head, ready to activate his power and restore the broken brick to its original form. This series of seemingly chaotic actions was, in fact, intricately connected, each step carefully calculated by Su Yi. Chi Fu, reflecting on the entire battle, broke into a cold sweat. He finally realized that it wasn't so much that he lost to Su Ye's cunning tools, but rather that the outcome was predetermined from the moment the fight began. Despite their abilities being only level, Su Yi wielded them with terrifying effect. Prompted by Su Yi, Chi Fu recalled the characteristics of the abilities Boiling Blood and Repair Hand. The latter, Repair Hand, is a rule-breaking type of ability that can repair non-living things with energy and fill in missing parts with it. At first glance, this ability seems difficult to apply in combat due to its limitations. It has a short range and requires the actual fragments to repair, and if repairing from scratch, it consumes a great deal of energy. Yet, through precise calculation, Su Yi had pushed this seemingly weak ability to its limits. Chi Fu's forehead was drenched in sweat once more, and he deeply understood the meaning of Lian Shou's words. This wasn't just a significant gap, it was like facing a group of monsters. Chi Fu laughed awkwardly, glancing around at the students. At this moment, he could no longer assert dominance over this group of newcomers. On the contrary, he had been taught a harsh lesson by them. Now, whoever he looked at seemed to him like a potential prodigy. You've all seen it. Su Yi used a level ability to defeat me, someone with a clever ability. This is what I wanted to show you. Never judge power and victory solely by ability level. Chi Fu tried to maintain his composure as he spoke earnestly. However, the students below all wore knowing smiles, clearly not taking his words seriously. Chi Fu's repeated failures had led them to somewhat disdain this teacher. Teacher, maybe you're just too weak? Han Hao laughed loudly, raising his hand, no longer showing any respect for the teacher. I haven't level ability. How about I challenge you and hear your insights? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Faced with the student's provocation, Chi Fu's expression darkened, yet he couldn't refuse. He motioned for Han Hao to step forward, becoming visibly tense and lacking confidence. Could it be that I really have become weaker? After the previous 3 battles, he was highly cautious of these new students. He resolved that if he lost again, he'd resign immediately and return to being a solitary wanderer. Go ahead. Chi Fu cautiously watched Han Hao, indicating for him to make the first move. Han Hao, full of confidence, his red hair flowing in the wind, wore a smug smile. He charged forward, unleashing his vaunted ability. However, just 2 minutes later, the situation dramatically reversed. Chi Fu stood with his foot on Han Hao's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground, unable to move. Looking down at Han Hao's incredulous and futile struggles, Chi Fu's eyes lit up, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out, it's not that I'm too weak. It's just that those earlier guys were just too monstrous. During the rest of the class, Chi Fu seemed eager to vent his earlier frustration, calling out several defiant students for sparring matches. The training ground was tense, with students watching each duel intently. Those who had underestimated Chi Fu after seeing him falter earlier now witnessed the true extent of his abilities. Chi Fu's figure darted across the arena, his movements so swift they were almost impossible to track. The student's once proud skills seemed like paper in his hands, failing to withstand even 5 moves before being defeated. Even students with A-level or S-level abilities found themselves powerless against him. Their abilities were neutralized before they could fully manifest, leaving them subdued on the ground. At that moment, the students finally grasped the deeper meaning behind Chi Fu's earlier words. Despite his lower ability level, Chi Fu's extensive combat experience and sharp judgment gave him a significant advantage in battle. The students struggled to use even 40 of their abilities before Chi Fu effortlessly countered them. However, this only made them more amazed at the 3 students who had managed to challenge Chi Fu earlier. The truth that ability level doesn't determine the outcome of a battle was etched into everyone's minds. As the alarm in Chi Fu's pocket went off, he sighed with relief and eagerly announced the end of the class. His steps were slightly weary as he left. This theoretical lesson for the newcomers had truly worn him out. If not for regaining some face at the end, he might have seriously considered quitting. Reflecting on Zhou Li's overwhelming aura and Su Ye's meticulous mind, Chi Fu felt a chill. Yet, he was also thrilled by the potential of these freshmen. He mused that with proper training, these kids could become the backbone of the virtual hunters. With no other plans for the day, the students left the training ground in small groups, either exploring the campus or venturing out together. Soon, the training ground was nearly empty. Su Yi wandered alone along a tree-lined path, eventually reaching a secluded pavilion. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed a number. The call was answered after 3 rings. A hurried female voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" In the background, there were sounds of explosions and roaring, as if she were on a battlefield. Su Yi touched his nose, realizing he might have called at a bad time. "Fong Xian, it's me. How are you?" "Su Yi." Fong Xian's voice came through the phone. "How did you get my number?" Her words were cut off by another loud explosion, and the faint sound of beasts roaring could be heard. "Sorry, could you hold on a minute?" There was a clatter on the line, followed by a massive boom, and then everything went silent. A few seconds later, Fong Xian picked up the phone again, slightly out of breath, and casually explained, "Sorry about that. A small virtual realm opened up here, and 2 rock-level virtual beasts and 1 mountain-level virtual beast came through. My seniors, and I just finished dealing with them." Su Yi paused for a moment before politely asking, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" About halfway there," Fong Xian replied lightly. Fong Xian's voice was weak but still sounded carefree, as if she didn't care about her injuries. She coughed lightly and continued, "Coincidentally, my seniors got a mission, so I went along with them. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. How did you get my phone number?" Su Yi touched his nose and replied calmly, "You told me your phone's unlock password earlier, so I saved your number while I was at it. It was when you were knocked out by the shadow beast and lying unconscious." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Fong Xian's voice turned dangerous. "Do you always go through girls' phones like that?" Su Yi quickly explained, sounding a bit tense. "Don't worry, I definitely didn't see the underwear photos in your gallery. I just saved your number as a precaution, just in case." Fong Xian gritted her teeth, her voice filled with embarrassment and anger. "Do you believe I'll blow your hair off the next time I see you?" She took a deep breath to calm herself and continued, "I heard from the seniors that you agreed to join Longxia Academy. But it seems this year's instructor is the infamous Devil Instructor. Are you calling me because you've already passed the entrance test?" "Well, I barely passed," Su Yi replied nonchalantly, then shifted the topic. "I'm calling because there's something I want to ask you." Fong Xian responded with a tired smile. "You actually have a question for me?" She casually sat on a rock, took a bottle of water from her bag, and took a swig to relieve the fatigue from the battle. "Go ahead, ask your question, and I'll see if I can answer it." Su Yi took a deep breath and went straight to the point. "I want to ask if anyone has ever successfully breached the firewall of the National Special Database. What would it take to view it?" Whoa, Fong Xian was so shocked by the question that she spat out all the water in her mouth. She coughed violently, her voice filled with shock and caution. Hey, what are you trying to do by asking that? Are you planning to hack into the National Special Database? Suddenly, Fong Xian seemed to recall something and sat up with a start. No way. Was the person who tried to hack into the special database last night you? Suyi was taken aback, surprised that Fong Xian knew about it. Huh? How did you know? It really was you. Fong Xian's voice grew sharper. My brother works in the school's tech department, and he was in charge of monitoring the special database's defense system last night. He told me this morning that a hacker attempted to breach the firewall with high-level skills, but was stopped by him. I can't believe you were that hacker. Are you crazy? That's illegal. Suyi's tone remained calm, not taking Fong Xian's words seriously. I just wanted to investigate something. He paused before speaking directly. Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush. I might as well ask you directly. You must have looked into me before. Can you send me a copy of that information? Fong Xian glanced around and saw that Chao Xia, Guiyan, and the others were still dealing with the virtual beast's remains. She lowered her voice and quickly spoke into her phone. You completely ignored what I was saying. Do you realize that hacking into the National Special Database is illegal? Her voice carried a hint of urgency as she continued. I did ask my brother to access your information back then, but it was very brief. I can send you the report, but I must remind you that it's just a summary from the intelligence department. More detailed data has been uploaded to the National Special Database, and the most comprehensive files are stored in the confidential archives of the intelligence department at Nanyuan Academy. Fong Xian's tone grew more serious. I don't know what you're trying to investigate, but you must not attempt to hack into the special database again. The firewall there was designed by a genius hacker, and no one has successfully breached it yet. Plus, it's maintained by specialists, so you won't succeed. If you're traced back, the authorities could arrest you. Suyi responded calmly. I know what I'm doing. His nonchalant attitude made Fong Xian even more anxious, and she sighed. Fine, I give up. Since you saved me once, I owe you a favor. If you really want to investigate something, maybe my brother can help. He's a senior talent in the school's tech department and has contacts in the intelligence department. Fong Xian spoke a bit faster, but he's currently working on maintenance inside the Beijing government, so it might be a few days before he returns. However, he should be back before your entrance assessment. I'll have him meet you then, and you can ask him whatever you need. Suyi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Observing his reaction, Fong Xian hoped this suggestion would deter him from taking any risks. The surrounding noise reminded them that their secret conversation was coming to an end, yet it was clearly just the beginning of a larger mystery. Suyi's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by Fong Xian's enthusiastic help. He understood that his senior was worried about him, but there were some things he needed to fully investigate. After a moment of silence, Suyi said solemnly, Thank you. Please make sure not to try hacking into the national database again. Fong Xian rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling exhausted by her stubborn junior. She sighed with a tone of helplessness. I won't tell anyone about this. You must be careful. I'll send you the information you want to see later. She repeatedly urged Suyi to act cautiously before hanging up the phone. Within 2 minutes, Suyi received a friend request on his social media. He quickly accepted it, and Fong Xian sent over all the information she had previously gathered on Suyi. He immediately opened the compressed file, which contained 2 documents. Skipping over his personal information, he opened the file titled The Chaos of Haiqing. The document briefly described the events that took place 3 years ago at the Haiqing art exhibition. On that day, a virtual beast with power close to the peak realm suddenly appeared in Haiqing, without any warning or causing any virtual realm fluctuations. It charged into the art exhibition, beginning an indiscriminate massacre. Coincidentally, the 31st Virtual Hunt Squad was present at the exhibition. The captain, only possessing mountain realm strength, knew he couldn't contend with the beast and led his team to hide their presence, not taking immediate action. They watched helplessly as people perished under the beast's attack until it was temporarily halted by others, at which point they struck and killed it. The disaster resulted in over 200 deaths, with significant damage to the artworks and buildings. Suyi swiftly scanned through the content, which largely matched what he had seen, but several questions lingered in his mind. However, he couldn't dwell on them now and quickly scrolled to the end of the document to check the follow-up actions. The report indicated that the captain of the 31st Virtual Hunt Squad, Jiang Tianhu, notified the nearest Haiqing 3rd Hospital at 3:29 p.m. The hospital dispatched 10 ambulances and 30 medical personnel for rescue. By 3:50 p.m., 5 ambulances arrived at the scene simultaneously to begin rescue operations. According to ticket and site records, the casualty count was as high as 230. Among them, 36 were completely untraceable, having been consumed by the beast. 51 had missing limbs. 30 were lightly injured. For the 36 victims whose bodies could not be recovered, the state promised their families the highest level of compensation. Suyi's eyes quickly scanned the death list, his expression growing increasingly grim. He was shocked to find the name Tang Tan among the 36. A terrifying truth emerged. The 5 ambulances arrived at the same time, meaning there was no first to depart. The ambulance that took Tang Tan's body was definitely not a legitimate vehicle dispatched by the hospital. His heart raced as a disturbing question swirled in his mind. Who took Tang Tan's body, and where did it go? Sui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Staring at the screen, he muttered to himself, "No, the content of this information is still too brief. I need to find more detailed report records." Due to the inability to penetrate the special national database, Sui found it difficult to obtain more useful information in the short term. He could only wait patiently for Fong Xian's brother to return to school, hoping to glean some clues from him. Over the next 2 days, Sui fully immersed himself in various theoretical courses. In class, he listened intently to the lectures on the history of the Void Hunters, as if traveling through time to witness the birth and development of this unique group. In the sociology structure class, he gained a deeper understanding of the complex network of relationships between the Void Hunters and civilians, which gave him a clearer sense of his future role in society. The courses on energy flow and ability development excited Sui immensely. He focused on every detail demonstrated by the teacher, constantly simulating potential future abilities in his mind. Although these courses only scratched the surface, for Sui, each class was a key to unlocking a new world. Time flew by, and before he knew it, there was only 1 day left until the entrance assessment. The final outdoor course was about to begin, and Sui was filled with anticipation. The instructor for this class was none other than teacher Liao Wei, who had previously demonstrated remarkable abilities during the tests. On the training field, 48 freshmen stood in neat rows, their faces a mix of nervousness and expectation. Teacher Liao Wei arrived precisely on time, his attire meticulous to the point of an almost obsessive neatness. He walked to the front of the group, a faint smile on his lips. "Very well, it seems you all are punctual," Teacher Liao Wei said approvingly. "Today's physical theory class will be taught by me." Sui nodded to himself, very pleased with the quality of teaching at Longxia Academy. The teachers here never wasted words. Every sentence was closely tied to the course material. According to Bai Tao's introduction, Sui learned that Longxia Academy had extremely strict hiring standards for teachers. To become a teacher at Longxia Academy, one must meet at least one of 3 criteria. First, having completed over 100 void hunting missions, with at least 10 involving the sealing of a void realm. Second, possessing solid theoretical knowledge and extensive academic expertise. Third, having participated in battles against void demons above the Tongshan level and having sustained injuries or lingering ailments from those encounters. These criteria mean that becoming a teacher is not a refuge for void hunters. On the contrary, it is a challenging and responsible position. Training the next generation of void hunters is just as crucial a task in the fight against void demons. Sui took a deep breath, ready to fully engage in this physical theory class. He knew this was not just a class, but an important step towards his future. Within just a month, Su encountered both the nightmares of the mountain realm and the night owls of the peak realm. However, nationwide, the number of hunters above the mountain realm remained scarce, accounting for less than 2 of all hunters. Standing at the podium was Liao Wei, who met the dual criteria of strength and experience, which led to his invitation to teach at Longxia Academy. Liao Wei appeared youthful, yet his composed gaze revealed his extensive combat experience. He wasted no time on pleasantries and dove straight into the subject. The first topic today is the relationship between energy and physical techniques. The students immediately straightened up, focusing intently. Liao Wei continued, "You already know how to use your abilities and are familiar with the flow of energy. Energy is one of the fundamental conditions for using abilities, present in our bodies from the moment of awakening." He scanned the room, posing a question. "Do you think this energy appears out of thin air?" A female student quickly raised her hand. "Teacher, we learned in our energy class a couple of days ago that energy is inherently present in everyone. It's just that we can't usually perceive it. The appearance of energy after awakening is due to us establishing a connection with it and being able to sense its presence." Liao Wei nodded in approval. "Correct. Energy has always existed within us, and we can perceive it upon awakening. Using abilities and refining one's realm involves continuously enhancing the energy within. While circulating energy, it also amplifies our physical capabilities." He suddenly threw a punch at the training dummy beside him. With a loud bang, the solid dummy shattered, as if struck by a terrifying force. The students widened their eyes in surprise, aware that while they could enhance their physical abilities with energy, they couldn't achieve such destruction. What was even more astonishing was that observant students noticed there was no energy fluctuation from Liao Wei's fist. Liao Wei explained, "This punch didn't use any energy, yet it caused such destruction. This is because, over years of training, I've nourished my body by releasing energy, significantly enhancing my physical condition. Even without using energy, my physical attributes far exceed those of ordinary people. granting me superhuman strength and speed. He continued, this method of using energy to train the body and increase its strength is called physical techniques. Those who master physical techniques to the extreme can possess formidable combat power even without relying on abilities. Song Wei's words captivated the students, who listened with awe and aspiration. He observed their reactions, smiling slightly as he went on. Many overly rely on abilities, but abilities aren't invincible. When facing opponents who counter your abilities, or when your abilities are sealed, you might find yourself helpless. History is full of such examples. 150 years ago, a hunter with only a D-level ability, in his fight against virtual demons, delved into the path of physical techniques. He could slay virtual beasts above the mountain realm using just physical techniques. Through his research and collaboration with other hunters, they developed 5 advanced energy techniques derived from physical techniques. Song Wei's voice resonated with strength. Each of these 5 techniques can maximize the body's inherent power. Even without using abilities, they can produce destructive power comparable to a-level abilities. These 5 techniques are known as the 5 arts. The students were enthralled, their eyes sparkling with amazement and longing. Song Wei's words opened a new door to the path of strength for them. The 5 techniques. These words exploded in Su Ye's ears, and his eyes instantly gleamed with determination. At this moment, he couldn't use his extraordinary abilities, limiting his combat prowess. Unlike those who could unleash destructive force at will, his skills required careful planning and strategy to gain the upper hand. However, battles often erupted unexpectedly, and his low-level abilities could be exploited by enemies, putting him at risk. Therefore, Su Yi was particularly dedicated to learning martial arts, viewing it as a crucial way to enhance his combat abilities. Song Wei's voice continued to echo across the training ground. However, not everyone has the talent to learn martial arts. Only those with a deep understanding of energy and exceptional physical fitness have the chance to master the 5 techniques. For most, comprehending and excelling in just 1 or 2 is already a remarkable achievement. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over each student. Nevertheless, you must still strive to strengthen your bodies and learn the basic martial arts to be prepared for any eventuality. You should also have a preliminary understanding of the concept of the 5 techniques. With that, Song Wei strode towards a spacious open area, his voice suddenly rising. Next, I will demonstrate the true nature of these 5 techniques. All the students focused their attention on Song Wei, filled with curiosity about these mystical martial skills. They silently wondered if these so-called 5 techniques could truly rival the power of ability users. First is the first technique. As soon as Song Wei finished speaking, his figure suddenly blurred and vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, his voice came from behind the crowd. It is called shadow flight. A wave of astonished gasps and commotion erupted among the students as they all turned abruptly, staring at Song Wei in shock. His high-speed movement left no trace for anyone to follow. The students felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that if they faced such an opponent in battle, they might not even know how they were defeated. However, as everyone turned back, Song Wei's figure disappeared once more. His voice seemed to come from all directions, explaining. The principle involves explosive contact of energy with the ground and air, using the resultant recoil to achieve high-speed movement. Before his words had fully settled, Song Wei reappeared on the open ground before them, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. He continued, the principle may seem simple, but mastering it requires an extremely deep understanding of energy dynamics. Moreover, the strength of one's body determines the speed and distance of shadow flight. Su Yi nodded slightly, already envisioning how, if he could learn shadow flight, combined with the amplifying effects of blood boil, his speed might reach astonishing levels. Next is the second technique. Song Wei calmly approached a training dummy. This dummy was specially made for the training ground, constructed entirely of indestructible alloy. Suddenly, without warning, Song Wei delivered a punch, the force of which roared like a storm, swift as lightning. Boom! A dull thud resounded. The training dummy's body vibrated violently, emitting a resonant hum. The alloy on its chest instantly dented, forming a clear fist imprint. The dummy swayed continuously, seemingly struggling to dissipate the force. After a moment, it finally steadied and stopped moving. Is that it? A student scratched his head, tilting it in confusion. On the surface, it seemed the training dummy merely had a new fist mark on its chest. Song Wei smiled as he glanced around at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, slowly raising his hand. He gently patted the indestructible alloy dummy, as if caressing a fragile object. Suddenly, with his motion, the dummy's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, metal pieces scattering like raindrops, as if disintegrated by an invisible force from within. It's called collapse, Song Wei calmly explained amidst the stunned gazes. It allows you to transmit your physical strength and energy directly into the enemy's body, attacking from the inside. The students gasped, their minds involuntarily conjuring up the terrifying effect of this move in real combat. No matter how tough the exterior, even with energy shielding, everyone's internal organs are vulnerable. If hit directly in a battle, the internal organs might instantly collapse, suffering a devastating impact. Having witnessed 2 of the 5 techniques so far, everyone looked at Song Wei with admiration and respect. The power contained within the 5 techniques left them in awe. Song Wei surveyed the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction, then suddenly focused his gaze on Zhou Li. Zhou Li, I would like your cooperation. Zhou Li raised his chin with disdain, sneering. You teachers, all looking for trouble, aren't you? His rough, domineering figure strode forward. Song Wei remained unfazed, calmly saying, I believe everyone here knows how powerful Zhou Li is. Next, I will withstand one of his punches without using any abilities. He then turned to Zhou Li. Please, Zhou Li. Zhou Li looked down at Song Wei, grinning. You don't seem to be lying. His right fist shot out like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. Song Wei stood still with his hands behind his back, calmly facing Zhou Li's punch. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd, recalling the fearsome punch Zhou Li had delivered to Chi Fu a few days ago. The terrifying power was unforgettable, and now teacher Song Wei was going to take such a punch heat in? Boom! Zhou Li's fist landed heavily on Song Wei. Instantly, the ground behind Song Wei shattered, several training dummies exploding under the force. The gust of the punch swept nearly 10 meters before subsiding. The ground behind Song Wei looked as if it had been plowed, in a state of disarray. However, Song Wei remained unfazed, standing as if nothing had happened. Zhou Li withdrew his fist, glancing at Song Wei with a hint of surprise, quickly understanding the secret. I see, that's the effect. Seems like I should find time to learn these 5 techniques too. He laughed heartily, turning back to the crowd without any discomfort or embarrassment. The other students looked at each other in confusion, most unable to comprehend how Song Wei had remained unscathed. Only Su Yi seemed thoughtful, vaguely guessing the effect of this technique. Song Wei exhaled deeply, looking at everyone with a calm demeanor. This is the 3rd technique, called transference, and it is the most difficult to master among the 5 techniques. Song Wei stood before the group, beginning to explain the intricacies of the body technique, known as Yihua. His voice was steady and powerful, as if he were recounting an ancient and mysterious legend. The effect of Yihua, Song Wei began slowly, is like turning your body into a skillful conductor. By resonating with energy, it can redirect an incoming attack to behind you. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, ensuring they were all listening intently. Imagine, he continued, just like what we learned in high school physics. This effect is similar to hitting the bull through the mountain, or an application of momentum conservation. Song Wei's hand waved gently in the air, as if illustrating the flow of energy. When you use this technique, your body resonates with the ground and air behind you. These elements become the medium for conduction, helping you transfer the impact away. His eyes shone with wisdom. Although it can't completely nullify all attacks, nearly 90 of the force can be redirected. This makes Yihua an extremely powerful defensive technique. However, Song Wei's expression turned serious. But remember, he warned, due to the body's limitations, Yihua cannot be used continuously against extremely powerful attacks. After hearing this explanation, the group's eyes gleamed with understanding and excitement. The fact that a technique capable of withstanding such formidable power as Zhou Li's was just one of the 5 techniques made them even more eager to learn about the others. Song Wei looked at their reactions with satisfaction. As one of the few who had fully mastered the 5 techniques, he hoped that others could understand and further develop these skills. Next, Song Wei demonstrated the 4th technique, Pakong. He stood still, taking a deep breath. Instantly, wisps of white smoke emanated from around his body, filling the air with a strong energy wave. Su, keenly observant, noticed that the white smoke seemed to contain highly compressed energy, akin to steam rapidly compressed. Song Wei slowly raised his right hand, aiming at a training dummy 30 meters away. Suddenly, 3 white smoke rings burst from in front of his palm, like the impact of a rocket ignition. Song Wei took a large step back, and from his palm erupted a visible air cannon. The air cannon struck the distant dummy with astonishing speed. In an instant, the dummy exploded as if hit by a shell, even shattering the hard ground beneath it. The power was inspiring. Facing the astonished gazes of the group, Song Wei calmly explained, to compensate for the lack of range in body techniques, our predecessors developed this long-range attack method Pakong. Its principle is to rapidly compress energy and then unleash it using the body's power. He added seriously, to master this technique, you must have a sufficiently strong body. Otherwise, you can't contain the rapidly compressed energy. When discussing the 5th technique, Song Wei's demeanor became even more solemn. As for the final 5th technique, he began slowly. It is a forbidden art in body techniques, which I cannot demonstrate for you now. Once activated, the burden on the body reaches its limit, potentially causing irreversible damage. His voice was low and grave. Under normal circumstances, it should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Only when your physical strength meets the required standard can you apply to the academy to learn it. Song Wei paused, then added, however, I can tell you it's ingenious. With that, he gently clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention back from the awe of the 5 techniques. Since this is only a theoretical class before formal learning, he concluded, we won't be teaching the specific methods of the 5 techniques today. Instructor Song Wei stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the attentive faces in the classroom as he continued his lecture. After you complete the entrance assessment, you can choose courses and begin formally studying the 5 arts. But before that, the focus of your learning should be on the fusion and utilization of energy with the body. His voice was steady and powerful, capturing the students' attention. Song Wei took a deep breath and continued. Next, I will teach you how to begin training in physical techniques and some basic applications. He then detailed the methods for practicing physical techniques and introduced a few simple moves. His explanations were vivid and engaging, occasionally demonstrating the movements himself or drawing key points on the blackboard. The students listened with great interest, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they became increasingly fascinated by the physical techniques. The classroom buzzed with low discussions as these talented students quickly began to think about how to integrate physical techniques with their abilities in combat. Their minds were already envisioning various battle scenarios, and their enthusiasm resulted in high learning efficiency. Sitting in the middle of the classroom, Su Yi listened intently. He gained a lot from the course, his mind constantly flashing with potential applications. Not to mention, after he activated his boiling blood, his physical abilities were enhanced. In this situation, physical techniques in his hands could naturally yield greater effects. Before he knew it, the bell in Song Wei's pocket rang, signaling the end of the class. He stopped speaking, put away the bell, and nodded to everyone. That's all for this session. Your theoretical studies for the past few days have now concluded. Song Wei's expression turned serious. I believe you all know that tomorrow is your entrance assessment. I hope you get a good night's rest and prepare adequately. Tomorrow morning at 8, everyone will gather at the school plaza. Instructor Lian Shou and I will accompany you to the assessment site. This announcement caused a stir in the classroom. A student stood up abruptly, surprised. What? Aren't we taking the assessment here at the school? Song Wei smiled slightly and explained, of course not. Your assessment location has been set in a city. The content and arrangements of the assessment are nearly complete. I hope you prepare mentally and give it your all. His tone became more serious. Your results in the assessment will be ranked, and this ranking will be significant for your future studies in life. I hope you will give it your best effort. This unexpected notification caught many students off guard, leading to a flurry of whispers and varied expressions. Some were excited, others anxious, and most had a competitive gleam in their eyes. For these self-assured prodigies, the importance of the entrance assessment was undeniable. Seeing this, Song Wei nodded gently. All right, that's all. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and left the classroom. As Song Wei departed, the students quickly packed their bags and hurried out. Most had assumed the entrance assessment would be similar to the entrance test conducted at the school. This sudden notice caused them considerable anxiety, prompting them to prepare in advance. Most headed towards the school's comprehensive service building, which sold various items, to purchase supplies they might need for the assessment. However, Su Yi walked in the opposite direction, arriving at a luxurious cafe within Longxia Academy. The cafe was elegantly decorated, with the air filled with a faint aroma of coffee. Su Yi entered and went straight to a corner, sinking into a soft leather chair. He casually grabbed the water cup on the table and took a sip. On the opposite side of the table, a boy who had been typing on a laptop immediately looked up. He flashed a clean, refreshing smile, casually tidied his hair, and stood up politely, extending his right hand towards Su Yi. The boy's voice was clear and pleasant, tinged with excitement. You must be my brother-in-law, Su Yi. Poof. Su Yi hadn't managed to swallow his water before it sprayed out entirely. The water Su Yi spat out seemed to hit an invisible barrier and fell right onto the center of the table. The boy across from him looked puzzled and tilted his head, asking, Hey, aren't you my brother-in-law? My sister keeps mentioning your name and even specifically asked me for your personal information. This time, she told me to do everything I can to help you. Su Yi sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead, and explained, Don't misunderstand, we're just friends. She feels she owes me a favor, that's all. The boy touched his chin, showing a look of regret. Oh, really? I thought my sister finally found her brother-in-law. What a pity. But you look pretty decent. Do you want me to set you up? Stop. Su Yi quickly interrupted, putting an end to the increasingly ridiculous conversation. Let's talk about the real issue at hand. The boy, interrupted, scratched the back of his head, then smiled again and extended his hand. All right, let me introduce myself. I'm Fang Tianyu. Fang Xian is my older sister. Su Yi shook his hand briefly and sat back down with a sigh of relief. Fang Tianyu, with an innocent expression, said, I heard from my sister that you're the one who tried to breach the firewall and access the National Special Database a while back, right? Suyi was taken aback, surprised that Fong Xian had shared that information with him. Fong Tianyu quickly reassured him, patting his chest. Don't worry, my sister warned me not to spread this around. I'm just really interested in you. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I was the one maintaining the firewall that day, and I was the one who stopped you. I didn't expect your skills to be so strong, handling me while attacking the firewall. Although you were stopped in the end, I lost that round. Suyi, where did you learn these skills? Suyi rubbed his temples, finding it most troublesome to deal with someone with an overflowing curiosity and endless questions. He casually deflected, more or less self-taught. Your skills aren't bad either. You almost intercepted all my attacks. The fact that some data got out was pure luck on my part. It wasn't just luck. Fong Tianyu exclaimed excitedly. Suyi, you're a genius. Would you like to work in the tech department? I can recommend you. Not interested at the moment. Suyi tapped the table. Let's focus on the main issue. Fong Tianyu scratched his head, finally calming his excitement. After thinking for a moment, he said directly, if I remember correctly, you're interested in investigating some past hunting the Void incidents, right? That's right. I want to see the detailed report on the chaos in Haicheng 3 years ago. Then you should know that the complete records are stored in the confidential archives of Nanyuan Academy, and slightly more detailed ones are in the government's special database. That's why Fong Xian asked me to find you. Suyi looked directly at Fong Tianyu, a hint of expectation in his eyes. He calmly asked, do you have any way to let me see these materials? Fong Tianyu gave a wry smile and shrugged helplessly. His expression revealed the difficulty of the question. How could I possibly have a way? These materials have to be accessed within a special database. He paused, then continued. Although I've maintained the firewall of that special database, I can't help you crack it. The strength of that firewall is far beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Suyi immediately frowned, leaning forward slightly, clearly disappointed by the answer. To him, this trip seemed like a waste of time. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Fong Tianyu's voice reached him again, tinged with a glimmer of hope. But, Fong Tianyu lowered his voice. If you really want to view these materials, there is a more legal way than hacking into the database. Suyi's movement to stand up halted instantly. He sat back upright, his eyes fixed intently on the other side. Oh, what way? Fong Tianyu smiled slightly and said, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is the day of your entrance examination, right? That's right. Suyi nodded in confirmation. Well, Fong Tianyu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The first way is for you to achieve the top rank in the entrance examination. Suyi immediately displayed a look of disbelief, as if saying, are you kidding me? He recalled the previous entrance test, which had already drained a considerable amount of his energy. With his 2nd-level abilities, he had no advantage compared to the other new students. Though he possessed the ability of natural selection, it was a growth-oriented ability with minimal short-term enhancement. Moreover, this entrance examination would rank participants, and the other new students would surely be vying fiercely for top positions. In such a competitive environment, achieving first place seemed nearly impossible. Images of Zhou Li and Qin Zhe, who had joined him in attacking Lian Shou, flashed through Su Ye's mind. Competing against those two, he felt even less confident. Su Yi furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he asked, what good is it to achieve first place? Fong Tianyu calmly explained to Su Yi, the first place in the entrance examination not only earns an additional 5 credits, but also grants you an opportunity to make a request to the academy. He paused, then continued. This request can include anything from obtaining rare materials to specific treasures within a limited scope. As long as your request is legal and reasonable, the academy can fulfill it. Fong Tianyu's eyes glimmered with excitement. At that time, if you request to access a hunting record, it would be an easy task. Even going directly to Nanyuan Academy to retrieve the original record wouldn't be an issue. Hearing this, Su Ye's expression changed slightly, clearly enticed by the reward. This condition was undeniably tempting. He recalled a previous opportunity to make a request, which was precious but had been used up, with limitations on scope and value. In comparison, the condition for the entrance exam's top spot was worlds apart. Su Yi fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. While the condition was enticing, achieving it was fraught with challenges. Sensing Su Ye's concern, Fong Tianyu smiled slightly and spoke again. Of course, if you find this condition too difficult, I have another method. What method? Su Yi fixed his gaze on Fong Tianyu, a mix of anticipation and caution in his eyes. Fong Tianyu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Join the tech department, he said softly. With your skills, Su Yi, passing their interview would be a breeze. If you can show some results quickly, you'll have the chance to join us at the exchange event at Nanyuan Academy in a few months. Su Yi furrowed his brow, his mind racing. Can the tech department casually request access to Nanyuan Academy's confidential archives? Fong Tianyu shook his head. Of course not. Accessing confidential archives requires a special application from someone with very high status. Then what kind of method is this? Suyi asked, a bit disappointed. Fong Tianyu suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. But we can steal it. The words hit Suyi like a hammer, leaving him speechless. He looked at Fong Tianyu in disbelief, but the latter continued earnestly. By then, we'll be special guests. Nanyuan Academy won't be on guard against us. We just need to pick a night when it's dark and windy, sneak into the confidential archives, disable the security, and steal the original case files. You really are something else. Suyi thought to himself, masking his shock. He rubbed his forehead, trying to calm his inner turmoil. Both methods were challenging, but the first seemed more legitimate. I'll think about your suggestion. Suyi sighed, patting Fong Tianyu on the shoulder. Thanks. Having gotten the information he needed, he saw no reason to stay. Hey, Suyi, are you sure you won't consider the second method? Fong Tianyu called out eagerly as Suyi prepared to leave. If you decide to steal the files, make sure to take me with you. I can help. Suyi's mouth twitched as he pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. Fong Tianyu's voice continued behind him. Think about it. The tech department is always open to you. Suyi pushed open the cafe door and left, rubbing his forehead gently. The tech department, it was a backup plan. He knew that the tech department played a crucial role in human development. They not only researched the conditions and effects of various abilities, but also delved into energy and Ju treasures, even creating artificial ones. Creations like the Mirror World and the Reactive Mirror were masterpieces from Longxia Academy's tech department. As Suyi walked, he contemplated that if the opportunity arose, joining the tech department might be worth considering. But for now, he had no time for that. His only option was to secure first place, which required careful planning and preparation. The immediate priority was to enhance his abilities as much as possible. Standing out among over 40 talented peers was no easy feat. Suyi pondered his strategy as he headed towards the dormitory villa. Just as he entered the front yard, the sound of brakes suddenly caught his attention. He turned to see an electric scooter stopping at the villa gate, ridden by a clean-cut young man in a Longxia Academy uniform. Suyi stood at the school gate, scanning his surroundings, when his attention was suddenly captured by an abruptly stopping electric scooter. The delivery man on it had a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he swiftly retrieved two exquisite packages from the back seat. Are you Suyi? The delivery man asked enthusiastically, handing over the packages along with an identification device. These are two parcels sent by the school for you. Please sign for them. Suyi took the packages, a smile spreading across his face. These long-awaited items had finally arrived, undoubtedly boosting his chances in the entrance assessment. He pulled out his student card from his pocket and swiped it gently across the device. With a crisp beep, the delivery man officially handed the packages to Suyi, adding, "One of these is from the Academy's board, and the other is materials you ordered online with your student card. If there are any issues, you can apply for after-sales service using your student card." With that, he rode off on his scooter, disappearing around the corner. Suppressing his excitement, Suyi hurried back to the villa with the packages. Tang Xiaowan hadn't returned yet, likely making her final preparations for tomorrow's assessment. He headed straight to his bedroom, eagerly opening the package on the left. Inside the delivery box lay a delicate jade case. Suyi carefully opened it, revealing a sea blue gem. The gem's internal light shifted and shimmered, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Rich energy flowed continuously within it, highlighting its extraordinary quality and value. This is the Star Sea meteorite, Suyi murmured, feeling a cool sensation spread throughout his body as his fingertips touched the gem. He knew that using this gem would unlock the first evolution of his natural selection ability, upgrading his repair skills to level C. After carefully placing the Star Sea meteorite back in its jade case, Suyi turned his attention to the package on the right. Inside was a large wooden box, and upon opening it, a blood-red lotus floated serenely in water, gently rising and falling. No wonder it cost me 250,000 long coins to buy this blood lotus, Suyi thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes and a smile tugging at his lips. He recalled the successful purchase of this blood lotus 3 days ago at the student card exchange, grateful for securing these crucial materials in time. Sitting in his chair, Suyi pondered deeply. Once the natural selection effect evolved, each use would require a week's cooldown. This meant he could only choose one skill to evolve during the entrance assessment. However, evolving any skill would reset the cooldown of the mundane transformation, essentially granting him an extra lifeline. After weighing his options, Suyi finally made a decision. He slowly extended his hand, pointing towards one of the materials. Natural selection ability, activate. Special effect 1, evolve, he whispered, as a pivotal transformation began to unfold. In a dimly lit room, a woman dressed provocatively pushed open a creaky wooden door, frowning. Her high heels clicked sharply on the damp floor as she disdainfully surveyed the dark space. "Are you two out of your minds?" she asked, her voice laced with clear displeasure. "With so many rooms and meeting places in the building, why did you have to choose a damp, dark basement?" A long-haired man sitting at the table slowly lifted his head, his right eye obscured by long bangs, exuding a cold and frail aura. He replied in a melancholic voice. Don't villains usually choose such atmospheric places for discussions? As members of the Shadow Council, we're already notorious criminals. Discussing matters in a place like this suits our identity. Just as he finished speaking, a burly man sitting across from him burst into laughter, his muscular frame shaking the table with his mirth. Ha ha, he laughed heartily. Be Sting, since Plague has said so, I had no choice but to wait here with him. The woman, referred to as Be Sting, looked at the two men with even more evident disgust. She coldly remarked, Is this funny? Your sense of humor is like a child's, Dominator. Then she turned to the long-haired man. And you, Plague, why do you act like a shootin' who never leaves home? It's revolting. The two men, pointedly scolded, immediately changed their expressions. Dominator looked puzzled, tilting his head and mumbling, Isn't it funny? While Plague curled up in his chair, burying his head in his knees, and muttered, I'm sorry for being born. I shouldn't exist. Bee Sting watched this display, unable to help covering her face in frustration. Why are my teammates such idiots? She sighed, sitting down heavily on the table. The flickering candlelight cast varied expressions across their faces. After a moment of silence, Bee Sting suddenly slapped the candle aside, shouting, Basement or not, can you turn on the lights? A few minutes later, in a brightly lit room, Plague was huddled in a corner, seemingly unable to bear the sudden brightness. Bee Sting ignored his reaction, slapped the table, and got straight to the point. Just now, Master Bliss briefed me on the details of our mission. Our main objective is to retrieve the special material, the Boundary Stone, buried by Counselor 15 before his death in Seaport City. Dominator frowned, placing his feet heavily on the table with a thud. It's just a Boundary Stone. Why gather the three of us for this? Bee Sting calmly explained. Firstly, the seal on the Boundary Stone is about to expire. Once it does, the Void Hunters in the city will immediately sense its presence. Secondly, she paused. We have reliable information that new students from Longxiao Academy are heading to Seaport City for their entrance assessment. Dominator's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, you mean the academy where that student, who caused the deaths of Nightshade and Counselor 17, is enrolled? The one Master Daylight ordered to be killed. Bee Sting silently criticized the excessive detail, but nodded. Yes, that one. Counselor 17 died because of him, and he used the opportunity to join Longxiao Academy for protection. But killing him is Master Daylight's order, and even Master Bliss is very interested in him. Bee Sting's cold laugh shattered the silence in the meeting room. He slowly revealed the true purpose of their mission. Our secondary task is to seize the opportunity to kill that guy or capture him alive and bring him back to the council. Ba Ding nodded thoughtfully, his brow slightly furrowed. We are likely to encounter those accompanying teachers. There are some powerful ones among the teachers of Longxiao Academy, and the three of us may struggle to handle them. Bee Sting's lips curled into a confident smile. No need to worry. Our ally will lure him to a secluded place. If all goes well, we might even capture him alive without alerting those Void Hunters. He added nonchalantly. He is merely at Stone Realm strength, hardly a threat. This mission is almost a sure thing. In the corner, Bing's eye suddenly raised his head, his voice barely a whisper. What about the city guardians? Their strength is enough to protect the entire city. If we fight in the city, they will surely notice. We might not escape. Bee Sting chuckled dismissively. To obtain the Boundary Stone, we have already sacrificed a Peak Realm Council member. During the retrieval, one of the top 10 council members will personally hold off Haiching's city guardian, Tianyin. We just need to stick to the plan. Ba Ding squinted, asking one last question. Is the ally you mentioned truly reliable? Bee Sting's face broke into a confident smile. His abilities are unique and his identity is undetectable. More importantly, he lowered his voice. He is a seed personally nurtured by the 6th council member, destined to be among the top 10 council members in the future. At 7:50 in the morning, sunlight bathed the school square. Students stood solemnly, occasionally glancing around for their teachers. 3 figures approached, quickly reaching the center of the square. Lianshou looked around with satisfaction. Very good. Everyone is becoming more punctual. He briefly explained. In the coming days, you will accompany me to Haiching to participate in the entrance examination. Details will be provided upon arrival. He gestured to his 2 colleagues. This examination will be fully overseen by me and teacher Tsang Wei. The school has also arranged for a skilled teacher to accompany us for evaluation. He tilted his head toward the handsome man. Let him introduce himself. The man smiled slightly, a hint of nonchalance on his face. He waved to the crowd and said, Hello everyone. I am Yang Yuan, one of your accompanying teachers for this trip. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope we get along well. I look forward to your guidance. Yang Yuan's face was bright with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a calm devoid of any ripples. Haicheng. When Suyi heard that the destination for the entrance assessment was this city, his expression froze for a moment. It held a deep impression in his heart. He quickly composed himself and quietly assessed the new teacher, Yang Yuan, who had just arrived, feeling puzzled. Logically, the combined strength of Lian Shou and Song Wei should be enough to manage the 48 students present. So why was there a need to send another teacher? All right, we still have some time before we depart. Lian Shou's voice interrupted Su Ye's thoughts. I can reveal one thing in advance. In the upcoming assessment, you will be in competition with each other and may have to engage in conflicts. Considering that a few of you possess exceptionally strong abilities, which might be challenging for others to handle, this assessment allows you to form teams, but no more than 3 members per team. Of course, those who are confident can choose to act alone. As soon as he said this, the crowd became restless. Many people's eyes lit up, and they quickly glanced at the friends they had made over the past few days. Clearly, this rule was aimed at individuals like Zhou Li and Qin Zhe. In solo battles, their combat power far exceeded others. The team condition would significantly narrow the gap, giving everyone a chance to compete for the top spot. Upon hearing about the team condition, Su Ye's eyes brightened. Due to his ability level limitations, his combat power was quite low. To defeat stronger opponents, he would need to carefully strategize and rely on luck. He wasn't confident he could win every battle on his own. Therefore, teaming up seemed like a good option for him, though he needed to choose his teammates wisely. Su Yi, my brother. Bai Tao's familiar voice called from behind. Shall we team up? No. Su Yi turned around and refused without hesitation. Why? Bai Tao's face instantly turned into a look of disappointment. Su Yi squinted and spoke bluntly. You lack combat skills. You'll definitely ditch me and run if we encounter others. How could you say that? Bai Tao patted his chest in assurance. We're brothers, thick and thin. I'd never betray you for personal gain. Watch out. Su Ye's expression suddenly changed dramatically, looking alarmed at something behind Bai Tao. What happened? Bai Tao's voice came from behind Su Yi as he hid behind him, eyes alert. Seeing Bai Tao almost teleport behind him, Su Yi rolled his eyes. With that, you think I can rely on you? He scanned the area, ignoring Bai Tao's embarrassed face, and began searching for suitable teammates. Just then, a timid voice came from beside him. Hello. So he turned to see a slightly shy girl standing in front of him. She was somewhat attractive, with her hair in twin ponytails, looking nervous as she fidgeted with her hands in front of her. Su Yi recognized the girl immediately. Countless images flashed through his mind until they settled on a name by Shaoling. However, as he recalled that name, Su Ye's brow furrowed involuntarily, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He looked Bai Shaoling up and down and asked, Is there something you need from me? Bai Shaoling seemed to muster her courage, lifted her head to meet Su Ye's gaze, her voice slightly trembling. Su Yi, can I team up with you? The odd look on Su Ye's face deepened, and he asked in return, You want to team up with me? Can you tell me why? Bai Shaoling answered earnestly, I think you're really strong. If I team up with you, my score in the entrance assessment won't be too low. Su Yi looked directly into her eyes and continued questioning. Then you should also know that I only have a level ability, right? Bai Shaoling nodded firmly. I know, but I saw your performance in the second test and during classes before. You've managed to make your level ability work far beyond its rank. So I believe that if I team up with you, my abilities will be put to better use. More than just combat strength, I think your mind is more important. Su Yi laughed for some reason. You have quite the eye? So, tell me, what's your ability? Bai Shaoling didn't hold back and directly stated her ability. Level ability, inverted world. It's a type of mental influence. Anyone affected by my ability will have their bodily perceptions completely reversed. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. As she explained, she raised her hand towards Su Yi. The specific effect is something like this. Su Yi immediately felt a strange change in his body. He frowned, trying to take a step forward, only to find himself stepping back instead. Bai Shaoling then withdrew her ability, and Su Yi regained correct perception of his body, his eyes showing a glimmer of interest. That's quite an impressive ability. In actual combat, influencing your opponent like that would definitely cause significant disorientation. Su Yi commented. Bai Shaoling bashfully lowered her head, then sneakily glanced up at Su Yi, her voice filled with anticipation. Thank you. So can we team up? I'll fully cooperate with my ability, and you can use your mind to figure out the best strategies so we can pass this assessment together. Su Yi smiled and agreed without hesitation. Sure. I was just wondering who to team up with. Since you took the initiative to invite me, I have no reason to refuse. Bai Shaoling immediately beamed with joy, excitedly saying, I'll do my best. Su Yi nodded. Then we might need to find another teammate. Just as he was about to look for another candidate, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and tightly hugged his leg. Looking down, it was none other than Bai Tao, whom he had politely declined earlier, now desperately seeking teammates. With a look of anguish, Bai Tao earnestly pleaded, Su Yi, my brother. Brother Yi, please take me with you. No one else wants to team up with me. If you don't help me, I'll have to go it alone. Su Yi looked down at Bai Tao, who was clinging tightly to his leg, feeling exasperated. Bai Tao, with a pitiful expression and wide-open eyes, earnestly said, I might not be much help in a direct fight, but if the assessment involves snatching things, my skills will definitely come in handy. Don't worry, I won't run away at a critical moment. You have to trust me, brother Suyi. Suyi's mouth twitched as he glanced around. In just a few days of classes, most students had already formed their social circles. By now, those willing to team up had already chosen their partners. Some were teaming up with their roommates, while others grouped with friends. Quite a few preferred to go solo, unwilling to cooperate with anyone. Even Tang Xiaowan had teamed up with 2 other girls. Bai Tao had spent a long time asking around, but no one wanted to take him in, so he had no choice but to return to Suyi. Suyi knew that finding another reliable teammate was unlikely at this point. Looking down at the pitiful Bai Tao, he hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Teaming up with you isn't impossible. Suyi stroked his chin thoughtfully, while Bai Tao sprang up excitedly. Really? But you have to agree to one condition, Suyi said with a mischievous smile, staring directly at Bai Tao. Wow, what condition? Bai Tao instinctively sensed a hint of danger and took a half step back. During the assessment, you must follow one of my commands, Suyi said with a grin. Even if it seems unreasonable, you have to do your best to carry it out. Bai Tao's expression changed slightly, his eyes darting around as he hesitated. Such a condition made him uneasy. What if Suyi asked him to do something strange and dangerous? Don't worry, if you agree, I can guarantee you'll finish at least in the middle of the pack, Suyi said confidently. While he wasn't sure about securing first place, he was confident about a mid-range ranking. After a long internal struggle, Bai Tao finally gritted his teeth and said, all right. I agree. Great. Suyi smiled, pulling Bai Tao into a hug, then looked at Bai Xiaoling beside them. Now the 3 of us are a team. Let's work well together. Huh. Bai Tao's smile was strained, unable to muster genuine enthusiasm. Looking forward to it, Bai Xiaoling giggled, finding the 2 amusing, which eased her own nerves a bit. In the distance, the roar of an engine grew louder as a bus approached. Lian Shou clapped his hands and announced loudly, I believe everyone has formed their teams. We're ready to depart. The bus stopped in front of the group, and a driver wearing sunglasses and a suit opened the door for them. The students boarded with their luggage and backpacks, finding their seats. Su Yi and Bai Tao sat towards the back, feeling a bit more relaxed. Longxia Academy was closer to Haiqing, just a 3 to 4 hour drive away. Su Yi thought that with 3 teachers accompanying them, nothing should go wrong. He nodded but couldn't help glancing towards the driver's seat. Noticing Su Ye's gaze, Bai Tao quietly explained, these drivers are awakened individuals hired by the school. They don't have much combat ability and aren't academically qualified to join the technology or intelligence departments. They usually handle the aftermath of virtual hunters battles, recover virtual beast corpses, or, like now, serve as drivers. Most recruitment teachers from other academies are also these types of awakened individuals, known as assistants. Suyi nodded thoughtfully. He knew that although there were many awakened individuals in the Dragon Country, most could only sense the presence of energy without being able to use or enhance it. It's like someone who can only do elementary arithmetic, while virtual hunters are geniuses in advanced mathematics. This gap, in a way, is a form of talent. The bus started and left Longxia Academy. Suyi looked out the window as the academy buildings gradually disappeared from view. The academy was vast, and it took almost half an hour just to leave the square. The area around the academy was desolate and sparsely populated, with only a specially built road connecting to the highway. Soon, the bus was filled with the sound of snores from all directions. Suyi also felt drowsy, his eyelids heavy. Beside him, Bai Tao remained alert, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. In a drowsy state, Suyi suddenly saw a rapidly enlarging light through the window. He snapped awake, eyes wide, staring outside. Bai Tao's face changed dramatically as he leapt up, shouting, "We're under attack." His shout jolted the sleeping students awake. In the next moment, the beam of light, like a meteor, crashed directly towards the front of the bus. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Countless shards of rock whizzed past the sides of the bus, accompanied by the shattering of glass and the students' screams echoing throughout the vehicle. The bus came to a sudden, screeching halt, causing the students inside to lurch forward and fall into a chaotic heap. Suyi was prepared. Before the explosion, he had braced his feet against the seat in front of him and gripped his own seat tightly. This position effectively absorbed the impact, keeping him steady. He quickly realized that this was no ordinary attack, but a carefully orchestrated ambush. Looking around, Suyi saw that the bus was surrounded by a stone wall that had suddenly risen from the ground. The flying debris was the result of the wall being shattered. Teacher Tsang Wei had activated his abilities at the moment of attack, striving to protect the students inside the bus. Everyone, get off the bus quickly. Teacher Lian Shou's commanding voice rang out from the front. As soon as he spoke, the bus doors swung open. The panicked students, ignoring their scattered belongings, scrambled to jump off the bus. Suyi swiftly exited the bus, barely finding his footing before a deafening roar filled the air. The stone wall encasing the bus was smashed to pieces by a tremendous force, and a massive claw reached in, followed by a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. It's a void beast. That's a collapsed tiger, someone shouted. A towering, three-turtle beast resembling a fierce tiger bared its teeth and advanced towards the group. It leapt into the breach in the wall, letting out a roar that shattered the surrounding rock into dust. The students clutched their ears, as if trying to block out the sound that threatened to deafen them. At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of them, a faint blue barrier emanating from him. Under this protection, the student's agony was somewhat alleviated. Su Yi, enduring the headache, looked up to see the new teacher, Yang Yuan, who always wore a gentle smile. The collapsed tiger exuded an aura of formidable power, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it prepared to attack. It swung its massive right claw in a sweeping motion, but in an instant, a figure appeared beneath it, blocking the fierce strike with a single punch. Teacher Song Wei, expressionless with eyes full of deadly intent, fixed his gaze on the beast and said, "A mere beast dares to attack the students of Longxia Academy? You're courting death." Without waiting for a response, he seized the collapsed tiger's claw, channeling his energy, and flung the massive creature away with astonishing force. Immediately, Song Wei left a faint afterimage as he pursued the airborne beast. He raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick from above, driving the collapsed tiger into the ground and creating a deep crater, its body embedded in the earth. Seeing Song Wei repel the attacker, Yang Yuan lowered his hands and dispelled the barrier. At that moment, Lian Shou appeared beside him, his expression grave as he said, "This collapsed tiger was released from a concealment sphere. There are other enemies nearby. You protect the students while I investigate." His rapid speech and intense seriousness indicated that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. This was a meticulously planned ambush. The enemy had long been aware of their movements and released a peak-level virtual beast to launch a surprise attack. A glint of coldness flashed in Yang Yuan's eyes as he said in a steely voice, "I want to see who dares to attack my students." Even before he finished speaking, his figure had turned into a blur, darting rapidly toward the source of the attack. Inside the vehicle, the students were still reeling from the sudden chaos. Why had their once peaceful journey been disrupted by a virtual beast attack? The overwhelming killing intent released by the collapsing tiger sent shivers down their spines. If not for the timely intervention of several peak-level instructors, they might have been torn to shreds by the ferocious beast. Suddenly, the earth-shattering roar of the collapsing tiger echoed from afar once more. Immediately following, Song Wei's furious shout pierced the sky, "You beast!" However, his roar did not stop the collapsing tiger from unleashing its power. A towering pillar of black light shot up, becoming the most dazzling presence in the entire area. From the pillar, nearly 100 grotesque black specters emerged, surging towards the group like a tidal wave. And a level ability, ghostly minions. One student recognized this terrifying ability, his face turning pale. This power allowed the user to enslave slain creatures, turning them into ghostly minions for their use. The collapsing tiger was a peak-level entity, and the specters it released each possessed at least stone-level strength. Among the swarm of ghostly figures, a crimson ghost stood out. It was evidently a mountain-level specter, exuding a murderous intent so tangible it seemed to flood the air as it charged towards the group. On the distant plains, waves of energy clashes rose and fell. Song Wei was locked in fierce combat with the collapsing tiger. The virtual beast's physical strength was incredibly formidable, capable of massive destruction even without using its abilities. For now, Song Wei couldn't break free to defend the students. He had to focus entirely on defeating the formidable foe before him as quickly as possible. Standing in front of the group, Yang Yuan looked up at the dozens of ghostly minions with a calm smile on his face. He turned slightly to the panicked students behind him and said lightly, "I'll handle the mountain-level specter. As for the rest of these little ghosts, I'll need you all to hold them off for a bit. Once I deal with the specter, I'll return to support you immediately. Remember, protecting yourself is the most important thing." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Yuan was enveloped in a blue glow, launching himself into the air and taking the crimson specter with him to a distant location. Did the teacher just leave us behind? Su Yi gazed at Yang Yuan's retreating figure in disbelief. However, there was no time to dwell on it. He had to focus intently on the threat ahead. As the air filled with the piercing wails of the specters, nearly 100 ghostly figures swooped down from above, diving straight at the students. In an instant, screams and shouts erupted as the students, unaccustomed to such a terrifying sight, fell into a state of panic. At this critical moment, a burly figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. With a powerful punch, he shattered the specter leading the charge. He looked ahead with a fierce grin, eyes gleaming with excited battle spirit, and shouted loudly, "What is this? A warm-up drill before the real test?" Zhou Li's commanding presence was like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling the students' panic. The elite quickly regained their composure, realizing that the creatures before them were merely stone-level spirits on par with their own abilities. At that moment, several spirits shrieked and charged at the crowd. A sudden gust of wind swept in from the side, like a tornado, scattering the spirits instantly. Shinzei adjusted his glasses, his calm and powerful voice carried by the wind, reaching everyone. Don't panic. Stick to your assigned teams and fight these spirits together. Remember, protecting yourself is the top priority. His words were a calming balm, immediately alleviating the tension among the students. They quickly adjusted their mindset, standing shoulder to shoulder with their teammates, adopting battle stances, their eyes resolutely fixed on the ghostly figures filling the sky. Even the lone wolves were undeterred, energy surging through them as they prepared to strike. The air was filled with the howls of spirits, and a horde of nearly 100 descended upon them. Like phantoms in the night, they weaved through the crowd, disrupting formations. In an instant, energy flared as the students showcased their skills, engaging in fierce combat with the spirits. Suddenly, Bai Tao's head emerged from the ground, sneakily surveying the surroundings, and he asked, "Hey, Suyi, can we handle these spirits?" Suyi chuckled softly, a steel pipe appearing in his hand. He swung it forcefully at a nearby spirit, calmly replying, "We." These seemingly intangible spirits could indeed be struck when attacked with energy-infused blows. Unfortunately, Suyi's attack was not strong enough, merely knocking the spirit to the ground, from where it quickly rose to attack him again. Suyi held the steel pipe defensively in front of him, blocking the spirit's claws, while sarcastically quipping, "Why do I feel like I'm the only one dealing with these spirits?" Before he could finish, the spirit lunging at Suyi was suddenly seized by powerful hands and dragged into the ground. Bai Tao, while forcefully burying the spirit's head in the soil, explained, "Don't say that. I was just assessing the situation, not running away." The spirit, like a drowning person, flailed its claws and legs wildly. Seconds later, its energy surged, and its entire form dissipated like a burst of dark mist. Bai Tao patted his chest, declaring with righteous conviction, "We're a team now, and I would never betray my friends for personal gain." No sooner had he spoken than an eerie wind blew, and another spirit stealthily approached Bai Tao, lunging at him. However, Bai Tao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, vanishing from the spot just as the attack was about to land. The spirit's attack missed, surprise flashing in its eyes. Before it could regain its footing, a steel pipe came sailing in from the front, knocking it to the ground. Immediately, a hand shot up from the ground, firmly grasping the spirit's head and dragging it underground. The solid earth seemed to transform into a deep pool, effortlessly swallowing the spirit's head. Yet, its wildly thrashing limbs could only futilely strike the hard soil, unable to free its head from the ground. After a few seconds, the ghostly creature exploded again, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Bai Tao cautiously peeked out, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Did you see that? Our teamwork is flawless." Suye's mouth twitched slightly, about to speak when he noticed Bai Tao's face suddenly change. With a look of terror, Bai Tao shouted, "Watch out behind you." A chilling wind attacked, and Suyi felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, a sense of danger enveloping him. A ghostly creature had been lurking in the shadows, unexpectedly leaping at his back. Damn, there's no time to dodge at this distance. Suyi thought, alarmed. Even if he activated his boiling blood ability, he couldn't evade in time. Bai Tao, ahead of him, was too far to help. At the critical moment, Suyi covered his back with all his energy, preparing to withstand the attack. However, the expected pain never came. The ambushing creature seemed to trip over an invisible force and fell to the ground beside Suyi, looking disheveled. Quick-witted, Suyi lunged forward, driving a steel pipe into the creature's head, completely defeating it. He turned to look behind him, raising an eyebrow. "Thanks for the help." Bai Shaoling lowered her hands, nodding shyly. "We're a team, after all. We should help each other." The three of them were now in a corner of the crowd, temporarily safe. Suyi took the opportunity to survey the surroundings. Ghostly figures flitted everywhere, launching attacks. However, the students had stabilized their positions, each using their abilities to fend off the creatures. A few had sustained minor injuries, but the overall situation was still under control. Tang Xiaowan and two other girls had formed a team. Not only were they unharmed, but they had also successfully repelled several ghostly creatures. However, the strength of these creatures varied. Some were weak and easy to eliminate, while others were formidable, putting significant pressure on multiple teams with each assault. More worrying were the three creatures that had reached the rock level. Suye's sharp gaze quickly locked onto two rock-level creatures engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou. At that moment, Zhou seemed possessed by a war god, his fists forcing the two creatures to retreat step by step. His strength and speed had surpassed previous levels, as if boosted by some force. Is this the effect of his ability? Suyi wondered, shifting his attention to the other side. The third rock-level creature was chasing a male student. The boy was alone, with bangs that fell past his eyebrows and long hair draped casually over his shoulders. He was not tall, expressionless, and his gaze seemed unfocused, as if his mind was elsewhere. His dodges appeared random, yet he always managed to avoid the creature's attacks at the right moment. However, he showed no intention of retaliating, only evading continuously. "That's Lan," with an S-level ability. Su Yi recognized the identity of this super genius, his expression serious. As a rare S-level ability user, Lan was well known among the freshmen. However, his reclusive nature and refusal to interact with others made him an oddity among them. Even more intriguing was that he had never demonstrated his ability, leaving its nature a mystery. Just then, a sharp scream suddenly pierced the noise of the battlefield from the side. Su Yi turned towards the sound and saw a slightly larger ghost lunging fiercely at a girl. Nearby, two boys had already been knocked away by the ghost and were lying awkwardly on the ground at a distance. The girl sat paralyzed with fear, her face full of terror as her desperate screams pierced the air. Although the ghost had not reached the rock realm, it was more formidable than most in the stone realm. Its eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty intent as its terrifying assault descended like thunder. In the nick of time, thud, a gust of wind, condensed into a stream of air like a shockwave, rushed in from afar, striking the ghost instantly. The ghost let out a wail, half of its body dissipating, and it crashed heavily to the ground. From a distance, Qinze calmly lowered his right hand, his eyes behind his glasses as cold as ice. He shouted loudly, "If you have the ability, please assist your fellow students." Even in this precarious situation, he still had the capacity to care for others' safety. The ghost struggled to rise from the ground, baring its teeth and preparing to attack again. At that moment, the two boys who had been knocked away earlier finally returned, simultaneously unleashing their abilities on the ghost. The ghost screamed again, its body exploding and dissolving into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. With the immediate threat temporarily averted, everyone became more cautious. Qinze took a central position among the group, occasionally stepping in to assist students in danger, subtly becoming the focal point of their defense, like a temporary commander. Su Yi discreetly observed everyone's actions, making a detailed assessment of those with notable abilities in the brief span of 10 seconds. He thought to himself, as expected, Qinze and Zhou Li are the toughest opponents in this assessment. As for Lan, although she has an S-level ability, she seems to dislike fighting and poses no real threat. The number of ghosts in the field gradually decreased, and the students' cooperation became increasingly seamless. Although the ghosts were numerous, their lack of intelligence made them no match for the capable students. Within just a few minutes, the situation had stabilized. Thud! Su Yi struck another off-balance ghost with a steel rod, shattering its head. He glanced around and noticed that Yang Yuan and the Mountain Realm ghost had disappeared, while Lian Shou had gone off to investigate the ambushers. In the distance, Beng Hu, who had released the ghosts, was still locked in fierce combat with Song Wei. Su Yi thought, as long as we deal with these remaining ghosts, we can just wait for the teachers to return victorious. At this rate, there shouldn't be any unexpected developments. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a loud explosion sounded from the front. Zhou Li leaped down from the air, each hand gripping the head of a rock realm ghost, slamming them into the ground. He was handling two enemies at once, yet he still held the upper hand. Despite his upper body being covered in wounds, he seemed oblivious to the pain, wearing a ferocious grin. This is just the right warm-up. This domineering display once again made the students' hearts race with alarm. Suddenly, a sharp screech tore through the sky. The rock realm ghost that had been pursuing Lan halted its attack, turning its head to emit an ear-piercing shriek, as if enraged by the fate of its companions. "What are you next?" Zhou Li sneered as he tightened his grip on the two ghostly entities struggling in his palm. "Don't worry, as soon as I deal with these two, it'll be your turn." Before he could finish speaking, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Li's eyes. The two ghostly entities pinned beneath him suddenly transformed into black energy, disintegrating like fine sand from his palm. This was not his doing. It was the ghosts themselves choosing to dissipate. In the distance, another ghost let out a piercing shriek and soared into the air. Instantly, not only did the two ghosts Zhou Li had captured dissolve into black energy, but all the other ghosts entangled with the students also began to disintegrate. These energies flowed like countless black rivers towards the ghost hovering in the sky. In mere seconds, only that one ghost remained on the battlefield. However, as it absorbed the energy of the other ghosts, its body began to swell at an alarming rate. Soon, it crashed heavily to the ground, transforming into a nearly 2-meter-tall humanoid figure, emanating energy waves far exceeding its previous form. Although it hadn't reached the next level, its presence alone made everyone's face turn pale. It still had this trick up its sleeve. Qinze, standing in the center of the crowd, said with a grave expression, "This is bad. After absorbing all the ghost energy, it's gotten too strong, daring to absorb my prey." Zhou Li stood up, his eyes fearless as he looked at the ghost, now similar in height to him. He cracked his neck, a sinister grin on his lips. "Looks like you want to be my new punching bag." Zhou Li's right fist shot forward, enveloped in terrifying kinetic energy, his right arm wrapped in blood-red energy, striking with unstoppable force. Boom! However, the ghost merely glanced at him indifferently and blocked with its right hand. Zhou Li immediately felt his attack being swallowed, as if he had punched a cloud of cotton. Then, the ghost seized his fist and flung him forcefully into the distance. Thrown by the ghost's immense strength, Zhou Li's body flew uncontrollably through the air. Unable to dissipate the force quickly, he could only click his tongue in annoyance and let his body continue its flight. Unexpectedly, the ghost did not pursue Zhou Li but instead turned its attention to the students ahead. It began charging towards the crowd with alarming speed. "Stop him!" Qin Zhe shouted urgently, his face pale. He waved his hands, unleashing gusts of wind in an attempt to halt the ghost's advance. Other students also launched their abilities, attacking the ghost fiercely. Yet, the ghost unleashed bursts of black energy, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. "Watch this!" Han Hao shouted, slamming his hands on the ground. The earth in front of the ghost collapsed into loose sand. But the ghost's legs suddenly blurred, allowing it to float in midair. Han Hao was dumbfounded, remembering too late that this was a ghost made of energy, capable of moving freely without touching the ground. Swoosh! The ghost dashed into the crowd, sending people scattering in fear. However, its target seemed clear, ignoring those around and heading straight for the edge of the group. Suye's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the ghostly figure speeding towards him. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this thing be coming for me? This is coming straight for me. Suye's pupils constricted, his heart pounding like a drum. In an instant, he identified the direction of the ghost's attack and, without hesitation, leaped to the side, sprinting away. The ghost moved with astonishing speed, stirring up a chilling wind in its wake. Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling, who had been standing next to Su Yi, were caught by the gust and were thrown to the ground. Hey, this has got to be a joke," Su Yi thought, feeling the wind closing in behind him. He gritted his teeth, his legs moving like lightning, while his mind raced to find a way out of the predicament. By now, the people around Su Yi had been knocked down by the wind. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy whistled past him, shattering the ground into pieces. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat, his sense of danger heightened, and he instinctively leaped into the air. At the very moment he jumped, the massive form of the ghost lunged beneath him. Had he reacted a split second slower, the ghost would have caught him. In midair, Su Yi felt a loss of balance, with nothing to brace against. The ghost, having missed its target, quickly turned and reached out with its claws towards Su Yi, moving so fast it seemed impossible to dodge. Su Yi's pupils contracted as he watched the ghostly figure closing in. Yet, in that instant, his gaze turned intensely calm. He knew that his only chance was to save himself. "Let's see what my newly evolved power can do," Su Yi thought to himself. In a flash, a surge of blood mist erupted from Su Yi's body. A crimson trail flashed through the air as the ghost's claw grasped nothing but air. In that moment, Su Yi, who had been suspended in midair, vanished without a trace. With a thud, Su Yi landed heavily on the ground, sliding backward from the momentum and leaving long marks in the dirt. The ghost, unfazed by its failed attack, transformed into a shadow and turned in midair, once again lunging at Su Yi. This time, Su Yi didn't dodge. The blood mist that had exploded from his body rapidly condensed, gathering entirely on his right arm. With a fierce punch, he struck forward. Boom! It was as if Su Yi's entire right arm had been fitted with a jet engine, with a torrent of blood mist spraying out from behind his shoulder, expanding in a conical shape. With the added force of the recoil, he managed to push the ghost back a step. Su Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. His newly evolved boiling blood had indeed become much more powerful. What thrilled him even more was that the blood mist he released seemed to have a restraining effect on the ghost, preventing it from absorbing his energy like it did with Zhou Li. Just a day ago, after careful consideration, Su Yi decided to evolve his boiling blood ability first. Now successfully evolved to a Clevel ability, his boiling blood not only increased his overall power by 2.5 times, but also developed new characteristics and uses. This was exactly what Su Yi had just demonstrated with his punch, could now concentrate the blood mist, which used to cover his entire body, onto his arm for a burst attack. Though similar in principle to the S-level boiling blood's blood surface, its power was still far from comparable. Thump, thump, thump. Su Yi's expression shifted slightly as the recoil forced him to take 3 steps back. Su Yi's right arm throbbed with intense pain, trembling slightly. The powerful strike he had just unleashed took a heavy toll on his body. A thought flashed through his mind, and he decided to name the move Blood Surge. However, his attention quickly snapped back to the present situation. The ghost, though driven back by the blood surge and having its entire right arm disintegrated, pulsed with energy and instantly formed a brand new arm. As a pure energy entity, such damage was negligible to it. The ghost let out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing blood red, and lunged at Su Yi like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Su Yi's expression was as stern as iron as he continuously retreated to catch his breath. He was anxious, realizing that even if others noticed the situation, they couldn't arrive in time to help. His repairing skills were ineffective against this energy being, and even the full-force blood surge could only push it back momentarily. Suyi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Should I use Gu Xiao or Tue Fan? Suyi's eyes flickered as he hesitated to reveal his trump card in front of everyone. However, the ghost was closing in again. No choice. Suyi resolved, reaching into his pocket to draw out Gu Xiao. At that critical moment, a pale blue barrier suddenly rose before him, completely blocking the ghost's attack. Zzz. Suyi staggered back, surprised, and looked ahead. A casual, playful voice rang out from above. Just barely made it. Yang Yuan, who had disappeared earlier, had returned to the scene. Hands in his pockets, he landed lightly behind the barrier, his usual cheerful smile on his face. The ghost roared menacingly, but Yang Yuan was unfazed. I'm the supervising teacher for this assessment. How could I let you harm my students? He said lightly, stepping forward to suddenly appear in front of the ghost. The ghost swung a punch in terror, but Yang Yuan effortlessly neutralized it with a single finger. To fulfill my duty, I'll have to make you disappear, he said, and with that, the ghost's form exploded into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the air. The students who had rushed to help stopped in their tracks, awed by Yang Yuan's strength. All right, everyone. Yang Yuan clapped his hands as he turned around. Thanks to your efforts, the crisis is over. Now, let's wait for the other two teachers to return. Just then, a thunderous, beastly roar echoed from afar. A mountain peak shot up like a sword into the sky, towering hundreds of meters before vanishing abruptly. The roar ceased, and Yang Yuan's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Looks like the battle is over. Everyone stared into the distance, filled with shock. Even from afar, the sudden emergence of the towering peak left them deeply awestruck. For most, it was their first time witnessing a battle between peak-level fighters. The scene was silent, interrupted only by the sound of rapid breathing. Many sat slumped on the ground, their faces showing relief for having narrowly escaped danger. The recent battle with the Wraith had left them exhausted, though only a few sustained minor injuries. This level of combat was an unprecedented experience for them. Thoughts surged in their minds. They suddenly realized that the battles faced by the Void Hunters were 100, even 1,000 times more perilous. This realization gave them a new perspective on the Void Hunters, and any sense of superiority or excitement from their admission to the academy vanished instantly. At this moment, they understood deeply that instead of indulging in such fleeting emotions, focusing on enhancing their own strength was the real priority. Just then, Zhou Li, who had been knocked away earlier, returned with a displeased expression. Surprisingly, the battle wounds on his body had faded to almost invisible, showcasing a terrifying ability to recover that left many feeling inadequate. He plopped down on the ground, quietly regaining his strength, clearly upset that his prey had been killed by someone else. Baiyan suddenly appeared, looking worriedly at Suyi. Suyi, thank goodness you're okay. I was so scared just now. He explained that he had been swept away by the gale around the Wraith, and couldn't do anything once he regained his footing. Bai Shaoling also approached with an apologetic look. Sorry, I got blown away too, and I was too far to affect that thing with my ability. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. But, the ability you used earlier, that was the level ability Blood Boil, right? It seemed so much more powerful in your hands than what the textbooks describe. That punch with the blood surge didn't seem like something a level ability could produce. Suyi casually replied, maybe I'm just better at developing my ability. He didn't elaborate, staying vigilant. If anyone discovered he could enhance ability levels, he would undoubtedly be pulled into the technical department for thorough research. Worse, if the Void Demons learned of this, they would use every means to kill him. To stay safe, he couldn't reveal his other SS-level talent survival of the fittest. Fortunately, every ability has room for development, and different people can develop them in entirely different directions. Suyi's explanation quickly satisfied Bai Shaoling and Bai Yun. As everyone chatted about the recent battle while recovering their strength, a shadow suddenly loomed over them. With a burst of exclamations, a massive body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust rose high into the air, and once it settled, they were stunned to see it was the corpse of the peak-level Void Beast, the collapsing tiger. The sight of the collapsing tiger was shocking. Its chest was pierced with a gaping hole, and its body was covered in wounds, evidence of an extremely fierce battle. Everyone stared in disbelief at the enormous corpse, their inner shock lingering for a long time. A faint blue light shot out from above Su Ye's head, swiftly entering the Julie vessel he held. Su Ye's expression shifted slightly. This soul light, visible only to him, seemed capable of absorbing the souls of all the deceased phantom beasts around. The vessel's elder stored these phantom beast souls in the spirit extractor, ready to draw energy from them at any moment. Song Wei landed gracefully from the sky, clean and unharmed. The peak-level collapsed tiger, despite its tough exterior, posed no real threat to him. When the collapsed tiger focused its ability on the distant students, it lost its advantage against Song Wei and could only endure the attacks passively. With a serious expression, Song Wei murmured in confusion, "Who on earth would dare send phantom beasts to attack us?" Suddenly, A figure appeared. It was Lian Shou, who had been tracking the source of the phantom beasts. He immediately turned his attention to the resting students on the ground, frowning. Teacher Yang Yuan, why are there injuries? Weren't you supposed to protect them? Yang Yuan shrugged helplessly and explained, the collapsed tiger's ability is to create chaos, and it unleashed its power on the students. Among them was a mountain-level minion ghost that I intercepted and killed, leaving me little time to watch over the children. You know, I'm only at the mountain level myself, and dealing with a peer-level ghost was already quite challenging. Lian Shou frowned, but did not press further. The injuries were minor and not a major concern. He pondered that such a battle might serve as a valuable experience for these young students. Song Wei asked gravely. Teacher Lian Shou, did you discover anything? Lian Shou's expression was serious as he produced a halved sphere from his pocket. This is a concealment sphere, a unique treasure of the void demons that can store phantom beasts. I tracked its origin and found some traces on a nearby hill. Traces? Yes, there were footprints and lingering energy waves, Lian Shou replied, frowning deeply. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, whoever had been there had already left using some special means. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of them. A sense of crisis flashed in Song Wei's eyes. Could we have been ambushed by the void demons? Lian Shou shook his head. No, the person who released the concealment sphere wasn't a void demon. If my assumptions are correct, they might be from the Void Demon Council. But what concerns me most now isn't their identity. His expression grew colder, eyes filled with killing intent. This entrance exam to Haiqing has only one route, known only to the principal and those present here. Yet, the enemy could precisely ambush us here and release the collapsed tiger to attack. Song Wei's face changed, vaguely sensing Lian Shou's implication. Lian Shou's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept around them. How did the Void Demon Council know our route in advance and lay an ambush? This suggests that among us, there might be a spy for the Void Demon Council. There's a mole. Song Wei's expression instantly darkened, his eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lian Shou and Yang Yuan. If that's the case, who could the mole be? Could a student have joined the Void Demon Council? The three of them deliberately kept a distance from the group of students, ensuring their private discussion remained unheard by others. They knew that if such speculation were to leak, it would only cause unnecessary panic among the students. Lian Shou shook his head with a sigh. I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to suspect any of the students here. They all underwent rigorous qualification assessments before enrolling, and anyone with ties to the Void Demon Council or with an unknown identity couldn't possibly possess the Dragon Jade. Song Wei furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before abruptly lifting his head. Then who else could the mole be? Besides the students, only the principal and a few of us are in the know. Are you suggesting? His gaze suddenly shifted to Yang Yuan, who was smiling serenely nearby. Yang Yuan remained unfazed, shrugging casually as he replied, Don't look at me like that. You can't seriously think I'm the mole for the Void Demon Council, can you? That's quite hurtful. Song Wei stared directly at Yang Yuan, enunciating each word. Mr. Yang, you've been on the board for several years and haven't taught at the academy for a long time. The principal's sudden decision to have you accompany us for the entrance examination this morning is quite suspicious. Moreover, your earlier decision to leave the students on their own also made me very uncomfortable. Yang Yuan maintained his smile. If I'm the mole, then wouldn't the principal who approved my presence here also be complicit? Besides, I left earlier to intercept that mountain realm demon. Didn't I end up saving that student named Su Yi? Just as Song Wei was about to retort, Lian Shou intervened to prevent further argument. Enough, this is just a hypothesis. Making baseless accusations without solid evidence will only breed distrust among us. Perhaps the Void Demon Council used other means to learn of our route in advance. What we need to do now is prepare and take preventive measures, rather than suspect each other. With Lian Shou's mediation, Song Wei and Yang Yuan ceased their argument and moved aside. In the distance, Su Yi sat among the group, his gaze thoughtfully directed at the three teachers. Although he was too far to hear their conversation, his skill in lip reading allowed him to grasp the gist of their debate. This ambush puzzled him. Rather than a trap, it seemed more like a test. All right, everyone. Lian Shou returned to the group, raising his voice. Your performance in the recent battle was commendable. This unexpected incident might just be an accident. Let's get back on the bus and continue our journey to Haiqing. Under his guidance, everyone gradually boarded the bus. Inside the bus, the students quickly gathered their scattered belongings and returned to their seats. The driver, who had been protected during the earlier battle, also returned to his seat, calmly starting the vehicle. As a support member, he was well prepared for any danger, and his composure came from his trust in the Void Seekers. The bus got back on the road, soon speeding onto the highway towards Haiqing. After the recent peril, most of the students found it hard to relax, sitting upright and warily observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Lian Shou and the two others in the front row continuously sensed the energy fluctuations around them to prevent any further incidents. For hours later, The bus finally arrived in Haicheng, stopping in front of a secluded hotel. The hotel had no name, and the surrounding environment was very quiet, with the nearest residential building over 200 meters away. Lian Shou stood up and explained to the puzzled students behind him. This hotel is specially prepared for void seekers. If you become a void seeker in the future, you can rest here while on missions. Each hotel is equipped with comprehensive services and special Juebao protection. You can check in with your student card shortly. He cleared his throat, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Now, I will announce the detailed rules for this assessment, so listen carefully. The bus fell silent, everyone anxiously watching Lian Shou, waiting for the rules to be revealed. First, the assessment starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you will sense the start signal, Lian Shou began slowly. This assessment is called Needle in a Haystack. Hearing this name, a glint of understanding flashed in Su Ye's eyes, as if he had guessed something. Lian Shou continued. A few days ago, I arranged for support members to bury 100 spirit pearls throughout Haicheng. Your task is to find a way to collect these spirit pearls and keep them until the end. The assessment lasts for 24 hours, ending at 6 the morning after tomorrow. At the end, points will be calculated based on the number and color of the spirit pearls in your possession, which will be an important factor for ranking. Each spirit pearl is surrounded by a prearranged Juebao mirror world, and you can fight to seize the spirit pearls. Next, I will show you the 4 types of spirit pearls that will appear in this assessment. As the assessment was about to begin, Lian Shou conjured 3 differently colored orbs in his palm, each about the size of a hand, radiating distinct glows. He began to explain the 4 types of spiritual orbs involved in this assessment. The first type is the red orb. Lian Shou pointed to a red glowing orb. It makes up 70 of the total, with each worth 1 point. The second type is the blue orb, he continued, indicating a blue one, accounting for 20, with each worth 5 points. The third type is the yellow orb. He finally pointed to a golden orb, making up the remaining 9, each worth 10 points. At this point, Lian Shou smiled mysteriously and produced a softly glowing white orb from his pocket. This white orb was distinctly different from the other 3, with visible energy flowing within. This fourth type is the white orb. Lian Shou's voice carried a hint of pride. Crafted from a special material called Wenshin Stone from the virtual realm, it contains immense energy. It can not only enhance your abilities, but also help you focus and calm your mind, offering numerous benefits. He paused, allowing everyone present to fully appreciate the white orb's value. On the market, such a white orb is worth a staggering 5 million dragon coins. In this city, we've placed 1 white orb. If you can find and keep it, the orb is yours. Hearing about the white orb's miraculous effects, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. A treasure worth 5 million dragon coins, who wouldn't be tempted? Not to mention its mysterious powers, making everyone eager to try. And this white orb, Lian Shou continued. Among 100 spiritual orbs, there's only one, but its point value is 500 points. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. The point value of this single white orb was an astounding 500 points. Even collecting all the other 3 types of spiritual orbs wouldn't compare to this one white orb. This meant whoever obtained the white orb would almost certainly claim first place. Before the crowd could calm down, Lian Shou announced the second rule. You've already formed teams and can compete for the orbs together. But remember, all orbs only count towards individual scores. There are no team scores. This means you must clearly allocate each orb's ownership before competing for them. This rule immediately caused concern among many. Competing for orbs as a team, yet only individual scores counted? This meant they needed to acquire more orbs to distribute among team members. Especially when high-value orbs were involved, deciding how to allocate them would become a tricky issue. The final rule, Lian Shou's expression turned serious. During the assessment, you cannot use your abilities to fight outside the mirror world to avoid causing panic. All combat must be confined within the mirror world. Additionally, the spiritual orbs you hold will only count towards your final score at the end of the assessment. With the rules announced, Lian Shou pressed a switch at the front of the bus. As the front and rear doors opened simultaneously, he smiled and said, "Those are the rules. Please get a good night's rest, everyone." The assessment officially begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Under the teacher's urging, the students disembarked from the bus with their luggage, each wearing a different expression. Some were excited, others anxious, while many were lost in thought, planning how to allocate their time and energy to search for the spiritual pearls tomorrow. After dropping off the students, the bus drove away with the 3 teachers, who clearly had accommodations elsewhere. The students filed into the hotel lobby, where 2 well-dressed attendants greeted them politely, saying, "You must be the students from Longxia Academy. Please follow us. Your rooms are ready. You just need to register with your student cards to check in." Everyone queued at the front desk, registering one by one and receiving their room keys. When it was Su Ye's turn, the sweet-looking receptionist handed him his room card with a smile. "Hello, here's your room key. Please take care." Suyi glanced at the card, which had 401 written on the back. Just as he was pondering, Bai Tao appeared behind him, eagerly asking, "Suyi, my friend, which room are you in?" Suyi casually waved his room key. Bai Tao's eyes lit up as he excitedly pulled out his own room key. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm in 402, right next to you. Looks like we can look out for each other." After putting away his room key, Bai Tao's expression suddenly turned serious. He lowered his voice and asked, "So, what do you think about this assessment?" After hearing the second rule, several teams have already disbanded on the spot. Without team points, forming a team is less efficient, and there's the issue of distributing the spiritual pearls. They think it's better to go solo. Bai Tao's eyes flickered, worried that Suyi might disband their team. Suyi saw through Bai Tao's concerns and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I don't plan to go solo. Although there are no team points, having enough strength to compete for the spiritual pearls is the key in this assessment." Bai Tao was relieved, letting out a chuckle. Suyi scanned the room and quickly spotted Bai Shaoling. He approached her swiftly, stopping her just as she was about to leave, and asked directly, "Bai Shaoling, are you free tonight?" "Huh? Tonight? Me?" Bai Shaoling was stunned, her mind going blank. Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes darted around nervously as she stammered, We just met. Isn't this too soon?" She nervously clutched the hem of her shirt, her voice barely a whisper. Suyi didn't notice Bai Shaoling's reaction and continued, "If possible, how about you and Bai Tao come to my room tonight for a pre-assessment meeting?" He looked at Bai Shaoling, puzzled. "Sorry, what did you say was not okay?" Bai Shaoling blinked, realizing she had misunderstood, and her face turned even redder. "Nothing. I'll be there tonight. I need to put my luggage away first." She covered her face and dashed off, disappearing down the hallway in an instant. Suyi scratched his head in confusion, muttering to himself, "It's just a pre-assessment meeting. Is there a need to be so nervous?" In an old residential area of Haicheng, the autumn wind is bleak, and leaves are falling everywhere. Lian Shou walks over the carpet of dry leaves to an inconspicuous house and gently knocks on the door. "Come in." A slightly weathered voice calls from inside. Lian Shou enters and immediately focuses on the lone figure in the room. A middle-aged man sits quietly at a table, a cup of tea steaming in his hand. Though just in his early 30s, his appearance resembles that of someone in their 40s, with graying temples and deep, profound eyes. "Long time no see, Yin Yuan," Lian Shou says with a slight smile, taking a seat as if it were his own home. "Or should I say, the esteemed guardian of the city, Master Tianyin?" Yin Yuan sets down his teacup and replies calmly, "I can't bear such a title from you, Lian Shou." Their eyes meet, and both share a knowing smile. Yin Yuan looks Lian Shou up and down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to survive such serious injuries." "The ghost doctor's miraculous skills saved me," Lian Shou responds casually, "but my strength has diminished considerably. I'm no match for you now." Yin Yuan rubs his temples with a wry smile, as if trying to dispel some fatigue. "Don't tease me. Whether in the past or now, I'm far behind you." Lian Shou notices something unusual about Yin Yuan and raises an eyebrow in surprise. "You mean to tell me you haven't slept in 3 years?" "That's right," Yin Yuan admits calmly. 3 years ago, due to my negligence, over 200 people died from the void beasts, and I was completely unaware. It was a grave mistake on my part, one that I can never atone for." Lian Shou's expression turned serious. "So you've been depriving yourself of rest, constantly monitoring the city's energy fluctuations? Even if you can recover physically with energy, the mental toll is too great. If you don't rest properly, you'll break down eventually." Yin Yuan waves his hand, forcefully changing the subject. "It's my sin to bear. Anyway, you didn't come just to visit, did you? Is there something important?" "I brought a group of new students to Haicheng for evaluation, so I naturally had to report to the guardian of the city," Lian Shou says casually. Yin Yuan snorts, taking a sip of tea with disdain. "Humph, you're not usually one for formalities. You must have another reason for coming." "Haha, you got me." Lian Shou laughs heartily, then becomes serious. "We were ambushed on our way here." "Ambushed?" Yin Yuan's actions pause, and his expression becomes serious. Lian Shou quickly explains what happened on the road. The attackers weren't void demons. They knew our route in advance and used a void concealment orb to release a peak stage collapsed tiger. I suspect the person who released the collapsed tiger is likely from the Void Demon Council. Very few knew our destination was Haicheng, so I suspect someone leaked our whereabouts." Thud. Yin Yuan slams his teacup onto the table, his expression dark and stormy. "You suspect me?" Lian Shou shakes his head calmly. "How could I suspect you? A guardian would never betray. The one who buried the tools for the assessment was an assistant under your command." Yin Yuan's voice was calm and indifferent, his gaze fixed on Lian Shou without a hint of emotion. "Rest assured, it couldn't have been them. When I instructed those assistants to bury the tools you needed, I didn't disclose the real purpose to them. They couldn't possibly know what those spirit beads were for." Lian Shou shrugged, a slight, relaxed smile appearing on his face. "All right, it seems you and I are on the same page. But I have no leads at the moment." He paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. That's actually the main reason I'm here. Lian Shou looked directly into Yin Yuan's eyes and slowly revealed his true intention. If possible, I hope you can assist me in tomorrow's assessment. The scene suddenly shifted to a luxury hotel in Haiqing. Fengxi stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling night view of Haiqing. Without turning around, she asked coldly, "How did it go?" Budin pushed the door open and entered, a hint of disdain on his face. "What do you think? That beast didn't even last 15 minutes before it died. If I hadn't retreated quickly, I might have been caught." He walked over to Fengxi, his tone filled with confusion. "I really don't understand why we're doing something so pointless. You should know how valuable a phone-level virtual beast is, right?" Fengxi turned around, her brows slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. So, a phone-level virtual beast with forcibly infused energy is indeed much weaker than a normal phone-level beast. She murmured to herself, then relaxed her expression and explained plainly. This wasn't pointless. At the very least, through this test, we gauged the actual strength of those teachers and students. Another reason is that our collaborator requested it. He needs this attack to evaluate the target we intend to capture. Budin snorted, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation. Humph, wasting a virtual beast for that purpose is just not worth it. Fengxi shot him a cold glance, her tone laced with obvious impatience. Use that pea-sized brain of yours to think instead of saying stupid things. Her voice turned serious. Bingzai has already gone into the city to investigate, and we've almost pinpointed the location of the boundary stone. By tomorrow noon, the seal on the boundary stone will loosen, revealing it from its hidden space. Only then can we successfully retrieve it. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, tomorrow, those students from Longxia Academy will also be dispersed throughout the city, searching for some assessment target. So, we must keep our distance from them until we've retrieved the boundary stone. Bodin frowned and asked, "What about the guy we're supposed to capture?" Fengxi stood up, gracefully moving towards the room. Her voice carried a hint of confidence. "Don't worry. Our collaborator will do his best to lure him to a secluded place on the second day. After we retrieve the boundary stone, we'll capture the kid and present him to Master Gile." She suddenly stopped, turned around, and sternly reminded, "Both you and Bingzai need to be vigilant. Until we have the boundary stone, you must not release any energy. This city is under constant surveillance by the Sentinels. If our energy is detected, it will be discovered immediately. At that point, our lives would be completely in someone else's hands." Her gaze was sharp as she warned Budin. "Especially you. Make sure you remember this." At 8 in the evening, in a spacious room of a luxurious hotel in Haiqing, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Bai Shaoling pushed the door open and entered, noticing that Bai Tao was already seated cross-legged on a chair, looking focused. Suyi stood nearby, clutching a marker pen, his eyes sharp and intent. "You're here." Suyi nodded slightly, then pulled over a large whiteboard and placed it in the center of the room. "Take a seat." Bai Shaoling nervously moved to sit next to Bai Tao, her hands restlessly rubbing her knees. Suyi cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "I've called you here to discuss the strategy for tomorrow's assessment. As a team, do you have any specific plans?" Bai Tao muttered under his breath. "What plan could we have? If we can fight, we fight. If not, we run." Suyi rolled his eyes, ignoring Bai Tao's joke, and turned to Bai Shaoling. Suddenly put on the spot, Bai Shaoling tensed up like a student being questioned by a teacher. She straightened her back and stammered, I think we should strategically plan our points and selectively capture the spirit pearls." "Well said." Suyi nodded approvingly and turned to write quickly on the whiteboard. "You've all heard today's rules. In tomorrow's assessment, there are 4 different colored balls, each representing different points. How we 3 can strategically capture the spirit pearls and which colors to target must be clearly decided." Bai Tao suddenly raised his hand like an eager student. "Mr. Suyi, we don't even know where the spirit pearls are. How can we plan?" "Good question." Suyi pulled out a map of Haiqing from his pocket and affixed it to the whiteboard. Instructor Lian Shou mentioned that he had 100 spirit pearls hidden throughout the city. Considering the different points, their locations must be deliberate. Knowing Instructor Lian Shou's meticulousness, these pearls won't be randomly placed. Suyi picked up the pen and started drawing lines across the map, quickly dividing Haiqing into 100 grids. "If I were the instructor, I would distribute the spirit pearls evenly across these grids. Although there might be some deviation, it shouldn't be too far off. Considering the point distribution, to ensure fairness in the assessment, we could use mathematical models to analyze the distribution of high-point spirit pearls." As he explained, he wrote complex formulas and function models on the whiteboard. Within minutes, Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were gaping, staring dumbfounded at the densely filled board. "In summary, I believe there are roughly 3 possible distributions of the spirit pearls," Suyi concluded, tossing the pen aside. "As for which one it is, finding 3 pearls tomorrow will confirm it. By then, our optimal scoring strategy will be clear." He turned to look at the 2 of them, his voice pulling Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling back to reality from their daydreams. "Did you understand?" Bai Tao blinked, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. I lost track from the first formula you wrote. Bai Shaoling clenched her fists, disbelief in her voice. I just blinked, and the whiteboard is already full. Suyi frowned in confusion. Didn't get it? It was really simple. Most of what I used were high school concepts for your convenience. Okay, I'll explain it again. No, 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 that's not necessary. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling shouted in unison, jumping up from their seats as if they were sitting on pins. Bai Tao hurriedly spoke, his words tumbling out quickly. I think you explained it very well, Suyi. If we follow your strategy tomorrow, we'll definitely rack up a lot of points. Bai Shaoling nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. Yes, yes. We'll follow your lead. Their expressions were filled with determination not to be imprisoned there any longer. Suyi nodded and stood up. All right, since you both agree, I'll plan the route for tomorrow. Do you have any other questions? Bai Shaoling hesitated for a moment and raised her hand. I do have a small question. Why isn't there an analysis of the White Pearl's location in your plan? The points for obtaining the White Pearl exceed the total of all other Spirit Pearls combined. Suyi calmly explained. The White Pearl is inherently an unfair element and can't be logically deduced. Whether or not we find it is mostly down to luck. But based on my prediction, once the White Pearl appears, it will cause a huge stir. Instructor Lian Shou placed this White Pearl specifically to incite competition among us. He looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, his tone becoming serious. Since you brought this up, I have a request. If we have the chance to encounter the White Pearl during the assessment, I hope you both will fully support me in the competition for it. It was 5:50 a.m. As the crucial assessment day, many students were already leaving the hotel, ready for action. When Suyi yawned lazily and exited his room, he immediately saw the energetic Bai Tao. The two walked side by side to the hotel entrance, where they found Bai Shaoling waiting. Bai Shaoling glanced at her watch, slightly nervous. It's almost 6 o'clock. Instructor Lian Shou said we'd know when the assessment started. Is there going to be some kind of special signal? Just as she finished speaking, all the students standing at the hotel entrance began to glow brightly. Looking down, they realized the light was emanating from their student cards. Countless beams of light shot out from the hotel, drawn by some force, and converged in the sky to form 4 large characters. Assessment begins. Suye's face showed surprise. So that's it. Student cards can be used like this. He smiled slightly and stepped forward. Let's go. This time my goal is first place. Centered around the hotel, the students, who were already prepared, shot out like arrows from a bow. They channeled their energy into their legs and vanished from sight in an instant, leaving only fleeting shadows behind. Bai Tao was about to follow the main group when he noticed Suyi had stopped and was standing by the roadside. Confused, he looked at Suyi, who calmly took out his phone and gave him a look that seemed to say, "Are you serious? This is the outskirts of Haiqing, and it's nearly 5 kilometers to the city. Are we really going to run all the way there?" Suyi's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Bai Tao was momentarily speechless. So what do you suggest? Before he could finish, a black sedan appeared from the distance and stopped steadily at the hotel entrance. Suyi skillfully opened the car door and waved to the two standing by the road. What are you waiting for? Get in. It turned out Suyi had already booked the car through a ride-hailing app when he got up. The three of them quickly got in, and the car sped towards Haiqing. In no time, they passed several running figures. On the roadside, a few students stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the trio driving away, feeling like fools. Inside the car, Suyi sat in the front passenger seat and calmly explained, "The area we live in is right on the edge of Haiqing. If I were the instructor, I definitely wouldn't bury the spirit beads at the starting point. So our main exploration area is still within those 100-unit grid areas." Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling exchanged glances, their faces filled with a sense of defeat. They always felt outsmarted by Suyi. A little over 10 minutes later, the car entered the city and stopped near the destination Suyi had selected. The three got out and found the morning streets bustling with activity. Some people were buying breakfast, others were jogging, and a few young people with dark circles under their eyes were leaving internet cafes. Behind this peaceful scene were the silent guardians known as the Void Hunters. Following Suyi, Bai Tao observed their surroundings and suddenly asked, "Even if, based on your analysis, the spirit beads might be hidden within those 100 areas, each area is about 50 or 60 square kilometers. Finding such small spirit beads in such a large area is like finding a needle in a haystack, isn't it?" Bai Shaoling frowned in agreement. Do we really have to search inch by inch to find the spirit beads? The two finally understood why this assessment was called finding a needle in a haystack. Finding 100 spirit beads in the nearly 6,000 square kilometers of Haiqing was indeed a daunting task. However, Suyi was confident. Who said we have to search inch by inch? Haven't we already been given a hint about this assessment? A hint. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling exchanged confused looks, unable to recall any hint. The mirror world, Suyi simply reminded them. The assessment rules state that we can only use abilities within the coverage of the mirror world. And where the spirit beads are hidden, there's also a mirror world set up nearby. Bai Tao's eyes suddenly lit up, like a beacon illuminating the darkness. He exclaimed excitedly, I get it. The clue Lian Shou gave us is actually quite clear. To avoid affecting civilians, the mirror world must be set in a remote location. In this bustling city, there aren't many such places. We just need to locate these spots on the map and check them one by one to find the Lingzhu. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the map. However, before he could open the app, Suyi calmly interrupted him. No need to look, Suyi said with a hint of composure in his voice. The nearest suitable place is the abandoned logging site to the northeast. It's on the outskirts of the city, demolished due to redevelopment plans, and no one lives around there. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling looked at Su Yi in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. How do you know all this so well? Bai Tao stammered. Su Yi tilted his head slightly, a relaxed smile on his face. Didn't I go over the map with you yesterday? He tapped his temple lightly with his index finger. Usually, once you see something, it just sticks in your mind, right? Just a little recollection, and every point on the map becomes clear. Isn't that simple? Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling exchanged glances and rolled their eyes simultaneously. They both inwardly thought, only a genius like you would find that simple. Once in the city, they dared not use energy recklessly to speed their journey. So Yi chose to walk instead of taking a taxi to avoid missing any abandoned buildings that might conceal the Lingzhu. After all, the map information wasn't updated in real time, and he couldn't rule out the possibility that the Lingzhu was hidden in these structures. Fortunately, they had disembarked not far from the logging site. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the desolate site. They were at the city's edge, with no pedestrians in sight. In the distance lay a forest, and the ground was scattered with felled stumps. Su Yi unhesitatingly led the way, heading straight for the logging site. As they were about 30 meters away, the environment around them suddenly changed. The air shimmered like rippling water, and although the logging site still appeared before them, they all sensed they had entered a new space. Just as I suspected, Su Ye's face broke into a confident smile. The first place they checked was indeed where the Lingzhu was located. Now we just need to confirm the color of the Lingzhu, and I can apply the mathematical model I outlined yesterday to estimate the distribution of the other Lingzhu. He smiled, already sensing the faint energy waves from the mirror world. If he was right, the Lingzhu was likely within this logging site. However, just then, a ripple appeared in the air ahead. Han, you're right. The mirror world is indeed set in a deserted place. 3 figures suddenly appeared directly in front of them. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes locked in the air, and both sides realized each other's presence. Su Yi recognized the 3 figures, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. It seemed this Lingzhu wasn't going to be so easy to obtain after all. Standing opposite Su Yi were 3 individuals forming a team, led by the red-haired Han Hao. Su Yi also recognized the 2 people flanking Han Hao. On the left was Lu Tian, with his ordinary looks and freckles, and on the right was Sun Mao, who looked like a bookworm with his plain attire and glasses. Han Hao squinted, fixing his gaze on Su Yi, his expression turning grim as if he had seen something displeasing. Just as Su Yi furrowed his brows in thought, Bai Tao stepped forward with a smile to ease the tension. Hey, guys, we found this spirit orb first. The assessment has just begun. There's no need to start a conflict here, right? How about you go look for other orbs? Lu Tian and Sun Mao paused, then turned in unison to Han Hao, awaiting his decision. Han, should we leave? Sun Mao asked quietly. Leave? Han Hao let out a cold laugh and took a step forward. Why should we leave? Everyone is here to compete for points in this assessment. And besides, this orb isn't theirs yet. Why should we give it up? His gaze was fixed intently on Su Yi. And Su Yi, I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a while now. Su Yi tilted his head, looking at Han Hao with confusion. Han, we don't really know each other, do we? He couldn't recall any past conflict with this redhead. You beast. Han Hao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with anger. I don't know what underhanded tricks you used to end up sharing a dorm with Xiaowan. At this, everyone present was stunned. The other 3 boys looked at Su Yi with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Tang Xiaowan's beauty was well known, and for Su Yi to be sharing a dorm with her was incredibly lucky. Bai Shaoling was slightly taken aback, as her roommate was also a girl, and she hadn't considered that co-ed dorms were allowed. Su Yi suddenly realized why Han Hao was hostile towards him. He looked at Han Hao with a hint of amusement. I've never mentioned sharing a dorm with Tang Xiaowan to anyone. We even stagger our times when leaving the dorm, and she would never tell anyone about it. How do you know then? Are you a stalker or something? Han Hao's expression turned awkward. How I know isn't your concern. But I'm not giving you this orb today unless you agree to apply for a dorm change. Su Yi shook his head slightly, looking a bit troubled. That's not possible. On my first day in the dorm, Tang Xiaowan kept me up all night. If I just leave, she'd definitely be upset. He wasn't lying. On his first day, the things Tang Xiaowan mentioned kept him up all night, researching information. But to Han Hao, these words carried a completely different implication. What did you say? What happened between you and Xiaowan? What's your relationship? Han Hao stammered, his voice filled with disbelief as if struck by lightning. Su Yi shook his head with feigned helplessness. adding a hint of mystery to his tone. Ah, our relationship is difficult to explain. I promised her not to tell anyone. There was some truth in his words. Tang Xiaowan, feeling embarrassed, had warned him multiple times not to reveal that they were roommates. Han Hao's face turned ashen, his voice trembling with anger. You, that's impossible. Xiaowan is not that kind of person. Su Ye's few words ignited his fury, and he could no longer contain his temper. I'm going to kill you. Han Hao roared, his energy surging as he activated his powers. The rules of this assessment encouraged combat for the spiritual orbs, and Han Hao had never intended to let Su Yi have them. Now provoked by Su Yi, he lost his composure. Here it comes. Su Yi anticipated this reaction. His taunting was not without purpose. His interactions over the past few days had given him a clear understanding of Han Hao's personality. Su Yi leapt backward as if he foresaw the attack. At the moment his feet left the ground, the solid earth beneath him transformed into loose sand. Suppress them, Su Yi shouted. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling immediately understood, their expressions turning serious as they sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Bai Tao vanished from sight, while Lu Tian and Sun Mao, flanking Han Hao, swiftly charged towards Su Yi and his group. Everyone was giving their all to seize the spiritual orbs in the mirrored world. Su Yi silently analyzed Han Hao's combat pattern. First, turning the ground beneath the enemy into sand to unbalance them. If the enemy dodged, he would manipulate the sand to launch a follow-up attack. As expected, just as Su Yi twisted his body in midair, a mass of sand formed into a giant fist, whistling past him. Su Yi landed lightly, continuing to leap backward. Each spot he left instantly turned to sand. Han Hao's series of attacks seemed to be anticipated by Su Yi, all skillfully avoided. The distance between them, initially considerable, quickly widened to nearly 15 meters due to Su Ye's agile evasion. After his final leap, Su Yi keenly noticed that the spot he last stood on hadn't turned to sand. He looked up at the astonished Han Hao, a slight smile playing on his lips. 18 meters, is that the extent of your ability's range? Han Hao found it utterly absurd. His proud level ability, Heavenly Sands River, could transform matter within its range into sand and control it freely, a powerful form of energy transformation. This series of attacks was swift and fierce, and apart from being beaten once in class by Chi Fu, he had never missed. Yet here was Su Yi, with a weak level ability, who effortlessly evaded his onslaught without even using his powers, even deducing the limits of his range. Are you mocking me? Han Hao growled through clenched teeth, rushing towards Su Yi. Today, I'll show you just how vast the gap is between our ability levels. Han Hao charged at Su Yi like a tiger unleashed, moving as swiftly as the wind. Just as Bai Shaoling was about to intervene, Lu Tian and Sun Mao appeared beside her like phantoms. How dare you interfere with Brother Han? This is a fair duel, and we won't allow you to gang up on him. Lu Tian barked sharply. Bai Shaoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted. But it's clearly you two who are ganging up on me. And besides, two big guys bullying a single girl isn't that the real unfairness here. With her view obstructed, Bai Shaoling had no choice but to retreat, trying hard to evade their attacks. She was now unable to use her abilities against Han Hao, and anxiety gnawed at her. Han Hao sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Let's see who can save you now, he declared, unleashing his power. In an instant, the ground on either side of Han Hao turned to quicksand, which he controlled to surge towards Su Yi like a giant wave. Sand wave, Han Hao shouted, as a storm of sand and dust threatened to engulf Su Yi. Su Yi's expression turned serious as he surrounded himself with a mist of blood, shooting forward like an arrow. But just as he regained his footing, the ground beneath him transformed into sand and shot upwards, enveloping him in an instant. Boom! Su Yi collided with the sandy cage that had formed around him, surprised to find the walls as unyielding as stone, despite being made of sand. Sand prison. Han Hao smirked. As Su Yi was completely trapped, Han Hao took a few strides to stand beside Su Yi, taunting him. What? Not running anymore. He clenched his right fist, sand swirling in his palm. This is the difference between us. My power is something you can never reach. Trapped but unfazed, Su Yi chuckled softly. Didn't we learn in class that power levels alone can't determine strength? As for why I'm not running well, there's no need. He glanced at Han Hao, his amusement barely contained. Actually, I think you should be carrying a gourd on your back. A gourd? Han Hao was momentarily puzzled, while Su Yi was reminded of a certain anime character from a previous life, unable to suppress his laughter. Seeing Su Ye's expression only fueled Han Hao's anger. He sneered, no need, huh? I think you're just out of tricks. At that moment, Bai Shaoling's startled cry rang out from a distance. Surrounded and overpowered by the two, she was finally subdued. Sun Mao quickly tapped her wrist and the ground, rendering her immobile as if glued in place. Han Hao looked triumphantly at Su Yi. See? Your companion has been subdued as well. You've lost, Su Yi. Su Yi maintained his enigmatic smile. Really? Are you forgetting something? My team has 3 members. Han Hao scoffed dismissively. You mean Bai Tao? That guy's so good at running away. He's probably already left you two behind. Han Hao sneered at Su Yi and said disdainfully, even if he comes, what can he do? Do you really think he can take on the three of us, Heaton? Su Yi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. You're right. His direct combat skills are quite average. However, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. That's why I've sent him to handle something else. Something else? Han Hao was momentarily stunned. Then his face changed as if struck by lightning. He turned around abruptly and shouted, get to the lumberyard. That guy is after the spirit orb. In that split second, Bai Tao's voice suddenly came from behind Han Hao. Sorry, the orb was hidden pretty deep, took a bit longer to find. Han Hao quickly turned to see Bai Tao emerging halfway from the ground, inside the cage. Bai Tao grinned, grabbed Su Yi, and pulled him towards the ground. Trying to escape? Han Hao was furious. He swung his right fist, turning the sand prison into countless sand blades that shot towards the two like a rain of arrows. However, Bai Tao moved like lightning, dragging Su Yi underground in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. Realizing their intention, Han Hao shouted ahead, get back here, they're trying to rescue someone. But it was too late. Lu Tian and Sun Mao had already abandoned Bai Xiaoling and were sprinting towards the lumberyard. Hearing Han Hao's call, the two stopped and turned back towards Bai Xiaoling. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and pulled Bai Xiaoling under as well. 3 slippery eels, let's see where you can hide. Han Hao, enraged, slammed his hands on the ground and roared, Quicksand River. Energy surged around him, and the ground within a 15-meter radius turned to sand and began to sink. He aimed to force Su Yi and his group out from underground. However, Bai Tao's voice came from the side. Who said my ability is limited to moving underground? He emerged from a wall, holding Su Yi and Bai Xiaoling, appearing at Han Hao's front side. Han Hao's face changed, and he quickly waved his hand, sending a flurry of sand towards the trio. To his shock, the sand changed direction, engulfing Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were rushing to assist. It turned out Bai Xiaoling had already activated her ability, directing the sand away from them with her hands aimed at Han Hao. While Han Hao was stunned, Su Yi's voice suddenly whispered in his ear, so you see. The scent of blood filled the air as Han Hao's pupils contracted. A fist hurtled towards his face with unstoppable momentum. This punch will kill me. Han Hao's heart pounded, his body seized by fear. Yet, the blood-tinged fist stopped a hair's breadth from his face. The force of the punch whipped his hair and sent a wave of sand exploding skyward behind him. Han Hao stared wide-eyed at Su Yi, who wore a calm smile. Su Yi slowly withdrew his fist and said in an even tone, our teacher always said that power levels don't determine true strength. Han Hao, this is what it means for the outcome to be decided. With a swift motion, Su Yi clenched his fist, his thumb lightly tapping his middle finger, and flicked Han Hao on the top of his head. This seemingly gentle action landed like a heavy hammer, causing Han Hao's legs to give way as he collapsed to the ground. His face turned pale, his eyes unfocused, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. In that moment, the sand hovering around him fell like a deflated balloon, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. From a distance, through the swirling dust, came 2 faint calls, Han, Hang. Lu Tian and Sun Mao struggled out from the sand pile, barely managing to stand before being buried again by the sand falling from above. Su Yi crouched down slowly, looking directly into Han Hao's eyes with a calm gaze, and asked in a relaxed tone, so, do you want to continue fighting? His expression appeared harmless, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Han Hao struggled to lift his head, his gaze shifting between Su Yi, Bai Tao, and Bai Xiaoling peeking from a distance, and his 2 companions buried in sand. Finally, he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. No more fighting, the Lingzhu is yours. Though his tone was filled with reluctance, he knew he was defeated. That's a relief, Su Yi sighed, casually sliding a brick hidden behind him back into his clothes. This action made Han Hao's pupils contract sharply as alarm bells rang in his mind. If I hadn't given up, this guy would have hit me with a brick. He looks so amiable, but he was ready to use such a sneaky tactic. Han Hao looked at Su Yi with a newfound wariness, as if facing a formidable enemy. Han Hao forced himself to stand, his body weak but his words defiant. This time I lost to you only because I was careless. If it were just you and me, the outcome might be different. Su Yi merely smiled. Huh. In a real fight, no one is going to face you Heaton in a fair duel. By this time, Lu Tian and Sun Mao had finally crawled out of the sand. Coughing out the sand from their mouths, they approached with pale faces, apologizing. Hang, we're sorry. They both felt deeply guilty, realizing they had contributed little to the fight beyond initially restraining Bai Xiaoling. Since we have the Lingzhu, we'll be on our way, Su Yi said as the 3 of them gathered to leave. Bai Tao stepped forward, cheerfully patting Han Hao on the shoulder and extending his right hand. We're all classmates, no need to make things so tense. This was just a test. In a real battle, the outcome might be completely different. Let's shake hands and put this behind us. His words were diplomatic, offering Han Hao an easy way out. Han Hao's expression softened slightly as he slowly extended his left hand, though still defiant. Next time we meet, I won't lose. Bai Tao looked at Han Hao's outstretched left hand and said seriously, if you want to shake hands, you should use your right hand. Huh? Han Hao was taken aback, staring confusedly at his own left hand. Bai Tao turned to Bai Shaoling, asking curiously, Bai Shaoling, are you still using your ability on him? Bai Shaoling was also surprised and quickly explained, my ability might linger for a while after I stop using it, and the duration might vary from person to person. All right, Bai Tao scratched his head and told Han Hao. So your perception is reversed right now. If you want to use your right hand, you should move your left hand. He earnestly instructed Han Hao. Han Hao blinked and reached out his left hand again, growing increasingly puzzled. He looked down at his palm, furrowing his brows. So you noticed Han Hao's unusual behavior with a keen eye, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Bai Tao smoothly extended his left hand to shake hands with Han Hao. The three of them then turned around, stepped beyond the boundary, and quickly vanished into the mirror world. By the lumberyard, Han Hao stopped, staring at his left hand in confusion. He murmured, right hand, under his breath, moving his arm, only to see his left hand in motion. Silently, he thought, left hand. But it was still the left hand that extended. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Frantically shaking his left hand, his eyes anxiously fixed on his limp right arm. Where's my right hand? He exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, just outside the mirror world, Bai Tao excitedly pulled a spirit pearl from his pocket. Look, he displayed the faint blue pearl in his palm. This is a blue pearl worth 5 points. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the pearl. With this, we only need to check 2 more areas to determine the distribution trend of the pearls, he calmly told Bai Tao. You keep this pearl safe. That way, even if someone wants to steal it, they'll have to catch you first. We'll distribute them at the end of the assessment. Bai Tao pounded his chest with assurance. Don't worry, this is my specialty. I'll protect the pearl for sure. Su Yi smiled, patting his shoulder with a light-hearted yet subtly threatening tone. If you think about running off with it, I have at least 100 ways to make you wish you hadn't. Then, he strode forward. Great, let's move on to the next area. All over Haicheng, students scattered, using perception and strategy to search for spirit pearls. 2 hours flew by, and many had already encountered their first pearl. Battles erupted frequently, with energy fluctuations constant. At this moment, in their hotel, a burly figure yawned as he stepped out the door. Zhou stretched lazily, unperturbed by being 2 hours late. A test that involves finding things really doesn't suit me, he muttered to himself, his gaze fixed in a direction within Haicheng. To get pearls, just take them from others. By now, quite a few people should have found pearls. He nodded to himself. I'll start with those 3 over there. Zhou suddenly crouched, crimson energy surging beneath his feet. With a thunderous boom, the ground cracked and caved in, and he soared into the air like a cannonball, speeding towards the center of Haicheng. The girl with short pink hair approached gracefully and patted Tang Xiaowan on the shoulder, who was staring into the distance. Xiaowan, what are you looking at? Tang Xiaowan snapped back to reality and forced a smile. Oh, nothing. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes as her gaze drifted back to the ruins in the distance, the former site of the Haicheng Art Museum. 3 years ago, the museum was reduced to rubble by a virtual beast attack, and her sister perished there while saving others. Every time she looked in that direction, her sister's warm smile would surface in her mind, causing a pang in her heart. Xiaodong said they found the possible location of the next spirit pearl. We should get going. The pink-haired girl excitedly patted Tang Xiaowan's head and tugged her hand, leading her in another direction. Just as Tang Xiaowan was about to step forward, she suddenly froze, her eyes scanning a shadow with vigilance. What's wrong? The pink-haired girl asked, puzzled. Nothing, probably just my imagination. Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly, then turned around. Let's go. The two quickly left the area. Shortly after they disappeared, 3 figures emerged from the shadow that Tang Xiaowan had been watching. These students from Longxiao Academy sure are perceptive, Fengzi scoffed, his eyes following the figures of Tang Xiaowan and her companions. The whole of Haicheng is practically filled with these students now. If we didn't have to suppress our energy to avoid detection by the city guards, we wouldn't need to be so cautious, Baden grumbled. They had to suppress their powerful energy waves to avoid being discovered by the city guards. When are those top 10 council members supposed to arrive? Baden asked again. How should I know? Fengzi replied irritably. Those big shots are elusive. They might already be here or not even on their way yet. To avoid any mishaps, we must remain undetected by the city guards until we recover the boundary stone. Our lives aren't valued enough to be wasted here. The boundary stone is over there, Bing Zai, cloaked and looking sickly, pointed to a spot in the distance, seemingly avoiding the sunlight. There used to be an art museum there, now it's half in ruins. Based on my survey yesterday, the 15th council member hid the boundary stone there. Very well, the task of recovering the boundary stone is yours, Batting, Fengzi nodded. Remember, The boundary stone will only appear from its hidden space at noon. Make sure you retrieve it promptly so we can regroup. Why do I always get stuck with the dirty work? Baden muttered, then seemed to recall something. By the way, what about the target we're supposed to capture? Once we've completed the recovery, we'll prepare to lure the kid to a secluded spot, Fengxi sneered. If all goes well, we should be able to subdue or eliminate the kid with just one move. As long as we get the boundary stone, it won't matter even if the gatekeepers and the teachers from Longxia Academy find out, Ba Ding said confidently, striding forward without looking back. Understood, I'll retrieve the boundary stone smoothly. At noon, under the scorching sun, Su Yi cautiously stepped into the mirror world within a building being demolished. Bending down, he picked up a spirit pearl glowing with a red light from the ground, calculating silently in his mind. This makes the third one, Su Yi murmured to himself, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After hours of running around and searching, they had found 3 mirror worlds in total. Although one had already been discovered by someone else, they successfully retrieved a red spirit pearl from each of the other 2 worlds. Su Yi turned to face Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling, tossing the red pearl to Bai Tao. So far, we have 3 spirit pearls, 2 red and 1 blue, which gives us a total of 7 points. He paused before continuing. Now I can determine the distribution of the spirit pearls. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling listened intently, nodding frequently. They had complete trust in Su Ye's analysis. After all, they had located 3 spirit pearls in the vast Haiqing in just a few hours, while other students might still be searching aimlessly. With a serious expression, Su Yi said, I mentioned before that my goal this time is to come first. Since you're with me, I won't let you down. He paused and continued. The next place we're heading to has about a 70% chance of having yellow spirit pearls, each worth 10 points. His brow furrowed slightly. I'm not sure how many others have discovered the distribution pattern. So, there's a high chance we might encounter others while searching for the pearls. I hope you're prepared for a fight. I'm always ready. Bai Shaoling nodded vigorously, determination shining in her eyes. Bai Tao, in the most steadfast tone, said the most cautious words. Don't worry, if we can't win, I'll get us out of there first thing. Better safe than sorry, right? Seeing the odd looks from the others, he quickly smiled awkwardly and added, Good. Su Yi nodded, starting to recall the map and the distribution analysis from yesterday. Suddenly, his expression froze. The nearest area with yellow spirit pearls was the suburban region where the Haiqing chaos occurred 3 years ago. Why does it have to be there? Su Yi murmured to himself, feeling as though fate was playing tricks on him. Su Yi, what's wrong? Bai Shaoling asked with a concerned look. Nothing, Su Yi replied, regaining his composure. He thought to himself that it was just a ruin, and points were his top priority now. Besides, thinking it through, there was no better place to hide spirit pearls in that grid than those ruins. Let's move out, Su Yi ordered decisively. I might already know where the yellow spirit pearls could appear. On the way, we might pass by an area with a red spirit pearl, so let's grab that as well. In a corner of the mirrored world, Han Hao shouted angrily, waving his left hand as a tide of sand surged toward the 3 people in front of him. Their faces changed abruptly, and one of them quickly countered, launching a vine from their palm that instantly split into countless tendrils, attacking Han Hao like rapidly growing branches. At this critical moment, Lu Tian suddenly charged from the side, crossing his arms in front of Han Hao. The vine slammed into Lu Tian, but it was as if it had hit a wall of steel, bouncing off and scattering. The 3 in the distance exclaimed, This is bad. But it was too late, as the sand poured down like a waterfall. In an instant, the 3 were firmly bound in place by the sand. Han Hao panted heavily, looking somewhat disheveled. He was secretly frustrated that he couldn't use his right hand, which made things more difficult. Without paying further attention to the trapped trio, he walked forward and retrieved a red spiritual pearl from the wall. Now, we have 3 red spiritual pearls, Han Hao muttered to himself, recalling his good fortune after parting ways with Su Yi. He turned to look at the trapped trio, a cold smile playing on his lips. As for you 3, you'll just stay locked up here. With you out of the way, that's 3 fewer competitors for me. The trapped trio protested this unfair treatment, even promising not to compete for the pearls anymore. Han Hao snorted dismissively, cutting them off without mercy. Ridiculous. This is a test, a competition. You lost, so I naturally have the right to deal with you. I didn't take your lives or rob you of your pearls. I've already given you enough respect. He lifted his chin arrogantly. The weak are always ruled by the strong. At that moment, a domineering voice came from the edge of the mirrored world. Well said. Han Hao's body shook as he spun around, his pupils contracting. It was Zhou Li, the notorious figure who made all the newcomers tremble. Zhou Li, bare-chested and grinning menacingly, approached step by step. I think the same way, he said. The strong can dominate the weak. So, all you weaklings, hand over all the spiritual pearls you've collected. Han Hao's face turned pale instantly. Even in his arrogance, he dared not confront a monster like Zhou Li directly. He stammered. Zhou Li, we're all classmates. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhou Li sneered, retorting. Humph, ridiculous. I'm not planning to take your lives or strip you of the chance to compete. That's already giving you face. Now, hand over the pearls yourselves, and I'll leave you with some dignity. Han Hao frowned as he stared at Zhou Li, a sense of familiarity suddenly washing over him. His face turned ashen, and he snapped his head up, shouting angrily. You think you can make me surrender? You too, don't intervene. He waved his hand to stop Lu Tian and Sun Mao beside him, his eyes ablaze with fury. I want to see for myself just how strong you are. Before he finished speaking, a storm of sand and dust surged toward Zhou Li like a tidal wave. Zhou Li grinned, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. I can feel your fear and anger. Since you've chosen to confront me, you'd better be prepared. He threw a punch, causing the entire mirrored world to tremble violently. The scene shifted abruptly. Suyi stood behind a girl with a graceful figure, gently holding a rope. The other end of the rope formed a loop, binding the girl's body in a peculiar manner. She struggled angrily. You tricked me with a broken rope. Suyi calmly watched her heaving body, clearing his throat. Don't say that. It's just a tactic. I advise you not to move. The more you struggle, the tighter the rope will get. As he spoke, he tied the other end of the rope to a pillar. The girl looked both ashamed and angry, ceasing her struggle but glaring at Suyi. Suyi, I'll remember you. Suyi remained unfazed, replying, It's better if you don't. Even though you lost to me in an unknown duel, it would be quite troublesome if you fell for me. The girl was both embarrassed and furious, her face turning crimson. How dare you come over here? I'll bite you to death, she threatened, baring her teeth. But her struggles only tightened the rope further. Suyi looked her up and down, carefully avoiding her furious gaze, and asked curiously, But why did you dare to act alone without teaming up? Did your team disband temporarily? None of your business, she retorted, turning her head away, refusing to answer. Suyi shrugged. Haha, I was just asking. With that, he turned and left. At this moment, Bai Tao approached, holding a red spirit orb, excitedly saying, This really is a red spirit orb. Suyi nodded. Great, let's move on. He called over Bai Shaoling, who was daydreaming nearby, and they headed out of the mirrored world together. As they neared the boundary, Suyi glanced back at the girl, smiling. Don't worry, Heezy. This rope will break in 2 minutes. I didn't fully repair it. Hopefully, you won't run into me again. With that, he waved goodbye and stepped out of the mirrored world. Bai Tao eagerly pocketed the spirit orb, his face full of excitement. We've got the spirit orb from here. Now it's on to the last area. He felt fortunate to have teamed up with Suyi, thinking that everything became much easier with such a clever partner. Where do we go next? Are we heading straight for the yellow spirit orb? Bai Tao asked. Suyi nodded in agreement. Yes, the area isn't far from here. Just follow me, and... His voice trailed off, his attention caught by a familiar figure slipping through the shadows. Was that just? Suyi instantly recognized the figure, murmuring in surprise, Teacher Yang Yuan. The sudden appearance of Teacher Yang Yuan at the street corner caught the attention of Bai Tao, Bai Shaoling, and Suyi. All three of them showed surprise on their faces, and Suyi immediately chased after the direction where Yang Yuan's figure had disappeared. As Suyi turned the corner, he only managed to catch a glimpse of Yang Yuan's back vanishing into the shadows at the end of the alley. He quickened his pace but found no one ahead, as if Yang Yuan had vanished into thin air. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling followed closely behind, looking at the frowning Suyi with confusion written all over their faces. What a strange thing, Suyi muttered to himself, stroking his chin. During this assessment, we were supposed to be completely disconnected from the teachers. They shouldn't be in the city. So why is Teacher Yang Yuan here? Suyi's gaze was fixed in the direction where Yang Yuan had disappeared, which was also their intended destination. Bai Tao blinked and half-jokingly said, Could Teacher Yang Yuan be out for a stroll? Suyi bent down to examine the ground closely. Although faint, there were indeed traces of someone moving. After a moment of thought, he decisively continued the chase. Bai Shaoling followed closely behind Suyi, a worried expression on her face. Are we really going to follow? Suyi responded as he walked, his tone calm, yet mysterious. I'm curious why Teacher Yang Yuan is here. Besides, our destination is in this direction. It doesn't hurt to take a look. The three followed the traces for about 15 minutes, eventually reaching a stretch of ruins in the distance. Suyi explained, This is the Haiqing Art Museum. It was attacked by virtual beasts 3 years ago, and half of the building collapsed into ruins. It hasn't been rebuilt since. Upon seeing the ruins, Suyi's expression momentarily froze as countless memories surged in, but he quickly suppressed them. As they prepared to move forward, Yang Yuan's figure appeared again like a phantom in the distance, slipping into the ruins and disappearing. Bai Tao widened his eyes, full of confusion. He went in. Suyi remained calm and headed straight for the ruins. Let's go take a look. Bai Shaoling suddenly grabbed Suyi, her face filled with tension and urgency. Wait, this is too strange. Don't you think it's odd? How could Teacher Yang Yuan possibly be here? Suyi paused, looking puzzled. What's so odd about it? Maybe there's been a fierce battle inside, and Teacher Yang Yuan came to stop it. Bai Shaoling, visibly agitated, clutched Su Ye's sleeve tightly. Think about it. We were attacked by virtual beasts on our way here. Whoever attacked us not only knew our route, but also managed to set up an ambush and retreat quickly. This means our whereabouts are very likely exposed. Bai Xiaoling's voice carried a tremor, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings, as if an enemy might leap out from the shadows at any moment. That teacher, Yang Yuan, was suddenly assigned here. Don't you find that suspicious? Su Ye's brow furrowed slightly as he feigned a look of surprise, a barely noticeable glint flashing in his eyes. Is that so? He exclaimed, pretending to be shocked as he looked at Bai Xiaoling, with just the right amount of doubt in his voice. Are you suggesting that teacher Yang Yuan is the one who leaked our whereabouts? That he's the mole planted by the enemy among us? Bai Xiaoling nodded nervously, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. It's highly possible. Besides, we were almost led here by him just now, which is just too strange. She lowered her voice, urgently suggesting. Perhaps we should try to find the location of other spiritual pearls first and avoid this place for now. Sui nodded thoughtfully, a deep look flashing in his eyes. You make a good point, he agreed, but quickly changed his tone. But we can't reach any of the teachers right now. If we just leave, won't the other students who come here be in danger? He suddenly patted his chest, adopting a righteous demeanor. Suye's voice became firm and strong. We're here to become void hunters. If teacher Yang Yuan really is a mole, we have a duty to expose him. Bai Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Yi. Are you crazy? Her voice rose in shock. Teacher Yang Yuan is a formidable presence. How can just the three of us possibly be a match for him? Su Yi met Bai Xiaoling's gaze directly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Then what do you suggest we do? He challenged. We can't reach the teachers. Do we just stand here and prevent other students from approaching? Your suspicion about teacher Yang Yuan is just a guess, with no evidence to back it up. If he's not a mole, wouldn't we be abandoning this assessment? Bai Xiaoling's expression wavered, unsure of how to respond. Su Yi seized the opportunity to continue, his voice filled with a sense of justice. Void hunters always prioritize protection. Since there's danger ahead and we've sensed it, we have a responsibility to investigate and prevent it. His tone lightened a bit. Don't worry. The teachers should be able to sense our actions in the city. If we truly encounter danger, Instructor Lian Shou and teacher Cang Wei will likely notice immediately. Suddenly, Su Yi pulled Bai Tao closer, whispering something in his ear. Bai Tao's eyes widened as if he'd heard something unbelievable. What did you say? He exclaimed, jumping back a step. Su Yi remained composed, a smile on his lips. That's it. I'm counting on you. Bai Tao's expression was complex as he glanced between the two, finally nodding. All right, I'll listen to you. With that, he suddenly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. Bai Xiaoling looked puzzled. Huh? What did you say to him? Su Yi smiled and turned, heading towards the ruins of the art gallery. Nothing much, just ensuring our safety. Bai Xiaoling hurried to catch up, anxiously saying. Su Yi, let's really reconsider. We don't have evidence that teacher Yang Yuan is the mole, but we shouldn't rush into danger ourselves. How about we observe for an hour and reassess the situation? Su Yi continued walking, his tone relaxed as he replied. There's no need for that. Teacher Yang Yuan can't be the mole. He smiled calmly. Because the mole has always been you, Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling's expression suddenly froze, shock and disbelief intertwining on her face. What did you say? Her voice trembled slightly. Su Yi, how could you doubt me? We've been classmates since the entrance exam. Su Yi remained expressionless, steadily moving toward the ruins. His gaze was calm and sharp, as if he could see through all disguises. There are 3 flaws in your act, he stated with a voice so calm it was almost cold. First, you shouldn't have approached me to start a conversation. Second, your disguise regarding your abilities was insufficient. And the third, he shrugged, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips, is that you were too eager to stop me from approaching these ruins. It was overly conspicuous. Bai Xiaoling's face turned pale as she tried to maintain composure, her voice rising involuntarily. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Su Yi, have you had your memory altered or something? Yes, my memory was indeed altered. Su Yi nodded calmly, a sharp glint in his eyes. And the one who did it was you. This pointless charade ends here. I must say, your acting skills are not very impressive. He scratched his nose, his tone turning light and casual, as if stating the simplest fact. Let me point out your flaws. Firstly, when you approached me yesterday and suggested teaming up, I was already suspicious. Su Ye's gaze sharpened, as if dissecting a complex puzzle. The reason is simple. Before the assessment began, I had already investigated all 47 freshmen besides myself. Except for Enlon, who never used his abilities, I had thoroughly analyzed everyone's personality and abilities. But when you appeared in front of me, I realized I had no recollection of your abilities or personality. He paused, looking directly into Bai Xiaoling's eyes. Strangely enough, I do have memories of you participating in the entrance test and attending classes with me. Isn't that odd? A flicker of panic crossed Bai Xiaoling's face. but she quickly adjusted her expression, responding with forced calm. I just haven't used my abilities much. It's normal you don't remember them. That's impossible, Suyi responded firmly, his voice full of conviction. As I said, besides in Lan, I've used various methods to ensure everyone used their abilities. I remember every single one distinctly, without a shadow of doubt. His tone grew more serious, and Lan possesses an S-level ability. His identity cannot be faked. Since he's naturally averse to conflict, I'm not particularly concerned about his abilities. But under these circumstances, I know nothing about your abilities. Su Ye's gaze was piercing, targeting Bai Xiaoling's core. So when you appeared, I immediately concluded something. He paused before continuing. You're not the real Bai Xiaoling. Or rather, Bai Xiaoling never existed in the first place. Bai Xiaoling's complexion turned even paler, and she forced out a faint smile, her voice trembling. What are you saying? If I don't exist, then who is standing in front of you? Su Yi smiled faintly, his tone laced with a confident assurance of victory. That's your second flaw. Your disguise of your abilities was poorly executed. When I asked about your abilities, you claimed it was a level ability called Inverted World. Your biggest mistake was arrogantly trying to prove you weren't lying by using your ability on me. A flicker of panic returned to Bai Xiaoling's eyes as she hurriedly defended. But you were indeed caught by my ability at that time. Yes, I was indeed affected by your ability, Su Yi acknowledged calmly, his eyes shining with the light of a victor, as if he had already unraveled all the lies. Su Yi nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. His thoughts whirred like rapidly spinning gears as he quickly analyzed the situation. This isn't some level ability to invert the world, he said, his voice steady and firm. The moment I was affected, I tested myself. I intended to move forward, but involuntarily stepped back. At the same time, I did something crucial. I discreetly moved the fingers of my left hand. Su Ye's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed on Bai Xiaoling. If your ability truly inverted the world, the action of moving my left hand should have appeared on my right hand. But that wasn't the case. I did successfully control my left hand. He exhaled slowly, his tone calm, yet insightful. Your real ability is cognitive manipulation. You cleverly guided me with words, reversing the concepts of up, down, left, right, forward, and backward. You observed my actions and twisted my perception. Initially, I did want to move forward, but under your influence, the concept of forward was replaced with backward, causing me to move backward. Su Ye's lips curled slightly, his eyes glancing at Bai Xiaoling. What truly confirmed your ability for me was your interaction with Han Hao and the others. Han Hao, influenced by you, could only extend his left hand. You explained it as residual ability, but in reality, you just replaced his concept of right with left. The original left remained unchanged because you only swapped concepts, not his basic understanding of right. He continued moving forward, his tone increasingly confident. I guess the reason you were able to infiltrate among us without suspicion was through this method of cognitive replacement, altering our memories of you. Bai Xiaoling's expression gradually hardened, her previous shyness and innocence vanished, replaced by a capricious demeanor. Su Yi seemed oblivious to her change, continuing to lay out his deductions. This attack happened because you're the mole, having leaked our route in advance. The attackers likely came from the Phantom Council. Su Yi's speech was unhurried, each word landing like a heavy blow on Bai Xiaoling's heart. Your third mistake was trying so hard to stop me from approaching here, even attempting to frame teacher Yang Yuan as the mole. Let me guess, is there something in the ruins you desperately want? You hope to avoid the Haichen guards and take it quietly. Su Yi suddenly halted, turning to face Bai Xiaoling, his gaze as sharp as ever. As for why you approached me, it's because your second target is to kill me. Am I right? Bai Xiaoling's expression shifted dramatically, finally abandoning her disguise. As Su Yi turned, her image melted away like a dissolving painting. In mere seconds, the original Bai Xiaoling vanished, replaced by a youthful, vibrant girl. She wore sexy denim shorts and a cropped top, her face identical to Bai Xiaoling's, but with added allure, devoid of any innocence. She gave an odd smile, sizing up Su Yi with a mix of admiration and teasing in her voice. No wonder Lord Zhao praised you. To crack my ability through sheer deduction, Su Yi, you truly opened my eyes. Oh, so this is your true form. Su Ye's gaze openly roamed over Bai Xiaoling, his expression as calm as ever. At the same time, he keenly noticed that his memories of Bai Xiaoling were rapidly fading away in his mind, eventually dissipating like smoke. Her figure, which frequently appeared during tests and assessments, had now completely vanished from his memory, as if she had never existed. I see, once your ability is undone, it simply fades away, doesn't it? Su Yi mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Class ability, cognitive replacement. Bai Xiaoling shrugged, unfazed by Su Ye's scrutiny. She explained with a cheerful smile. After using my ability, I can directly insert my existence into your memories. This has nothing to do with one's level. Even teachers much stronger than I am can't detect my presence. she added with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I have to fill in the details of those memories myself. It's fine for dealing with others, but clever people like you can notice the discrepancies. Lin Kuan pouted, her lips forming a slight pout of resignation. And once my ability is seen through, it fails for everyone else too. But you're quite something, figuring out everyone's abilities in just a few days. She blinked softly and looked at Su Yi with a smile. Let me reintroduce myself. Candidate for the 6th counselor of the Phantom Council, Lin Kuan. So, even the name was fake? Su Yi chuckled lightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Now that I've exposed you, what do you plan to do? Kill me or capture me here? I wouldn't do something so suicidal. Lin Kuan laughed heartily, shaking her head. Now that my ability is broken, using any power here would immediately alert the city guards. Besides, capturing you isn't my task. Just as I thought. Su Yi turned his head back, choosing not to confront Lin Kuan, but instead briskly walking toward the ruins ahead. Lin Kuan, a bit surprised, followed Su Yi, bouncing along with her hands behind her back. Knowing I can't use my ability, you're not going to make a move against me? Su Yi glanced at her coolly. A candidate's status is quite high, even in the Phantom Council, right? There's a high chance you have some protective measures. I don't want to invite trouble. Oh, Lin Kuan's smile widened. I didn't realize you were so cautious. But if you're so careful, why are you diving into this mess, forcing your way in here? I tried stopping you to protect you from losing your life. As they talked, Su Yi had already stepped into the ruins. However, the mirror world he anticipated didn't activate. Just as he was puzzled, his eyes narrowed slightly, spotting a half-torn yellow talisman on a distant broken wall. This indicated that the mirror world originally set up here had been deliberately destroyed. At that moment, a deep, thunderous voice echoed from the ruins. I was wondering why it's been so noisy around here. Suddenly, a large figure stomped heavily on the ground, emerging from the side. With a fierce gaze, Ba Ding scanned the area, instantly locking onto Su Yi in front of him. So there was a little bug sneaking in. His gaze shifted to Lin Kuan, who stood behind Su Yi, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The helper that Feng Xi mentioned is you, little girl? Ba Ding squinted, his voice tinged with amusement. If I recall correctly, you're the candidate for the 6th counselor. You're delivering the prey ahead of schedule? This is not what was agreed upon with Feng Xi. Lin Kuan smiled gently and, in a flash, leaped lightly onto a broken wall nearby. She perched on the edge, her feet swinging leisurely, exuding an air of calmness. Well, a small accident happened, she shrugged, glancing at Su Yi. He insisted on coming here to seek death, and I couldn't stop him. Is that so? Ba Ding grinned, cracking his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Very well, since the prey has come to me, there's no reason not to accept it. His voice lowered, tinged with urgency. There's 30 minutes left until that thing breaks the seal. In that time, I'll deal with you, little brat. Su Yi, hearing this, burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. His laughter abruptly stopped, his gaze growing cold, his voice lowering. Deal with me. He stared coldly at Ba Ding. Do you think I dared to come here alone, just to die? At that moment, a painful grunt interrupted their conversation. Ugh. Han Hao's pupils dilated, his body arching as he fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his entire body felt as if it were breaking, intense pain coursing through every inch of his skin. It turned out that Zhou Li had appeared unnoticed, kicking him to the ground. Han Hangge, Lu Tian and Sun Mao's faces changed drastically, instinctively wanting to rush forward. But Zhou Li merely glanced at them, the dominance and menace in his eyes making them shiver, their steps involuntarily halting. In the distance, the 3 who were originally trapped by Han Hao's sand prison were now free due to his injury. Yet they dared not run, huddling to the side, watching Zhou Li with fear. Zhou Li sneered, stepping on Han Hao's chest. His demeanor relaxed as if subduing him had taken no effort. With your level of skill, you dare challenge me alone? You? Han Hao struggled to speak, but the pain was too much for him to form complete words. Despair filled his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhou Li to be so terrifying. Despite using all his strength, he hadn't managed to inflict any harm, whereas Zhou Li had easily reduced him to this state with simple punches and kicks. If you don't want to die, hand over the spirit pearl. Zhou Li calmly pressed Han Hao's chest, his tone indifferent. Han Hao trembled, raising his right hand towards Zhou Li. Whoosh! A clump of sand shot out like an arrow towards Zhou Li. Yet, Zhou Li didn't dodge, allowing the sand arrow to pierce his chest. Blood trickled from the arrow's tip, but it stopped after penetrating just a centimeter. Is that your answer? Zhou Li, seemingly oblivious to the pain, casually grasped the sand arrow, crushing it into grains. Astonishingly, the wound on his chest began healing rapidly before their eyes. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. Zhou Li's smile remained unchanged as he lifted his right foot, ready to stomp down. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Zhou Li's foot. Boom! The terrifying impact rebounded, forcing Zhou Li back from his own attack. He quickly regained his balance. Looking at Lu Tian, who stood trembling with outstretched arms in front of Han Hao, and sneered. Is it your turn next? Our spirit pearls are all here. Please spare us, Masterly. On the other side, Sun Mao slid to his knees, presenting the spirit pearls they had obtained, fear spreading in his heart. They were terrified that further resistance would lead Zhou Li to kill Han Hao. Our spirit pearl, we only have one. You can have it too. The three not far away trembled as they offered a red spirit pearl to Zhou Li. Huh, at least you're not lying. Zhou Li grinned, collecting the 4 red pearls. After acquiring what he wanted, he turned and left without hesitation. But just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking Zhou Li's path. Oh, another one. Zhou Li squinted, letting out a sinister laugh. Are you here to seek death too? Whoosh. Bang. Ba Ding's fist shot forward like a bullet, instantly striking a crumbling wall. The wall collapsed under the incredible impact, scattering debris everywhere. Su Yi narrowly avoided the deadly blow, gracefully sliding to the side, silently marveling at the sheer destructive power wielded by physical strength alone. Ba Ding's massive frame cast a giant shadow under the sunlight, his muscles sharply defined, each movement brimming with unsettling power. Even without using any energy, his presence alone exerted an invisible pressure. Kid, Ba Ding sneered as he approached, his steps surprisingly light for his size. I don't know what makes you think you can show up here. If you believe I can't handle you without using my abilities, you're gravely mistaken. Ba Ding's onslaught came like a violent storm, forcing Su Yi to retreat repeatedly under the barrage of punches and kicks. Suddenly, a lightning-fast straight punch sliced through the air, aimed directly at Su Ye's face. Blood-red mist spread in the air as Su Yi was forced to activate his boiling blood state, narrowly dodging the terrifying strike. Su Ye's expression was serious, but his eyes remained calm. Taking a deep breath, he said, no matter how strong the body, without the support of energy, you can't unleash your full power. Before he finished speaking, Su Yi flickered behind Ba Ding like a phantom, launching a fierce straight punch at a vital point. However, Ba Ding seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, catching Su Ye's fist with a backhanded grip. With a sinister smile, he turned and exerted force with his right arm, sending Su Yi flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Debris scattered, and the powerful impact nearly knocked Su Yi unconscious. Ba Ding sneered, raising a foot to stomp down, but Su Ye's awareness snapped back in an instant. He kicked off the ground with both feet, using the power of his boiling blood to sidestep just in time to avoid the fatal blow. Climbing up in a disheveled state, Su Ye's eyes flickered with complex emotions. So, even with boiling blood, I still can't deal with you. Before Su Yi could think further, Ba Ding charged again like a tiger hunting its prey. Su Yi stopped attempting to match strength with strength, instead activating his boiling blood power to sprint away. Trying to run? Dream on. Ba Ding roared, stomping the ground, causing it to crack. His battle-hardened body unleashed astonishing potential, catching up with Su Yi in an instant. Driven to a relatively intact wall, Su Yi found himself with no escape. Ba Ding smirked disdainfully. Is this all you've got? I thought you'd be stronger. With that, he swung his fist at Su Yi. Bang! The wall shattered on impact, crumbling like fragile tofu, unable to withstand Ba Ding's sheer physical force. However, as the dust settled, Ba Ding was shocked to find Su Yi slipping away like an eel beneath his legs. Just as he was about to retract his fist to counter, a hand gently touched his right arm. Su Yi panted lightly, exhaling blood-tinted mist, his chest heaving. The test is about over. Let's end this. He pressed his palm tightly against a piece of rubble, gripping Ba Ding's right arm firmly. Repairing hand. Seal. Su Yi softly intoned the name of his move. In an instant, the scattered rubble around them seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, rising into the air. The stones, like precise building blocks, swiftly assembled and connected in midair, moving to encircle Ba Ding. Half a second later, Ba Ding felt a sudden heaviness in his right arm, pulled down by an invisible force. Surprised, he looked down to see countless bricks and stones moving as if alive, quickly wrapping around his entire arm and fitting together seamlessly. It was an eerie sight, as if his arm had been built into a solid wall. Ba Ding let out a cold laugh, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. If I can smash it once, I can smash it twice. Unless you seal both my arms, this little trick won't stop me. He clenched his left fist, muscles bulging, and swung it fiercely at his sealed right arm, determined to pulverize this half-wall. However, just as he threw the punch, a sudden force grabbed his left arm. Ba Ding quickly turned his head to see an inconspicuous piece of rubble clinging to his left arm. Under its seemingly insignificant pull, surrounding stones gathered like a tide, quickly forming another unbreakable wall on his left arm. Ba Ding suddenly felt his arms as heavy as mountains, firmly held by the two unexpected walls. With a loud boom, his hands slammed uncontrollably to the ground under the weight of the bricks, causing the earth to tremble. At this moment, Ba Ding resembled a half-assembled giant robot, his arms encased in distinct blocks of bricks, forming two cumbersome brick arms. Su Yi, having dissipated his boiling blood state, showed a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He took a step back and sat cross-legged on the ground, speaking calmly. Don't struggle. My abilities may not be strong in direct combat, but in complex environments like this, they're quite practical. Hearing this, Ba Ding's face turned red with anger, veins popping out. With sheer brute force, he managed to lift his brick-sealed arms. His goal was Cleardo used the power of his arms to smash these confining walls into pieces. Unless you anchor these walls with steel, I'll break as many as you build. Ba Ding growled through gritted teeth, his voice filled with unyielding fury. Yet, as soon as he spoke, another strange scene unfolded. White threads emerged like a spider's web from the bricks on his arms. In an instant, several thick steel bars, seemingly summoned, flew from 3 meters away, piercing the ground with a whoosh and anchoring themselves firmly into the bricks. Boom! Despite his strength, Ba Ding couldn't resist this mysterious force, and he unwillingly dropped to one knee, his arms crashing down again. Now, not only were his arms covered in heavy bricks, but they were also anchored to the ground by the sudden steel bars, rendering him immobile. Ba Ding's face alternated between red and pale, his frustration evident as he silently cursed himself for his earlier words. Though he possessed peak-level power, being unable to use any energy at the moment left him easily controlled by Su Yi. Su Yi's skillful use of his abilities was beyond anything Ba Ding had imagined. Even in such a disadvantageous position, Ba Ding refused to admit defeat. He lifted his head, glaring at Su Yi with eyes like daggers, and shouted fiercely, "Kid, you're asking for death. Once I can use my energy, I'll tear you apart first." Despite being pinned in place, he didn't believe Su Yi could truly harm him. Su Yi, hearing this, looked incredulous, unable to fathom why Ba Ding remained so defiant in his situation. Casually picking up half a brick, Su Yi walked unhurriedly to the half-kneeling Ba Ding. As he approached, the half-brick suddenly glowed white, instantly restoring itself to a whole brick. Ba Ding looked up, his expression twisted, about to speak, when Su Yi mercilessly slapped the brick across his face. "Do you understand the situation now? You're still so arrogant," Su Yi said coldly, his tone filled with mockery for Ba Ding's lack of awareness. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.